Recently, Water Kingdom's actions have become more and more presumptuous, and they are about to attack our clan blatantly. As the meeting place of the elders of Uzumaki village, it is also the place where the Uzumaki clan's zone tang is located. It is very simple here, just a few low wooden tables on the tatama mats. Sitting in two places, they are worrying about the future fate of their family. The Uzumaki clan used to be a well-known wealthy family in the ninja world, and they used powerful sealing techniques to traverse the ninja world. The so-called flowers are not popular for 100 days, and people are not good for 1,000 days. Even the Senshou clan standing on the top of the ninja world has disappeared, and the Uzumaki clan is also declining day by day. A few cuts were made in the artery, and now the last trace of strength of this former wealthy family is almost squeezed out. Uzushio village is different from other ninja villages. There is only Uzumaki clan in Uzumaki village, and every village is a clan. Now the whole village is only about people, men, women, old and young, and most of them are old people. The blood of the new generation is pitifully small. Fight with them. Our Uzumaki clan is never afraid of provocation. As one of the 5 great nations, the Kingdom of Water is dominating the sea, and it is a well-deserved overlord of the sea. In the field of water warfare, even the Kingdom of Fire, the most powerful of the 5 great nations, dare not say that it can win. The Kingdom of Vortex is close to fire. The country of water, however, hangs alone overseas, and is regarded as a piece of delicious fat by the country of water, and has been planning to swallow such a big piece of fat. The sealing technique of the Uzumaki family is respected by the world, and is also coveted by the world. The Weian village in the land of water is one of them. The powerful sealing technique that can control the tailed beast really touches people's hearts. For a long time, the Uzumaki family has been harassed by the country of water. Among the younger generation present, almost all their parents and elders died in the hands of Ninja. At this moment, it seems that the floodgates have been opened, and the tone of some young people has begun to lose control. Now, I would like to greet the current daimyo of the country of water and the direct relatives of the 3 generations of Mizukage. It's good to be young. You speak so capriciously. At the end of the table, the 6-year-old boy frowned, looked at the group of young guys who were shouting endlessly, and felt slanderous in his heart. No wonder the Uzumaki clan has not fallen to such a point. These guys have only inherited the violent temper of the Uzumaki clan, and have no inheriting the wisdom and shrewdness of the ancestors of the past generations. In short, Quan Te is a stunned man with muscles growing in his brain. That's enough. Shut up, old man. Is the zone tang important place for you to make noise? If you keep making noise, get out of here. One of the great elders who was over half a century old couldn't hold back, and he slapped him in greeting. The low wooden table in front of him was shattered into a pile of scum, but he also managed to prevent the young men from going up the stairs, greeting Mizu Daimyo and Mizukage's relatives. It's fine to yell about things in private, but it's really not good quality to put them in the zone tang. It's not that the old man doesn't want to fight with Ninja. The question is what to fight with. Except for the clansmen stationed on the border, there is only so much of our Uzumaki clan left now. Are you planning to let Uzumaki wipe out the clan? Weian village has about tens of thousands of ninjas, not to mention that there are so many ninja families belonging to the water daimyo in the land of water. Don't you think about it? What else do you do besides fighting and killing? The great elder originally thought of carrots and sticks, so he could train these young men well. The big sticks have already been greeted. When it was time to use carrots to appease him, the old man lost his temper and swung the carrots in his hand like a big stick. Up. The dozen or so young guys shrank back in a daze, and were so beaten up by the series of violent blows from the great elder, they really didn't have the guts to say anything. Looking at the boys with sluggish faces, the elder's regretful emotions were immediately annihilated by disappointment. If he could be tough to the end, he would be able to make people look at him high. Such anticlimactic behavior is really useless. A sense of sadness suddenly rose in my heart. The young generation who entrusted the future of the family all have such virtues. How can they take on the important task of revitalizing the family? Great elder, Kanaha still hasn't responded? Seeing that the great elder's expression was wrong, an elder beside him hastily changed the subject. If it continues, this clan discussion should be renamed as the criticism conference. With a long sigh, the great elder's attention was successfully shifted, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. 3 generations of Hokage have already replied, and the Kingdom of Fire has no spare energy to support us now. The country is staring at it. The country of the wind in the west is also impatient, and the half-god of the country of rain is also very restless. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of the surrounding elders all changed suddenly. The implication of the 3 generations of Hokage was that they wanted to give up the Uzumaki clan. However, the 3rd Hokage said that we can send 1 or 2 fires to Kanaha to protect the blood of our clan. The elder's voice was extremely low. Mito-sama is too old and urgently needs a successor, but this kind of secret does not need to be shared with the tribe. Hearing the words of the great elder, the elders breathed a sigh of relief. If Kanaha really gave up on the Uzumaki clan, then there would be no way of life at all, and Muye village are allies, everyone is equal, and no one is higher than the other. However, until now, the Uzumaki clan has fallen to the point where they rely entirely on Kanaha's nose to survive. How can we not make people feel sad, especially the old people who have experienced the glory days of the Uzumaki clan, lamenting the good old days that will never return? Today's meeting is to select a few seeds, who are younger, and Kanaha ninjas will come over in a few days, and then send them to Kanaha. in case something goes wrong in the village, it can be regarded as leaving a little bloodline. The great elder looked exhausted, and after he finished speaking, it was as if his spine had been taken out, and his whole body became sluggish. The Uzumaki clan has really fallen. The elders present also have complicated expressions, but what should be done is still to be done. Select 1 or 2 outstanding juniors, and send them to Konoha for protection. There was silence in the Zongtang hall, only the messy and low breathing sound proved that the people present were all living people, not lifelike wax figures. After all, the great elder was an old man who had come through the stormy weather, and he soon came out of his depressed mood. No matter what, he wanted to preserve a little blood for the family. However, after scanning around, he fell silent like the other elders. The number of newborns in the family has been so small in the past 10 years. Coupled with the invasion of diseases and various other reasons, the death rate of young children remains high. There are actually only 2 children under the age of 10 in such a huge family. The old man's heart twitched violently, obviously something he had mastered long ago, but every time he faced it directly, he felt heartache. Juxina, Guanyu, come here. The elder showed a kind expression and waved to the 2 children. Whirlpool Guanyu pursed her lips, and already guessed what the elder wanted to say in her heart. After all, there were no children of the same age in the village, just their 2 siblings. Wrong. 6-year-old Whirlpool Guanyu, with shoulder-length red hair, was braided like a girl by an unscrupulous sister. With big black eyes and a round, fair face, she looks like a cute girl. Little Zhengtai, however, who is only 6 years old, behaves more politely than her elder sister who is 1 year older. That's right, Xia Zhengtai is one of the thousands of traversers that he was fiddled with by the unknown god. After his death, he broke into this murderous ninja world, and was reborn in the Uzumaki clan's upcoming ship. The sunken giant ship is Uzumaki Kushina's younger brother. According to Uzumaki Guanyu's memories of Hokage in his previous life, the Uzumaki family will soon be in great trouble, and the entire Uzumaki kingdom will be destroyed from then on, completely becoming dust in history. This made him panic for a long time. Naturally, it is not reconciled to fall under the wheel of history like this. However, he is a little Zhengtai. Apart from the physical skills he has learned and the skill of throwing a few shurikens, he can also be cute. These small arms and legs can't even get out of such an isolated island as the country of the vortex. Without the crowd, there is no ability to survive, and any disease can knock him down. Fortunately, the great god who sent him through time may think that throwing him into the murderous ninja world is a bit unreasonable. When he was 5 years old, that is, a year ago, he dug out an apple from a basket of apples. An apple with a very unique shape, with circles of arabesque patterns on it. In the previous life, as a good-natured young man who was brought up by the 3 great manga of the Dead Fire Sea, he naturally knew what this unsuitable fruit was. At that time, his small hands were trembling, and his eyes were full of tears. At last, the master didn't just give him a ticket for crossing. It seems that he chose the wrong courier for his time travel gift bag, and the delivery was delayed. To be on the safe side, he ate all the apple without leaving any residue, and tasted the beep taste of fan fei, and then the lacrimal gland collapsed, soaked in silent tears his pillow, not because of the horrible smell, but, why is it the fruit of everyone? And it's not a subspecies of fruit in the shape of a Buddha, but the most basic human fruit, the human fruit eaten by the hated reindeer. After eating the fruit, he soon knew its name, and then Guanya started to growl in his heart. He didn't expect to give a perverted natural fruit, and from then on, he began to plant out the road of review world. Then the golden finger is treated as a sleeper, and he didn't even see the hair of the great god of crossing. His absolute advantage is to sit a ticket, maybe it's a standing ticket. But even if this is the case, at least give an ordinary animal fruit, what ancient species and phantom beast species can't bear it. You can give it a tiger or lion or something like that, let him eat the fruit of everyone alone. What kind of trouble is he going to do? After being sad, based on the idea that 10 birds in the forest are not as good as 1 bird in the hand, Guanya began to study the ability of this human fruit. After all, I didn't read who said that there is no most useless fruit, only the most useless ability. Or, Ren Rongwa was also played by that reindeer in many tricks. After some self-comfort, he finally felt relieved. After a year, he finally noticed that the fruit of everyone seems to have strengthened all aspects of his body, and his eyesight, hearing, resilience and many other aspects have been significantly improved, and he has calmed his restless heart. He divided some, and among them he also discovered one thing, probably because the fruit of everyone was not acclimatized after crossing the world, he was still able to roll and have fun in the shallow water on the beach. But even if there is a human fruit, it won't be of much help in a short time, and now he is likely to face the first major crisis since time travel. If I remember correctly, Uzumaki Kushina went to Konoha on the one hand because Uzumaki Mito is dying soon and needs a new 9 tails Jinchuriki. There were 2 or 3 big cats and kittens scattered in the ninja world. Big Elder. Guanya followed Juzine to the Great Elder, knelt down, and respectfully greeted the current ruler of the Uzumaki clan. Since their father, the head of the Uzumaki clan, died in battle 5 years ago, the mother also died in that battle, and the giant ship of the Uzumaki clan was helmed by the Great Elder. The Great Elder looked at the pair of little people in front of him kindly, and his hard heart that had been honed by wind and frost weakened inexplicably. If his 4 sons hadn't died in battle, maybe his grandson and granddaughter were also so old. Come on. Do you want to go to the land of fire? The Great Elder asked softly. Guanya blinked her big eyes, did not speak, and acted cute. I won't go. Kushina's reaction was fierce. The girl puffed her mouth, her already round face completely rounded. I don't want to go to Konoha, I want to stay in the village. I am also from the Uzumaki clan, I don't want to leave the village. Compared with Guanyu, who has the wisdom bonus of a traveler, Kushina, relying on the girl's keen intuition, noticed the hidden meaning in the elder's words. A pair of big eyes like Guanyu were filled with tears. This small island for her, it is the land where the souls of her parents are entrusted, and she does not want to leave. I'll go wherever my sister goes. Guanyu's answer was ingenious. It seemed like a brother who relied on his sister said, but in fact he really didn't know where to go. Guanyu has seriously thought about where to go in the future. The ninja world has never been a peaceful and prosperous world. This is a chaotic world where heroes contend. In a chaotic world, human life is as cheap as grass, and death hangs over everyone's head. One after another, counting the shadows of the past dynasties, almost none of them are easy to die. Of course, the 5 shadows are still far away from Guanyu, and he has also considered how to make the Uzumaki clan avoid this catastrophe. After thinking about it carefully, Guanyu found in despair that it would be difficult for him to affect the coming of this catastrophe. The country of Vortex, which is lonely overseas, is the fact that the country of water is bound to gain. If you don't take care of the little brother, you won't be able to stop the hungry shark in the kingdom of water. As for what he said in a few words, the big bosses in the clan bowed their heads and worshipped, and then lit up the technology tree wantonly, slammed the country of water in 1 year, pumped a large cylinder of wood residue in 3 years, and started the journey of stars and seas in 5 years. Then you might as well strangle yourself to death. Maybe you close and open your eyes and find that you were just dreaming. Well, let's not talk about it. The front of the country of water is hard to move, so there is another way to get rid of this small island and move the whole family to the country of fire, but he soon realized that this is impossible. The Uzumaki family has been rooted on this island since the Warring States period. Their ancestors were born and buried here for generations. The adult clansmen would rather die in battle on this land than move to other places. Guanyu tentatively asked the clan after being scolded by several elders. They dared not mention this again. Thinking to no avail, he could only look up to the sky and sighed out. It wasn't because the boy was unwilling to do his best, but because he was powerless. Since then, he began to think about how to avoid this catastrophe with his sister. After much deliberation, he found that there was only one way to go. That is to hug my sister's thigh tightly. As the only named member of the Uzumaki clan who survived the catastrophe, if he follows his sister, the chance of surviving should be the greatest. So there was this dialogue with the great elder. Sure enough, after listening to Guanyu's words, the great elder nodded and turned his attention to Juzine. This girl with a stubborn temper like her father made the old man find it difficult. She couldn't be forced to go to Muye village bar, but the so-called old man matures. The old man noticed the hands tightly held by the siblings, and suddenly had an idea. Juzine, the village. May not be peaceful recently, and you can see that the clansmen don't have much energy left to protect the village. If the cold-blooded butchers of Kirin sneak in, Xiao Guanyu may be very dangerous. Yes, the old man said earnestly, and a little watching the moon made the little boy roll his eyes. It is very common for 8 or 9-year-old children in the ninja world to be sent to the battlefield, and there is no shortage of 6 or 7-year-old geniuses who set foot on the battlefield and embark on a legendary journey. Of course, 99% of them are buried in the soil and decomposed in the end, turning them into fertilizers. Return to the embrace of Mother Earth. The reason why legends are legends is because of the uniqueness that is extremely difficult to replicate. However, the elder's words obviously hit Juzine's weakness. After her parents passed away, she brought up her 1-year-old brother little by little. She herself is not afraid of death and is willing to live and die with the village, but she does not make Guanyu stay with her. Then can you let Guanyu go to the land of fire? He just happens to be a boy, and he can continue the blood for the family. Juzine said, but she was only 7 years old. The little girl who said something about continuing the blood of the family was very embarrassing, and her pale and tender face was stained with a blush. However, before the great elder said anything, Guanyu was startled. He didn't expect his sister to have such an idea. Speaking of the 110 members of the Uzumaki clan, only Juzine was the only one that he could really remember. Not only because the two are siblings, but more importantly, it was Juzine who brought him up little by little over the years. In 6 years, even a rock would have been warmed up long ago, not to mention that he was still a living being of flesh and blood. If the rest of the Uzumaki clan were gone, he might be sad for a while, and he would forget about it over time. Only Kushina, as long as he thought of his sister's death in a future night, he would be so depressed that he almost wanted to yell. He would never take that kind of thing. Sister, I'll go wherever you go, don't even think about leaving me alone. Guanyu howled directly, startling many people around her. The great elder twitched his lips and waved his hand quietly. The elders around him led the clansmen to leave the Zongtang lightly. The huge room soon became empty, only Juxina and Guanyu, add one elder, a total of 3 people. However, at this moment, neither Juxina nor Guanyu noticed the changes around them, or they didn't bother to pay attention to them. Guanyu, my temper has been on the rise recently, I dare to challenge my sister. Juzine stared at her almond-shaped eyes, and her fists were clenched loudly. However, the scene of quickly giving in and admitting mistakes in the past has not reappeared. This kind of principled question must never be compromised. Guanyu raised her head and looked at Juzine without fear. I said, where are you going? Just go there. Juxina was furious immediately, Feeling the challenge to her position as an elder sister, she skillfully rolled up her sleeves, raised her sword, and was about to punish her disobedient brother. However, Guanya didn't retreat one step, stood stubbornly in the same place, and silently expressed her persistence. Now Juzine was in a dilemma, and her heart was very depressed. In the past, whenever she showed such a gesture, her younger brother would immediately hug her head. I admit my mistake, basically I never really beat Guanyu. She really wants to fight now, she is reluctant, so don't fight, this brat is stubborn and won't back down. Okay, you two little ones, give me peace. The elder had no choice but to stop him. The scene of the children playing and fighting made the old man feel a little depressed. He is destined to not be able to sleep tonight. I feel it. In the early morning, a round of red sun jumped out on the sea level, coating the whole island with a bright red halo. The little boy ran on the beach facing the salty but refreshing sea breeze, leaving a string of small footprints behind him, which were then smoothed by the waves. There are thin beads of sweat hanging on Guanyu's forehead, shining a little light in the morning light, but his breathing is extremely steady. Even after he has run about 7 kilometers, his face is not red and he is not panting. A look of ease. As a qualified time traveler, he is familiar with the direction of history, so after figuring out his own situation, he is full of urgency for life and death. In order to survive, he insists on exercising every day. This is a troubled world, and there is no pure land that can avoid disputes. Fighting is the eternal theme of this world, and strength is the foundation of standing in the world. Since he was born in the Uzumaki clan, he couldn't live up to this powerful bloodline. From this point of view, he is still very lucky. The abnormally powerful physique of the Uzumaki clan and the unique sealing technique are all rising capital, much luckier than being born in some unknown little ninja family. The Uzumaki family is an old family in the ninja world, even though it has declined a lot now, the foundation is there. The deep foundation is not comparable to those upstarts who have just risen. There is a very strict system for the cultivation of family disciples, and in line with the training policy of the Uzumaki clan, this is the result of several generations of exploration. Of course, it was probably because of this reason that the young clan members exercised their muscles, but they didn't know how to exercise their brains, so that the huge family was like Wang Xiaoer's new year, and every year was not as good as every year. Since Guanyu was 4 years old, he started training under the guidance of the elders of the clan, learning characters, understanding the glorious history of the Uzumaki clan, physical training, shuriken practice, and trying to refine chakra. It's going on in an orderly manner. After all, there are only 2 children of the right age in the village, he and Juzine. This is like making a small fuss about their siblings, but thinking about the current desolate situation of the Uzumaki clan, every child is a precious resource, so it is not difficult to understand the elders' thoughts on cultivating the younger generation. After all, the 2 are also the sons and daughters of the patriarch. If their parents hadn't left too early, they might have been treated better. On the rugged reef of the beach, 2 young tribesmen squatted on it and yawned, guarding the nearby sea area. Although this is the west side of the island, the side facing the mainland, in order to prevent the Kingdom of Water from playing any tricks, it is still in the there are 2 people left here to watch, no more people will be crowded. The 2 young people don't like this kind of boring work of sentry, but they don't dare to disobey the orders of the clan, so they can only nest here and count crabs, betting on when Guanyu will pass by the reef, and entertaining themselves is considered a joy. Come here, haha, I won today. Among them, the clansman with neat short hair saw the small figure on the beach from a distance, and shouted happily, but looked at the people around him. The quiet cousin bumped his elbow and squinted his eyes. I said, cousin, aren't you planning to renege on your debt? Don't make trouble, there seems to be something coming over there. The older and more stable young man squinted his eyes at this moment, trying to distinguish the true appearance of the small black spot on the horizon. It's a ship from the Land of Fire, with the flag of the Land of Fire hanging on it. Hurry up and report to the great elder, people from the Land of Fire are here. The young man kicked his dizzy cousin like chasing a sheep. He yelled at him and ran towards the island. On the calm sea, a medium-sized large ship was sailing at a constant speed, the sails were slightly bulging, and the current wind was not very strong. Fortunately, even if there was no wind, the ship was still propelled by propellers, and the snow-white waves parted. Come on, leave a trail of turbulent water waves behind the big ship. In addition to the sailors on the ship, there are also transvestites wearing masks, carrying short knives, black tights and grey overalls. Of course, they are not real transvestites. This is the uniform of Kanaha Anbi. The elites of this group of killers used to kill 3 in and 3 out of the enemy army, and they couldn't hide their evil aura. The sailors saw this group of murderous uncles walking around, lest they would provoke if you kill the other party and give yourself a knife. It will be really bad luck. Captain, you can see the island of Uzumaki. Umbu stood outside the cabin door and reported softly. The cabin was very small, and the white-haired Umbu, wearing a dog-headed red-striped mask, was sitting cross-legged on the boat, holding a book and reading it intently. When he heard the voice outside the door, he reluctantly closed the book and put it away very carefully. Order go down, everyone is ready to land. Umbu outside the door followed the sound and left. Soon, in less than half a minute, all the well-trained Umbu ninjas gathered on the deck, scaring the sailors away. The captain stood at the bow of the boat, looked at the three teams under him, and secretly sighed in his heart. The pressure on the village has been too great recently. This time, he came to the country of Uzumaki to welcome the next generation of Nine Tails Jinchuriki. 3 teams can be drawn out in a shabby manner. Obviously, the captain has forgotten that he alone can be worth a small-scale ninja army, and that this mission cannot be done with great fanfare. Those who can participate in this operation are all loyal subordinates of the third Hokage. I won't repeat the mission this time, I just want to emphasize one point. Remember, we are on an escort mission this time. The most important thing is to protect the safety of the future Jinchuriki. After all, it is still difficult to deal with those fog ninjas who go crazy. Yes, the captain spoke before he started to act, and the eyes under the mask showed extremely strong confidence. Of course, we will return when we pick up the people. It is very likely that we will not meet Miss Ninja, but don't be careless about it. No one knows when Miss Ninja will attack the Uzumaki Kingdom. We must make 12 points. Be vigilant, don't lose your life in this kind of place. Yes, Captain. In 3 teams, 12 Umbu ninjas knelt on one knee and agreed in unison. The momentum was very good, and a dozen or so individuals could stand up to a small army of hundreds of people. The next Konoha ninja, Heitake Sakumo, was ordered by the third Hokage to come to visit all the allies of the Uzumaki clan. On the Zone Tang, the captain took off the dog head mask, revealing that handsome and mature face, with a gentle smile on the corner of his mouth, like the spring breeze in February, which made people feel good. I am the great elder of the Whirlpool clan. It is not in vain to have lived such a long time to see Konohaba. The great elder smiled and stretched out his hand to invite Baya to sit down. Looks so relaxed. Konohaba, this is the most famous ninja nowadays. Apart from Gakage, the demigod in Yuyan village, is Konohaba the most famous, and he is one of the top ranks in the ninja world. Don't underestimate others just because they are friendly. It's even more terrifying when a good-tempered person gets angry. By Fang, the killer, can kill even the old, young, women and children, or Konoha's ninja usually looks like very kind, but when it comes to actually killing people, he will not show mercy at all. There is no way, whoever makes the Land of Fire located in the middle of the continent, surrounded by a pack of wolves, if he doesn't strike hard, he will probably be swallowed up by the evil neighbors around him. The old man had mixed feelings of joy and sorrow. The sad thing was that the Uzumaki clan fell into such a hasty situation. The happy thing was that Konoha came, showing the sincerity of the 3 generations of Hokage. At least the heirs of the Uzumaki clan were sent to Konoha village. What unfair treatment. Grand Elder, you are too well respected. Heitake Sakumo bowed his head slightly to show respect for the old man. Konoha knew very well the situation of the Uzumaki clan. He knew that after the previous generation's patriarch died in battle, he did not elect the next generation's patriarch. All important matters of the clan were decided by the elders. Looking at this humble and polite Konoha ninja, it is difficult for anyone to connect with the famous Konoha White Fang. Under the great elder's side hand, Guan Yu's eyes widened at this moment, staring at the famous Bai Fang. Her heart felt as if it was overwhelmed. It was hard to describe the feeling of seeing a celebrity. This morning, Guan Yu, who was doing morning exercises, bumped into the Konoha ninjas who came from the Land of Fire. After a brief conversation with the Konoha ninjas, the cousin who was in charge of guarding sentry, and asked Guan Yu to be a strong man. He leads the way into the village for Konoha's allies. On the way, I met the great elder and his party who rushed over. In the end, it evolved into the current meeting in the Zone Tang. Apart from his own sister, Bai Fang was the first celebrity he met in the world he knew. At this moment, looking at the warm smile on that handsome face, he deeply felt that he was truly living in this ninja world, living in this magnificent era. Hey, Guan Yu, what are you doing? There was a soft cry in his ear, and a burst of sharp pain in his buttocks. Guan Yu's mind suddenly cleared, his mouth shrunk and he howled, and finally he noticed that the elder and Heitake Sakumo were all staring at him. Next to him, Juzine's eyes were full of anxiety, and one hand reached behind his back, twisting his ass. Forcibly holding back the desire to howl in his heart, he secretly complained that his old sister was too ruthless, and her butt would definitely turn purple. At the same time, there was a cute smile on his face. What did the great elder say? He can only respond to all changes with the same, and show off his cute skills. There is no other way, at least his own appearance is still very good in this life. After all, my sister is a beauty, and his direct brother is naturally not far behind. Cough, cough. Heitake Sakumo coughed lightly. He found this little guy who was distracted in front of him quite interesting. This little guy even helped them lead the way for a while, and he was not afraid of him and his group of killers at all. Like those children in the village, when they ran into Umbu occasionally, they either ran away in fright or were dumbfounded. Whirlpool Guan Yu, we are going to take you and your sister to Konoha this afternoon. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me now. As long as I know, I will know everything. Although Heitake Sakumo didn't think that a 6-year-old child asked any meaningful questions, the 7-year-old girl just casually asked what Konoha village was like, what happened to him and his brother. All in all, it's all childish talk. But he is a meticulous man who will never cut corners and does not ignore their opinions just because he has 2 young children. Guan Yu suddenly understood. As early as yesterday, the great elder sent several waves of people to meet with Juzine, and successfully persuaded the stubborn little girl to promise to take Guan Yu to Konoha. His sister had no objections, so there is no need to say anything surprising. I'll just follow my sister. Guan Yu's answer was not nutritious at all. Shuumao was not surprised, but the elder narrowed his eyes and stared at Guan Yu. Elder, since this is the case, we plan to set off at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. I don't know if it is feasible. If the nobles have anything to prepare, they can push back the time. Heitake Sakumo asked cautiously. The great elder narrowed his eyes. It is only past 8 o'clock, and there is still a long time before 2 o'clock in the afternoon. In addition, since the meeting the day before yesterday was over, he began to make preparations. No, it's just 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Bar. Heitake Sakumo glanced at the old man in surprise. His tone sounded completely in the rhythm of Twagu. But he is just an outsider, he has no right to intervene in the affairs of the Uzumaki clan. His job is to protect the safety of the future Renzhuli, that is, those two little guys. The conversation ended soon. Someone took Shuo Mao and the others down to rest, and 3 people, 1 old, 2 young, were left in the Zongtang. The old man looked at the 2 children in front of him, his eyes were full of loneliness and sadness. The Uzumaki clan finally reached the point where even their own family members could not protect them. As the head of the 5 major ninja villages, Muie Village is the most prosperous ninja world, but no matter how good Muie Village is, if you go to your own family, you will be under the fence after all. But for the inheritance of the family blood, it had to be done. Going to Konoha. Be careful in everything. Although Mito-sama is your elder, she is very old after all, and you have to rely on yourselves after all. I went to Konoha village back then. There are many people, and there are many disputes. Try not to get involved in those struggles. I will ask that Konoha to take care of you. Leaving the Zongtang, walking on the stone path, Guan Yu still unconsciously remembered the old but brave expression of the great elder. The violent temper of the Uzumaki family is as well known as their powerful sealing technique. That he could see that the elder was ready to die, and he couldn't help but feel a little heavy, and he had a clearer understanding of this troubled world. Guan Yu, what do you think Muie village will be like? I asked that white tooth, but it was just a lively place. It's meaningless at all. Juzine looked very depressed, leaving the hometown where she grew up and going to the strange land that she has never been to. The girl inevitably has anxiety in her heart. It's okay, sister, I will protect you. No matter where you go, I will be with you, Guan Yu said proudly. The girl's charming smile was reflected in her dark eyes. Juzine smiled happily, stretched out his hand and rubbed Guan Yu's head. Your mouth is sweet, but unfortunately there is no reward. However, after being interrupted like this, the girl's mood became much brighter. The nerves of the Uzumaki clan seemed to be passed down through the blood, and the sadness came and went quickly. Guan Yu is worried at the moment. Although he is about to leave the village and go to Konoha, he always feels that things will not develop so smoothly. The unforeseen future is actually not scary. What is scary is that you know the future, you know that there will be a catastrophe, but you don't know when it will be, especially when this future is related to your own life and death. Seeing that he was about to leave the village, in a few hours, he would go to Muie village with his sister under the protection of Konoha ninja, and these few hours suddenly became so tormented. Boom! There was a muffled thunder-like explosion in the eastern sky, but looking up, the sky was as blue and clear as glass, and an unknown seabird flapped its wings, drawing an elegant arc in the air. Boom! Boom! The dull vibration sounded again. This time, Guan Yu was sure that it was not thunder, but the sound of detonating cymbals exploding. When the siblings were trained to throw shurikens, they had learned how to handle this kind of murderous weapon. The deafening sound is no stranger. Guan Yu, let's go and find the great elder. Juzine's reaction was actually faster than Guan Yu's. Her sense of responsibility as an older sister drove her to erupt. He walked out the door and hurried towards the Zongtang. Juzine's face was anxious, and the roaring and explosive sounds from time to time made her more and more nervous. In contrast, Guan Yu was much more indifferent. When it fell, it was much calmer. The 2 siblings ran wildly on the road. In the Zongtang, the great elder noticed the mist ninja invasion at the first time, and the Uzumaki clan's perception ability is also top-notch in the ninja world. It's finally started. The great elder unbuttoned his bulky and bloated robe, and he was already wearing a neat black battle uniform inside, with a short knife pinned to his waist. He was ready to fight at any time during this time. Crack it! There was a sound of bone cracking, and the short knife in the elder's hand nailed the Kyronin who had drilled out of the ground to death, and pried open the skull of the unlucky guy. The skull was chopped off, and the red and white brains flowed out. It's no wonder that the Uzumaki clan didn't take precautions. The Warren, who was proficient in water warfare, would sneak into the island with the earth escape technique. The crimson fireworks bloomed, and the black smoke twisted in the air like a big python. Old man, go to hell! 2 more Warren broke through the door, roared loudly, and rushed up, brandishing long knives, with a fierce aura. Miss Ninja is the most ferocious of the 5 major ninja villages. The country of water, a big country located in the archipelago on the sea, is different from the other 4 countries. They have never been interested in ninja wars. They are more keen on internal fighting and really have no time for diplomacy. Accompanied by the killings again and again, the country of water has the most fierce, cruel and ruthless ninjas, and its individual combat effectiveness ranks first among the 5 major countries. The Uzumaki clan has a deep understanding of the ferocity of the Mist Ninja. The cold-blooded butchers on the island don't know what it means to be afraid when they fight. Inscribed into the bone marrow of every fog ninja, at least the Kirin ninja that the great elder has seen in his life, are all butchers who enjoy killing. For this kind of guy, the old man thinks that sending them back to their mother's womb to be remade is the best way to deal with it, so he took a deep breath. With a sharp tone, he greeted the two Vyunin with the dagger in his hand. The flower of killing is blooming in the blood. Miss Ninja's surprise attack not only caught the Uzumaki clan by surprise, but the Konoha ninjas were also stunned. When did this group of cold-blooded butchers play burrowing like the groundhogs in the north? The silvery white knife light shone, and the piercing thunder sounded. Sakumo chopped off the heads of these mist ninjas like killing chickens, spinning on the ground like coconuts falling from a tree. What are you doing in a daze? Go find the siblings from the Whirlpool family. Sakumo's good temper is only for his own people. Once he steps on the battlefield, he will become the enemy's nightmare. Konoha's enemies all tremble when they hear Bai Fang's name. With the two teams under his command, Shuomo galloped out anxiously. Fortunately, he had an elite from the Mountain Clan with extremely powerful remote sensing ability, and captured the whereabouts of Kushina and Guanyu. Bumping around like flies. On the gravel path, Kushina and Guanyu stood back to back, holding the icy kunao tightly, staring at the five gloomy Kirin in the front and back with vigilance. Guanyu groaned secretly in her heart. It was really bad luck. They didn't run far at all. They were blocked by this group of misty ninjas coming out of the ground. Looking at this group of cold-blooded butchers, their hearts sank uncontrollably. There were shouts of killing everywhere on the island, and it was obvious that the five Vyunin invading were not the only ones in front of them. Maybe it can't be called a battle, but the unilateral violence of Miss Ninja is more appropriate. The shuriken passed by Guanyu's ear, cutting off strands of red hair, leaving a shallow bloody gash on the white and tender face. There was a slight tingling sensation on his cheek. Guanyu's eyes blurred, his fist with thick joints filled his field of vision. There was a crisp cracking sound, like crushing a biscuit, and then the severe pain like a tsunami was transmitted to the nerve center. Tears fell uncontrollably. The whole person flew upside down like a kite with a broken string, rolled a few times in the muddy grass, and wailed while hugging the broken nose. He has experienced what pain is. He has never experienced such pain in his past and present lives. It is like someone holding an awl and piercing his nerve endings again and again. Nosebleeds and tears are left behind, and his face is stained with mud and grass. Yeah, the whole person is in a mess like a bereaved dog. In the direction the siblings came from, dazzling flames shot up into the sky. Wu Ninja, a group of cold-blooded bastards, not only killed people, but also set fire to the village. Now they really became bereaved dogs. Kushina burst into tears, but couldn't break free from the shackles of Miss Ninja, so he could only keep calling Guanyu's name, mixed with cursing the scum who hurt his brother. Boss, didn't those adults above say that these children are going to be caught alive? A Wu Ninja walked up to Scarface, looking at Guanyu writhing and struggling like a maggot. I'm a little worried that this little guy won't be dealt with by his captain with a punch. A little kid dies as soon as he dies, but if he is angered by those adults, they will die 100 times and it will be light. The scarred face of Kirin wiped the blood sticking to his fist, with a ferocious bloodthirsty smile on his face. What does it matter? Even if that kid dies, there is still one here. Bastards, bastards, scum. Guanyu, are you okay, Guanyu? Kushina's eyes were red from crying, and his voice was hoarse. Looking at his younger brother who was crying in pain, he felt like it was as if a knife had been gouged out, cursing the scarred face frantically. Juxina flipped it over and over again, just a few simple words. She has never even mastered the art of swearing. However, these Giri ninjas can feel the strong hatred of the girl, and even the Kiri who bound Kushina couldn't help but think, if this little girl doesn't die, then it is estimated that one day in the future, her boss will definitely be killed by this girl. The little girl killed it. Scarface's eyebrows drooped, the ugly scar on his face squirmed slightly, staring at Juzine with cold, wolf-like eyes. That brat can't die, take that brat back to do business, this little girl. Just kill it. This isn't that good. If the ninja-samas blame me, I take care of everything, and I do it myself. Scarface said to do it, and he did it without delay at all. He picked up two shurikens from the ninja bag, aimed at Kushina's neck and threw them directly. Puffed, puffed. There were two muffled bangs, the shuriken pierced deeply into the muscles, and only then did it make such a broken leather sound. Guanyu, Guanyu, what's wrong with you? What are you doing, you idiot? Juzine cried out with all his strength. The shuriken did not stab Kushina, but stuck into Guanyu's chest. Two blood splashed, and Guanyu lay on the ground. His limbs were numb, his hands and feet were cold. He could clearly feel the vitality little by little. The body is withering. Just now, in pain, he heard that Scarface was going to kill Juzina. At that moment, the thought of protecting Juzina suppressed the strong pain, and rushed to Juzina at a speed that even he could not imagine. In front of Xinai, he used his body as a shield to block the two shurikens. What a failed time travel. At this moment, Guanyu calmed down unexpectedly, and the pain that raged like a tsunami and hurricane became so far away. But as long as my sister is still alive, I shouldn't be considered a complete failure. Thoughts of self-deprecation flickered. Guanyu quietly waited for the coming of death. Until the sound of thunder came from far and near, echoing in the earlobe. His vague consciousness suddenly froze, and he tried hard to open the heavy eyelids. A silver light dancing in mid-air, a fountain of blood gushing. In Kushina's crying pear face with rain. Darkness, boundless darkness, indistinguishable up, down, left, right, south, east, north, only this eternal darkness. Hina, is Guan Yu still awake? Well, the fever just subsided today, I don't know when I will wake up. A very familiar voice, suddenly sounded in the darkness, and it was so familiar. Then there were strands of cold breath on his forehead, and he felt so comfortable that he wanted to groan. The flag of the land of fire fluttered in the sea breeze, and seagulls hovered over the ships. On the bow deck, the red-haired boy was sitting in a wheelchair, breathing in fresh air, squinting his eyes to appreciate the blue sea. He hated the dirty and dull air in the cabin. He had been stuffy in it for 2 whole days, so he didn't want to stay any longer. He will suffocate. Guan Yu is not dead. Although the 2 shurikens were inserted into his chest, they did not touch his heart. With the monster-like vitality of the Uzumaki clan, he survived, not to mention that Guan Yu is still a man who ate the fruit of everyone. The boy, who had been in a coma for 2 days and 2 nights, finally woke up after being treated by Sakumo's medical ninjas. Through Kushina's mouth, he quickly learned what happened after he fainted. It was nothing more than Bai Fang, the god of death, who found their siblings, killed all the mist ninjas, and then took the unconscious Guan Yu, and Kushina, who was about to cry and passed out, withdrew. Sakumo's mission is to protect the future Nine-Tails Jinchuriki instead of fighting Mist Ninja. He returns to the ship with Kushina and Kanyu, and directly evacuates the small island where the Uzumaki country is located. Then, according to the information collected by Bai Fang, the Uzumaki clan is finished. When Ninja upholds the virtue of cutting grass and roots, and even tries to catch up with the ship from the Fire Nation. Of course, the final result can be imagined. Konoha Bai Fang, they have always been merciless in dealing with the enemy. The cold-blooded butchers lost to the even more brutal Konohabia, and fell on the sea with hatred. The corpses have probably been eaten up by fish and shrimp. Uncle Shuo Mao, how long will it take for us to arrive in the land of fire? Guan Yu turned to look at Bai Fang, who suddenly appeared by her side. It's a beautiful thing to be alive. It is even more pleasant to be able to set foot on solid land with your own legs, and the anguish of the family's collapse has also been diluted a bit. The port of the land of fire, a rather bustling seaside town. Guan Yu, don't be brave, don't cause any sequelae. Juzine looked at Guan Yu's legs worriedly, wondering if he should push his brother back into the wheelchair. Bah, it's bad, it's not working, it's good. Guan Yu spat twice, frowning. When will her sister's reckless behavior be corrected? Sister, what are you talking about? I feel that there is no problem at all now, we are the whirlpool. Juzine laughed twice, and also felt that what he said just now was not quite right. When he turned his eyes, he saw a novelty that he had never seen on the street, and immediately changed the topic. Looking at the 2 siblings running up and down the street, Shuoma was finally relieved, finally returned to the land of fire, and then sent the 2 babies back to the village, and it was done. Captain, are the Uzumaki people really so perverted? Umbu, the only medical ninja in the team, wearing a fox mask, said very distressed. As a medical ninja, he has treated many injured ninjas, but he has never seen such a terrifying self-healing ability like Guan Yu. His legs were shattered and fractured. It only took 5 days to float on the sea. For 5 days, he was alive and kicking again. He felt that his 3 views had been fatally impacted. He doubted whether this red-haired kid was human. How could a normal Nima be so perverted? I don't know very well, but I think it should be right. Shuoma was equally astonished at Guan Yu's perverted vitality, but thinking about being able to act as a human pillar to suppress monsters like tailed beasts, I am afraid that only a guy like a monster can do it, so I am relieved to think about it. Speechless all the way. Before the sun set, the group arrived at Muye village. Shuoma led a group of men to fully demonstrate what is called a doll train, and the speed was so fast. Shaking his dizzy head, Guan Yu jumped off the back of Umbu. Kushina looked almost the same. The 2 siblings were motion sick. This doll train was fast enough, but unfortunately the shock absorption performance was too poor. It's already a shame not to spit it out. There is Konoha ahead, hold on a little longer, and you can have a good rest when you get back to the village. Shuo Mao encouraged the siblings in a very gentle tone. Guan Yu wrinkled her face, endured the nausea in her heart, looked at the high wall gate in front of her that she had seen many times on the screen, and the little green vest standing guard at the gate. Her mood was very complicated and unspeakable. Living in a vortex, he still didn't have a deep feeling on the small island of the country, but when he really saw this iconic scene, his heart was full of ups and downs, and all kinds of feelings came to his heart together. It turned out that he really came to this bloody world. With Sakumo and his group of Hokage directly under Umbu to clear the way, the little vests at the gate naturally didn't join in to make fun of themselves, but just watched curiously as the 13 heroes from Umbu escorted the 2 children into the village, and secretly guessed that what is the origin of the child. Walking through the bustling and lively streets, Juzine was very uncomfortable with the crowd like a tide, and held Guan Yu's hand tightly, for fear of getting lost here. Guan Yu sighed helplessly. With a group of fierce people like Sakumo following him, how could he get lost? Didn't he see the pedestrians along the way give way to them tactfully? The ninjas mixed in the crowd were curious looking at such a group of people, probably thinking that being surrounded by people like this would miss Umbu's secret purpose. Sakumo picked up Kushina and Guan Yu one by one, jumped directly onto the roof with a tiger jump, and then started playing hopscotch. Get up, and quickly rushed to the front of the glowing red truncated building. Naruto building. This fiery red building is the real landmark of Konoha village. It is the place where Hokuge's administrative offices have been located, and it is the center of Konoha with a population of several 10. Hokuge's office is filled with thick smoke. Of course, this is not a fire, but the third Hokage is smoking. Hokage, one of the 5 giants in the ninja world, and the existence of the leader of the top-ranking, the highest administrative officer and military commander of the entire Konoha village, a fierce man with political and military power, can decide thousands of people with a single sentence. The life and death of thousands of people. However, such a big man also has troubles that ordinary people don't know. This ninja village, created by the ninja gods Senshou Hashirama and Konohashira Uchiha Madara with their invincible power, also inherited their strength. Needless to say, Senshou and Uchiha are the pinnacle groups in the ninja world. In addition, they adhere to the open policy and attract a large number of powerful families to join Konoha. They have extremely powerful and excellent blood succession limit and secret arts families, and the 3 pupil arts, the other 2 are in Konoha, and the remaining 1 is still a stuff in myths and legends. However, strong is powerful. Konoha occupies the most fertile and prosperous land in the mainland. It is located in the center of the mainland and controls the transportation hub. It is very unsatisfactory, but it has also become the fuse of the war. Konoha's participation is always indispensable in ninja wars. In other words, the ninja world war is fought around Konoha. Think about it too. Look at the high mountains and mountains in the land of thunder, the lowest land in the land of earth. The land of wind is even more sad, with sand everywhere, and then look at the fat and oily land in the land of fire. Can you not make people jealous? Who would be willing to eat sand all his life? Therefore, except for the first generation of Hokage, the remaining 2 generations of Hokage are worried about how to maintain the balance among the 5 major countries and try to avoid being besieged by the other 4 countries. 1 Hit 3. 1-on-1 is trivial, 1-on-2 is okay, 1-on-3 is a lot of work. As for 1-on-4. Hehe, that's what the legendary pair of ninjas Hashirama and Madara can do. Come on. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the 3rd generation Hokage known as Ninja, sat on a chair with a very distressed expression. Recently, he has been a little troubled. The group of barbarians on the high mountain in the northeast began to make small moves again. In the desert to the west, the turban guy is also very restless, and keeps doing things in the country of Chuan. When Shuo Mao and his party did not enter the village, Yuan Fei received the news. Sarutobi is now in his golden age. Whether it is his personal strength or his control over the village, he is at the peak moment. Taking time to open the window, the smoke in the room soon cleared, and after a while, there was a knock on the door. "Come in," Sarutobi responded. "Master Hokage, excuse me." Shuo Mao pushed the door and entered. Juzine and Guan Yu followed behind him. The 2 little guys were pale, they were both injured by hopscotch, and their stomachs were about to pop out. "Shuo Mao, I'm back at last. Thank you for your hard work this time." Yuan Fei talked to Shuo Mao, but his eyes couldn't help looking at the 2 red-haired children. Needless to say, he knew that these 2 were members of the Uzumaki clan. The red hair is as iconic as Uchiha Sharingan and Hineda's white eyes. "Little guys, what's your name?" Looking at this energetic 3rd generation Hokage, there are many differences from the old image in the screen in my memory. The only similarity is the thin monkey body. Sarutobi in his prime still maintains a slender body. Figure. I don't know how many women in the NB village want to maintain their figure. By the way, if I remember correctly, this ninja prefers to peep with a crystal ball. Compared with the younger brother whose own thoughts started racing again, Kushina was the first to react, and answered Sarutobi's question crisply. On the way here, Shuomo had told them, and the girls still kept in mind what the elder told them. In Konoha, you can't cause trouble casually. After simply asking a few questions, looking at Guan Yu who was a little distracted and Kushina with a tired face, Sarutobi quickly ended the meeting and ordered the siblings to take a rest. When the 2 little guys left, Sarutobi put away the gentle smile on his face. "Sakumo, are these 2 little guys left in the Uzumaki clan?" "I don't know about this. Miss Ninja invaded the country of Uzumaki. Because I was worried about Kushina and Guan Yu, I didn't entangle with Miss Ninja, and after killing a few groups of pursuers, I'm back, but I see that the Uzumaki clan is determined to die, I'm afraid." Shuo Mao didn't finish his words, but the implication behind his words was easy to understand. Sarutobi sighed, picked up the pipe, and began to fill it with tobacco leaves, which had been exhausted before. The Uzumaki clan is finished, which basically means that Uzumaki country, a hardcore ally, has been swept into the pile of old papers and has become a mere phrase in the literature. For Konoha, who lacks allies, this is really not good news. No matter how small the Uzumaki country is, it is also a country recognized by the 5 major countries. In many cases, it is very convenient to have such an ally to support 1 or 2, at least it can give the villagers confidence. We are not fighting alone, we also have allies and brothers. What a pity! As Hokage, Sarutobi has no time to hurt the spring and the autumn. All he has to do is to deal with what may happen next. The destruction of the Uzumaki kingdom may make some restless guys take the opportunity to clamor. Shuomoan stayed quietly by the side, like a graceful statue. His field of expertise is fighting the enemy on the battlefield, and political struggles like this are not his game, so, at this time, it is good to be quiet. When Sarutobi was racking his brains for the future of Konoha village, Kushina and Guanyu also stepped into the territory of the Senshou clan. They are the Uzumaki clan and are staunch allies of Konoha. Both sides have extremely profound histories. Yuan, of course, cannot be treated as ordinary guests. Speaking of which, they are still relatives with the Thousand Hands clan. As the landlords of Konoha, there is absolutely no reason for their children to live outside. As soon as the siblings left the Hokage building, they bumped into a blonde beauty with choppy waves and ponytails. "Are you members of the Uzumaki clan?" Seeing the iconic red hair, the blonde beauty's eyes lit up, and she stepped over in 2 or 3 steps, blocking their way. "Excuse me." Juzine looked at this beautiful sister in confusion, not knowing who she was, but Guanyu recognized her, but unfortunately she had to pretend not to know her. "Senju Tsunade, members of the Senju clan, we should be considered relatives. Grandma Mito asked me to come pick you up." The blonde beauty introduced herself generously. Needless to say, the final result was to use kinship to get closer. After a few words, the 2 siblings who had just arrived were abducted by Tsunade and went straight back to the solemn old house of the Senshou clan. "The atmosphere here is so heavy." Guanyu looked around, looking at the residents of the mysterious Thousand-Handed clan. Today, the Senju clan has long since declined. The First Ninja World War led to the fall of the Second Hokage. The Senju clan also suffered heavy casualties in that battle. They have disappeared in recent years, rarely showing their whereabouts, and have become extremely mysterious. However, the power of Konoha is still firmly in the hands of the Hokage, replacing the declining Senshou clan, replacing the bloodline inheritance with the method of master-apprentice inheritance, successfully creating such a powerful existence as the Hokage, and still dying. He suppressed the Uchiha clan so hard that he couldn't raise his head. "Guanyu, don't look around, it's very rude." Juxina followed the rules in every move at this time, and even reprimanded Guanyu. She was not as vigorous as before. Guanyu responded with a bitter face, and followed behind her sister in a well-behaved manner, secretly muttering in her heart, "Today is really going to exhaust their siblings to death." After a day of driving, they have to keep meeting with big shots, being visited as a protected animal, staring at their hair is really uncomfortable. "Don't be so nervous, there are not many people living in the old house, mainly Grandma Mito lives here, it's okay to relax a bit." Tsunade couldn't see the irritable temper at all, and his smile was like a bright sun. "But it's right to think about it, the Second Ninja World War has not yet started, the current Tsunade is not one of the famous 3 ninjas, and he has never experienced the life and death again and again, so naturally he will not be what he will be in the future. Of course, this gamble seems to be inherited from the nature of the first Hokage. She didn't have the domineering air she imagined, the aura of looking down on the world, she was just a very ordinary old woman, sitting by the bed. The old face is covered with wrinkles, and the blood-like red hair of the Uzumaki family has also lost its vitality and is dull. Only the old man's smile is so warm, like the sunshine that can shine into the bottom of my heart, which makes people feel uncontrollable. Relax. "Grandma, I brought the person." Although Tsunade restrained his voice, that voice was no longer ordinary high-pitched. "Aunt and Grandma." Juzina held Guanyu and greeted the old man crisply. Speaking with emotion, the 2 siblings and the old man can be said to be real close relatives. The great-grandfather of the 2 siblings is the old man's elder brother. In this way, they are the 4th-generation descendants of the old man. Tsunade's hand is lower than that of a generation. Hearing the greeting, the old man was in a trance for a while, looking at the girl in pink makeup and jade in front of him, and the boy who was a little timid, the corners of his mouth slightly curled up. "They're all good boys. What's your name?" The old man bent down, reached out, and touched Kushina's head. The same problem, just like the response in the Hokage building, was Kushina in the early stage. Guanyu opened her eyes wide and acted cute. "Tsunade, let's go and set the meal." Kushina and Zio Guanyu haven't eaten dinner yet. The children are growing up, and they have to eat on time. And Naoki should be back. Simple. After asking a few questions, the old man didn't say anything more, but ordered the 2 siblings to have dinner, which immediately made Guanyu feel good about him. "After a day of tossing around, I ate the dry food with Shuomao and the others at noon. The taste was not bad, but it was definitely not good. I was already hungry by now, but it was a pity that I was not familiar with the place here. That brat is probably crazy about playing with people again, and the ninja school is over by now." Mentioning his younger brother, Tsunade couldn't help laughing, although he was muttering and complaining, but anyone could see it. That kind of pampering. No rope tree was seen until the meal was over. That night, the siblings directly stayed at Kinshou's house. This night was destined to be unsettled. The members of the Uzumaki clan entered Konoha, and Sakumo did not hide it, because sooner or later they would be pushed to the front of the stage. Sarutobi is currently in charge of the handover of the Jinza power. But it does not prevent smart people from speculating. As long as you think about Mito-sama's advanced age, it is not difficult to draw a conclusion. Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Let them go, we won't interfere in this matter. That mad dog in Danzo has been staring at us. The middle-aged man with the Uchiwa fan embroidered on his clothes threw down the report. That damned mad dog. Why didn't he die on the battlefield? Mentioning the name of the mad dog, the elders of the Uchiha family spit like people in the market, and greeted all the immediate family members of Danzo without any morals. As for the Kyuubi Jinchuriki, oh my god, What do they want with that thing? Senshou and Uchiha established Konoha village together. The two big families are the uncrowned kings of Konoha. However, the good times did not last long. Suppressed from all sides, he had to swallow his breath and live his life. After finally getting through that difficult period, who would think that he has too many things to do? Until now, Danzo's mad dog has been staring at Uchiha, and regards them as thorns in his eyes. If he doesn't get rid of it, there are countless times of open and secret battles between the two. If it weren't for Sarutobi's pressure, both sides would definitely be able to hit their brains. The elders of Uchiha routinely greeted Danzo's immediate family members at the clan meeting, and Danzo also cursed Uchiha's natural insanity in front of a group of confidants, and at the same time wondered whether to use the Uzumaki clan pit a handful of Uchiha. At this time, the root of Danzo is just a grassroots team that has just been pulled up, and it is far less powerful than later. After all, Sarutobi is now at his peak, and the entire village is as solid as an iron bucket, and Danzo is not given any development chance. The leaders of Konoha, big and small, and many forces stayed up all night, studying whether the Uzumaki clan's entry into Konoha would have any impact on their own families, and prepared countermeasures in advance. The two siblings didn't know anything about it. After taking a bath, the tired and sleepy siblings fell down on the bed and slept until dawn. Guanyu, we can't go back anymore. Well, I can't go back. In the morning, the mild but slightly glaring sunlight shines through the window, and pale golden spots fall on the dining table, and the girl's side face is a little lonely. Guanyu silently gnawed on a piece of bread. Although Senju's house is completely Japanese style, it is Western style earlier. But think about those technology trees that are crooked in the ninja world. Radio technology has been developed. Still relying on the legs, there are countless wonderful things, so it is indifferent. Regarding the sadness of her sister, Guanyu has no words to say. The country of the vortex has been destroyed, and they probably will take root in Konoha for the rest of their lives. Instead of thinking about that, it's better to think about what to do in the future. Kushina doesn't know, but he knows that one of the two of them will become Jinchuriki. Regarding this point, he really doesn't want Kushina to continue to be Jinchuriki. Kushina's tragedy in the future stems from the identity of Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Although there is a little butterfly like him that shouldn't exist, since it is possible to cut off dangerous seedlings from the source, there is no reason not to do it. Moreover, being unilaterally abused by Kaironin had a very strong impact on him. Although he had been practicing diligently since he knew where he was, when the cold shuriken tore the skin on his chest, taste the despair that seeps into the bone marrow, and truly feel how sad it is to have no strength. For the first time, he really had a desire for power, and he had never been so eager for power. To put it bluntly, he has the capital to become stronger. He is the powerful blood of the Uzumaki clan. Coupled with such a subtle bug as the fruit of everyone, as long as this potential can be tapped out, it is not impossible to become a strong person. Matter. On a standard training ground, the red-haired boy was sweating profusely, doing punching training diligently, with a string of crystal beads of sweat dripping from his forehead with every punch he threw. If you observe carefully, you will find that this is not a simple hitting training. He is exercising his muscles. The forearm is tied with black lead weights, and the muscles tremble slightly as he punches and retracts. The exposed skin of the forearm has patches of purplish red. If you look closely, you can see dilated capillaries. The overloaded training tore the muscle fibers, causing the capillaries to rupture, forming patches of purple and crimson. Ecchymosis. However, he still gritted his teeth and persisted. Whether it was painful or bitter, it could not compare to the punch that the scarred face Kirin gave him. It's not even close. Besides, the practice method of the Uzumaki clan is so perverted, exercising in a way beyond the limit, and digging their own potential. Only the tenacious vitality of the Uzumaki clan can play like this, and other people would have already played themselves alive. And Guanyu is more ruthless than ordinary Uzumaki people. It wasn't exercise anymore, it was self-torture. Long-distance running, leapfrogging, sit UPS, pull UPS, handstand walking, hitting training. After completing a complete set of exercises, the whole person is on the verge of fainting. Already broke down. But who told Guanyu to eat the fruit of everyone? At first, he was disappointed that what he ate was the fruit of everyone. Fortunately, after the battle with Miss Ninja, he found the fruit of everyone. It doesn't seem to be such a waste, and it is the first time that I feel the power of the fruit of everyone so clearly and intuitively. It is precisely because the fruit of everyone is supplemented by the blood of the Uzumaki family that Guanyu dares to torture himself so recklessly. It has been a week since I came to Konoha, and Guanyu just stays at the training ground in the backyard, staying at home. Guanyu and his siblings have their own house, which was given to them by Mito's aunt and grandmother. For the rich and powerful Senju clan, what is a house? I think half of Konoha's land was named Senju. Even now, Qianshao still has a lot of property under the name of Qianshao. The two-story house has a flower garden in front of the house, and the backyard was built by the previous owner into a standard-sized training ground, and a circle of cherry blossom trees were planted around the yard. Unfortunately, the season of cherry blossoms has passed, otherwise the view should be nice. But now the owner's name has been changed to Whirlpool, and we can still look forward to that view next year. Have you always been this crazy in training? On the top of the wall, Heitake Sakumo was squatting on it, dressed in ordinary clothes. Uncle Shuo Mao. Guanyu yelled out in surprise, and kept fisting while speaking. Why are you free to come here? This is Guanyu's misconception that he thought that a powerful ninja like Sakumo must be constantly taking on tasks for the sake of the village. However, that was the concept of a peaceful age. Now is the time when war can break out at any time. How could such a strategic weapon like Mao make him run around? And he always stayed in the village in case of emergency. I have nothing to do today, I came to see you. Back then, the great elder asked me to take care of you two little guys. Shuomao smiled warmly, jumped off the wall, and stood with his hands behind his back on a tree beside the training ground. Under the cherry blossom tree, his expression became serious. Your overloaded training can easily leave sequelae. That you are only 6 years old now, so there is no need to be so harsh on yourself. It's okay, my resilience is very strong, and I want to become stronger. That you saved my sister and me last time. But what about the next time we are in danger? Not every time you are lucky someone will come to help. I want to rely on my own strength to protect my sister and myself. While talking, Guanyu finished the last set of hitting training, slowly withdrew her fists, put her head in her hands, and began to leapfrog around the boundary of the training ground, with the shape of lead protruding from the tight trousers. Sweat fell on the solid lowest ground, leaving a series of dark marks. His panting sound was low and depressing, and white-hot air was sprayed from his nostrils. Curbed surprise. Guanyu. You should have extracted chakra, right? Yes. Ha. Talking even more tired when the frog was jumping, Guanyu felt that his lungs were about to burst. Every time he took a breath, it's like cutting with a knife. What is your chakra attribute? Have you tested it? Shuo Mao's breathing became slightly heavier. Guanyu's head is already swollen from exercising for a while, and she persists with perseverance, and she doesn't realize that Shuo Mao's problem seems to be a bit biased. Tuesday 2 done and lay done. Instinctively answering Shuo Mao's question, Guanyu didn't notice that after hearing his answer, Shuo Mao is what a surprise. It is not uncommon for the Uzumaki clan to be born with dual-element escapism. For example, Juzine is also born with dual-element escapism. Wind escape and water escape just happen to restrain each other with Guanyu. It's interesting. Lay done, 2 done. Lay in Tuesday. Shuo Mao said to himself, his eyebrows raised high, and his hands clenched tightly. Guanyu, please stop for a moment, I have something to tell you. Ha. Guanyu gasped and stopped, looked up at Sakumo under the cherry tree, and didn't recover for a while. Come here, I have something to tell you, it's very important. Shuo Mao took a deep breath, his face regained his tranquility, and he waved to Guanyu. Guanyu walked over with heavy steps, looked at Shuo Mao blankly, wondering if this white fang had something important to tell him. Do you want to be my disciple? What? Guanyu subconsciously thought that she was hallucinating. Her eyes widened, she looked up at Shuo Mao, looked at Bai Fang's solemn expression. It seemed that she was not joking, her body trembled, and her heart beat violently, almost jumped out of the throat. Why me? If Konoha wants to accept apprentices, I guess many people will break through the door of your house, and Konoha has so many geniuses. The scorching sun at the end of September still has a trace of scorching heat. Konoha calendar, 31 years, when the Second Ninja World War was about to start, Konoha took in an apprentice. It's too slow, take your legs, boy, you just go to the battlefield like this to deliver food to people, and speed is the life of a ninja. But as long as you are faster than people, you can take the initiative. Take a step slower, the one who dies will be you. In Muye village, behind Hokage Rock is a bare rocky mountain. For some reason, there is no grass growing on the mountain, and large rocks stand in it. The mountain wind like a knife makes people's faces hurt. The winding and uneven mountain road on the ground, the short figure ran staggeringly, panting heavily like an exhausted old cow. Guanyu is very bitter now. Not long after he became Shuo Mao's disciple, he regretted it. Shuo Mao who entered the teacher mode is simply a devil. At the very beginning, Shuo Mao conducted an extremely comprehensive test on Guanyu, including grip strength, wrist strength, jumping strength, explosive power, endurance, and body resilience, etc., and compiled very detailed data. Guanyu provided the training method of the Uzumaki clan, and this top ninja master tailored a set of training guidelines for him. And taking advantage of his recent free time, he personally went to the battle to supervise the training of Guanyu. As long as Guanyu slowed down a little, he immediately began to mock at the side. His mouth was so poisonous that he was about to cry, and he couldn't help but doubt the white fang is a fake. Where is that warm smiling white fang? Hurry up, as long as you still have breath, climb to the top of the mountain for me. Shuo Mao stood on a huge granite rock, watching the little apprentice running hard below, yelling loudly from time to time, strongly expressed his dissatisfaction. But Guanyu was destined not to see Shuo Mao's upturned mouth. The reprimand on his mouth is extremely severe, but he is very satisfied with this little apprentice in his heart. In the world of ninjas, it is not possible to climb to the top by relying on the so-called perseverance. Blood, talent, and hard work are the cornerstones of becoming a strong man. How important is a ninja? Without talent, it is useless to work hard 1,000 times or 10,000 times. Sakumo himself is a good example that the Heide clan is not a well-known family. In Konoha, it is just a middle-ranking family. Before Sakumo, there were a few special jounin. Shuo Mao's rise was due to his incomparable super talent, coupled with his own hard work. He became the famous White Fang, so his apprentice must also be talented, and Guanyu broke into his vision, the blood of a famous family, the talent of dual-element escapism, plus that firm will. When he saw Guan Yu's crazy training, he was moved, and a voice echoed in his heart that if he missed this little guy, he might never find a more suitable apprentice. After he successfully accepted Moon Moon as his apprentice and completed various tests, he became more and more satisfied with this apprentice. His aptitude was much better than his original one, and the toughness and spirituality shown by Moon Moon training made him very satisfied. There is no way to increase it. However, it was the first time for Baya to do such a thing as teaching an apprentice, and he felt that it was necessary to establish the image of a strict teacher, so no matter how satisfied he was, he just put it in his stomach, and kept picking on Moon Moon's mistakes and omissions. Fortunately, Guan Yu's mind is very mature, and she is very clear about the principle of suffering to be a master, so she was not overwhelmed by this cruel language. If it were a real 6 or 7-year-old child, it is likely that her heart would have collapsed up. On the top of the mountain, Shuo Mao stood with his hands behind his hands in the hunting wind. Watching Guan Yu dragging his exhausted body to the ground, the heavy force directly smashed the hard rock on the ground, and the fine stone chips flew around. His arms, legs, and back were carrying heavy loads, which were hard and heavy. The iron block is heavier and more durable than the lead block he prepared himself. Moreover, running on this rugged and steep mountain road is several times more difficult than circling around the training ground. Of course, the training effect is also very gratifying. That's it for today. Shuo Mao didn't go to help Guan Yu. Yes, teacher. Panting heavily, Guan Yu got up from the ground with great effort. If I remember correctly, you are going to the ninja school tomorrow, right? Sakumo asked. The corners of Guan Yu's mouth twitched at the mention of this episode. He was not really interested in this matter. Rather than sitting among the children and sharing fruits, he still hoped to receive training from the teacher. Kanaha's white teeth will not last forever. They all stayed in the village. So he wants to seize every minute. Fate is impermanent, only when he becomes stronger can he choke fate's throat and control his future in his hands. Yes, I will report to the ninja school starting tomorrow, Guan Yu said weakly. There is no room for him to refuse this matter, because it is the will of the third Hokage. Guan Yu and Kushina have already settled down in Kanaha. In order to cultivate their sense of belonging to the village, Sarutobi thought about it, and finally it was decided to let the two children go to school, make friends at school, and gradually they will have a sense of belonging to the village. After consulting Mito-sama's opinion, from the moment Sarutobi stepped out of Senju's house, Guan Yu and Kushina were destined to go to the ninja school to hang out. Reluctantly? Shuo Mao could see that this disciple from his family was resistant. A little bit, Guan Yu answered honestly. You think going to ninja school is boring, right? Do you think that instead of wasting time in school, it's better to exercise by yourself? Sakumo's eyes were always sharp, and he pointed out Guan Yu's thoughts to the point. If you think that way, you are wrong. The courses of the ninja school may be boring, but they are by no means useless. Remember, the strong grow up from the weak step by step. Before you can sweep the world with your own power, don't give up. Neglecting to rely on the strength of others. On the battlefield, your classmates will be your most steadfast comrades in arms, and don't underestimate the ninja school. You may not be able to beat the students there. Shuo Mao looked very serious. And according to the plan I made for you, you can study at the ninja school in the morning, and you can exercise yourself according to the plan in the afternoon. There is no need to spend the whole day on cultivation. It is not good to be too nervous. Proper relaxation is necessary. Guan Yu's temper was completely gone at this time. What Shuo Mao said made sense, and he felt a little guilty, because he was a little arrogant. With Baya as his teacher, his mentality was unknowingly a little out of balance, and he began to drift. Woke up, I don't bother to make trouble with those brats, I feel that I am not on the same level as them. Guan Yu, are you ready? If you continue to dawdle, I won't wait for you. Kushina stood at the door, pouting and complaining about watching the moon. Today, the two siblings are going to school together. When they were in Uzushio village, they both studied with the elders. They haven't seen the so-called ninja school, but for now, the ninja school only exists in Kanaha. Novelties. In the eyes of other countries, the ninja school is a trick of the second generation of Hokage to fool people. It is useless except to create a large pile of cannon fodder. The ninja world is a world where blood is paramount. Examples like Bai Fang are difficult to replicate. Generally speaking, most of the masters in the major ninja villages still come from famous families. Therefore, the other 4 ninja villages don't bother to do ninja school, but it's Umbu who was created by the second generation. The 5 ninja villages are quick to learn, especially in this respect. Weian village is better than Blue. They are the villages that play assassination, got started quickly, and played different tricks. Of course, this kind of thing is too high level. For a 7-year-old girl, it is no more attractive than a beautiful dress. For today's entrance, the girl has carefully dressed up. Her hair, which has never been tied up before, has been tied into 2 ponytails today. She has changed into a new beige dress, and with that round face. Like a tomato. Guan Yu couldn't help laughing at the first sight. No wonder people nicknamed it tomato, it really looks like it. Why are you laughing, Guan Yu? Isn't my sister dressed up well? The 7-year-old girl already has a heart for beauty, but her younger brother's reaction annoys her. His narrowed eyes reveal a dangerous aura, and his teeth are gritted. There was a rattling sound, and there was a posture of rushing forward and taking a bite. No, but I think you look better with a single ponytail. Guan Yu held back her laughter, and hurriedly came up with an idea. Really? The little girl looked at her younger brother suspiciously, but in the end she didn't listen to the persuasion. She believed in her own eyes even more. How cute he looked like this. Kanaha's ninja school is not far away, but it's the first time I went there. Sarutobi carefully arranged for someone to help them lead the way, and he was an acquaintance. Yo, little ones, we meet again. Tsunade appeared at the intersection, shaking hands, and walked over quickly. Auntie, Kushina greeted politely. Hey, didn't I say I want to call you sister? Calling me like this makes me feel old, and I haven't even been in a relationship yet. Tsunade frowned distressfully, and patted Kushina on the head, and stretched out his hand to pinch Guanyu's white and tender face. But the outstretched hand fell through. Guanyu quickly took a step back, avoiding Tsunade's claws. When he was at Senchao's house, he was often ravaged by Tsunade, complaining that Naoki had grown up, and he wouldn't let him pinch his face anymore. Take him to make up the number. To be honest, this is one of the reasons why he strongly requested to move out of Senchao's house. What? Tsunade glanced at Guanyu in surprise. She knew very well how fast she had just shot. A 6-year-old child would not be able to avoid it at all. The corners of her lips curled up slightly. Really, this interesting little guy has only been here for half a month, and this little guy wasn't so good before. Regarding the fact that Guanyu worshipped Sakumo as a teacher, no one knows about it except for Sarutobi and Kushina. That it is not deliberately kept secret, but there is no need to publicize it. No one can accurately grasp Shuomao's whereabouts, and both master and apprentice trained in the remote area of Kanaha's back mountain. Therefore, Tsunade didn't know that Guanyu had received Kanaha Baiga's training, even if it was basic training until now. Not too much entangled in this little episode, Tsunade took the two little guys to the ninja school familiarly. She herself was one of the first batch of students in the ninja school, and the younger brother Naoki was also studying in the ninja school. That it is definitely a wise move for her to lead the way for the siblings. Ninja school. From the grass team in the hands of the second generation of Hokage to the hands of Sarutobi, great changes have taken place. In the 3 grades of low school and high school, all the students start reading from the lower grades, and then pass the exam to advance to a higher grade. If they fail the exam, they can only continue to squat in the lower grades. Obvious differentiation. For example, in Tsunade's class, she, Jiraiya, and Orikimura studied for half a year, and then graduated directly, setting a graduation record for the ninja school. Although it was refreshed by the future Kakashi, part of the reason for Cassie is that he is a genius, and the other part of the reason is that because the war was tight at the time, he had to let capable people graduate early and send them to the battlefield. Leaving aside the example of Kakashi's bad rules, since Tsunade's situation happened, the school has set a limit on the graduation age, and the minimum must wait for 10 years old to graduate, and the maximum of this rule is the victim is the future 4th Hokage, Lord Yellow Flash. That kind of genius didn't graduate from the ninja school until he was 10 years old. Apart from the institutional reasons, he really couldn't think of any other reasons. In the future, Kakashi would be able to graduate at the age of 5. It might not be without the impact of this incident. Juzine and Guanyu are going to join this year's junior class. With a kind smile, Tsunade chatted with the teacher of the ninja school very kindly, and took out the permission document issued by Sarutobi. This little trick is a protective measure for Kushina and Guanyu. Being able to get Hokage to sign, Kanaha's Princess Tsunade delivered it in person. The identities of Kushina and Guanyu instantly became mysterious in the eyes of the teacher, and he secretly made up his mind to take good care of the 2 transfer students. After exhorting Kushina and Guanyu, Tsunade left in a hurry. As a Kanaha Jamanin, she didn't have much free time for her to entertain, especially in the current situation. Okay, little guys, come with me to the classroom. Class is about to start. You 2 prepare to introduce yourself, and then you have to get along well with the classmates in the class. This person looks about 30 years old. The ninja teacher's surname is Takashima. Teacher Takashima's voice is very gentle. He has been teaching for 7 or 8 years and is very familiar with how to deal with students. The classrooms of the ninja school are in the shape of steps. The back is high and the front is low. It is an amphitheater. The students do not have fixed seats. They can sit closer to each other if they have a good relationship. Some of the withdrawn and domineering ones occupy a table by themselves. Generally speaking, the classroom is quite big, and there are not many students, only about 20 or so. Guanya stood on the podium, silently pinching her teeth. Well, a bunch of little kids, some of them are getting annoyed now, but a certain person doesn't think that he is just a 1.1 meter dwarf now. Everyone be quiet, don't make noise. Teacher Takashima quickly calmed down the group of noisy 6 and 7-year-old children, and said in a gentle voice, "Today, 2 new students are coming, and from today onwards learn with everyone." After a slight pause, the middle-aged uncle turned his attention to Juzine and Guanyu who were standing beside him. "Come on, let me introduce myself to everyone." Guanyu curled her lips immediately, squinted at Juzine, pondering whether to speak first or last. In short, she can't steal the limelight from her own sister, but fortunately, this question will soon be unnecessary to worry about. "My name is Uzumaki Kushina. My dream is to become the first female Hokage." Kushina's lowly voice echoed in the classroom. After the girl shouted, her face swelled. It was flushed, and it looked more and more like a red tomato, but the girl was still very satisfied with her performance. "Look, everyone is shocked by her, let's see who dares to underestimate her." The corner of Guanyu's mouth twitched. Good guy, his sister's rhetoric is really great. He thought that with such a variable as himself, Juzine would never say such ambitions again, but now it seems that he is still naive. Looking at the little kids on the seat, it turned out that the silence was just the prelude to an explosion. Many bastards were holding back their laughter at the moment, and it seemed that they could not help laughing out loud. He didn't bother to care about the fart child's death, but he was afraid that his sister would get angry on him, and the one who was determined to cry and faint in the toilet, his mind suddenly raced like a light, thinking about how to solve this problem. I also hope to become a great Hokage recognized by the people in the village. With a clear voice like Jinayo, the young man suddenly stood up from his seat. His golden hair was as dazzling as the sun, his blue eyes were like a pair of sparkling gemstones, and his handsome face carried a refreshing smile. His sudden interruption immediately suppressed the change in the atmosphere in the classroom, and the guys who were about to laugh at Kushina just blocked the hilarious laughter that came to their lips. Takashima-sensei was also aware of the change in the atmosphere, and he glanced at the blonde boy gratefully, fearing that something would happen again and disappoint Hokage-sama. He hurriedly pointed to the vacant seat for Kushina and Guanyu. I sat down and completely forgot that Guanyu hadn't introduced herself. Fortunately, someone doesn't care about this kind of problem at the moment, but looks painfully at the blonde boy sitting next door, not knowing how to deal with this. Hello, my name is Minake Minato. It seems that we should be at the same table today. Please give me your advice. The future Yellow Flash, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze lowered his voice at this moment and greeted Guanyu. Hello, my name is Guanyu. Don't talk to sissies, be careful that you will become a sissy too. Juzine shot like lightning, firmly pinched the soft flesh on Guanyu's waist. After successfully closing Guanyu's mouth, Kushina glanced at Minato provocatively, looking extremely proud. Is Uzumaki watching the moon? Then give me more advice in the future, moon-watching-kun. Regardless of Mr. Takashima, who was still drooling on the podium, Minato was chatting with Uzumaki's siblings with a smile. When Kushina heard Minato's words, she was stunned for a moment, and then she reacted belatedly, and immediately stared at Minato angrily. If she hadn't just arrived and was in class, she would definitely let this little boy know how powerful she is. Guanya sighed quietly in her heart, worry, my sister's IQ is completely overwhelmed by the other party, how can this be good? For Minato Namikaze, a man who is likely to be his brother-in-law, he doesn't know how to deal with it. The memories of his previous life are intertwined with the perception of this life, and he is very troubled. Apart from other things, as far as Namikaze Minato is concerned, he is undoubtedly admired, and he and Kushina are also the most romantic couple. Although they sacrificed heroically, they are really moving. Ugh. With a long sigh, Guanya felt that his head was about to explode. Thinking about this kind of thing is really not his specialty, so let it be. All he has to do is to respect his sister's choice, and then give the best choice. After all, happiness is everything. Planning things is never donated by others, but fought for by oneself. As long as my sister is happy, that's enough. Apologetically smiling towards the Watergate, Guanya sat obediently on the chair, staring at the podium with blank eyes. Under the table, her hands were constantly practicing knot mudra, 12 mudras, turned over and over like flowers blooming. This is also one of the training lessons. The speed of a ninja's seal formation is also one of the criteria for measuring strength. A fast seal formation speed means that he can release ninjutsu faster and get the upper hand in battle. Can quickly deal a fatal blow to the enemy. Being able to form seals quickly is one of the preconditions for learning ninjutsu. Before Shuomao recognized his speed, he could not learn any ninjutsu except Sanshinjutsu. This is what Shuomao left for Guanya before he left. Request. Now he can only drool while looking at the ninjutsu scrolls collected by the Uzumaki clan, but dare not touch them. The lower grades of the ninja school leave school early. After all, they are all children of 6 or 7 years old. Be patient. Of course, these are basically ordinary disciples with no background, but whoever has some background, who doesn't come home from school, close the door and practice hard. Even if you don't want to practice, the family members still have to practice with their belts. Ninja school's courses include culture and physical education, and the class starts at 8:30 in the morning, and then ends at p.m. with lunch break. It's time for lunch break. I'm starving to death, and I can finally eat. Kushina quickly took out a bento and put it on the table. The siblings each had a portion. Kushina got up early in the morning and made it. Yellow fried eggs, red crispy octopus sausage, green broccoli and black shiitake mushrooms, plus 3 rice balls sprinkled with salt and wrapped in seaweed slices, are neatly arranged in the lunchbox. With bright colors, the layering is distinct, and the rich aroma makes the index finger move. Guanyu swallowed her saliva, although her sister's temper was terrible, but her craftsmanship was really good, and she didn't feel tired from snacks to adulthood. He glanced to the side subconsciously, but found that Minato's seat was already empty. As expected of the yellow flash of the future, he didn't notice when it left at all, although he was attracted by the bento, but the speed of the Watergate is really fast. Tomatoes, 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 blugging tomatoes, bragging tomatoes, bragging tomatoes. It was a dumbfounding scene. Guanyu and Kushina were seated in the third row, and the 6 little bastards were standing there in the first row, making faces at Kushina, sticking out their tongues, and kept yelling tomatoes. This newly baked nickname, giggling and laughing, seemed very proud. Guanyu twitched the corner of her mouth. Well, these little bastards are really fat, and they can even sing this tune. So talented. Sister for this group of brave little bastards. Guan Yu also had a headache for a while. How to deal with it, beat up these little bastards. But before he could make a move, he was yelled at by a passing teacher, and then a group of little bastards scattered and disappeared without a trace. Juzine ate the bento slowly. Her every move was very elegant. She didn't seem to care about those little bastards at all, but Guan Yu saw it in her eyes, but couldn't help shivering. Her sister was angry to the extreme. If there is a real quarrel, it's not bad. As long as you vent your anger, you'll be fine, and it's the scariest thing if you don't let it out. After lunch, there was still a while before the end of the lunch break. Guan Yu volunteered to wash the lunchbox. It was too stressful to stay with his elder sister. The low air pressure, like the eye of a storm, made him dare not take a breath. Returning to the classroom with a clean lunchbox in hand, Guan Yu was taken aback for a moment. The sister who was lying on the table taking a nap in the morning was gone, and the seats were empty. Putting the lunchbox back into the bag, Guan Yu sat on the chair and waited, but she didn't see her sister coming back. She thumped in her heart, and had a bad guess. Maybe her sister was going to revenge, and suddenly panicked. Up. He stood up abruptly, rushed out in a hurry, but standing in the corridor, he found himself in trouble. This ninja school is quite big, and he didn't master the Uzumaki clan sensory ninjutsu, so he didn't know where to find it. Kushina. And during the lunch break, everyone was either eating or resting on the table to recharge their energy for the afternoon physical education class. There were not many people in the corridor, and there was no place to ask anyone if they wanted to. Student, have you seen a girl with red hair? The hair color is the same as mine. She looks a bit like a tomato. After finally catching a black-haired boy from the corner, Guan Yu rushed up with a pounce, grabbed the other person's shoulders, and asked repeatedly. The black-haired boy raised his brows, looked at Guan Yu, stretched out his hand and pointed out the window. A group of people went to the woods next to the school building, and there seems to be a red-haired one among them. However, before the black-haired boy could finish his sentence, he found that his eyes blurred, his shoulders loosened, Guan Yu had disappeared, and only the voice came from outside the window. Thank you, buddy, I'll treat you to dinner next time. Guan Yu spread her legs and rushed towards the grove. He wasn't worried that Juzine would suffer. He was very aware of his sister's strength. What he was worried about was that her sister couldn't hold back and beat her too hard. What should I do? When the grove was just a short distance away, Guan Yu heard a familiar voice coming from inside. A bunch of idiots, I think you still dare to provoke me. Next time you provoke me, it won't be so easy. Juzine waved his fists, looking at the unlucky guy who fell on the ground arrogantly. It was the same as before. Those 6 little bastards who yelled about tomatoes. However, the previous air was gone at the moment. All 6 of them were lying on the ground with bruises and swollen faces, moaning lowly, and one of them even started to cry. Guan Yu clicked her tongue and hid behind a big tree, not daring to rush out. Then when I turned my eyes, I saw a person also hiding behind a big tree, looking at Guan Yu with a wry smile, that golden hair, sea blue eyes. It was the Minato who disappeared during the lunch break. Be careful, your sister is very angry. If she finds out that we are hiding here, we will have bad luck too. The shape of his mouth changed, and Minato spoke to Guan Yu silently. Understood. The same mouth shape silently responded. Guan Yu will naturally not show her head stupidly at this time. Kushina has always been concerned about the image of her sister. If Kushina knew that the scene here would be overwhelmed by him in the eyes, it is very likely that he will be given the capital punishment so as to forget this memory. Seeing someone crying, Juzine suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. She didn't expect these boys to cry too. You must know that Guan Yu seldom cries. She panicked, rolled her eyes, lost. He uttered a few harsh words, made threats, and then hurriedly ran away. As Juzine left, the 6 people on the ground stood up in a hurry. They all looked miserable at most, but it was not a big problem. The 6 people complained to each other, and those who pushed and shoved also left up the grove. Hearing this, Guan Yu's face was also burning hot. It's a bit embarrassing for her sister's violence to be seen by the other party. Jingle bell. Fortunately, the bell rang at the end of the lunch break soon, helping Guan Yu to get out of the siege. Hurry up and go to the training ground, the physical education class in the afternoon is there. Minato greeted Guan Yu, without mentioning Kushina's affairs at all. On the training ground, the whole class of 24 people arrived, and the 6 guys with bruised noses and swollen faces stood in the team with their chests upright. Physical education class, of course, doesn't end with everyone running and playing ball. This is the ninja school. The curriculum of the physical education class is very concise: physical exercise, hitting practice, shuriken practice, and finally you can challenge each other to practice. Compared with sitting in the classroom and studying, most people prefer to use their muscles to solve problems. The physical education class is still guided by teacher Takashima, which is also the characteristic of ninja school. One teacher is in charge of one class, and all courses are covered. After all, to become a teacher of ninja school, you need to pass a written test to determine your cultural level. The minimum must be chinin, which is more than enough to teach a group of brats. Takashima is a veteran chinin. On the battlefield, he accidentally got an arrow in his knee. Fortunately, he didn't lose his life. However, because he couldn't be treated in time, he was permanently disabled in one leg, so he had to feel sad. Leave the combat unit. However, Takashima's mind is flexible enough to successfully pass the teacher assessment of the ninja school and become a glorious ninja teacher. Although he has a limping leg, there is no pressure to hang and beat the children. Minato, find some people to bring the shuriken to the equipment room and practice shuriken today. Takashima instructed this most valued student that he has already led several batches of students to graduate, and among them, Minato is the most beautiful one he has ever seen. Perfect student. It's perfect, not excellent. Good-looking, well-spoken, gentle and courteous, decisive in actions and knows how to advance and retreat, with excellent talents, whether it is cultural subjects, gymnastics, or shuriken throwing skills are extremely excellent, but almost everyone can't afford it. A little jealousy, just admiration. Admiring a 7-year-old child, I am afraid no one will believe it, but Takashima firmly believes that as long as Minato does not die halfway, he will definitely become a big shot in the future. Minato respectfully responded, and ordered a few people to go to the equipment room. During the process, he walked in front of Guanyu without squinting, as if he was not familiar with Guanyu at all. Staring at the water gate, as long as he takes a step closer to Guanyu, his eyes will be fierce. Obviously he still cares about this sissy. Looking at the back of Minato leaving, Guanyu's pupils shrank suddenly. No wonder he felt very uneasy in the woods before. Minato said that he practiced shuriken in the woods during his lunch break, but the school clearly stipulated, students are not allowed to bring shurikens, kunao and other objects into the school, in order to prevent students from fighting in private and hurting lives. Now it seems that this guy Minato should have the key to the equipment room, otherwise there would be no shuriken for him to practice, and this is probably tacitly approved by Mr. Takashima. No wonder Minato hesitated when he answered him back then that not only Minato would be punished if this kind of thing got out, even Takashima-sensei would also be punished. However, Guanyu has no interest in this matter. Minato can tell him about it, no matter whether he believes him or something. He has no intention of revealing this matter anyway, not to mention that he and Minato are getting along pretty well now, although it can't be called close friends, but they are still friends. Even if we don't know each other, he won't do such a boring thing. 3 big baskets of shurikens were brought over. The shurikens here are all the most standard 4-pointed shurikens, with a cold light shining on the blades. They are all sharpened, not the kind of small toys that are not sharpened. Okay, let's all stand separately, each with a set of shurikens, ready to start practicing. Teacher Takashima stared at the crowd, and each of them took a set of 20 shurikens from the basket, and then each picked a wooden stake, stood 10 meters away, and began to practice throwing shurikens. Come back and continue practicing. And Takashima-sensei walked among the students with a lame leg, correcting those with unprofessional postures, and was quickly attracted by 2 people. Kushina and Guanyu are very good at shuriken. At least among this group of rookies, there are only a few people like Minato who can compare with the siblings. Takashima watched with satisfaction as the siblings threw their shurikens. None of the 20 shurikens missed the target, and all of them hit the hearts carved on the stakes. The only ones who could do this were Minato and another black-haired man. Juvenile. Minato, Otoha, Kushina, Guanyu, 4 of you, come here. Takashima greeted the 4 of them, and he was in a good mood. As a teacher, his bonus is linked to the grades of the students, and he taught them the more outstanding students, the richer his bonus will be. Also, as a fanatical admirer of the village and the will of fire, it is very exciting to see these outstanding little guys grow up. It's a pity that the conditions of the low-level class are not enough. This kind of single-pile training effect is already very bad for Minato and the others. In the past, Minato and Otoha were used to practice against each other. Now that there are more Kushina and Guanyu, they can finally change. Individuals practice together. Minato, Otoha, Kushina, Kanyu, the 4 of you are excellent in shuriken skills. You don't need to continue the next training, you can practice taijutsu by yourself, or practice against each other. Takashima took the 4 of them to the other side of the training ground and asked for their opinions. I sparred with this sissy. I sparred with the red-haired kid. For a moment, Kushina pointed at Minato, and the black-haired boy pointed at Guanyu, as if they had been rehearsed. Takashima was stunned for a moment, and didn't expect the scene in front of him, but it's a good thing that students are motivated. He glanced at Minato and Guanyu. How are you two? Are there any questions? For this kind of thing to practice, it needs to be agreed by the other party, otherwise it will become a unilateral provocation. No. Takashima looked at Minato and Kushina, who were separated on both sides, said softly, and exited the circle at the same time. Both Minato and Kushina stretched out their right hands, with their index fingers and middle fingers together, making a seal of opposition. Drink! After the salute was over, Kushina yelled coldly, and rushed out fiercely like a tiger, her powder fist aimed at Minato's handsome face mercilessly. Tisk! Guanya stood outside the venue, smacking her tongue. Once her sister got excited, she really didn't care about being a girl at all. The momentum is good, but the speed is a bit slow. Minato's footsteps slipped, his waist sank, slippery like a loach. He turned his head sideways to avoid Kushina's fist, pushed his right shoulder up, and directly hit Kushina's elbow, and then when Juzine let out a slight cry of pain, his right arm felt numb and weak, and it was temporarily disabled. However, Kushina had a rather strong temper, endured the numbness of his right arm, bent his right leg and raised it, and bumped into Minato's face. So ruthless. Guanya couldn't stand it any longer. Is the elder sister jealous of Minato's good looks? Why do you always greet people in the face? Minato was extremely calm, his reaction speed was extremely fast. He crossed his hands in front of his face, he hard-fought Kushina's knee bump, and took the opportunity to directly sweep his legs. Kushina sat on his buttocks without any defense on the ground. End the battle in an instant. Are you okay? Your arm may be numb for a while, but it will recover soon. Minato smiled and stretched out his hand to Kushina, who was sitting on the ground. At this time, Kushina's eyes widened and she sat in a daze, lost on the ground. Looking at Minato's smiling face, Kushina lowered her eyebrows, snorted coldly, ignored Minato and stood up by herself. Okay, don't care about winning or losing. If you lose this time, try to win it back next time. Let's do the seal of reconciliation. Teacher Takashima walked up with a smile on his face. Minato's strength is getting stronger and stronger. His teacher, it is also a matter of honor. Seeing the two people with the seal of reconciliation in the middle of the field, Guan Yu began to move his fists and feet, and it was his turn to play next. But Minato is really good. Guan Yu and Kushina have practiced against each other a lot. He knows his sister's strength well. He guessed at first that he might lose, but he didn't expect to lose so quickly. His speed has become faster again. The black-haired boy stared at Minato solemnly, as if he was talking to himself. That fellow Minato's reflexes are frighteningly fast. As long as you get caught in a melee fight with him, you will face an offensive like a storm, fast and ruthless. That's it. Guan Yu rubbed her chin, reminiscing about the brief confrontation just now. At the beginning, Juzine rushed too fast, and the shelf was open too far, revealing the empty door, and then the water door bumped and stumbled, easily knocking down Juxin. It's really what the black-haired boy said. It's our turn. The black-haired boy stepped onto the stage quickly, and the smiling Minato and the angry Kushina had already stepped back. Standing in the center of the field, Guan Yu looked at the black-haired boy opposite, and looked at each other like this. The more he looked at him, the more familiar he looked. Ah, you are the guy in the hallway before. Thank you for showing me the way. Guan Yu slapped his head, and finally remembered who the person in front of him was. No wonder he always felt familiar. The black-haired boy had a gloomy face, with killing intent on his brows and eyes, and he felt depressed in his heart. Who is this? It took him so long to recognize him. Is he so transparent? Whirlpool Guan Yu, please give me more advice. Guan Yu smiled and acted in the sign of opposition. Uchiha Otoha. The black-haired boy replied coldly, with a stinky face, very upset, saluted patiently, and made up his mind to teach this guy a lesson. Separation. In the blink of an eye, Uchiha Otoha completed the seal, and the two identical figures rushed towards Guan Yu, one left and one right, with the same expressions and movements. That kind of thing doesn't fool me. Guan Yu bowed his waist and lowered his center of gravity, clenched his fists with both hands like a big gun, and the muscles under his clothes bulged violently, and hit Uchiha Otoha on the left, ignoring the fist on the right, which touched Guan Yu when the strands of hair are stretched out. It is like a phantom of bubbles that dissipates without a trace. Uchiha Otoha's reaction was also excellent, and he didn't expect to be able to kill Uehua directly with this trick. Although he took advantage of his unpreparedness, Guan Yu clamped his shoulders in the corridor. It's a shame. This kind of thing needs to be won back with fists. Facing Guan Yu's double punches, he calmly stopped his forward pace, turned his fists into palms, and with his 5 fingers together like knives, he slanted towards Guan Yu's wrist. A long knife slashed at him. If he hit his wrist, Guan Yu would be unable to move his hand for 3 to 5 days. Cut! Guan Yu smacked her lips, and then withdrew her old fist abruptly, dodging Otoya's knife. In the brief probing fight, the two didn't even touch each other's hair, but it was not easy at all. No matter who reacted a little slower, the victory or defeat was probably already clear. It's a bit tricky. This is the idea of watching the moon. Sure enough, it's not easy to deal with. This is Otoha's idea. Outside the arena, Minato is also closely watching the battle on the field. Before Guan Yu and Kushina, when the whole class practiced in the past, only Otoha could fight against him. Now it seems that Guan Yu is not weaker than Otoha. How much? It seems that someone will be able to practice together in the future. Naruto office. Sarutobi and a young man with long white hair huddled together, as if watching some small movie. Well, although it is indeed the same as a small movie, it is not an ordinary small movie. Crystal Ball Nakamasa's battle scene between Kanyu and Otoha. Jiraiya, how are these little guys? Sarutobi looked at his disciple with a smile. TCH, chickens are pecking at each other, that's all. Zilla pouted his lips disdainfully, but quickly said, that's why the blonde kid is a little bit interesting, and he's a little bit interesting. Haha, you idiot really dare to say, you may not be stronger than these little guys back then. Yuen Fei laughed loudly. On the training ground, Guan Yu and Otoyo are still fighting. Compared with the quick end of the battle at Minato, the two of them fought extraordinarily procrastinatingly, constantly probing, and fighting at touch and go again and again. Neither of them fought recklessly with strength, but with skill and speed. On the fight. Your reaction is fast enough. Are you a rabbit? Guan Yu gritted his teeth. Otoyo was a bit slower than him, but his reaction is quite good. He can always block his attacks and take the opportunity to try counterattack. Combat is physical work. With tense nerves and high-intensity exercise, the energy consumed every minute is dozens of times higher than usual. Guan Yu clearly recalled a passage Shuo Mao once said to him. Don't think that if you can persist in the rigorous training for a whole day, you can play ping-pong with the enemy for half a day. That when you really fight against people, you will find how fast your physical strength declines. Intense fighting. Now, Guan Yu has a very deep understanding of this. Even though he and Otoya were just sparring, not actual combat, both of them came here with a strong desire to win, with a high degree of concentration, muscles all over their bodies, ready to use force to attack and move at any time. Tired. Even if he was climbing and running with his whole body loaded, he didn't feel tired so quickly. Every second of confrontation will consume a lot of his physical strength, his breathing will gradually become heavy, beads of sweat will appear on his forehead, and his muscles will feel a little sore. Guan Yu tried his best to open his eyes wide, to maintain his concentration, and took a sudden step. Stepping out, a punch hit Otoya's arms crossed in front of him fiercely. Puffed. Yu staggered back 2 steps, his feet were stunned, his center of gravity was instantly unbalanced, and he lay on the ground sprawled all over. Happy, so happy, I lost. Yaya's chest rose and fell violently, panting heavily, his hair was wet with sweat and stuck to his forehead, looking a bit embarrassed. Fuck me, I'm almost out of strength, what the hell, I always thought I had good stamina. Guan Yu put her hands on her knees, exhaled stale air, and inhaled cool air to ease the heat in her chest and lungs. Feel. You're too nervous. You probably haven't practiced much with people before, or you've only practiced with people you know well, so you feel too tense when you fight with me, and you'll get tired easily. Otoya lay on the ground, he suddenly relaxed, and his whole body felt like a mass of mud sticking to the ground, not wanting to move. Get up, you won't be afraid of catching a cold lying on the ground like this. Guan Yu took a few breaths, and immediately became much more energetic. Looking at Yaya, who was still lying on the ground, she cursed with a smile, and stretched out her hand. Takashima-sensei beamed happily, judging from his Zongnin perspective, Otoha and Guan Yu's strength is already very close to Genin's. If there was no ninja school in the past, this kind of strength was already qualified to go to the battlefield. Compared with the long torment of cultural class, physical education class feels like time flies. Soon it was time to end the get out of class, and the piercing ringing of the bell echoed in the classrooms and corridors. Many people are laughing together, in groups of 3 or 5, leaving school in groups, going home or other places to play. Uchiha Otoha packed his books with a proud face. He is different from those guys who only know how to play. He is a proud member of the Uchiha clan. He does not need to waste time playing. He wants to go home and continue to practice. Yo, Otoya, come to my house for dinner tonight. Guan Yu plopped down on Otoya's table, and Otoya shrank back instinctively in fright. Guan Yu looked at Otoya with a smile. It was agreed before. I invite you to dinner tonight. Please me? Only then did Otoya come to his senses, and stared at Guan Yu in a daze. Are you sure you want to invite me? I'm from the Uchiha clan? What's wrong with Uchiha? Is it possible that you still want to go to the restaurant? Let me tell you, my sister's craftsmanship is no worse than that of the restaurants outside. Pick and choose. No, that. Otoha took a deep look at Guan Yu, and said in a deep voice, even if you are the one who just joined in today, don't you know that Uchiha is famous for his arrogance in the village? Is it difficult to get close? Guan Yu was stunned when he heard the words, his eyes narrowed immediately, and he immediately noticed that this guy Otoya occupied a table by himself, even if there was no one sitting in front of him. I don't know how arrogant Uchiha is, I just think you and you get along very well. In a word, do you want to go? Kanyu looked at Otoha without fear. Uchiha Otoha suddenly felt a bit hot in his eye sockets. His mother, he is only surnamed Uchiha. As a result, in the ninja school, except for a few people in Minato, few people dared to deal with him, and they always took a detour when they saw him. I heard other students discussing in private, saying how arrogant he is. Uchiha is only feared by others, but not admired, even if there is a large piece of Uchiha's name on the monument. I'll go. Since you guys dare to invite me, I'll naturally dare to go, but I won't be responsible if no one deals with you in the future. Yayu's voice was a little hoarse. TCH, I don't want to play with those idiots. Juzina put her hands on her hips aggressively, puffing out her flat chest. Guan Yu shook her head with a smile, and inadvertently saw Minato with twinkling stars, staring at Otoya enviously. Minato, would you like to come? My sister's craftsmanship is very good. Guan Yu smiled and sent out the invitation. However, without waiting for Minato's answer, Kushina frowned first, and immediately kicked Guan Yu. Guan Yu, what are you calling that sissy for? I don't want to cook for him. As soon as these words came out, Minato instantly wilted like an eggplant beaten by Shuang. The corner of Guan Yu's mouth twitched. Well, I really didn't see that my old lady hated Minato so much. She rolled her eyes, and suddenly had an idea. Sister, you see that there are more people eating tonight, so it must be troublesome to wash the dishes. How easy it is to call the Watergate on just in time for him to wash the dishes. Kushina hesitated, her small face wrinkled into a ball, as if she was very conflicted, weighing the pros and cons. No problem, besides washing the dishes, I can also help with the cooking. I am alone at home. I usually cook and wash the dishes by myself. Don't worry, I will definitely clean them up. Minato is very smart. Seeing every stitch in the needle, he patted his chest and drummed up his craft. Juxina gritted her teeth, and nodded reluctantly, probably because of that person at home who moved her. But Guan Yu still heard her sister whispering beside her. TCH, what a sissy, she can actually cook. The corner of his mouth twitched. Guan Yuquan pretended he didn't hear it, and got together with Minato and Otoha to mutter gossip, and the group laughed and walked outside the school. For Little Bean Ding stood outside the gate, looking up at the stretch of buildings and houses. Each brick and tile is full of ancient charm. A long street opened this gate, that is to say, here only Uchiha Otoha's family lived. Local tyrant. The eyes of the three little friends suddenly lit up, looking at Otoha Uchiha as if looking at a humanoid treasury. What are you doing? Yayo held his forehead weakly, and within a short period of time, he had the feeling that he had mistakenly made a bad friend. The pair of siblings were too noisy, and they never stopped walking all the way back, either bickering or chattering, talking about nonsensical things. Even Minato is a bit crooked, at least the previous Minato would not look at him with such eyes. Although this feeling is very good, Guanya really feels the local tyrants in front of him. Although the Uzumaki clan is also a big ninja clan, the economy of the Uzumaki country is not comparable to that of the Fire country, especially compared to the Uzumaki clan that has declined to the point of destruction. Strong, even the Uchiha Madara incident dealt them a heavy blow. But Uchiha, relying on his own solid foundation, insisted on overcoming waves of turbulent waves, and today when the Senju clan has been defeated, he still stands in the ninja world. Otoya walked into the house under the scorching eyes of his friends like flames. Long corridors, courtyards one after another, rocky lakes, rockery, small bridges over flowing water, and of course the indispensable training ground. Mom, I brought my friends back. After walking for a while, he finally reached the place, and as soon as he stepped into the room, Otoha opened his mouth and shouted, Otoha, you actually brought your friends home, little ones, come in quickly. Otoha's mother was very kind, with a faint smile on her face and an apron on her body. She was very enthusiastic, greeted Guanyu and them. Hello, Auntie. The three of them greeted each other obediently, and knelt down at the low table under Otoya's guidance. Oh, can cockroaches make friends too? A cold mocking voice came from outside the house. A petite loli in a black training suit, with long black hair loose, walked in, her exquisite face like a carved work of art. Otome, how can you say that about your elder brother? Otoha's mother shouted, holding tea and snacks and putting them on the low table, scolding her little daughter. I'm sorry, I made a mistake. Little Lori said something flat, but then changed the topic suddenly. It should be paramecium. Hey, isn't this going too far? Otoya slapped the table depressed and glared. I'm your brother, do you know how to respect your brother? Whispering sound. Little Loli raised the corners of her eyes. She didn't bother to look at Otoyu. You snorted just now, didn't you? I heard it, but I heard it very clearly. Otoya didn't have the aloof style in school at all, and the hands despised by his own sister were all on his hands. Trembling. Guanya sat holding the teacup, feeling his eyes were wide open. This guy Otoya actually looks like this at home. It is completely unexpected, and there is such a smart younger sister, I really can't see it at all. Minato and Kushina were also amazed, and Otoha, who was staring at him, became more and more depressed, and regretted in his heart that if he had known earlier, he would not go home, specially that it would be better to get aboard at worst. Point one is to want to die. My name is Uchiha Otome, my clumsy elder brother, please take care of me. Little Lolita saluted Guanyu and the others politely, causing the three of them to return in a hurry. Sister Otome, right, she's really smart. Kushina stretched out her hand and pulled the little Loli, and hugged her in her arms. She was only a little shorter than Kushina, but because of her slender frame, she looked petite. Many Juzine seemed to have got a baby, and the little Loli rubbed it in her arms. She looked intoxicated, and the little Loli didn't seem to be disgusted. She just stared at the watergate and Guanya next to her with wide eyes. As for Otoya, haha. Otoya was already powerless to fight. Now he only had one thought, and that was to leave as soon as possible. Mom, I won't be eating dinner at home. It may be a little late to come back. We just came back to tell you that we don't need to prepare any more things. We will leave immediately. Otoya jumped up and said loudly. The posture of being unable to stay any longer. Is that so? Let's go and play, but come back early at night and be careful on the road. Otoya's mother was very magnanimous, and agreed easily. Yayo immediately lifted his spirits. Good guy, he can finally go. However, both Guanyu and Minato stood up, but Kushina dawdled with the little Loli and refused to move. Sister, hurry up, don't you still have to go to the vegetable market to buy vegetables? Guanyu looked at her elder sister in confusion. Juzine, who has always acted in a hurry, seldom procrastinated like this. Juxin Nakiang wrinkled her nose slightly, gritted her teeth, and shouted, Auntie, can I take Otome's sister to my house to play? At that moment, Otoya's face turned pale, especially after a while. When he heard the sentence yes, his eyeballs rolled straight up. Life at the ninja school was more pleasant than Guanyu expected. I got to know Minato and Otoha, two friends, as well as Otoha's genius sister, Uchiha Otome. People have to learn to look forward, that's what life is all about. The northwestern border of the Kingdom of Fire. Undulating hills of various sizes and dense bushes are planted on every inch of the land, and 500 to 600 meters to the northwest is the Land of Rain, a country shrouded in dark clouds all year round. There is an outpost on the hill, and the flag of Konoha flutters in the breeze, but the color of the flag is too bright red. The outpost was as quiet as a ghost land, thick blood filled the air, attracting a large number of insects and flies, greedily lying on the cold corpse, sucking this rare delicacy. The outpost was in a mess, with dead bodies scattered in different corners inside and outside the outpost. It was a real sense of scattered. Heads were moved, hands and feet were separated, and the most outrageous thing was that a guy's intestines were ripped all the way in from outside the door. Inside the outpost, Rain Ninja fought unannounced and broke into the territory of the Fire Kingdom with a surprise army, defeating the border defense forces in the northwest area. But Konoha is not defenseless. Ever since the half-god climbed to the peak of Yuyan Village, he has revealed his ambition many times, intending to lead Yuyan Village to the level of the 5 ninja villages and change the level of Yuyan Village. The country's tragic fate as the battlefield of the 3 great powers of wind, fire, and earth. The demigod deliberated for a long time. Compared with the poor groundhogs in the north and the sand-eating turbans in the southwest, the rich land of fire is obviously more valuable to attack. Their combat environment is too harsh, and it is difficult for Yurnin, who is accustomed to water, to use his hands and feet in that environment. However, Yurnin's actions were not completely hidden from Konoha, and Ninja was at the most prosperous time in his life. He saw Yurnin's small movements and secretly took precautions. When Yurnin broke into the country of fire, defeated the garrison in the northwest, and before they had time to be proud, they were hit head-on by the Konoha army rushing forward, and the supply station in the rear was also attacked. This is the beginning of the Second Ninja World War. The news of the start of the war spread in the village, and the original prosperity subsided a lot in an instant. There were guards patrolling everywhere on the streets, strictly preventing the enemy spies from sneaking into the village to destroy it during the war. Not to mention, the pair who wrote the Wheel Eyes were wandering around, and the market of the entire spy industry suddenly plummeted. The other heads of the ninja village's spy department jumped up and down, cursing the Uchiha group of damn pink eyes all the time. As for making Bai-Yan with better insight to patrol the village, are you kidding me? Let the group of white-eyed patients wander around the village with their eyes open. Everyone's privacy is needed. 360-degree viewing angle, a wide field of vision up to 1 kilometer away. You can see everything at a glance. The Hyuga clan lives together for this reason. It is very welcome to have members of the Hyuga clan as companions on the battlefield, but to be neighbors with members of the Hyuga clan, I can only say thank you. Therefore, the patrols of the members of the Hyuga family are all external and not internal. Guan Yu, why do you always have to fight? On the way to school in the morning, Kushina kicked the pebbles under his feet, talking to Guan Yu, staring at a security guard standing on the side of the street. The members of the troop glanced at it, feeling a little familiar, as if they had seen it at Otom's house. Probably too poor. Guan Yu swallowed hard the rice balls in her mouth, and then continued, it is said that it rains all the year round in the land of rain, so there is no way to farm, and the food has to be imported from abroad. By the way, isn't this what Takashima-sensei just said yesterday? I just took a nap in class, and talking about these things doesn't sound fun at all. Teacher Takashima talked about cultural lessons. Kushina smiled innocently, and quickly threw the pot away. Mr. Takashima. Looking at her sister speechlessly, Guan Yu felt very sad for Mr. Takashima. In fact, Mr. Takashima's cultural lessons are quite good. Not to mention the climaxes, fascinating, but also humorous, interspersed with a little bit of himself on the battlefield from time to time. The personal experience on the internet is very interesting. But looking at Juzine's slightly blue-eye circles, he sighed and didn't intend to say anything, continuing to nibble on the oversized rice ball in his hand. Juzine went to class and slept during the day, but when he returned home, he studied the sealing technique handed down in his family very seriously. Guan Yu also felt itchy and wanted to take a look at his family's famous sealing technique in the ninja world, but every time he stretched out his hand, every now and then, she would always think of Shuomao's instructions. Before getting Shuomu's approval, he can only practice Sanshin Jutsu at most. Even a sea-level ninjutsu is not allowed for him. I can only look at the scrolls in Juzine's room with regret. These scrolls recording the sealing technique of the Uzumaki family had been transferred to Sakumo's ship by the Great Elder long before Missnin's surprise attack, but in the end, before they had time to send Guan Yu and Kushina aboard, Missnin did it. Fortunately, these things finally arrived at Konoha together with Uzumaki siblings. For the sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan, not everyone is jealous, but Uzumaki Mito is still alive. Before bullying the orphans of the Uzumaki clan, first weigh the consequences that you can bear or not. Of course, no matter in that world, there will be no shortage of idiots who are greedy for profit, but since they are idiots, it means that they can't break through the tight protection net that roams around the Uzumaki house. Therefore, up to now, the lives of the two siblings are still very stable. Good morning, Guan Yu. At the corner of the long street, Minato appeared coincidentally and waved to Guan Yu. Morning, shouted vaguely. Guan Yu continued to gnaw on the rice ball hard. Minato walked to Guan Yu's side naturally, and the three of them walked to the school together. Minato chatted with Guan Yu while walking. Guan Yu, your appetite has grown again recently, even Chudeo Dong in the next class is not as exaggerated as you? Minato looked at the watermelon-like rice ball with a funny look. This thing can be kicked like a ball. I can't help it that I've been training a lot lately, and when I'm growing up, I'm hungry after a while. Guanyu finally swallowed the rice ball in her mouth. He took a breath. I don't eat much in the morning, and I can't make it through the lunch break. Now at home, my sister has to cook 5 or 6 meals a day. Hey, that's really good. Minato sighed with fascination, suddenly noticed Guanyu's eyes, and suddenly showed a sunny smile. I mean, your sister cares about you very much. Guanyu curled her lips, not chasing after this bad-hearted person. Anyway, her sister's carefree temperament, for the time being, doesn't look down on Sissy at all. School gate. Otome, good morning. Kushina saw a pair of siblings approaching, and immediately ran over excitedly. Uchiha Otome, after Kushina visited Uchiha's house many times, the gifted girl who has been staying in the family for training also entered the ninja school, and entered the class of Guanyu and the others. Everyone has another classmate. The two lowly, who were 1 year younger, got together and instantly became an excellent scenery in the ninja school. Cough cough. Hearing this pretentious coughing, Guanyu's mouth twitched slightly, and she came. Last night, my father came for a surprise inspection and asked me to practice duel with Otome. In the end, I lost. Otoya said, the corners of his eyes seemed to sparkle. So, how many boards did you get? 20. Bastard, Guanyu, I didn't hit the board. Yaya roared, watching Guanyu suddenly leaping more than 10 meters away, gritted his teeth with hatred, rolled up his sleeves. I was about to catch up and beat this guy up, but I dared to say something to him. Ahem, that Otoha, hurry up, we are still at the school gate. Minato patted Otoyu's shoulder sympathetically. Now this point is when there are many people. A group of students around widened their eyes and looked at Otoya with the eyes of watching a monkey. Even though Otoya's clothes were embroidered with the family emblem of the fire fan, the so-called law does not blame the public. There are so many people, everyone is just standing here to watch the excitement. No matter how domineering Uchiha is, you can't blame them for coming. Asshole, this asshole, you must look good to him in physical education class in the afternoon. Even though he was sitting in the classroom, Otoha had a sullen face, but kept muttering in his mouth, looking at Kanya sitting with Otome with hatred. Minato looked enviously at the second row. Kanyu and Otome and Kushina sat together. Soon, the class bell rang, and Mr. Takashima limped into the classroom dragging his lame leg, with a serious expression, without the usual smile. Standing on the podium, Mr. Takashima scanned the students, especially focusing on Minato, Guanyu and other beloved students. It has been more than 3 months since Guanyu and the others entered this class. Like Minato, Guanyu and Kushina have become the treasures in the eyes of teacher Takashima through their hard work and talent. The promotion test is now taking place, and everyone is going to the training ground. Teacher Takashima said in a deep voice, his eyes full of reluctance, that he thought he would be able to take Minato and Guanyu with them until graduation, but the plan will never keep up with the changes. As soon as the voice fell, there was an uproar. Why did things like promotion exams pop up all of a sudden? Counting the days, there is still some time left. However, Mr. Takashima did not give the students a chance to ask questions. Even the students of the ninja school learn to obey orders first. You can sleep in class, but when the teacher gives the order, you must not disobey the order. Only in peacetime, coupled with Naruto's identity, would there be such unscrupulous behavior of skipping classes. At least in this period, the rules of the ninja school are still extremely strict, and those who don't abide by the rules have been kicked out long ago. On the training ground, not only Guanyu and his class, but all the junior classes were lined up. The atmosphere was quite serious, and no one dared to make noise. What a happy ending. Takashima looked at the students lined up in 2 rows, nodded slightly, and then said in a deep voice, the promotion test is now going on, and the assessment item is shuriken throwing. A set of shurikens can hit 3/4 of the students. Promotion. All the teachers said the same thing. Baskets and baskets of shurikens had already been moved out of the equipment room and neatly placed on the sidelines of the training field. This thoughtless test started soon, and it was carried out in an orderly manner. No one questioned, no one asked questions, just silently followed the order. But smart people are indispensable at any time. Think about the war against urine that started more than 2 months ago. It has lasted for 2 months. Counterattack into the land of the rain. Maybe it has something to do with this war? Tamura, Form 9, failed. Takashima waved his hand expressionlessly, and the student named Tamura, with a mournful face, pulled the 9 shurikens from the stakes and gave way to the next person. Next. Namikaze Minato. Takashima sighed quietly from the bottom of his heart, looking at Minato with a bright smile like the sun. He gently swiped his palm down to signal the start. The result was naturally no surprise. Namikaze Minato, th, promoted. Whirlpool watching the moon, th grade, promotion. Uchiha Otome, th high school, promoted. The assessment was over soon. In Guanyu's class, only 5 people passed the assessment, but among them, Minato, Guanyu, Kushina, Otoha and Otome all passed the th high school. Okay, all those who passed the assessment come here. 3 Chunin with forehead protectors and light green vests stood on the central training ground. Among them, the bulliest guy roared, and the loud voice echoed in the training ground over the sky. Guanyu, Minato, and the others looked at each other, walked over quickly in silence, gathered into a small group, and stood in front of the 3 Chunin. In half a minute, a total of 63 people passed the assessment in 12 low-level classes. Looking at the moon, the good guys, most of them are guys with family backgrounds, such as Hinata Supercilious, dog-bearing Inyazuka, and Akimichi with a prominent figure weight. It can be said that apart from a few people such as Minato, there is no one with a simple background. Even Guanyu and Kushina are the survivors of the Uzumaki clan. More than a dozen training grounds became empty, and the teachers of each class brought the students who failed the assessment back to the classroom and continued the class. Okay, little guys. The lion-nosed, bearded, and ferocious-looking led Shinin grinned grinningly. I know you are all full of questions. What do you want to ask now? Ask as soon as possible, and we will start training after the questioning. There are 63 students, almost all of whom are 6 or 7 years old, and the oldest is about 8 years old. However, in this world, children are generally precocious, and there are countless precocious ones, especially during the war years. It catalyzes batches of monsters. Is there any task to gather all the outstanding students in the lower class? The young man with a pineapple head raised his hand. We are only students in the low-level class. Even if we are exercising, we should give priority to the students in the advanced and intermediate classes, right? This time, the one who raised his hand was a boy with cataract. From the Hinata family. Everyone in the advanced class has been transferred, and the intermediate class has also completed the assessment. In order to miss talents, the superior specially ordered the low-level class to be included in the assessment. After passing the assessment and receiving a week of intensive training, there will be another assessment. Those who can pass will go to the rear to deliver supplies. Don't worry, we kinda haven't had the habit of sending students to die. The strong man with the beard really did exactly what he said, answering everyone's questions. Is there still a problem? Ask as soon as possible. We only have a week of special training time. Every minute is very precious. Scanning the one little radish heads, and hearing the news that they are about to go to the battlefield, few of them were killed. Scared, pretty good. Guanya stood in the crowd with a blank expression, thinking about the mystery of this matter. If it was just transporting supplies in the rear, it would be fine. At most, his family's territory would be nothing more than beating bandits and bandits. This transport supply is going to enter the territory of the Land of Rain, so beat the dog. If it is caught by the guerrillas of the Rain Ninja, it is not a bird. Is the scope of our activities within the territory of the Land of Fire, or do we need to enter the Land of Rain? Guanya raised his hand, which attracted everyone's attention. Many people felt that this question was so stupid. Should I be concerned only after the second assessment? Is this kid so confident that he can pass the test? All of a sudden, probing, contemptuous, vigilant, all kinds of eyes focused on Guanyu. To be honest, he doesn't like to be in the limelight, but he has to make more plans for his own life. The burly man with a beard narrowed his eyes slightly, with a flash of surprise in his eyes, and looked at Guanyu. Forgive me for not being able to answer this question. On the one hand, I don't know, and on the other hand, even if I know, I can't say it out. This is considered a military secret. Well, this answer was a bit unexpected, but it made sense after thinking about it. But Guanyu still felt the pressure. After all, he still didn't deny that he might enter the Land of Rain. Okay, that's the end of the question. Follow me. The training camp this time is not at the ninja school. The bearded man pointed, and exactly 21 people were drawn out, and the other two Chunin also divided up the remaining students. Guanyu and the 5 of them happened to be called by the bearded man, or the brothers who asked the question just now were called by the bearded man together with the people around them, and the pineapple head and the cataract boy were also in the middle of the team at the moment. Everyone hurried on the road, followed behind the bearded man, left the ninja school, and arrived at a training ground in the north of the village unimpeded. The bearded man had a document issued by the high level in his hand, and the patrolling security personnel just checked it out. Not worried. A circle of barbed wire extends towards the end of the line of sight. In the middle, surrounded by the barbed wire, is a forest, a large and exaggerated forest. The trees inside are at least 30 meters away at a rough estimate. The lush canopy is like a group. It was like a dark cloud, covering the sky and not letting in any sunlight, making the atmosphere inside very gloomy and scary. Guanyu stood in front of the iron gate, looked up at the forest, the corners of her eyes twitched. So familiar. This is number 40 practice field. You will be training here for the next week. It's a good place. The bearded man pointed to the hellish forest with a happy smile on his face. Fuck, this teacher is a pervert. Everyone complained in their hearts. How can you tell that this broken forest is so gloomy and scary? The training method is very simple. My shadow clone will move around in the forest. All you have to do is find me and defeat my shadow clone. This is both a special training and an assessment. Everyone's performance will give you grades. So try to kill me. The bearded man grinned, revealing a mouthful of shiny white teeth. With that burly body, he felt like a beast in human form. Come here and get your things. Each of you has a ninja tool bag, which contains 5 kunao, a set of shurikens, and flint and steel. You must use your weapons properly until you are on the battlefield. Beard took out a scroll from the vest, spread it out, and laid it flat, summoning a bunch of bulging ninja tool bags. Guanyu and others lined up to get their things. They were just students. Except for a set of clothes, they were naked without even a needle. Of course, students always have some weird things in their pockets, such as Chu Dao Tang Dong dragged out another bag of potato chips from nowhere, clucking, blah, 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 up. Teacher, what do you want from me? His voice is hoarse, his complexion is as pale as thin paper, his yellow-brown snake pupils reflect an icy gleam, his long black hair hangs down behind him, and the breath of a predator is inadvertently revealed, which can definitely scare all Konoha's children into tears. But the first thing Sarutobi noticed was that he was following behind Orochimaru, Jiraiya, who was out of shape after a while. That ruffian smell was too eye-catching. Jiraiya, you're here too, I didn't remember calling you. Hey, let me take a look too. Zilla also laughed straight away, without the slightest sense of causing trouble to others. Yuan Fei rubbed the center of his brows with a headache, his two thick eyebrows huddled together. Never mind. Sighing, Sarutobi resigned to his fate. It is impossible to get rid of this shameless bastard. In this case, bring Tsunade here, and the three of you can do this together. Sarutobi went ahead and called Umbu, ordering to find Tsunade. After a while, Tsunade rushed over, looked at Orochimaru with a cold face and Jiraiya, who was smiling cheaply, and said in a bad mood, Jiraiya, what did you do? Don't bother me, bastard. Jilai immediately stopped buying it, and called out to Chu, what does this have to do with me? Mr. Sarutobi asked you to come here. Seeing that Jiraiya and Tsunade, the enemies with conflicting fates, were about to quarrel again, Sarutobi hurriedly called a stop, otherwise he didn't know how long it would take. As for Orochimaru, standing aside coldly, seemed to be indifferent to all of this. Humph! A group of ants. Orochimaru glanced at the crystal ball, and smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth. This guy has always had such a contemptuous smile on his face since he was a child, which is one of the reasons why many people are intimidated. In addition to the gloomy atmosphere, it is full of evil spirits, and it is almost written on his face, don't get close to strangers, has a few big characters, so it's no wonder that people don't welcome them. But finally, when they are with Tsunade and Jiraiya, they still have a bit of a human touch. On the other hand, Tsunade saw the two acquaintances at a glance, looked up at Sarutobi in surprise, and had a vague guess in his heart. Hey, aren't these some rookies? Jiraiya also has good eyesight, and with the outstanding hair color of Minato and Guanyu, they are still quite recognizable. I said, Sarutobi-sensei, you don't want us to be babysitters for these little guys, do you? The corner of Yuan Fei's mouth twitched. Jiraiya, you call him stupid, he is as shrewd as a monkey at critical moments, he often hits the nail on the head. Call him smart, he is usually foolish and has no shape, no matter how you look at it, he is an idiot. Hey, isn't it? I don't want to play with these little kids. Yuan Fei didn't speak, and Zilla was shocked immediately. This Nima couldn't be really hit by his words. What I'm going to say next is the top secret in the village. That your mission is indeed like what Jiraiya said. You can be regarded as a nanny, but you are not protecting everyone, and these two children of the Uzumaki clan. Yuan Fei took a deep breath and made a seal with his hands. The light and shadow inside the crystal ball swayed like water waves. After 2 or 3 seconds, the figures of Guanyu and Juzine were enlarged and appeared on it. Tsunade gasped, and it really had something to do with these two little guys. These little brats. Sarutobi-sensei, you were looking at these two little guys that day. Jiraiya slapped his head. The Vortex clan? Orochimaru raised his eyebrows slightly, his eyes suddenly changed, and a gleam of splendor appeared in the dim snake pupils. It must have something to do with Nine Tails Jinchuriki? Sarutobi glanced admiringly at this most valued disciple, who was many times smarter than some idiot. Mito-sama's health is deteriorating, and the current ninja world is undercurrents. In order to ensure the stability of the village, we need Kyuubi to deter some bad guys. These two little guys are candidates for the next generation of Jinchuriki. Sarutobi lit the crystal ball with his pipe. Grandma Mito. Tsunade's heart is very heavy. Unlike Jiraiya and Orochimaru, Uzumaki Mito is not only the village's Jinchuriki, but also one of her few direct elders. Even though she knows that this day will come, but when it comes to discussing this after such a thing, the mood is still uncontrollable sadness. A week later, a new batch of supplies will be shipped to the land of rain. You will be responsible for escorting the supplies. By the way, watch these two little guys, observe their every move, and give me a detailed report. Mito-sama needs to confirm a strong candidate. Sarutobi stated the real purpose of this mission, and then began to swallow his clouds and examine the 3 disciples. Hokage is not the one who makes the final decision on the next generation of Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Mito-sama has the first say. As Hokage, he is naturally the #1 leader in Konoha village, but this does not mean that you can do whatever you want, not to mention that Guy and Danzo teases his beard from time to time. Mito-sama, the elder, is still alive. As the first wife, he is the out-and-out elder of him, Danzo and other current Konoha executives. In front of this, he can only stand and talk. Now Mito-sama is also very worried about which of the pair of siblings to choose. If there is only one Uzumaki family child, it's fine, there is no choice, but now there are 2, so there is such a happy trouble. Okay, in the end, he came up with the idea of observing their words and deeds through tasks. and finally deciding on the next generation of Zulai according to their performance. With the approval of Mito-sama, it was only then that the students from the ninja school were sent to the battlefield. To be honest, the current Konoha is just unilaterally beating the thorny head of the country of the rain, who knows nothing about the heights of the sky and the earth, and there are enough people. It is just a small rain-hidden village. It is worth Shuomao to sit on the front line. The war dragged on for 5 months. Although Konoha Ninja complained about the bad weather in the land of rain, he was able to survive on the whole, and Yurnen was already complaining endlessly. The war destroyed the commercial roads of the land of rain, and the country's income was huge. Reduced, Yuin village is already too much to bear, and if it continues, the finances of Yuin village will collapse, not to mention subsidies for ninjas who died in battle, even the salaries for living people will not be able to continue. Of course, Sarutobi pinpointed such an opportunity to train the 3 disciples, and by the way, determine the candidate for the next generation of Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. It can be said that hugging grass and beating rabbits is a way of carrying hands. Ninja played very slippery with this kind of thing. I understand, I will take care of them. Tsunade nodded first. Going to the land of rain, I wonder if there are any beautiful beauties there? Jiraiya's thoughts wandered again. Orochimaru chuckled, looking at the scene in the crystal ball, looking at the posture of these little guys. They should be preparing for training. How about leaving them all to us, Sarutobi-sensei? The Uzumaki family, which is said to have the sealing technique that can control the tail beast, is famous for its longevity, and is the most staunch ally of the Qianshao family. He is now very interested in these 2 little guys. Of course, this interest is just pure curiosity. The current Orochimaru has not developed the kind of research habit of dissecting a living person at every turn, or stuffing a child into a nutrient solution. He is just full of curiosity about those powers that he has never seen before. Heart. Sarutobi misunderstood, pointing to Guan Yu and the crystal ball. I would like to tell you a little bit. This little guy is Shuomao's apprentice, so don't make up his mind. It's other people, you guys, if you're interested. It's not bad to accept a disciple. You are all jounin and have the qualifications. Orochimaru squinted his eyes, a little surprised in his heart. He was actually Senior Sakumo's apprentice. That is to say, did this little guy catch Senior Sakumo's attention? Now it feels more interesting. TCH, I must accept apprentices because I have a good opinion of myself. Zilla also curled his lips. Tsunade didn't say anything, although she didn't know that Sakumo accepted Guan Yu as his apprentice, but it didn't have much to do with her. She didn't have any intention of accepting apprentices. He was now concentrating on studying medical ninjutsu. Guan Yu, what should we do next? Even if it's just the shadow clone with the big beard, the opponent is a Chunin after all. It might not be easy for us to defeat. Otoya frowned, a little annoyed. This special training came so suddenly, without any preparation at all, and staying in this hellish forest for a week, it really felt like hell. And little ones, don't worry about your family affairs. The teacher at ninja school will take care of everything. The bearded man howled again, which solved everyone's worries. I brought it here, but I couldn't even talk to my family. Of course, like Moonwatch and Minato, there is no such extravagant trouble. Compared to defeating the teacher's shadow clone, the most difficult thing is to find the teacher's shadow clone. This forest is so big, if you can't even find anyone. Minato shook his head, although he didn't finish his sentence, but everyone understands what it means. Of course, according to the original class, the students were divided into 6 small groups, and they were gathering with each other to discuss the training. The bearded man didn't urge him either, and now the old god stood by and watched the students chirping and discussing countermeasures. Rookie. Proper rookie. He pricked up his ears, listening to the voices blowing in the wind. The bearded man curled his lips in disdain. You can step back, leave it to me to deal with it. A cold breath suddenly struck from behind, the hoarse voice wrapped around his neck like a snake. His beard was fighting, and when he looked back and saw the pair of faint yellow snake eyes, he felt like he was about to urinate. Grandma, where did this big guy come from? What kind of trouble is it to find him a little Chunin? This is Hokage's mandate letter. The 3 of us have replaced your job. Tsunade slammed a piece of paper into the bearded man's hands. A thin piece of paper, Sarutobi's impromptu written order. The bearded man read it roughly, even though the 3 in front of him are all disciples of Master Hokage, but he still gritted his teeth to confirm the authenticity of the document. Afterwards, he respectfully returned the document to Tsunade, and then withdrew. This guy is not bad, he is very conscientious. Ji-Lai also praised the bearded man when he saw his back. At this time, the students saw the big bearded man's departure. If Toshimaru and the others were not noticed, they stood there for a long time without covering their tracks, which naturally attracted their attention. Several exclamations sounded, and someone recognized the identity of Orochimaru and the others. Although Orochimaru and Jiraiya have not yet achieved the title of Sunin, they have also achieved Jonin, and as Hokage disciples, they are not small at all, especially Tsunade, the granddaughter of the first Hokage, Konoha Her Royal Highness the Princess. Many people know about it. Not to mention that most of the students here are from family backgrounds, and their knowledge is not comparable to that of ordinary children. And Tsunade, Kushina cried out in surprise, opening her mouth. Guan Yu was heartbroken, and the one who could stand side by side with Tsunade, the white-haired one, was naturally Jiraiya, and the black-haired one in the kimono must be Orochimaru. He really doesn't want to meet this no-research madman in the ninja world, even though Orochimaru is still a good young man fighting for Konoha's blood. But think about this guy who will be obsessed with human body research in the future, and that perverted the art of immortality will inevitably cause colds all over the body. Who made the Uzumaki clan famous for their longevity, which can be said to be the best material for studying the art of immortality? Orochimaru spent a lot of thought in the future to find Xionlin, an orphan of the Uzumaki family. The students stared closely at Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya with suspicion and excitement. As for your training, we will take over. Tsunade stepped forward and said loudly, if you think about our identities, you are also clear that now we are your teachers for this week. The training place is still in this number 44 training ground, and the method remains the same. Find the clones of the three of us, and then defeat our clones. As soon as the voice fell, there was a lot of wailing. One Chunin clone is already difficult to deal with. Now replace it with 3 Jounin clones. Let's go home, wash up and sleep. Uchiha Otoha also had a look of despair. Playing with eggs, this is ridiculous. Replaced by Chunin, he still has a little confidence, but Jonin, idiot, your brain is only as big as a walnut? Otome flew up and kicked her brother's leg. If Guanyu hadn't reached out to help him, this guy would definitely kneel. What are you doing? Otoya glared at his sister angrily. Uchiha Otome curled her lips irritably. Her brother is so stupid. The teacher didn't say that if you can't beat their avatars, you will be considered a failure. Don't you think about it? That's Jonin. Even if it's only 10%, a powerful water body is not something we can defeat. Both Minato and Guanyu looked indifferent. Obviously they had thought of it a long time ago. Even the carefree Kushina glanced over with a look of looking at a fool. A certain brother began to squat in the corner with his knees in his arms and draw circles. This day is unbearable. After the initial uproar, the students quickly calmed down. The smart people are not just Guanyu and them. Everyone has figured out the purpose of this training and assessment. But because of this, they feel the pressure even more. An unclear assessment standard, how to pass it, this question instantly annoys most people. You 21 people, you can act together or spread out, as you like. Let's start entering the arena now. Our shadow clone has entered the forest, and we don't know the exact location. What's the problem? Hayaga Tenzin. Tsunade looked at the cataract boy who raised his hand, flipped through the roster in his hand, and found the surname Hayaga. Anyway, there were only one person present. Roll your eyes. At the bottom of the big tree is a circle of thick dark green moss, and the brightly colored fungi are also growing extremely fat. There are no paths at all in the forest except for the footprints of wild animals. There are almost no traces left by humans here. Sure enough, I can't find any traces. It should be said that it is true that the ninja did not leave traces, or that we memorized the idea and didn't find the right place. This is really embarrassing. Guanyu sighed and looked up. Looking at the overlapping tree crowns, the shade is too tight. It's clearly past 9 o'clock in the morning, but the moment you step into this forest, it's like the evening is about to fall. Not only that, but when you're in this gloomy forest, you feel that space and time have reversed together, giving birth to a kind of confusion feel. It's a pity that this flea and I didn't open our eyes, otherwise Sherry Nan could capture the traces of chakra left in the air. Little Loli spoke with a straight line, far more reliable than the cold-looking, but pure brother. Uchiha Otoha had already given up resistance. Even if he was called a flea, he was still indifferent, just kept playing with the shuriken and moving his hands. If there is no way to track Tsunade-sama and the others, we can only find a way to persist here for a week. We need to find food and fresh water by ourselves, Minato said with a dignified expression. Children, but under high-intensity training, the appetite is not inferior to that of adults, and the food they need every day is not a small amount. Survival, this is the first test the students face. As for fighting, it is nothing more than using all means to kill people. It is difficult to say, but easy to say. The 21 people were divided into 6 groups, among which Guanyu and Minato had the largest number of people. This team naturally adhered to the principle of acquaintances. Ahem, who said that there is no way to track Aunt Tsunade and their clones? Kushina put her hands on her hips, looking extremely proud. The rest of Doubting didn't know, so he looked over. After Guanyu was slightly stunned, he said pleasantly, Sister, have you mastered Kagura's mind? That's right. Juzine raised her head reservedly, revealing her white and delicate neck, as proud as a little swan that just learned to fly. That's great, if only I could master the mind and eyes of Kagura. Guanyu couldn't hide his envious look, but unfortunately he can only practice physical skills now. Even if the Uzumaki clan has many good things, I can only watch and drool. If it weren't for Bai Fang being one of the top masters in the ninja world, I believe his vision is sophisticated enough. Guanyu would have been unable to resist studying so many ninjutsu and sealing techniques. Kagura Mind Eye, this is the unique ninjutsu of the Uzumaki clan that has the ability of reconnaissance and anti-reconnaissance. It closes the eyes and opens the eyes of the heart. It can monitor all the chakras with a radius of tens of kilometers around itself. Of course this is the level that can only be reached after training. As for the current Kushina, Sister, how far can your Kagura mind and eyes detect? Guanyu asked carefully. Well, about 1 kilometer. Kushina estimated and gave a vague answer. But just such a vague answer made doubting almost cheered. The distance of 1 kilometer is against the sky. Not to mention searching for the traces of the 3 teachers, the survivability alone has been greatly improved. The center of the exercise field. Tsunade, your slug is really convenient for monitoring. Jiraiya sat on the sofa very bored, chatting with Tsunade. As for Orochimaru, this guy was holding the ninjutsu scroll and looked at it with great fascination. Even if Jiraiya was around him, this high-decibel noisemaker remained calm and unaffected in the slightest. Standing and talking doesn't hurt my back. If it wasn't for the small size of the practice field, I wouldn't be able to monitor the whole field, Tsunade said angrily. Jiraiya heard that the corners of his mouth twitched, and even Orochimaru's eyes twitched imperceptibly. The diameter of number 300 practice field is as high as kilometers, and the whole is a circle, which is more than square kilometers. It's not big, and it's still alive. It's the granddaughter of the first generation of Hokage. Even if he failed to inherit the incomparably powerful Mudun, the monster-like chakra amount is enough to envy too many people to death. By the way, before we didn't come, how did the teacher plan to monitor this training? How much space can a Chunin monitor? Jiraiya quickly changed the subject. If he continued, he might be hit. It should be the monitoring technology recently developed in the village, but this kind of thing is not very reliable. It can be deceived by a transformation technique. It is said that the technical department spent a lot of effort to toss it out, but unfortunately it is not very practical, Orochimaru said lightly. Speaking of extensive knowledge, in this regard, Orochimaru has received the true biography of Sarutobi. In addition to Nino, Sarutobi also has the title of Dr. Ninja. It is very interesting to say that Orochimaru inherited Sarutobi's knowledge, Jiraiya also inherited Sarutobi's ability to guide his disciples, and Tsunade inherited Sarutobi's Hokage position, and the 3 disciples inherited Sarutobi's mantle. The 3 people here are the real bodies, and the people outside the practice field are all shadow clones. After all, there is no place more suitable as a monitoring center than the Tower of Sealing. Staying here, you can rush to any corner of the practice field at the fastest speed at any time. It's coming. Hey, these little guys are quite capable. They actually locked the position of our shadow clone from a kilometer away, Tsunade praised. Which one is it? 1 kilometer away. I asked that white-eyed boy. Jiraiya regained his energy and hurriedly asked. Tsunade was silent for a while, digesting the visual image fed back by the slug. It's not a blank stare, it's our target. There are 5 of them in total, a pair of brothers and sisters from the Uchiha family, Namikaze Minato, who was born as a commoner. It seems that they found ours should be one of 2 goals, worthy of being the future 9 Tails Jinchuriki. It's really not easy. It's amazing to capture the movement of our shadow clone from a kilometer away. Jiraiya gave a rare and serious compliment. Yes, it's interesting. Orochimaru's reaction was much more concise, no better than Jiraiya's chatterbox. But although the words are few, the meaning expressed is in place. Aunt Tsunade is by the stream, the black-haired chakra is parked under the tree, and the white-haired chakra is on the tree. Kushina whispered about the investigation results. She knows Tsunade, but she has never met Orochimaru and Jiraiya, the 2 Tsunade partners. After all, it has only been more than 3 months since she came to Konoha, and she is no better than a younger brother who is cheating. She knows Konoha so far. Not deep, mostly superficial things. Fortunately, I remembered the chakra characteristics of Orochimaru and Jiraiya outside the practice field before, otherwise I might not be able to tell who is who. Didn't we get together? Minato rubbed his chin, thinking. Otome also frowned, using her brains to figure out countermeasures, while Guanya tugged on Kushina's sleeves to help her make up for Jiraiya and Orochimaru's affairs, but because of some personal opinions mixed in, listening in Juzine's ears, it becomes a pervert who likes to peep and a pervert who likes to do live experiments. All in all, they are 2 perverts, so be careful and so on. Regarding the exaggerated description of his younger brother, Kushina was skeptical and reserved his opinion. What they have to do now is to try to challenge a wave of Orochimaru and the others. None of the 5 people present was afraid of getting into trouble. What is it to challenge a Jonin avatar? Kanyu has practiced against Sakumo. Although they have been beaten all the time, Otoha and Otome also have an elite Jonin Laozi as a sparring partner. As for Kushina, the relationship with Tsunade seems to be very good. The only Minato who has no background, as expected of a man who can become Hokage in the future, he flies steadily, without panic at all, and his psychological quality is quite strong. After pondering for a while, everyone got together to discuss again, and finally decided to put the breakthrough on Tsunade. They didn't think that they could wipe out Zilei's shadow clones. If they dared to think that way, they could only say that this girl didn't wake up, so a beating would be fine. Eliminating a shadow clone is an almost impossible task, but you have to try it, because Kushina and Tsunade are more familiar, although they don't know it deeply, but compared to Orochimaru and Jiraiya, they are naturally more sure. Guanya doesn't know what kind of fighting style Sunin was in his youth, but looking at the later period, Orochimaru played the word weird, Jiraiya took the root of ninjutsu king, and Tsunade was medical ninjutsu plus a partial type of strange power physical technique. Among them, Tsunade is easier to deal with. It's not that Tsunade is the weakest of the 3, but they are rookies who have not mastered ninjutsu. It's so boring to be wiped out by ninjutsu from a long distance. On the contrary, Tsunade who uses taijutsu might be able to get closer, although the strange power will kill him if he touches it. But this is just training after all, presumably Tsunade should be able to control his strength. I'm the main attacker, Minato, you roam and sneak attack, Otoha, Otome, you two support me. Guan Yu commanded unceremoniously, and the others didn't have any opinion on this. Pretty much the same strategy. What about me, what am I doing? Juxina was anxious, why did she leave her behind? Sister, you just stay here to meet us. Okay. Guan Yu looked at Kushina's murderous look, and immediately changed her words. How about this, sister, you and Otome team up, and Otoha and I team one, we will flank Tsunade-senpai from left to right. The stream is very clear, but at a depth of more than 20 centimeters, large and small pebbles at the bottom of the water are clearly visible, and small fishes that are inch-long swim in it, and some lively ones even jumped out of the water, splashing and getting wet Tsunade's sleeve. Go! A loud shout pierced through the bushes on the opposite side of the stream, and shurikens flew out of the air one after another, hidden in the roar, and shot towards Tsunade. Tuck, tuck, tuck. All 5 shurikens fell through and were nailed to a tree trunk not far behind Tsunade. Tsunade just squatted down without moving his feet. Little guys, next time you make a move, at least attack the upper, middle, and lower 3 lanes together. If you only attack the upper 3 lanes, it will be easy to dodge. Tsunade even had the time to preach, looking at the 4 people who rushed out. A flash of light flashed in his eyes, surprised. It turned out to be these little guys. She thought that the kid from the Hyuga family could find them the fastest. This is just a shadow clone, and there is no information synchronization with the main body of the Tower of Sealing. Flowing through the stream that submerged the calf, Guan Yu stretched out his leg muscles and made a sudden leap. His body curled up like a ball, only the sharp kunao pierced out and quickly stabbed at Tsunade. Pure physical training is still effective. Over the past 5 months, Guan Yu has been training meticulously in accordance with the training policy formulated by Bai Fang, surpassing the limit time and time again, and tapping the potential of the body. His strength and speed have improved significantly. The speed at which he bursts out now is about % faster than before. This progress is quite amazing. The speed is good. Tsunade squinted, just standing on the shore with his bare hands, not moving a step, looking coldly at Guan Yu who was approaching in front of him. Just when that kunao was about to fall in front of his eyes, his right hand was like lightning stretched out. He grabbed Guan Yu's slashed shoulder with one hand, slapped his forearm slightly, and pumped force out of his palm. Guan Yu immediately felt as if he had been hit head-on by a wild horse, and he rolled back and flew back with precision. Bumped into Otoha who was following behind him, and the 2 of them fell into the water with a splash. As for Kushina and Otome rushing from the right, Tsunade used one left hand to turn the 2 lowlies around, rolling straight on the grass by the stream. Whoosh! A very slight sound of piercing the air sounded from behind his ears. Tsunade tilted his head indifferently, and kunao flew out wiping his hair. Get down! Tsunade finally moved his footsteps, turned sideways, avoided Minato's kick, and stomped on the ground with one foot. The ground under his feet suddenly trembled. Grabbing the neck, it was like grabbing a chick and throwing it into the water. Turning over and getting up from the creek, Guan Yu was very aggrieved. She treated them differently. The girls were all on the shore, while the 3 boys were all thrown into the water to take a cold shower. Uchiha Otoha held the huge Fuma shuriken in both hands, the muscles in his arms swelled, his face turned red, and he threw the big guy with all his strength. The Fuma shuriken, a version that expanded the shape and size of a normal shuriken 10 times, has a terrifying image, powerful lethality, and extremely poor concealment. Due to its huge size, this thing can only be used on open ground, but with a wide field of vision, this thing can't hide at all. The whistling sound of the flying wind is sharp and piercing, and the big shadow can be seen by anyone who is not blind. Therefore, since this thing was researched, except for the Uchiha family who are at the pinnacle of shuriken, there are very few people who play with this big guy. Having said that, it seems that the Uchiha family was the first to research this stuff. One member just when the big guy in Otoha's hand was released, Minato and Guan Yu each created 5 or 6 clones, and rushed up together, true and false, false and real. Don't expect to be able to deceive Tsunade's eyes, but seeking to disturb the line of sight a little will not be in vain. You guys have so many eyes. Tsunade shook his head with a smile, stretched out his right foot and stomped on the ground casually. The mud on the riverbank rolled up, and the splashed mud balls wiped out the fake clones one by one. At the same place, Mizuman crossed his arms to protect the front door, trying to stabilize his figure against the mud ball that hit him. At this time, the Fuma shuriken was already close at hand. Tsunade punched out brazenly and hit the Fuma shuriken hard. It seemed that he was not afraid of being cut by the sharp edge at all, but when his fist touched the wind at the moment of the magic shuriken, there was a bang, a faint chakra smoke rose, and Guan Yu appeared upright. He straightened his left shoulder and took a hard punch from Tsunade. The muscles in his right arm agitated, the blue veins burst out, and he clenched his fist and ruthlessly punched Tsunade's lower abdomen. Can't help it, people are short. Boy, have the guts. Tsunade's eyes flashed a look of admiration. He would rather get hurt than seize this hard-won opportunity, and made a bold decision. It's a pity that you miscalculated a little. Tsunade instantly turned his fist into a claw, pinching Guan Yu's left shoulder tightly, and then Guan Yu's fist stopped when it was 3 centimeters away from Tsunade's lower abdomen, this time short hands. Damn, this is no way to play, people are almost forced to cry. With a thud, Guanyu started thumping in the creek again. These little guys are really resilient. Jiraiya sat on the tree trunk, watching Tsunade hang and beat the children. Knowing that Tsunade will not kill, if you don't dare to fight like this, then you are a complete waste. Orochimaru leaned on the big tree, with his arms folded. The personality memory of the shadow clone and the main body are generally the same, speaking his tone is naturally so merciless. Jiraiya also shrugged his shoulders and didn't care. After all, he and Dashimaru are friends since they were young. They have long been accustomed to Dashimaru's spicy words. If I really want to say it this time, I was merciful, at least I didn't say it directly. The little guy is trash. But if Tsunade continues to consume like this, the chakra will bottom out soon. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes and made a judgment. After all, they are dealing with a group of children, and the shadow clones of the three of them are just random things, which are far from the real body. The only thing left is their rich combat experience. Level. Tsunade never used a ninjutsu from the beginning to the end, he just relied on physical skills to hang and beat the children, but he used his strange power a few times, and his chakra was almost exhausted. Lie down for me. This time Tsunade didn't throw Guanyu and the others back to the creek, but gave the three of them an iron fist, and they all fell to the ground, struggling for a long time and crawling can't get up. And the two little lolis, Kushina and Otome, received preferential treatment. They were not as embarrassed as the three brothers, but they were restrained by Tsunade and could not move. You are still too young, Guanyu, your speed and explosive power are good, and your strength is strong enough, but you are lacking in dexterity, your movements are too big to open and close, and you have too many flaws, and the boy of the Uchiha family, it is better for you to exercise your explosive power, the body is as brittle as bean sprouts, and as for the yellow-haired brat, you are pretty good, you should know it yourself. Holding a little loli in one hand, Tsunade casually pointed to the three brothers lying on the ground. 2 sentences. Then he took the two little lolis and gave them a lot of detailed instructions. The undisguised sexism made the brothers want to cry without tears. Should this Nima be so straightforward? This distinction is too blatant. You guys failed this time, keep working hard next time. Tsunade smiled slightly, and the shadow clone dispersed, leaving only a faint chakra smoke floating in the wind. From the beginning to the end, Jiraiya and Orochimaru were watching not far away, but they didn't intervene. Now that the brothers are being beaten by Tsunade, these two naturally don't pay attention to them. The 5 people retreated staggeringly, temporarily lacking the strength to challenge again. After walking half a kilometer upstream along the creek, I found a temporary camp not far from the creek. Regarding how to choose a suitable camp, Mr. Takashima once said that as a good student the Watergate naturally grasped the essence of it, and quickly selected the camp. Only then can we have the time to check their respective injuries. The main thing is that the 3 brothers, the 2 little lolis, have not suffered any injuries except for a little mud on their clothes, unlike the 3 of Guanyu who were beaten all over their heads bathing back and forth in the cold stream in the cold weather. Caca. The flint rubbed bright red sparks, lit the dry grass and dead branches, and the orange flame danced like an elf. The 3 brothers stripped off their clothes, just put on a pair of trousers, and sat around the fire to warm up. Mary is cold. Minato and Otoha's injuries were not serious, but they were punched in the head twice, and their bodies were mostly bruised. Tsunade's exquisite control of power made Guanyu very fascinated. It's called entering the room. Guanyu, is your shoulder okay? Otoya stretched out his hand and hung it on the firework, enjoying the hot warmth and driving away the chill that was about to penetrate into the bones. I think Tsunade-sama's punch was quite heavy. No big problem, hey, let's see for yourself. Guanyu turned his head to the right side, exposing his left shoulder. There was only a small piece of bruise on it. Approaching the fire, greedily absorbing the heat released by the flames. My body is very resilient, and this injury will heal soon. I found my target, I'm walking alone, it's Master Jiraiya. In the dense forest, the cataract. The white-eyed boy said in a deep voice. One of the 2 teammates beside him is the chubby Chude Dangdong, and the other is not good-looking, but judging by his calm expression, he is not weak. Dangdong, the 2 of us attack from the front. Soon, you go around and try to attack. It is not clear how much strength Jiraiya-sensei's avatar has retained for the time being. We can only test it like this first. Hinata Tianchen made a plan. After adopting a strategy, the 3 of them slowly lurked towards Jiraiya. Little guys, how could Mr. Jiraiya be fooled by your little tricks? You are too tender, you are too tender. Jiraiya laughed, sitting on the trunk of a tree and looking at the lying on the ground with mocking eyes. 3 little guys. Hinata Tianchen panted violently, with a wry smile on his face. Is this the gap? Obviously the chakra level of this shadow clone is only at the level of ninja, but Jiraiya defeated them leisurely, his soft fists didn't even touch Jiraiya's clothes. Another part of the forest. Orochimaru walked slowly through the dense forest, and the 4 children behind him collapsed on the ground, with a look of hopelessness, and they didn't know what they had suffered, so they were tossed into such a bear. On the first day, 4 of the 6 teams were defeated. The next day, a team accidentally ate poisonous mushrooms. Fortunately, the slugs arranged by Tsunade were rescued in time and did not endanger their lives. However, they also withdrew from the training and were sent to Konoha Hospital for recuperation. On the third day, the 3 teams fell to the brink of collapse one after another, and they had to be sent to the practice field by force. So far, less than half of the week has passed, and there are only 2 teams with 7 people left. But think about it carefully, after all, they are all students of the ninja school, 7 or 8 years old, and they don't have enough awareness of the high risks of the ninja profession. It is normal that they can't bear this kind of training. Today's dinner is this big guy. Guan Yu hid behind the tree trunk, poked her head out to look at the black bear, which was about 2 meters long, and swallowed. It was so meaty. Today is the 4th day. In the past 3 days, most of them were on the verge of hunger. There are a lot of prey in the forest, but it is not easy to fill the stomachs of 5 people. A group of pheasants and hares can gnaw you down without any bones left in an instant. And moving in the forest, the consumption of physical energy is far beyond everyone's imagination. The forest is full of dangers, and all kinds of poisonous insects and beasts may emerge at any time. They have to be mentally alert, and they have to take turns sleeping at night. The vigil, it can be said that the past few days made them deeply realize that ninjas are by no means as beautiful as they imagined. Danger is a ninja's closest friend. I'm confronting a big guy. You look for opportunities to attack its weaknesses. Guan Yu was gearing up, and couldn't help but want to take this big guy to the pot. They once tried to catch fish, but found that the fish in the creek, the fish are all the size of a palm. After removing the head and tail, scraping the scales and cleaning out the dirt, the meat is not enough to fit between the teeth, and it is completely out of proportion to the physical strength put in for it, so I turned my attention to these big guys. Separation. Guan Yu rushed out, making seals with her hands, and clones appeared around her, 20 or so people, all with red hair and black clothes, lined up behind each other, slapping the predators in the forest like a tide. Roar. The length of the black bear is about 3 meters, its burly body is like a hill, its fur is black and shiny, and its 2 bare paws look like 2 millstones. The big guy noticed the group of monkeys who dared to provoke it, and roared angrily. The stench was blowing like a hurricane, and most of the phantoms of 20 or so clones were blown out in an instant. The avatar technique is too low level. The avatar created is nothing more than a bubble phantom, which can be pierced with a little bit of strength. Of course, this does not mean that the avatar technique is useless. In the hands of a master, the avatar technique can still play a role. To put it bluntly, ninjutsu is just a tool, and it is performed by people. What kind of effect it can play depends on the ability of the envoy, that is, it changes from person to person. Most of the avatars were blown out by the black bear. Watching the moon is not discouraged. There is a large group of seals, hula la, but I just sigh in my heart, if this is the shadow avatar technique, it is the most suitable ninjutsu for the Uzumaki clan. Unearth the perverted ninjutsu of the Uzumaki clan. It's a pity that he is still a little young now. The body of a 7-year-old child can't stand that kind of torture. It's not that he hasn't thought about using the shadow clone to cultivate, but his immature body is afraid that he can't bear that kind of burden. Even if there is a bonus of human fruit, the development of the fruit of everyone takes time. If it really exceeds the limit of the blood of the Uzumaki family and the fruit of everyone, he will also die. The fruit just helped him open a door, and the road still has to be walked by himself. Things are more fruitless. The black bear's 2 grinding disc-like bare paws whizzed and swept down. The moon-watching avatars didn't wait for the bare paws to fall on their bodies, but the gust of wind was enough to annihilate them. After sweeping the 2 paws, they found that these monkeys had disappeared. It's okay, the black bear was a little confused, and immediately became angry. It thought that these monkeys were playing tricks and deliberately fooling it. It roared angrily, and launched an attack violently. Hit, wipe out all these false phantoms. The more you kill these phantoms, the more furious your anger will be. Guan Yu's main body was hidden in the avatars, and the avatars were constantly forming seals, and they lined up to die, but his main body did not dare to take a step closer to this big guy. After using the avatars to test him out, just the wind of the palm blowing in front of him made his face sore. If he was really slapped, he probably wouldn't be able to recover if he didn't lie down in the hospital for 3 to 5 days. This bear slapped him. It can definitely smash a person's bones to pieces. But he didn't intend to fight recklessly. All he had to do was to use up the black bear's energy, attract its attention, and create opportunities for Minato and Otoha. For example, now, the black bear slapped obliquely in front of him, and wiped out Guan Yu's 6 avatars in one breath. But also because of too much force, he couldn't stand firmly on his feet, and his burly body like a hill swayed. Whizzing, 2 shurikens shot out from the bushes behind Guan Yu, passed over Guan Yu's head, and stabbed the black bear's eyes with precision. In an instant, blood bloomed. Hoo. The orange flames were jumping, roasting the huge bear's paw, and bursts of sweet breath spread out. Goo. Guan Yu couldn't help swallowing, the taste was too tempting. This black bear is one of the well-deserved overlords in this forest. I don't know how many honeycombs have been dug out. The 2 bare paws are soaked in honey to the bone. There is no need for other seasonings, just roasting like this is extremely tempting. Kushina and Minato are busy with barbecue. Guan Yu, Otoha, and Otome find some firewood to help them. Who knows how to cook? Only Kushina and Minato are proficient in cooking. Guan Yu was a child. The mouths raised by Kushina have become tricky, and the Uchiha brothers and sisters are also the type who don't touch the spring water with their fingers, and have never worried about cooking. The huge black bear is skinless, boneless, and visceral, and it also has 300 to 400 catties of meat. But after a meal, it is eaten by about half of Guan Yu's 5 people. Among them, Guan Yu eats the most. It's like a bottomless pit, but the appetite for watching the moon has long been familiar to several people. Today is the 4th day, and there are still 3 more days to go. Otoya lay on his back on the grass. The surrounding area had already been smoked with fireworks, and all the insects and ants had been dispersed. 3 days, we can't beat Aunt Tsunade and the others in another 30 days. Kushina squatted by the fire, resting her chin on her hands, with a melancholy look on her face. Just a shadow clone of a Jonin beat them to pieces. When will she be able to become Hokage? Probably because the flames were too warm, making people a little sleepy. Kushina lost her mind as she spoke, but fortunately, the rest of them didn't notice, except for a certain blonde man. Guan Yu is doing push-ups with one hand. Even in this training ground, he has not missed his exercise homework. He insists on exercising every day. Speaking of it, it is also because of the food intake that the team has been on the verge of food and clothing for a long time. The more you consume, the more you eat. Otome leaned against Kushina and fell asleep sweetly, and Minato sat cross-legged not far away, her hands and fingers intertwined like lightning, constantly tempering the speed of seal formation. A week can be long or short, but no matter what, the 1-week special training is finally over. In the end, the 2 teams that persisted were Guan Yu and Hinata Tianshan. Stepping out of the Iron Gate and leaving this gloomy practice field, I felt like I was out of prison. Looking up at the bright sun in the sky, the eyes of the shining people hurt. Damn it, it's finally out. Otoya let out a long breath, and his steps became much lighter. It is also rare for Otome to not be picky. It is clearly separated by a barbed wire fence, but the feeling inside and outside is completely different. Okay, guys, now is the time to announce the results. Tsunade clapped his hands and attracted the attention of the 8 people. Tsunade coughed lightly, squinted his eyes and glanced at the students with different expressions. The final result. All 8 of you are very good, and you all passed this assessment. There was no cheering, no jumping for joy. Although they were children, everyone still remembered that passing the assessment meant that they would participate in the work of transporting grain and grass, that is to say, they would participate in the war, even if they were only as logistics support personnel. Tsunade and the others didn't care about it. The world of ninjas has never been naive, only the cruelest iron and blood. If these little guys are as lively as the Chinese New Year, she may be worried. Sending students with this mentality to the battlefield is useless. Different from murder. Although the matter of simply sending students to the battlefield has already aroused criticism. Finally, let me emphasize that we will gather at the number 19 training ground at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, and we are all ready. Tsunade dropped his words and left in an instant. Handed over to Tsunade. If we say that before entering the number 40 exercise field, the students had great enthusiasm for joining the war, winning glory for the village, dedicating themselves to the village, and thinking about it makes their blood boil, then staying in this broken forest after a week, everyone's hot heads cooled down. On the battlefield, people will die. But whether they are willing or not, the matter has been settled, and they are powerless to resist this established matter. Even if they have a powerful family behind them, to the family, they are nothing more than nothing. On the road, the 5 people separated one after another and went home. Kushina and Guan Yu had a meal outside, and then wandered home, only to find a servant of the Senshou clan guarding the door, who was ordered by Tsunade to deliver things to them, 2 sets of black combat uniforms, knee pads, and elbow pads, because they are not ninjas, so they don't have forward protection. This time they made an exception and issued them with forward protection, although it was only temporary. Opening the ninja bag, there are shurikens, kunao, detonators, flash bombs, etc., which are very complete. If the 2 brothers and sisters prepare this by themselves, to be honest, I am afraid that it will take a lot of effort. Now there are ready-made ones delivered directly to your door, which saves a lot of things. Back home, although the sky was not yet dark, the siblings took a shower, set the alarm clock, and went back to their houses to rest. After a week of nervous tension, they can finally sleep well. The ticking alarm clock rang, and Guan Yu struggled to get up from the bed, opened the curtains, and the sky was already bright. Number 19 Training Ground. As the name suggests, it is the number 19 training ground built by Konoha Village. Since the village was established, it has been expanding outwards with the Hokage building as the core. The number of ninjas is also increasing year by year. In order to meet the training needs of a large number of ninja groups, training grounds were built one after another, especially when the number of civilian ninjas increased sharply, the demand for training grounds became even greater. This number 19 training ground is one of the training grounds built in the early days. When the sky was still dark, tall and short figures stepped into the training ground. Kushina and Guan Yu were neatly dressed, with a forehead protector tied on their foreheads, and a ninja pouch pinned to their waists. Kushina tied up her hair, and her red ponytail was swaying like a beautiful landscape. The edge of the training field attracted many eyes, especially a certain blonde-haired boy who ran over and said hello to his brother and sister. Finally, at the end of the gathering time, Uchiha Otoha appeared, wearing a combat uniform embroidered with the emblem of the fire fan, with a forehead guard on his forehead. For some reason, the whole person looked quite a bit depressed. Looking at Otome alone, Kushina couldn't help asking, "Why didn't Otome come with you?" Yaya rubbed his, but subconsciously, it still hurt a little, and he was kicked several times before going out. "What's your reaction?" Guan Yu's mouth twitched, frightened by Otoya's action, what Nima was doing rubbing her butt, which could easily lead to misunderstanding. Otom can't come anymore. My father said that it is enough for me to go to the battlefield alone. Otom is not old, so she stayed at home. Otoya didn't notice Guan Yu's eyes, he was looking at the dark ninjas. But, Aunt Tsunade, Kushina was not an idiot, so she stopped talking halfway through. As long as there are people in this world, there must be classes, and having classes means the existence of privileges. With the status of Otoha and Otom's father, it is not a big deal to take Otom out of this mission. Even if this mission was arranged by Sarutobi, as long as it does not affect Sarutobi's goal, he is not too lazy. Take care. Anyway, Uchiha is Danzo watching, all he has to do is to maintain the balance between the two, instead of completely falling to one side. Sure enough, Tsunade counted the number of people and did not count Otom among them. After making sure that everyone was present, they set off directly without a word of nonsense. Carts and fish ran through the main gate of Konoha. Tall and strong mules and horses dragged the carts full of various supplies forward. The ninjas spread out and guarded the carts. There are also 3 people, respectively guarding the front, middle, and tail of the team. The world of ninjas is wonderful. When film technology has appeared in this world, but there is still no engine. Fortunately, ninjas are basically scuds, and they run fast, not much worse than trains. However, ninjas can spread their legs and run around the world, but the transportation of supplies has made the leaders of the major ninja villages have a headache. It costs money to fight a war. Food, weapons, clothing, and bedding are all money. Well, compared to this, sending supplies to the front line quickly and safely is the top priority. But such a large amount of materials can only be transported by mules and horses dragging flatbed carts. Before Guan Yu came to this world, he also questioned why he didn't use scrolls or timespace ninjutsu to transport materials, which was safe and fast. But when he really came to this world, he realized how naive this idea is. First of all, the space scroll is not a Chinese cabbage, and secondly, the storage capacity of the space scroll is extremely limited. It can be used for the transportation of scarce and urgently needed materials with small equivalents, but a large amount of material transportation is still the primitive way of borrowing animal power. Otherwise, the price of the space scroll alone could exceed the material itself, and it would be an act of paying back the pearl. As for space-time ninjutsu, those who can play time-space ninjutsu are all top masters, not to mention that the number is rare, and using these masters as porters is tantamount to playing with pearls. As long as you are not an idiot, no one will do such a thing. Therefore, animal transportation is still the mainstream in the ninja world. Therefore, war methods against supply transportation behind the enemy have been derived. All kinds of leading soldiers and spies will do everything possible to destroy the supply line behind the enemy. It is said that the famous battle of the Kanabi Bridge in Minato in the future is such a kind of model of war. But now, Minato is still walking around with the cart. Why does that Minato guy and my sister in the same team? Why, damn team system. Guan Yu's teeth itch with hatred, staring at the swaying figure in the front line. Ninja fighting is a small team system, 3 people in a small team. In the 2 classes of ninja and ninja, the team system is the most perfect way of fighting. It was established after many tests such as World War I. Therefore, Guan Yu and their small group were inevitably divided. Unfortunately, Minato and Kushina were divided into the first team, and he and Otoha were kicked out and put on the other team, so that he resented no need. It's been a morning and I'm still thinking about it here. A team of 3, apart from Guan Yu and Otoyu, the third person is no stranger, but he is not familiar with him either. It happens to be the boy with cataract, Hyaga Tenzin. Looking at Guan Yu who was muttering there, Hyaga Tenzin couldn't help being a little suspicious. This teammate seems to be unreliable. As for Uchiha Otoha, this guy is smiling happily because he got rid of his poisonous sister, and he is not at all serious. Gao Lengfen, who lives in the Uchiha clan, giggles silly from time to time. Hinata Tianqian suddenly felt cold. This damn is wrong, this feels like 2 cheaters, long life, really long life, under the premise of the team system, and unreliable. Teammate can kill the entire team. Although the saying that there is no opponent who is not afraid of gods, but teammates like pigs has become popular, ninjas all have similar ideas. These days, teammates often mean life and death, and they will give their lives to them when they go to the battlefield. In each other's hands. Hinata Tianqian felt unprecedented troubles, but the large army was still advancing steadily, leaving Konoha, galloping towards the northwest, but the speed of mules and horses is so fast, a guy like Jiraiya can't sit still. At this time, Jiraiya has not started his writing career. Apart from cultivation, his leisure activities are nightclub shopping, or peeping. I'm on my way right now, so naturally I don't have a place to go for a stroll. If I'm peeping, do I want to see 2 monkeys doing the job together in the wilderness? No matter what, I haven't reached that point yet. Since I have nothing to do, I wandered around in the line, and then saw one of the observation targets, the little red-haired girl. The blonde-haired brat was following her. Well, I'm bored anyway, so I might as well use this kid to amuse myself. Ji Lai also rubbed his chin and smiled wickedly. Minato was carefully talking with Kushina, completely unaware that the turning point of his fate was coming. At the same time, Guan Yu finally suppressed the quarrel and resentment, and now he is too dissatisfied and can't do anything to anyone. To put it bluntly, he doesn't have enough strength and status to attract attention. Marching is a very boring thing, especially when ninjas can't spread their legs wantonly. It is even more tormented. Most of the ninjas are listless and move with the large army, and few of them are full of energy. Shuo Mao sat in the military tent, took the hot towel and wiped his face before he came back from outside. That fellow Hanzo was really treacherous, and this time he spent half a month chasing hide and seek with that guy before he caught his whereabouts, and fought a big battle in a valley in the land of rain, killing Hanzo's 3 guards on the spot. Sliced, forcing Hanzo to retreat back to Yuin village. Rainin's offensive has been reduced a lot recently, and many strongholds have been abandoned and retreated. We have captured the entire southeastern part of the Kingdom of Rain, and now we are checking whether there are any hidden signs of urine in the territory. A pineapple was tied under the seat. The ninja in the head stood up and replied that the Nara clan is the most qualified assistant officer. If not for this, Sakumo would not dare to leave the camp to track down Hanzo. However, Mr. Sakumo, what are we doing to occupy the land of rain? It is rainy all year round, so it is not suitable for farming, and the minerals in the territory are poor, so it is really not profitable. Nara Luxing couldn't help holding back for a long time doubts. The people of the Nara family have high IQs, but without enough information, they can't infer any information out of nothing. You said this, one is to show Hanzo's color, and now the country of rain is not limited to us in Rain Ninja. I don't know how many dark people are lurking, fish and dragons are mixed. Just take this opportunity to brighten up the muscles. Say, to be honest, Your Excellency, the daimyo of this land has no interest at all. Now it is just the people of the land of rain who are benevolent. In the future, there is no chance to divide the land of rain, make it internally split, and eliminate the hidden danger of urine. Of course, this matter, but it's still just a draft, and it's not going to be real. Shuo Mao had already drank half a bowl of hot soup while he was talking, to dispel the cold and damp moisture from his body. Whether it succeeds or not in the end, it doesn't matter. It's nothing more than wasting a little food, and it's nothing. What I said is really rich and powerful. However, Shuo Mao has the confidence. The land of fire is a well-deserved major grain-producing country among the 5 major countries. In addition to being self-sufficient, there is still a large amount of grain hoarded in the warehouse, which is used to buy minerals from the land of earth and the land of thunder. Rare herbs from the land of winds, etc. However, in order to contain the power of the various countries, food exports have always been carried out in small quantities. Anyway, even if there are no minerals from the land of earth and the land of thunder, there is a land of rivers on the left and right, and there are many mine resources in its territory. Instead, it has left the land of fire. The population of the land of earth and the land of thunder will inevitably decline. There is no way to feed so many people. This is also one of the reasons for launching the Ninja World War, to reduce population and reduce consumption. In fact, just looking at the appearance of the 5 major ninja villages is enough to tell the difference. Whether it is Cloud Ninja, Rock Ninja, Fog Ninja or Sand Ninja, their ninja villages are all neatly built, compared to Konoha's chaotic buildings are several times more tidy. However, this is exactly the hardship of the 4 great ninja village. These are the planned buildings of the village at the beginning. After decades, they are still the same. It can only be said that they are poor and have no money to rebuild houses. Yeah, expand today, rebuild tomorrow. The whole village is under construction all year round. If you don't see each other for half a year, Konoha can change you up a bit. Money is so capricious. Nara Shikako nodded, but his mind turned quickly. If it is managed well, maybe it can really split the country of rain. He secretly hid this idea in his heart, and then said, there is one more thing. The new one in the village. A batch of supplies has already been on the road. Counting the time, it should be entering the land of rain soon. Send someone to pick it up, lest someone with no eyesight jump out and make trouble. Shuo Mao raised his eyebrows with a murderous look. Every time supplies are transported, there are always messy things rushing out to make trouble. Bandits, Yurnin spies, and even some guys holding the Yurnin flag will take the opportunity to make trouble, killing batch after batch, but always some people went on and on to die. Actually, don't worry, the 3 disciples of Hokage-sama are escorting the supplies this time. Lu Xing shook his head, but changed his words in an instant. But there are actually a group of ninja school students among them, and they are really taking the land of rain as its training ground. Speaking of Lu Xing, they all laughed. This kind of trend of thought is extremely common. The war between Konoha and Yurnin is in an overwhelming advantage. The strength levels of the 2 sides are not at the same level. Shuo Mao could only repel him, but couldn't strangle him, so why should the war be delayed for half a year? If it is said that at the beginning, it was the idea of defeating Yurnin and ending the war quickly, but as time went by, it was discovered that a large number of middle and lower ninjas were negligent in the war, and this was the idea of using Yurnin to train soldiers. After all, the surrounding countries are restless, and in the Kingdom of Rain, there are a large number of espionage activities from the 3 countries of Thunder, Earth, and Wind, constantly spying on Konoha's strength, which makes people have to think deeply about their intentions. It is necessary to prepare early to prevent accidents. Students from Ninja School. Sakumo couldn't help laughing, but the smile quickly froze on the corners of his lips, and a thought suddenly appeared in his heart. Is there a list? Show me. Shuo Mao reached out to ask for the list. Lu Xing hastily pulled out a stack of rosters from the paperwork on the table. He didn't notice the change in Shuo Mao, thinking that it was just a whim and wanted to see what the situation of these students was. Didn't he also research over and over again a few days ago, several times? There is one of his little nephews on it. Carefully flipping through the not-so-thick list, there are a total of 120 students on it, a total of 42 temporary student teams. The sliding finger paused suddenly, and the name of the whirlpool Guan Yu was under the fingertips. Shuo Mao tapped the roster lightly, shook his head and laughed. His premonition came true. I haven't seen this disciple for half a year, and this time I just sent him under his hands, so I can check his level. After half a year, I don't know how much he has improved. I will personally lead the team to pick up these little guys. Shuo Mao threw the roster back on the table. Hey, Lu Xing's eyes widened in surprise. He looked at Shuo Mao. He didn't know which nerve he had touched in the commander. He personally led the team to pick up these little guys. Isn't this a bit of an awesome posture? These little guys are the seeds of the village's future. I'll go and take care of them, so as not to be taken advantage of. Although Dashimaru and the others are good, they are still a little young, Sakumo said domineeringly, but he is also qualified. Having said that, apart from Hokage, Sarutobi, there is no one in Konoha who is a match for White Fang. Even Naruto-sama, who is known as a ninja hero, to be honest, many low-level ninjas think that he is only halfway with Sakumo, and there is no shortage of such arguments among the high-level. After walking for more than half a month, the transportation team finally stepped into the territory of the Land of Rain. Less than 2 kilometers deep into the country, the torrential rain suddenly fell. It was like people splashing water in the sky. Even wearing a raincoat, it still felt damp. Guan Yu and Kushina didn't care about it. Uzumaki village is located on the island, and it is not inferior to here in terms of humidity. However, most of the students and even the ninja who were used to staying in the country of fire were not used to it, and there was a small commotion in the team. Fortunately, Tsunade and Orikimura took control of the situation in time. Only then did we continue to move forward, trekking hard on this poor road under the pouring rain. It can be said to be miserable. Compared with the good road conditions in the Land of Fire, the roads in the Land of Rain are simply rotten. It takes a lot of effort for mules and horses to pull out their hooves when they get stuck, and the speed drops to 1/10 of the previous speed in an instant. After 8 lifetimes of bad luck, is the Land of Rain full of mud? Can't they make the road easier? Yaya fell into the pit again. Because of the heavy rain, the field of vision was compressed to the extreme, and he could not even see the road under his feet. From time to time, some people would fall into the mud pit. If the floating soil is trampled loose, then people will be unlucky later. Among them, there are Yaya's ideas, and this is the 3rd time he has stepped into the mud pit. He cursed the rain ninjas in grief and anger, and with the help of Guan Yu and Hayaga Tenzin, he pulled out his feet with great effort. The weather in this country of rain is really weird. The heavy rain comes as soon as it is said, and the people who hit it are caught off guard. Guan Yu wiped his face, and it was all wet with water. Alas, the point is that the rain always feels like it will keep falling. This is fatal. Hinata Tianshan looked at the sky worriedly. Nightfall. Guan Yu sighed, and was really helpless about the bad weather. Fortunately, he was not born in this life to take a bath in the Land of Rain, or to eat sand in the Land of Wind. Did you hear any sound? Guan Yu's ears trembled, as if there was a large piece of chaotic noise mixed in with the sound of the rain. How can you hear a fart in such a heavy rain, Guan Yu? You are not hearing hallucinations, are you? Yu curled his mouth. Regarding Otoya's reaction, Guan Yu shrugged helplessly. Damn it, he turned out to be such a cold disciple of the Uchiha family, but now he looks so funny. Hinata Tianshan's reaction was very straightforward. He made madras with his hands, opened his eyes and looked around, then opened his mouth into an O shape, pointing to the wilderness on the left. There is. Be alert, there are enemies approaching. The leader of the Chunin yelled, roaring at the top of his lungs, not because the invading enemy was so terrifying, but because the damn voice was quiet, and he was directly drowned by the heavy rain up. The ninjas took out kunao and short knives one after another. There are many kinds of weapons. Kunao is just a standard equipment. The posture of responding to the enemy. Speaking of which, this is not the first time that Guan Yu has been on the battlefield. He and one ninja once fought against each other. Although he was completely defeated that time and almost lost his life, it was also a rare experience. At least he does not have 2 teammates around him now. So nervous and excited, but steady breathing, trying to listen to the noise and the rain coming. Guan Yu's eyes were fixed, and the figure in the rain screen was shaking, and the shining sword came into everyone's eyes before the human face. Kill this group of bandits, a bunch of self-defeating things. The Chunin who led the team were all veterans, and they didn't panic at the first attack. They immediately commanded the bandits to dispatch and kill these bandits. Newborn calves are not afraid of tigers, not to mention that the opponent is just a group of miscellaneous fish. The ninjas guarding the cart were divided into 2 groups, one group for attack and one group for protection supplies, taking turns alternately, and unexpectedly also practiced military training. Guan Yu, Yayu, and Tianshan rushed along with the formation. Even if they are only weak, they have already refined their chakras. They are almost not the same species as ordinary civilians. Swinging kunao can easily tear the necks of these strong men and bandits. Hot blood gushed like a fountain, mixed in the rainstorm and soon became icy cold. Mechanically waving the kunao in his hand, savoring the unprecedented tactile sensation of the sharp blade slicing through the skin, severing the muscles, severing the tendons, accidentally touching the bones, Guan Yu felt his stomach churn, but looking left and right, no matter whether it was Otoha, God good or bad, not only does not feel uncomfortable, but with unparalleled excitement. Enduring the discomfort in my heart, my eyes looking at the moon in my heart became cold. This is the original appearance of this world. If you don't kill people, people will kill you. Rooted deep in my heart, some stubborn obsessions from the previous life began to dissipate. This is no longer the world of legal principles. This is the land of power, and the legal principles of the previous life are still based on power. It can't be said that he suddenly became enlightened, but the discomfort that lingered in his heart was completely dissipated, and the kunao in his hand waved more agilely. Long before entering the country of rain, he took off the burden, and he can still do that in his own land. Play, enter the country of rain and continue as to die. Stepping on the messy muddy ground, Guan Yu followed the team to advance and retreat under the command of the Chunin captain, not seeking any good performance, but trying to keep up with the pace of the team. Didn't act recklessly just because he was from a famous family. Everyone's power was integrated together, turned into a cold killing machine, and killed all of this large group of thieves. Except for the first group of thieves holding swords, the people behind were all carrying hoes, sticks, hammers, and saws. If they were called thieves, they would take a high look. They were simply a group of farmers and craftsmen. With a yellow and thin face, but extremely fierce, he rushed forward without fear of death. The aura of the crowd is different from the previous, loose and free-spirited, a little more solemn. Stumbling along the way, they encountered attacks from refugees and bandits several times. The most outrageous one was that only a dozen or so people dared to charge into their long convoy. The mood of watching the moon is a bit heavy. After the prosperity of the country of fire, there is a hellish scene in the country of rain. The rapid transition in the middle makes people feel a sense of loss. But the other people around were indifferent. I can only laugh at myself. As expected, I still haven't really integrated into this world in my bones. The convoy moved forward slowly, not because they didn't want to go fast, but because they couldn't get up fast. Fortunately, the road they passed was all occupied by Konoha's side and belonged to the rear. Except for these inexhaustible refugees and bandits, no opponent is too strong. And soon Shuo Mao came to greet him with his subordinates. With Bai Fang in charge, even if Hanzo personally came to attack him, it would not be too dangerous. After a long trek, they finally arrived at their destination. Konoha's base camp in the land of rain. Nearly 10,000 Konoha ninjas stationed here, confronting Yernin. So far, the students of the ninja school have completed the experience, and with a group of ninjas who returned to the village to rest, they embarked on the road back. It is impossible for Sakumo to really keep these students on the front line for appointment, and the march along the way is very difficult. It is tempering, and seeing blood is the limit to beat back the bandits. However, two of the team stayed. After Tsunade took out Hokage's secret order, Guan Yu's team and Kushina's team were left on the front line, watching the students who were also from the ninja school evacuate one by one. The students of the advanced class and the intermediate class were all evacuated, but the students of their two low-level classes were still here. To be honest, I was a little nervous. Although Sakumo is his own master, Guan Yu has no place to find him. The ninja camp is stricter than ordinary troops. It is because there are too many strange ninjutsu and secret techniques. It can't be said that spies are running rampant in the camp. He couldn't even leave the camp where he was, but he also had some guesses about it. Could it be because of him and Juzhina that he deliberately kept them here? But after pondering for a while, he still couldn't figure out the intention, so he could only press the with the confusion in my heart. I continued to exercise my body. In the tent. What do you say the superiors are doing? Just leave our two teams behind. Yaya lay on the camp bed, honing his seal speed with both hands, wearing flowers and butterflies, and at the same time, he was distracted from chatting with Guan Yu and the others. You ask me, I don't know. Guan Yu was doing push UPS with one hand on the ground, switching her left and right hands alternately. Besides, I'd rather go out and work out than just curl up here and do push UPS than that kind of thing. That's right, I can't practice boxing in such a small space. Sushi was said to the bottom of his heart, and Hinata Tianchen rarely echoed Guan Yu's words. By the way, he was bored playing boxing games with Chu Daodangdong. Hearing this, Otowa grinned his teeth, a bit gloating about his misfortune. He didn't know where he got the virtue from this guy. It really put the face of the Uchiha family into disrepute. If his father saw this look, he would probably pick it up. His skin and heart are all there. Guan Yu was not without malice, imagining the scene of Otoya being beaten and crying for his father and mother, talking to comfort this miserable day. To be honest, these days are not as good as on the marching road. At least the sky is open and the earth is open and the mood is smooth. This is confined to a square inch, and walking, sitting, and lying down will inevitably make you feel a little more sleepy. Wait patiently for 2 days, there is always a reason. Minato quietly leaned on the bedpost and read with a book in his hands. Like this kind of tent, a maximum of 6 people can live in one tent, and 2 or 3 people can be less. Now there are 5 people living here, all of whom are students of the ninja school. Because Kushina is a woman and has another residence, so 5 men from the 2 teams are crowded here. In the handsome account. Sakumo frowned, feeling a little annoyed, and when he received Hokage's handwritten letter, he remembered that his little apprentice was one of the candidates for Jinjuriki, and that both his sister and his sister were eligible to become Jinjuriki of Kyuubi. The letter from the third Hokage made him a little dizzy. That he tried to test the hearts of Guan Yu and Kushina, and then recorded their every move. So complicated, how to test such an illusory thing as Xingxing? Shuomao rubbed his temples with a headache. It really created a problem for him, but he didn't know about the little girl. But he knew Guan Yu's temperament. She was ruthless to herself, using a way almost tortured to temper one's body. One's mind is not without perseverance. Sakumo senpai, this matter.
Tsunade asked aloud, and Orochimaru and Jiraiya sat in their respective seats, quietly, and they were even stronger in front of Sakumo than Sarutobi. Be calm in front of you. I'll make arrangements. Shuomao tapped the table lightly with his fingers, a warm smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. There are so many opportunities. Small town. It began to rain lightly again. The rain in the land of rain seemed to be endless. The thick ink clouds in the sky never dissipated. This huge amount of water vapor was really terrifying. Fortunately, the land of rain was densely covered with rivers, can discharge this rainwater from the country, otherwise I am afraid that the country of rain will be renamed the country of lakes. There are few pedestrians in the market, and there are few established shops. Most of them have set up a shed to sell oil, salt, and other goods, which can be described as simple. I don't understand that the superiors always ask us to do this kind of task, so why can't we do something difficult? Yu muttered non-stop, walking on the street and looking at the businesses on the left and right. What do we care about so much? Let's just kill people. Guan Yu moved her fingers indifferently, and her knuckles were pinched. They have been in the country of rain for a month, and they have been continuously assigned various tasks, including the team of Kushina and Minato. Their two student teams have been running around, performing various tasks non-stop. These missions are basically killing people. Kill spies, kill bandits, kill anyone they can kill. After walking half of the long street, the three of them turned around and stepped into an alley. The dark alley was full of garbage, and a rotten smell rushed towards them. The table is full of chickens and ducks, and most of them have not been used, and the heat is curling up. The ground was a mess, with 17 headless corpses lying on the ground, and the air was filled with a strong smell of blood. It's all solved. These tasks are really boring. Fuck, Guan Yu, why did you eat it? Yaya turned his head and saw Guan Yu sitting at the table and started to eat. Guan Yu tried hard to swallow the chicken leg in her mouth, until the bones were chewed to pieces. Why don't you eat it? No one has touched it before. While talking, he removed the fat goose on the table and continued to eat. Damn it, you've only cut off 17 heads, and you can still eat now. The corners of Yu Yu's mouth twitched. Nima was sitting in the pile of corpses eating. How could he eat? Whispering sound. Guan Yu didn't bother to answer, and continued to eat and drink. Within a month, under Shuomao's suggestion, Guan Yu completely changed his mentality. Killing people is no longer a burdensome thing. The world is such a ghostly world. Blend in because he doesn't want to die. To be a ninja is to put half of your foot into the gate of hell. If you die that day, it will not be surprising at all. A ninja can do whatever it takes to survive, but he must not be afraid of death. The more he is afraid of death, the faster he will die, because those who are afraid of death do not have the courage and ruthlessness to fight. Naturally, he is the one who dies. This is what Sakumo told him. This is how ninjas survive, or not just ninjas, in this troubled world. Those who are not afraid of death and dare to risk their lives tend to live longer. They have not always performed missions alone. They have cooperated with other teams to encircle Uran spies many times. They have watched the Konoha ninja, who is sure of winning, play with those spies, and use wind escape to treat those unlucky ones like chickens and ducks waiting to be slaughtered. They were all cut into pieces, with a playful smile on their faces, as if it was a kind of entertainment. After all, the kindness in Guan Yu's heart was not so easy to break. Zhang pleaded with the Chunin who led the team, and gave these spies a good time. Boy, you are really kind. Unfortunately, your kindness is destined to be unrewarded. Chunin pointed to Amity, who was lying on the ground panting. You see, they only have hatred and killing intent in their eyes. This is us ninjas, living in the hatred of others. The Chunin finally agreed to Guan Yu's request and gave these poor people a happy ending. But those scenes were shocking for watching the moon. These scenes had never been seen in the memory of his previous life, but behind the blood was so cold, he cut off the last trace of innocent fantasy in his heart, and then once, silently read those two sentences. If you don't kill me, people will kill me. The changes brought about by the metamorphosis of the mind are huge. Killing people is no longer a matter for him to consider. Killing should be done without mercy. The trace of dullness and unnaturalness has completely dissipated, and the short knife in his hand has become more flexible. It was rare for Shuomao not to reprimand him. There is a big difference between having a teacher and not having a teacher. After meeting with Guan Yu and inspecting his progress, Shuomao began to teach him the skills of using knives, and gave him a short knife directly. Isn't it? What a valuable item. But Sakumo said at the time that when he really became a ninja, he would give him a chakra knife. In this mission again and again, Guan Yu cut off a bunch of heads with a short knife, and at least 50 or 60 people were killed under his hands. But it's great, Konoha is actually your master. You are really hiding something. Otoyo looked enviously at Guan Yu. This is Konoha. I don't know how many people have sharpened their heads and want to worship under this person. Among them, there are many children from big families. The younger generation admires this living legend. Otoyo is also one of Bia's ardent fans. Point 1. Hey, you two are so envious. God knows how many people would like to be born in Uchiha and Hyuga. Guan Yu snorted. Hearing this sentence, both Yayu and Tianchen showed a helpful smile. It's not that they have other thoughts, it's just that it's normal for others to praise the heirs of their family and show joy. There is not much entanglement about the fact that Guan Yu is Bai Fang's disciple. After all,
It is the best that suits him. Uchiha has a fighting style that belongs to Uchiha. Bai Fang may not be able to help him develop Sharingan, and Hinata is even more. Needless to say, outsiders can't give pointers to the soft fist. The three laughed and chatted in the house full of dead bodies, and the atmosphere was very happy. Little did they know that there were 3 people outside the house staring at them. These boys are really ruthless. Zilla also let out a sigh of relief, looking at the blood flowing out from the crack of the door. Jiraiya, your naivete should be put aside. Ninjas are not charitable professions. What we do is killing people. This kid is sharper than that little girl. Orochimaru retorted coldly. Jiraiya, a look of regret flashed in the yellow-brown snake pupils. Senior Shuoma was really quick to strike. This little guy has excellent talents in everything, and his temperament is also decisive, which really made him fall in love. Unfortunately, the famous grass has already been found. Tsunade remained silent, but frowned imperceptibly. He didn't expect that this little boy who looked a bit shy and hid behind Kushina would be so ruthless that he couldn't kill anyone at all. Not stage fright, sitting in this pile of corpses looking forward, really. Powerful. In order to fulfill Sarutobi's entrustment, they also ran around for a month, running back and forth behind Kushina and Guanyu's buttocks. Their legs were almost limping from running. In order not to be caught by Kushina's Kagura hard-eyed, Hinata, Tianchi and the White Eyes noticed that they also used up the strength of the boss and specially learned the ninjutsu of enchantment to block the investigation. Leave, they are coming out. Tsunade waved his hand, and the 3 left at the same time. Guanyu ate a free meal, then wiped the grease from her mouth, and left here with Yayo and Tianchen with the head, and did not stop at the street market, but rushed back to the big city without stopping. Camp delivery tasks. The Konoha Ninja Camp, where the merits are recorded. In front of the Recording Institute, a very young ninja came over. Guanyu knew him. He was one of Sakumo Sensei's subordinates. He was very capable and talented, and he was already an elite among the Chunin. Guanyu, Master Shuo Mao let you go. Well, okay, I'll go right away. After a momentary stupefaction, Guanyu didn't dare to be negligent, and hastily responded. Shuo Mao would not be idle looking for someone to do chores. Every time he looked for him, he always had something to teach him, or to check his recent progress in cultivation. He turned and greeted his 2 teammates. Yayu, Tianshan, you guys go back first, I'll come as soon as I go. You bastard, get out of here quickly, and don't sneer in front of me. Yu rolled his eyes, and waved his hands angrily, like chasing away flies. You go, or you will be jealous of us. Tianshan shook his head with a wry smile. In the big camp, a small training ground was opened up. Attack me. Shuo Mao stood in the middle of the training ground and hooked his hands at Guanyu. Guanyu Mao bent her waist, held a short knife in her right hand, inhaled and exhaled slowly, and controlled her body according to Shuo Mao's teachings. Her calf muscles twitched, burst out suddenly, leaped out like a crossbow arrow, and rushed forward. The figure flickered, crossed a distance of 10 meters, and the short knife with a cold light swept out obliquely, cutting towards Shuo Mao's waist. Slow down. Shuo Mao raised his eyebrows, flicked his left hand forward, and his slightly pale palm instantly turned iron grayed out with a clang. He blocked the dagger with his bare hands, and made the sound of gold and iron, feeling that the dagger hit was not a human body, but a solid granite. When he saw the discolored palm, Guanyu felt something was wrong, and immediately withdrew his strength. After lightly touching the palm, before Shuo Mao could make a move, he bent down and rolled out smoothly, and the short knife in his hand slashed to Shuo Mao's ankle. Compared with Shuo Mao's tall figure, he is too short. Unless he jumps up, he can't touch the head, neck, and other vital parts at all. However, the small size also has the advantage of being small, which is convenient for attacking the next 3 ways, facing the ankle, knee joint away. The lethality is also not low. As for rolling on the ground, the image is not good. Guanyu dare not care about these things. Fighting is not a show. Ghostly and clever. Shuo Mao shook his head, exhaled strength from his feet, jumped up from the ground in an instant. The short knife brushed against his solace, without even touching a single hair, and Shuo Mao turned sideways in mid-air, and kicked out. He kicked directly on Guanyu's ass, and Guanyu immediately rolled out like a ball. Hey! The dagger was inserted into the sand. Guanyu stopped the force of rolling, turned over and got up, pulled out the dagger and rushed up again. Failed again and again, but Guanyu was not angry. It would be hell if he could hurt Shuo Mao with 3 or 2 hits. The master-disciple sparring is not once or twice. Every time Guanyu gets beaten, his nose was bruised and his face was swollen, which was a horrible sight. However, this small training ground was requisitioned by Shuo Mao with the power of the commander. There is no third person except them, the master and the apprentice. As long as the training ground is not demolished, it will be difficult for outsiders to perceive what happens inside. Through repeated beatings, under the careful guidance of Shuo Mao, Guanyu corrected her own mistakes little by little, and learned how to cut open a person's neck, heart, and lungs with the least effort. It's time to stop. Shuo Mao stretched out his hand suddenly, grabbed Guanyu who was rushing towards him, and picked it up like he was grabbing a chicken. Your progress is very good. To be honest, it has exceeded my initial estimate. Shuo Mao put the quiet Guanyu back on the ground, and the gentle smile appeared on his face again. Sour, poor God. Since Shuo Mao became a teacher, Shuo Mao has always had a straight face towards him. Your physical fitness is very good. It should be said that the Uzumaki clan is really surprising. They are simply perverted. Seeing the bruises and scars on Guan Yu's face dissipating slowly, Shuo Mao still couldn't hold back and spit out these two words that he didn't know that even the Uzumaki clan could hardly do this. The strong vitality and recovery power obtained only from the fruit. I originally wanted to let you practice physical skills to improve your physical fitness as much as possible, and I will teach you ninjutsu in another year. That now it seems that there is no need to wait so long. Shuo Mao was very sad when he said that. Hearing the words, Guan Yu lifted his spirits, and finally he was able to learn ninjutsu. As for Sakumo's comments and the like, he had the right to ignore them. To make sure, come here. Shuo Mao took out a square white paper from his pocket and handed it over, the chakra test paper. Clamping the small test paper with 2 fingers, Guan Yu poured chakra into it carefully. In an instant, the paper shriveled up, and when it shrunk into a crumpled ball, it looked like it had experienced weathering. Rocks, a little shattered and scattered. Well, lay in 2, very good, very good. Shuo Mao nodded, his face full of appreciation. Guan Yu, I have a question for you. What is chakra? Shuo Mo thought for a moment, but instead of teaching Guan Yu how to learn ninjutsu, he asked a question. Guan Yu was stunned for a moment, and almost blurted out the phrase, the power contained in the fruit of the divine tree. Fortunately, his brain turned fast enough, and he went back in time. After thinking for a while, he followed what the elders of the family taught him. After considering it, the so-called chakra is the source of power extracted by combining the physical energy absorbed from the cells and the spiritual energy condensed through exercise. That's right. Let me ask another question. What is ninjutsu? Sakumo asked. Guan Yu was getting a little dizzy now. Is this a test? I couldn't help but began to rack my brains to figure out how to answer this question. However, when he really thought about this question, he was taken aback. What exactly is ninjutsu? Cool stunts, killing weapon? Shuo Mao had never thought about this kind of problem before, and was silent for a while, and Shuo Mao was not in a hurry. Anyway, there was a shadow clone outside to deal with things, so he had plenty of time. After a long time, Guan Yu said slowly, ninjutsu is a means of transforming chakra into energy with other characteristics, and then controlling this energy. Shuo Mao sat on the mound, Guan Yu stood in front, lowered his head slightly, and listened attentively to Shuo Mao explaining his knowledge of ninjutsu. Ninjutsu is rooted in chakra. It is limited by the different talents of each person and develops different ways of using it. It can't be said that one is more powerful. It can only be said that it is more suitable for you. Some people are good at ninjutsu. Some people prefer illusion, and some people practice physical arts hard, all of which are different. For example, I am a ninjutsu type ninja. Shuo Mao raised his index finger with his right hand, and bright lightning arcs jumped, and there was a faint crackling sound, and he raised his middle finger again, which turned into iron gray, with a dark brilliance flowing on it. Teacher, what type am I? Guan Yu resisted to ignore the middle finger and asked in a low voice. I do not know. Eh? Shuo Mao laughed angrily, and glared at Guan Yu. I can't tell what type you are now. This classification is just something I figured out on my own. Whether you are good at ninjutsu, illusion, or body art is something you have to figure out by yourself. Ask me, how do I know? Crackling gave Guan Yu a lesson. With a shy face and touching his head, Guan Yu giggled. He thought it was wrong. That's right, if such a thing can be seen at a glance, wouldn't it be against the sky? But I couldn't help but start to guess that I was in. Which one is more talented in the 3 items of ninjutsu phantom? There is one more thing to keep in mind, but any top master can be good at one, but must not specialize in one. For example, illusion. You may not be good at performing illusion, but at least you must learn to dispel illusion, otherwise you will encounter enemies who use illusion. It's a shame. 3 kinds of ninjutsu and genjutsu. Taijutsu is regarded as the last class because its attack power is difficult to match ninjutsu, and it is not as unpredictable as genjutsu. However, this is the foundation of the foundation. Ninja's chakra is limited, and ninjutsu cannot. It may be released without restraint, but the most common one is taijutsu, which is why I ask you to temper your body and practice swordsmanship. If you can use taijutsu to kill people, use taijutsu as much as possible. Guan Yu was fascinated by what he heard. Whether it was the teacher of the ninja school or the elder of the Uzumaki clan, he had never analyzed the difference between ninjutsu, physical jutsu, and illusion so clearly. Although he had a lot of memories in his previous life, he could not. It is superficial, and there is no such deep understanding. Illusion is not my specialty. What I can teach you are physical arts and ninjutsu. Shuo Mao coughed lightly at this point. You have barely mastered physical arts, although the knives are still young. However, once you kill a few more people, you will become proficient. Hearing this, Guan Yu grinned, and laughed silently. Her teacher is really a first-class ruthless person. Killing people to practice their hands is the same as killing chickens. 2 done, rock stealing stick. Shuo Mao slapped his palms, and a rock stick suddenly rose from Guan Yu's feet. Even though he reacted quickly enough and took a quick step back, the stick wiped his cheek and was pulled out by the raised stone corner. There was a bloody gash. Guan Yu was taken aback, touched the blood on his face. He wanted to cry but had no tears. What kind of trouble is this? How do you feel? Shuo Mo asked with a smile. Guan Yu wanted to complain angrily, but when she was about to speak, she saw Shuo Mao's gentle smile and swallowed the words. Shuo Mao doesn't like to play tricks, his every action has always been purposeful, and the scene just now was replayed in my mind. I suddenly exclaimed, there is no seal, is this unscientific? Guan Yu was dumbfounded. Teacher, how did you do it? Could it be Muji Jutsu? Guan Yu thought of a reasonable reason. Muji. You really know how to think about it. Sakumo laughed. His hands started to move, one seal after another, deliberately slowing down, and then another rock stick came out. This time he was on guard, and finally he didn't get hurt, but he was already watching all straight. There is no doubt that this is the same ninjutsu. The knot seal and the non-knot seal are both used. This almost overturned Guan Yu's inherent cognition of the ninja world. It is not Muji ninjutsu, but it can be released by Muji. This he can't find any reason to excuse it, so he can only widen his eyes looking at Shuo Mao, waiting for a reasonable explanation. Guan Yu, what is the process for us to release ninjutsu? Find seals, refine chakra, and use ninjutsu. Guan Yu replied without thinking. That's right, then let me ask again, why do you need seals to use ninjutsu? Can't we just refine and use chakra? Sakumo stared at Guan Yu with piercing eyes. Silently, Guan Yu's eyes were wide open, and he didn't know how to answer. Let me put it another way, what do you think yin is? Now, Guan Yu lowered her head and thought about it seriously. What is yin? This question feels more fucked than the what is ninjutsu just now. Is it useful to know this kind of question? Isn't it enough to just need a faster seal? The bottom of my heart was at a loss, but Guan Yu still tried hard to think. A little inspiration flashed in my mind. He hesitated and said, yin, it should be similar to the mechanism that controls chak? Shuo Mao didn't answer immediately, but just smiled, his eyes full of approval. The so-called seal is to control the transformation of chakra. We release ninjutsu, echo the chakra in the body through the seal, make it transform smoothly, and then use it. This is the whole process of performing ninjutsu. Shuo Mao said word for word. As for why I can release ninjutsu without seals. Do you want to guess? Sakumo looked at his apprentice with a smile. Guan Yu became messy in an instant. Who said that honest people can't joke anymore? You pinched me at the key point. This can't be friends anymore. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Seeing Guan Yu's distorted expression, Shuo Mao laughed and replied, without him, practice makes perfect. Practice makes perfect? Fuck, what a strong reason, so strong that it's unbelievable. What's the matter, don't you believe me? Sakumo raised his eyebrows. He was not surprised by the little apprentice's reaction, because most ninjas firmly believe in the process of forming seals and releasing ninjutsu. Similar ideas are enough to be called deep-rooted. The seal is to control the transformation of chakra, but after performing a ninjutsu hundreds of times, you are already familiar with the process of chakra transformation. At this time, you can naturally perform ninjutsu without seals. Guan Yu was very speechless, speaking so simply. Guan Yu complained, fourth, well, there really is a fourth. Fourth, only C-level ninjutsu and some non-aggressive B-level ninjutsu can discard not seals. B-level offensive ninjutsu and A-level ninjutsu cannot discard not seals. Under the circumstances, it is too difficult to restrain the huge amount of chakra just by feeling. The actual operation in the battle is very unstable, and the practicality is too low. Shuo Mao taught Guan Yu in detail his own understanding of abandoning the not seal. Of course, it's still too early for you to give up the seal. In the end, Shuo Mao gave Guan Yu another blow. Guan Yu can't wait to look up to the sky and sigh, this dam is playing tricks. Excitedly, he thought that Shuo Mao was going to teach him the experience of abandoning the not seal, but in the end he gave him such a sentence. What a hell, it's nonsense after talking for a long time. Do you think I've been talking nonsense for a long time? Shuo Mao's sharpness made Guan Yu's heart skip a beat. No. Sakumo didn't bother about the truth of this statement, just sighed, and continued, I have said so much, just to tell you that ninjas must abide by the rules, but learning ninjutsu should not be rigid. Don't use common sense to limit you. The way of thinking is that the higher the level of ninjutsu is, the more powerful it is. The ninjutsu that can kill the enemy is the most valuable. This time, Guan Yu pondered for a moment, then nodded seriously, expressing that he had remembered the words. Also, in the future, you can work hard in the direction of abandoning the seal. No matter how fast the seal speed is, there is a limit. Without the seal, you can undoubtedly gain the upper hand in battle. First move is necessary in many cases. Win. Your chakra attributes are earth and thunder. I will teach you earth escape first. Teacher, I want to ask, can I learn shadow clone first? The formal teaching has finally begun. 2 done, rock stealing stick. Sea-level ninjutsu is perfect for an introductory practice. Just 1 hour later, 50 or 60 rock sticks were erected on the training ground, and 6 moonwatchers were standing in different corners. In the middle of the day, he kept making seals, trying again and again, releasing the same ninjutsu. These rock sticks of different heights and thicknesses are the result of cultivation. Regarding the use of shadow clones to practice such things, Sakumo was shocked after listening to Guan Yu's words. This ninjutsu developed by the second generation of Naruto has been used for fighting and gathering information. So far, no one has ever thought about it. I have used this thing to practice. At that time, he highly praised Guan Yu's breakthrough thinking, and he was very pleased that his previous words were not in vain. Of course, a certain traveler hurriedly changed the subject with a dry smile. Teacher, the flower head learned by your unborn son. However, after some research, Shuo Mo was keenly aware of the limitations and dangers of this method. The limitation is that this method is only suitable for people with a large amount of chakra. and it can only be used for ninjutsu or theoretical knowledge. There is no way to superimpose the training of physical skills. After the shadow clone disappears, only the memory of the main body will be returned. The danger is that if the repeated fatigue exceeds the limit of the human body, it is likely to cause the surgeon to die suddenly. Learning the technique of shadow clone is very smooth. It seems that the Uzumaki clan is naturally suitable for similar ninjutsu. Guanyu doesn't know. What he wants to know is whether he can learn the technique of multiple shadow clones. The technique of multiple shadow clones is the ninjutsu that can really take advantage of the large chakra of the Uzumaki clan. The technique of multiple shadow clones is not exactly the same as the technique of shadow clones, but the relationship between superiors and subordinates. The shadow clone technique can divide up to a dozen shadow clones at a time, and it is impossible to achieve the scale of hundreds or thousands. As for it is too difficult to deduce the multiple shadow clone technique from the shadow clone technique. It is easy to go from top to bottom, but it is even more difficult to go from bottom to top. After all, if the multiple shadow clones can be deduced so easily, the second generation of Hokage does not need to list this thing as a forbidden technique and record it's in the Book of Seals. The answer Shuo Mao gave made Guanyu very depressed. He said that before he was 12 years old, he would not teach him the technique of multiple shadow clones, and warned Guanyu not to be too greedy. It is best to try the technique of shadow clones first. Find the limit you can bear, so as not to crash yourself. The ninja world has never lacked examples of geniuses studying ninjutsu, but in the end they played themselves crazy and died. After learning the technique of shadow clone, Guanyu began to take advantage of the bugs enjoyed by the Uzumaki clan. Even though he is almost 8 years old now, but the blood of the Uzumaki clan plus the power of the human fruit, the amount of chakra is still greater than himself above the 1-year-old Kushina. Moreover, the strong vitality and resilience given to him by the fruit of everyone gave him enough confidence to withstand the fatigue brought about by the cultivation of the shadow clone. A soil-dwelling rock-stealing stick, practiced watching the moon for an hour, and then got a little trick. It can control the size, length, and even thickness of the rock stick. Although it is only a general range, it cannot be refined to the centimeter. But this result already made the corners of Shuo Mao's eyes twitch. Fortunately, for the time being, he doesn't need to practice the endurance of his heart, because Guanyu and the others are going back to the village. Here is this scroll for you. I know you Uzumaki clan has enough ninjutsu scrolls, but you are not allowed to learn them all. Follow the ninjutsu recorded on the scroll I gave you and learn them one by one in order. Do you understand? Shuo Mao handed Guanyu a scroll with the fragrance of ink, which was obviously newly written recently. I see. Guanyu nodded earnestly. He now admires Shuo Mao's vision and seasoned experience. Every time he guides him, he can point out his omissions and mistakes, and he will seriously answer any questions he has. Even though he himself felt idiotic after some questions, Shuo Mao never showed a look of impatience. This time you go back, we won't see each other for a year or a half. I'll send you another word, remember. Shuo Mao looked at Guanyu. The little apprentice stood upright, like a side. It's like the stone piles on it. Killing is the best practice. People who can't adapt to killing can't become strong. Even if you go back to the village, you must not waste your feelings. Killing is also a handicraft. If you let it go for too long, your hands will become weak, raw. After all, the time for the students to stay on the front line is limited, and Urin security is not unlimited. As Konoha ninjas' activities to cut off spies, Urin has become active again, and Konoha cannot really be cleaned up completely. Clean the rear, and then use all your strength to attack you in village. With Urin unable to win and Konoha's intention to train soldiers, this battle is destined not to end in a short while. Finally, I'm going back. I feel like I'm going to be moldy during the time I've been living in the land of rain. Yaya complained to Guanyu and Tianshan, but he didn't hide his excitement about going back to the village, and his face was flushed. TCH, what's so good about going back? Are you going to the ninja school again? Do you think you can sit still now? Guanyu Exu looked at Otoyu. Yayo has lost his temper. In the past month or so, he has sent out many missions one after another. The three of them are almost soft-hearted. How could they sit still in the ninja school? Just thinking about it makes me feel tormented. Down. Getting used to this exciting life, how can they return to that kind of plainness, at least before they get bored? It is difficult to appease the heart that has tasted the taste of killing. Go back and see if I can find a way to apply for early graduation. Anyway, I am determined not to stay in school. Tianshan groaned, very depressed. The largest training ground in the camp, the gathering place for the ninjas who switched defenses and retreated. Ninjas in 2s and 3s stood everywhere, gathered together, and talked in a low voice. Guanyu, Yayu, and Tianshan lowered their heads. The village is a little resistant. At this time, 3 figures appeared on the side of the training ground. Watch the moon. Juzine waved his hand away, ran over excitedly, hugged Guanyu, but rubbed Guanyu's head vigorously. The crimson hair was rubbed into a mess, like a chicken coop. Sister, be merciful. Guanyu quickly begged for mercy, but Juzine resentfully stopped. Sister, how are you doing recently? Guanyu combed her hair with her fingers, and approached Juzine with a smile. Yo, now you know how to care about your sister's life. I haven't seen you come to see me for more than a month? The murderous eyes fell on him again. It's broken. The ass was slapped on the horse's leg.
The corners of Guan Yu's eyes twitched, with a very aggrieved expression on his face, and he immediately called out, "Isn't it because the superiors have been assigning tasks to us all the time, and after finally being free, the teacher called me over to reprimand me? No time at all, is it?" Juzine squinted at Guan Yu, his eyes always felt not as easy to fool as before. Guan Yu's heart skipped a beat, she gritted her teeth and nodded. "It's true, if you don't believe me, ask Yayu and Tianshan, our legs are about to break recently." "Okay, Kushina, what Guan Yu said is right, haven't we been taking on missions all the time?" Minato smiled and interjected at the right time, and then Kushina stopped using the osmosis. The man looked at Guan Yu, and obediently made Guan Yu's mouth open into an O shape. "Is this still the sister who does her own way and advocates violence? When did you become so talkative?" Guan Yu's heart skipped a beat, feeling that something had happened that he didn't understand, and looked at Minato with searching eyes, and what came back was a smile as gentle as jade. "What's the matter? Watch the moon." "No big deal, I'm just curious, when did you and my sister get on so well?" Guan Yu asked tentatively. "Who has a good relationship with him? Which eye of yours saw that the relationship between me and the sissy is good, huh?" Juzine narrowed his eyes, stretched out his hand like lightning, grabbed Guan Yu's face, and then pulled hard. "It feels like kneading dough." No, can't I be wrong? I was wrong." Guan Yu has always been sloppy in admitting her mistakes to her sister, almost an instinct that goes deep into her bones. Juxina rubbed it twice more, and then reluctantly let go. Not to mention the uproar among the people, after the leader of the team counted the list, nearly 1,000 replaced ninjas took some wounded and embarked on the road back home. "Guan Yu, I don't think your sister is right, didn't she dislike Minato the most before?" Otoya stood beside Guan Yu, staring at the two figures in front of him who were a little too close. Guan Yu gritted her teeth, her eyes were gloomy, her emotions were complicated and hard to describe. She just felt bored. "Let's talk about it when we go back to the village." The evil star torn from the battlefield by Qian Beihazi was unimpeded all the way, but if something without eyes approached, it would be chopped into a puddle of meat in 3 to 5 seconds. Guan Yu jumped out with a knife a few times, 2 steps, and then slipped back in embarrassment, scolding these seniors for being unkind. Don't they know how to leave a mouthful of soup for others to eat meat? Leaf Village. Compared with the period when the war started, the vigilance in the village was obviously relaxed, but in the corner where ordinary people could hardly notice, there was still a patrolling man named Umbu, like hunting dogs searching for all suspicious smells. The bustling street has returned to its old look, full of voices, bustling and lively. "Mito-sama, these are the documents recorded by my 3 disciples." In the quiet room of Senshao's house, Saratobi respectfully handed out the thick file bag in his hand, and respectfully looked at the old lady sitting by the bed. "Let me take a look, Hirizan, you are Hokage now, so you don't need to waste time with me. I will send someone to look for you after I finish reading." Mito squeezed the rather heavy file bag in his hand, when he gave the order to chase away guests. "Shenshu, see you off, Uncle Saratobi, for me." "Yes, Grandma." The boy with an innocent smile responded respectfully, and then retreated together with Saratobi. "Naoki, how is the course at the ninja school going?" Saratobi asked Naoki with concern as he walked on the promenade. "It's okay, I'm not as smart as my sister, but I will make up for it with my efforts." Shengshu's smile was so innocent, without any impurities. Saratobi smiled kindly, reached out and pressed Shenshu's head. "If you have any questions, come to me at any time." "I will." In the quiet room, Mito was sitting by the bed, stroking the paper in his hand. This thick stack of documents had been turned over and over several times in the past 3 days. She is already old, and the battles in her youth exhausted her vitality. If it weren't for the strong vitality of the Uzumaki clan, she might have left this world early, but even if she was dying, she would come to the end, and she could feel life. It's slowly passing by, and it won't last long. "Rope Tree, accompany me to go outside for a while." Mito beckoned. Grandma, the doctor said you'd better stay at home and recuperate. You'd better stay at home. There are too many people outside and the air is bad, which is not good for your health." Shengshu was in a hurry, his face was flushed, and he blocked the door with his hands open like an old hen. "Ha ha." The old woman in her 80s was amused by her grandson's anxious look. "It's okay, Zishudat, I know my own body best. I just need to take a few steps. I haven't left this house for a long time. I want to see with my own eyes what Kana is like now." "What kind?" "My time is running out, but there is one very important thing that I can't make a decision on. I'm hesitant. I want to go outside for a walk." Shenshu was stunned, and slowly put down his open hands, stood at the door for a moment of silence, and then resolutely said, "I'll go get ready." "Is this the current Konoha? The change is really big. It's much more lively than before." Mito wore a straw hat on his head and was dressed in off-white casual clothes. He stopped after 2 steps and stared intently. Looking at the plants and trees around me, and the passers-by. If it wasn't for the ongoing war in the country of rain, the village would be even more lively. Shang Shu muttered. Mito and Nikoki walked down the street, looking like grandparents out for a walk. Although over 80 years old, the strength of the Uzumaki clan is not in vain. The old man's steps are not fast, but every step is very steady, not at all like the ordinary trembling old man. "Grandma, we're tired from walking, let's find a place to rest."
Shang Shu asked worriedly. Mito squinted his eyes and said nothing, standing under the shade of a tree, watching the two girls across the street laughing. Sister Kushina, how about this hairpin? Uchiha Otome picked up the pink hairpin on the stall and showed it to Kushina. Well, this style is very good. It was not as fast as a turtle crawling when escorting the supplies. When they returned, they were really vigorous and resolute. Even the wounded were gritted their teeth and persisted. Efficiency. For ninjas, the so-called war is just a mission, killing a few people, wandering in the country of rain for 2 months, and then returning to the village to rest and wait for the next round of replacement. Otome, who was unable to go to the front line together, came to the door and pestered Kushina to ask questions. As for the elder brother at home, there was no need for a conversation with that kind of cockroach-like creature. Anyway, it was the same as Kushina. She could know what she wanted to know, so the two went shopping together today. As for Guanyu, he was training hard behind closed doors. Anyway, his sister didn't hang out with a certain yellow-haired guy, and he was thinking about whether to blame someone. All in all, he was a bit busy. Kushina and Otome have been walking around the street for a long time. She looked around, considering whether to go home to cook or to finish lunch with Otome outside, but suddenly saw an old tree with luxuriant branches on the street. Next, the kind old woman stood there. Aunt Mito, why are you out? It's very hot today. Kushina ran over with Otome dragging her. Otome saluted ignorantly, and then looked at the old man in front of her with big black eyes. No matter how smart she was still young after all, and she simply thought that the old man was Kushina's elder. You little girls, go and play, you don't need to follow me, an old woman, there is a rope tree to follow. Mito patted Kushina's head lightly. It's okay, Otome, and I can come out to play any time. You just went out with great difficulty, we will accompany you around. Naoki. Naoki is a boy, but he is not as careful as us. Juzine murmured, for this boy who was not more than 2 years older than himself, he really couldn't call him uncle. Otome nodded at the side, and said in her mouth, Sister Juzine and I have been playing all morning. Mito didn't care about these things. Naoki was even more relieved, being called uncle by a girl who was only 1 or 2 years younger than him. He was respectful and thankful for such a thing. You little guys. Mito shook his head, but he didn't refuse the little guy's kindness. The team of 4 continued to wander around aimlessly. Mito pointed in a direction, and the small team went for a stroll. They were very happy wandering around like this, but they were worried about the Umbu who were secretly guarding. A large number of Umbu closely followed the group. People, because of the aimless route, the leaders had to deploy more people to deploy defenses along the way. Even Saratobi, who was sitting in the Hokage building, began to monitor the whole process, and 4 figures, 1 old, 3 young, appeared on the crystal ball. Kushina looked around twice as if aware of it, and subconsciously wanted to make seals to find out the snoopers, but Mito grabbed the hands that had just joined together. It's okay, they have no malicious intentions. Mito stopped Kushina's actions with a kind smile on his face, and then squinted his eyes and asked, Kushina, have you mastered Kagura's mind? Well, I learned it a few months ago, but until now I can only sense the target of about 1 kilometer, and it will not work beyond this range. Kushina lowered her head a little frustrated. Mito remained silent, and suddenly pointed to a small park above. Let's go sit there. The old tree needs to be embraced by several people. The green and luxuriant branches and leaves cast a large shade, dispelling the heat of summer. The log-colored bench is also hidden in the shade. It is still a little cold when touched by the hand. A burst of noisy cicadas chirping. Speaking of the land of rain, there really are no 4 seasons. It is rainy all year round, cold and humid. It wasn't until Kushina and the others returned to the land of fire that they suddenly realized that it was already summer before they knew it. The land of rain, I went there a long time ago, and it felt like it was always raining. I was thinking, won't this country be flooded? The old man raised his head, his gray hair was blown by the wind. As the blow fluttered, the scorching crimson that showed the vitality of the Uzumaki clan dissipated. That country has been at war all the time, with the land of earth, with the land of Taki, with the land of grass, with the land of wind, and with us, the land of fire, even among themselves. Fighting from time to time, it can be said that it is the most chaotic place in the ninja world. It feels like the same as in the previous warring states period. There are wars everywhere, and people die every day. There are 5 brothers and sisters between me and your great-grandfather. Your great-grandfather is the youngest, and I am ranked 4th. There are 3 more people above us. My brother, they all died outside in battle. They were still smiling when they went out in the morning, but when they came back, they were mutilated corpses. The old man held the hands of Kushina and Otome, his eyes were blurred, as if he had lost focus, and there was a slight sadness in the deep wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. The years are really ruthless, but the sorrow that once penetrated into the bone marrow has become so dull now. Later. I left the family and married into the Senju family, and then Hashirama and Madara established Konoha. The old man looked away and looked at the people sitting on the left and right. 2 girls, do you know Madara, Uchiha Madara? Well, I know. Kushina nodded. Uchiha, are you from our clan? Otome looked at Kushina blankly. The old man was not surprised when he saw this, he just let out a long sigh. Uchiha Madara's betrayal back then was not an honorable thing for Konoha or the Uchiha clan. Over the years, he has tried his best to downplay the name Uchiha Madara, and few people in the younger generation know about Madara's existence. On the other hand, when Kushina was in Uzushio village, he studied the history of the ninja world organized by the Uzumaki clan, and although it is not so complete and detailed, it is still a little more than the castrated version in Konoha Ninja School. Some major events between Taehuma and Uchiha Madara are still recorded. Blade.is a genius, this is what Hashirama said personally, but it is a pity that his temper is too extreme, and finally made a mistake. It should run counter to the original Wish the Road. Mito looked down at Kushina, with bright eyes, a delicate face like a flower, and the bright red hair that was just like a rosy glow. How young! Kushina, do you like Konoha? I like it. There are Guanyu, Otome, you, classmates from the school, and many other people who I value. Juzine's almond eyes were clear, and every word contained the most sincere feelings. Good boy. Mito sighed, then stared at Kushina closely, and said in a faint voice that Kushina could hear, "Come and see me at night, there is something very important. I have something important to tell you." Otome sat on the side, still pondering the name Uchiha Madara, completely oblivious to Mito and Kushina's whispers. "Sarutobi, get ready and transfer Kyuubi as soon as possible," Mito said calmly. "Have you decided on a good candidate?" Sarutobi sat on the chair next to him, looked at the old Mito, and sighed secretly. "This day has finally come. Well, I will have a talk with that child tonight. That you should start preparing first, and get rid of all hidden dangers. Nine-tail switching containers may be very unstable. Even if you are a Uzumaki clan, you are still a child after all. The power of nine tails is not so easy to bear. We must prepare for the worst. I understand that these will be ready today." Sarutobi nodded with a serious expression that he has seen the destructive power of Kyuubi with his own eyes. If there is any accident during the container conversion process, it will be very serious. Tricky. He has already begun to think about moving the venue of the ceremony to outside the village, so that even if the worst happens, the loss can be minimized. It is a pity that Sakumo must be on the front line to watch Hanzo now, otherwise Sakumo would be at least in charge. It's half easy. As soon as possible. It's almost night now, maybe tomorrow is my return date. The overhead light has been turned on, illuminating the entire room with a soft and bright light. Sarutobi nodded. Mito's words gave him a sense of urgency, but fortunately, he has been preparing for this matter all this time, and Umbu under him is already ready to go. After talking for a few words, Shengshu walked in. "Grandma, Kushina is here." His voice was choked with sobs, and the corners of his eyes were slightly red. Sarutobi felt rather sad when he saw this, and he couldn't help but feel sad. If Mito really left, the group of people who symbolized the beginning of Konoha would be gone. Completely withered and clean. "Let her come in, Sarutobi, you go first, I will talk to that child alone." Mito waved Sarutobi back, not even Rope Tree stayed behind. Kushina walked quietly on the wooden corridor with equal spaced steps. "Aunt and Grandma, here I come." Two done, rock stealing stick. Vortex home, backyard, training ground. The rock sticks stand upright, even if the sun is falling and the sky is dark. He is still a tireless practitioner. The rock stealing stick is a very simple sea-level ninjutsu. Under Sakumo's guidance, he has already started. However, in the past few days after returning to Konoha, apart from the training courses in the past, he has devoted all his attention to the sea-level earth escape technique. Too much to chew. It's a very simple truth, but it's often easier said than done, and there are very few people who can resist the greater temptation and persevere. Guanyu suppressed his desire to learn new ninjutsu after several ideological struggles. He kept in mind Sakumo's warning that he would not be able to learn the next ninjutsu on the scroll until he was proficient in playing the rock stick. Surgical. They have been practicing at home for 2 days. Anyway, no one has urged them to go to class. War is the main theme among high-level people nowadays. Even if they maintain an absolute advantage, they still have to be careless. Hokage, who cares about the education of ninja school, is also busy with more important things. "Sister Kushina." The girl's delicate voice sounded in the front yard. Soon, Otome appeared on the edge of the training ground with her head poking around. Along the edge of the training ground, bypassing the rock pillar forest in the center, Guanyu jumped onto the promenade, looking at Otome in bewilderment. "My sister went out after dinner and said she was looking for you. But Sister Kushina hasn't been here before. I just came here because I wanted to ask you some questions." Otome opened her eyes wide and looked at Guanyu. "Where did Sister Juxina go? Where did my sister go?" The two screamed at the same time. "No, apart from going to your house, my elder sister probably won't go anywhere else, and she still uses this kind of excuse. Where did she go?" A deep worry rose in Guanyu's heart, and his brain was working quickly, thinking about where Kushina might go. Could it be that you went to Minato?" Otome said cautiously. Seeing Guanyu's cannibalistic eyes, he backed away in fright, and hurriedly said, "Today, when I was shopping with Sister Juxina, 5 or 6 of his 10 sentences could bring water to the door. I think could it be that you were looking for Minato?" "Tisk." Guanyu clicked her tongue fiercely, her complexion was cloudy and uncertain, she grabbed Otome without thinking, and then walked out. "Go find that guy. Minato's house is not far away, a 5-story building. The people who live here are basically ordinary middle-class ninja. Minato's parents were also one of them, but when the parents died in battle, Minato lived here alone. Up. Boom boom boom." Swinging his fist, he pounded violently, and the fine dust on the door frame fell into a pile. Otom stood on the side panting, being dragged by Guan Yu all the way. It was too tiring. A pervert who was used to this kind of high-intensity exercise didn't notice it, but she was a little bit overwhelmed, wishing to kick this bastard kicked. Did he lose his IQ after hanging out with his idiot brother for too long? Boom boom boom. Guan Yu's face is neither red nor out of breath, but her heart is beating violently. If it was Kushina who opened the door, he squeak. Who? Guan Yu and Otom, why are you here at this time? Minato frowned slightly when he saw Guan Yu and Otom, a little surprised. Shuman, have you seen my sister? Guan Yu asked straight to the point, her eyes locked tightly on Shuman's face. You said Kushina is missing. Minato's pupils shrank suddenly, and with his wisdom, he instantly figured out the purpose of the two of them, and immediately said, Kushina is not with me, I didn't see her at all today. While talking, Minato stood sideways at the porch, making way for Guan Yu and Otom. The meaning is very clear, come in and see if you don't believe me. Damn, where did you go? Guan Yu didn't enter the door, not to mention the relationship between Kushina and Minato, but the trust in Minato is still extremely high. But there was no one here at the water gate. For some reason, he suddenly felt a little terrified, and when he thought about it, he suddenly remembered a place. Damn it, why did you forget about her? Slapping his forehead fiercely, Guan Yu looked at Otom and grabbed the girl's thin shoulders. Otom, what did you and Kushina say today? Where did you go? Did you go to Senju's house? Anyway, is there anything unusual? Well, what you said, we met an old grandma today, Sister Juxina called her aunt and grandmother. Guan Yu, is that your elder? Otom tilted her head and looked at Guan Yu. Sure enough. But even if Mito-sama is looking for Kushina, there is no need to lie and say that he is looking for Otom, unless. Kuwabai. Both siblings knew about Kuwabai and Shuriki. When Mito saw them for the first time, he explained everything very clearly. The only thing left unexplained about the existence of Kuwabai and Shuriki is choice. Which of their two siblings? It seems that, judging from today's events, the powerful inertia of history is still unstoppable, and Kushina is still favored by Mito. His heart was ups and downs like turbulent waves. He was a little confused what he should do, to prevent his sister from obtaining nine tails, so as to prevent future tragedies that might happen, or follow nature and start from other nodes in the future to try to prevent tragedies from happening? He doesn't know which choice is the right one, he is wavering in his heart, and he doesn't know how to do it. Guan Yu, Minato's voice suddenly rose, waking up Guan Yu, who was immersed in his own world, staring into Guan Yu's eyes, and asked solemnly, what happened to Kushina? Tell me. The situation is very complicated, but I know where my sister is, but I don't know whether I should go to her or not. Guan Yu murmured, her eyes full of bewilderment. Will Kushina be in danger? Minato stepped forward quickly, staring at Guan Yu almost face to face, with an extremely dignified expression. Suddenly, Guan Yu really wanted to slap herself. What's the use of standing here and hesitating now? No matter what kind of decision you make, the prerequisite is to find Juzine, not to feel sorry for yourself here. Where do you want to go? I'll go too. Minato's insight was amazing. He noticed the change in Guan Yu's expression, instantly blocked Guan Yu's way, and started negotiations. I also need to go. Otom stepped in and grabbed Guan Yu's sleeve. The clever girl also realized that things were not that simple, and was very worried about Kushina's situation. Guan Yu glanced at Minato and Otom with complicated eyes, and said helplessly, this matter is not that simple, it is better for you not to interfere, I will handle it by myself. It's easy to insert or not, but since I know what's going on, I can't just sit idly by. Minato's attitude was rarely tough, and he directly interrupted Guan Yu's words without letting Guan Yu finish. Opportunity. That's right, I must go see Sister Kushina. Otom grabbed Guan Yu's arm. Although the two were about the same age, Guan Yu was obviously taller than Otom, and her body was also much stronger, so she looked like a koala hanging on Guan Yu's body. Guan Yu mustered all his strength and ran wildly. Even after a day of training, he still maintained strong energy and physical strength. At this time, the benefits of the fruit of everyone revealed the tip of the iceberg. He is very concerned about the practice of ninjutsu, and the development of the fruit of everyone is also the top priority. After so many years of exploration and experimentation, especially the practice of the recent period, he gradually found a clue to the development of the fruit. Through squeezing the body, reversely squeeze the power of the fruit of everyone. This is a way. Recently, due to the practice of ninjutsu, the refinement of chakra is far greater than before, and therefore it is discovered that the extraction of chakra is also the power to develop the fruit of everyone in disguise. Chakra is the combination of mental energy and physical energy. Exhausting chakra will cause great damage to the body. In this regard, Junliang Wan is the representative. Guan Yu is 10 times, or even 100 times better than ordinary people because of the Whirlpool family. The amount of chakra in his body has almost never exhausted chakra in the true sense, at least before he started learning ninjutsu. Things like Sanshin Jutsu didn't consume much chakra at all. The practice of the rock stealing stick made Guan Yu discover a way to develop the fruit of everyone again. The exhaustion of chakra can also stimulate the fruit of everyone to feed back. A bit of planning. But all of these are just thoughts in his mind after all. The future is still unknown, he is still too young and has too little experience, and he still needs time to accumulate. What needs to be solved right now is the problem of Nine Tails, House of Thousand Hands. Konoha is a very noble place, but it is also a very closed place. Compared with the Uchiha clan's self-contained small kingdom, the family territory is not much worse, and it is even better in terms of exclusivity. However, compared to the arrogant Uchiha family's red eyes, the Senju clan completely died down after losing the two outstanding patriarchs of the first and second generation, and turned from the stage to the backstage, trying their best to fade among the ordinary people in the village. The existence of the Thousand Hands clan, and at the same time, among the village's senior management, continue to use the method of master-apprentice inheritance to strengthen the Thousand Hands clan. I have to say that compared to the arrogant Uchihas, the Senju clan is obviously more politically minded. Just look at the Hokage of the past dynasties, almost all of them are disciples and grandchildren of the Senju clan. The three generations are the first generation and the second generation. Disciple, the fourth generation is the grandson of the third generation, the fifth generation is the apprentice of the third generation, the sixth generation is the apprentice of the fourth generation, the seventh generation is the son of the fourth generation and the disciple of the sixth generation. As for the eighth generation, we'll stop here. Looking at the inheritance relationship, we can know that the power of the village is firmly held in the hands of Senshoui, and has never been left behind for a moment. Uchiha dreamed of wanting to get a hand in the position of Hokage, but it is a pity that he has worked hard for several generations without success. It was completely ruined and turned into a family inherited by a single bloodline that if it is not preserved, it will become extinct on the day. Guan Yu rushed to the territory of Qinshao's family at this moment, but today he was stopped in a place where he could come and go freely in the past. Bu. A mask with a dog face, a short knife on his back, wearing a black tights and a gray overalls, blocking Sang Xiao's way. The Qianshao family will not entertain outsiders today, the three of you should leave. With a calm voice, Bu stood on the roof, quietly staring at Guan Yu in the middle of the path. He didn't attack the three of Guan Yu when they came up. They knew the red-haired boy in front of them. After all, Guan Yu and Kushina had been in and out of Senju's house more than once, and the Bu who guarded him naturally knew him. Don't care, even if the little girl has a round fan on her clothes, so what? Konoha is Senju's Konoha, and Uchiha is just a part of Konoha. I'm going to find my sister, please make way, or report inside. Guan Yu didn't intend to force her way, so she stopped and negotiated with the other party. However, I'm sorry, my task is to guard here. Leaving my post without authorization is a serious crime. Bu was like a nail, nailed to the ground without moving, and he directly rejected the possibility of negotiation. Guan Yu's face darkened in an instant. Such an attitude showed one thing: his guess was correct. The next generation of Nine Tails Jinchuriki will be born soon, and Kushina has been selected as the next generation of Jinchuriki up. Putting down the otome, he made the simplest Renayan seal with both hands. Shadow clone technique. 6 shadow clones appeared around, all with cold brows and murderous looks. The pupils of the Bu of the dog face mask shrank, and put away the arrogance in his heart. Although he is a little guy, his murderous aura is not fake, and he can actually use shadow clones. It would be a shame to capsize in this little ditch. However, he didn't dare to make a serious move. His duty was to kill all suspicious elements who dared to get close to prying eyes. He didn't want to attack Guan Yu, who had a strong root in Qinshao's direct lineage. That would be death. Therefore, he didn't draw his sword, and stood there with his bare hands, waiting intently. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Ever since he was on the battlefield in the Land of Rain, Guan Yu has developed the habit of carrying a ninja bag with him, unlike the former students who don't carry ninja bags except when practicing. Facing the current sudden situation, he was very glad that he was carrying a ninja tool, otherwise he would just play with nothing. Although Bu was purely a bunch of tricks in the memory of his previous life, and he was constantly abused by various gods, but that was only possible. The top gods are qualified to abuse. Bu is definitely the absolute elite under the top ninjas. Bu was established from the second generation of Hokage, and then managed by Sarutobi, the third generation. They are all experienced Chunin, or special Jainin, with extremely strong overall strength. In other words, the weakest person blocking the way is also a Chunin. 6 shadow clones, throwing shuriken wildly together. The shadow clone art is a superbug in Uehua's view. The separated clone is not only a physical body, but also a full set of equipment to copy the body, and the shuriken in the bag is not one not much, but the detonating talisman can't be copied. It's a fucking comparison. But if you think about it, the cost of detonating talisman and shuriken is very different. If detonating talisman can perform avatar like shuriken, then the ninja industry will definitely decline to a level. As for the mystery, Guan Yu, after thinking about it, it was probably due to the complicated production procedure of the detonating talisman. Fuma shuriken, detonating charms, flash bombs, so many things are actually developed by the Uchiha family. The arrogant Uchiha disdains to do low-end businesses such as ordinary kunao and shuriken, but it's a bunch of weird things for sale. Among them are detonating charms, which are popular murder weapons in the ninja world, and Fuma shuriken, which can only be sold domestically. However, in general, Uchiha is a well-deserved wealthy family in the ninja world. Or economic strength, are first class. The only fly in the ointment is that awkward and arrogant temper. It is this temper that prevents their family from fully integrating into Konoha, and the feeling of inseparability has never dissipated. Of course, far away, Guan Yu's 6 shadow clones, together with the main body, a total of 7 people, just stood in a concave arc, with shurikens pressing up from the left and right fronts together, which can be called an airtight big net. He, Otoha and Otom brothers and sisters have consulted shuriken skills. Although they can't reach the perverted level of the Uchiha family, they have greatly improved their own standards. The experience in the country of rain has given him practical skills. Boost to be able to hit live targets. Clang! The sound was very crisp, especially on the land of the Qianshao family. It was very quiet, so the noise was even more obvious. Guan Yu's heart sank. She was so unlucky. She was actually a Tudun player, and through the moonlight, she could see the darkened palm easily flicking away the shuriken. But when you think about it, it's not surprising. In Umbu's business, the most popular ones are Tudun and Lai Dun ninjas. Tudun stealth is very suitable for Umbu's work, and Lai Dun's short distance sprint is also a unique skill. Play a big role. But now, Guan Yu began to think about how to overthrow this Umbu member and open up a way out. It's a very arrogant idea. The strength of Umbu is not blown out, but piled up with human lives. Those who can enter Umbu are all talents. The shadow clone held Kunao and started to launch a tentative attack, quickly approaching the dark part of the dog face mask. The shuriken attack was too weak due to the distance, and could not break through the defense of the hardening technique, so try to get close distance attack. Boom, boom, boom. Like popping a balloon, Umbu blew up Guan Yu's shadow avatar. The skills of both sides are not of the same order. Unlike Sakumo's sparring partner, this one may have let go, but obviously he didn't intend to have fun with Guan Yu. Bundle. After blowing up the shadow clones, Umbu approached the 3 of them in stride. Although he didn't dare to use heavy hands, it was no problem to temporarily restrain the 3 little guys. I am coming too. It was Minato who yelled, and the gentle boy also showed a trace of ruthlessness. He is very smart, and the appearance of Anbi is enough to show that Kushina's affairs must be related to Kana's high-level officials. This is not something that a student like him can interfere with. However, a truly smart person will never retreat in fear of difficulties. Back off, and this time for Kushina. What Guan Yu said was very vague. Although he couldn't understand what happened, it was enough to know that it was dangerous. Together, Otom took out a handful of kunao from Guan Yu's ninja tool bag and put on a posture with unshakable determination on her pretty little face. I must see Sister Kushina. There is more than one smart person. The corner of Guan Yu's mouth twitched, and he didn't have time to talk anymore. Umbo had already forced him over. Shadow clone technique. Guan Yu began to try her best to use the shadow clone, again and again. At this moment he missed the technique of multiple shadow clones very much. He could create hundreds of clones at one time, so there is no need for such trouble now. The battle was overwhelming from the beginning. I have practiced Earth Dungeon, and it is still a hardening technique. One can imagine the level of melee combat. The shadow clones were blown up one after another, and the pale white chakra smoke was thrown by the hard palm like black iron. Scattered. Earth escapes, rock steel sticks. The 3 shadow clones rushed up, hugging Umbu's hands and feet, and then the main body released ninjutsu, and the rock pillar rose from the ground, pierced through a clone, pierced through the white smoke, and then hit Umbu's lower abdomen. The ear-piercing noise rang out. Guan Yu's face turned dark, and the hardening technique was too difficult to do, so it wouldn't hurt him. Don't do useless work. Even if you are all geniuses, seedlings that haven't grown up are just seedlings after all. Obediently catch them with nothing, and I won't hurt you. Umbu planned to punch Yanzu with one punch, staring at Sang Xiao. Shadow clone technique. Earth escapes, rock steel sticks. The body of the avatar releases the rock stealing stick at the same time. There is no way. This is the only offensive ninjutsu he has mastered, but fortunately it is performed with the shadow avatar. The momentum is quite impressive, and the rock pillars spring up like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. Hit Umbu and stab him. The narrow alleys are densely packed with broken rock pillars. Minato and Otom were a little awkward standing on the sidelines. They couldn't get in. Umbu didn't expect Guan Yu to be so tough. He used the shadow clone to hold him back, and then killed him together with his own shadow clone. These rock pillars really caused him a lot of trouble, and it took a lot of chakra to keep his whole body hardened out of. Also, he has knocked out nearly 100 of this boy's shadow avatars, plus the rock stealing stick. Although it is only a sea-level ninjutsu, the chakra consumption is not much less, but the red-haired boy does not change his face, without any weak posture. Guan Yu has also gritted his teeth at this moment. Umbu, who has no killing intent and has always kept a hand, made him feel the word pressure that if he didn't kill and see blood in the country of rain, he might not be able to maintain his current calmness. The Otom next to her was so excited that her breathing was messed up. Guan Yu, keep pestering him, I will try it with Otom. Minato said in a low voice, then quickly walked to Otom, and spoke in a low voice. The time is not long or short, 3 to 5 minutes have passed, but Umbu still hasn't taken down the 3 little guys. A sense of irritability suddenly arises. Of course he wasn't the only one guarding the surroundings, but the others didn't feel the need to show up, and they had to go up together when dealing with Sang Xiao, so Umbu could go home, wash and sleep, so what's the use of them? Umbu of the dog face mask was also very confident, how capable the 3 little kids are. How Fireball, the signature ninjutsu of the Uchiha family. As a gifted girl, although Otome failed to go to the land of rain, she was not idle at home. After diligent training, she mastered the fire escape technique, worthy of the name of a genius. As for Watergate, this is a surprise. In the land of rain, he got the favor of Jiraiya. When Sakumo gave Guanyu a small treatment, Minato also had an idol jonin who taught him how to learn ninjutsu. The addition of wind and fire is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. The wind helps the fire. It's just a sea-level fireball, but its power is comparable to that of a B-level ninjutsu. Press over. The cooperation between Minato and Otome is excellent, pinching the moment when Umbu sprints with the dog face mask and releases ninjutsu almost at the same time. Hit straight. Can you beat him? Otome was a little nervous. Disaster. Guanyu shook her head, still kept creating shadow clones, and there were his clones beside and on top of the wall. A ninja who is proficient in Earth Dungeon can't say how powerful he is, but his life-saving ability is absolutely excellent. This is what Sakumo told him: whether it is the hardening technique or the stealth technique, it is an extremely effective means to save life. Among the ninjas in various ninja villages that Sakumo has fought against, his definition of rock ninja is slippery, the most difficult to kill, an underground stealth technique that makes people itch in the teeth. If they are not also proficient in earth escape, it is difficult to do anything. These guys who want to escape Umbu is not so easy to solve. Minato tensed his nerves, the thin veins on the back of his hands bulged slightly, and his blue eyes were full of vigilance. Snapped. The rock and soil were shattered, and a hand appeared at the foot of the Watergate, fished towards the ankle of the Watergate, and then fell into the air. The moment the Watergate moved under his feet, he rushed out like a rabbit. In an instant, all the Umbu people who were watching the place secretly were shocked. Am I dazzled? Is it haunted? What a quick response. A student of a ninja school actually escaped the sudden attack of an Umbu ninja who was proficient in stealth, which completely subverted their three views. Naturally, they could tell that Minato didn't master the investigative ninjutsu, and relied entirely on his amazing reflexes to dodge, relying on instinct to dodge, fast. Like a ray of light. Earth escapes, rock steel sticks. Guanyu's reaction was not slow. Although it was a little inferior to Minato's perverted instinct, he still responded immediately. Rock pillars rose from the ground one by one, interweaving the ground like a forest. The arms that only stick out of the ground are firmly crossed and locked. Art fire escape ho fireball. The cooperation is so tacit, everything is like going through exercises again and again, so smooth and natural, without any sense of jerky stagnation. Immediately after Guanyu's attack, Otome also refined the remaining chakra again, and fired another fireball, which bombarded among the intersecting rock pillars. The orange-red flames carried blazing high temperatures and majestic energy. The solid rock pillars were like paper under this powerful force. When the heat wave rolled, it became crispy, and it was easily hit. Smash. The Umbu who were hiding in the dark fell silent. The three little guys showed skills beyond their imagination. This is already at the level of a low-level ninja, and most ordinary low-level ninjas have not mastered ninjutsu. Unlike these three, they already mastered ninjutsu at such a young age, especially the yellow-haired kid, who was actually a very rare Feng Dun. The ground that had been burned by the flames was scorched black, and then shattered, like a piece of biscuit being crushed. Umbu of the dog face mask came out of the ground in a bit of a mess, feeling extremely depressed. This time it was completely crushed. Although up to now, he was just a little bit embarrassed and didn't suffer any substantial harm at all, but his heart seemed to be beeping like a dog, and he suffered a great mental setback. Stop me all. A figure appeared on the wall of the alley, and kicked away a large number of Guanyu's avatars, making continuous bangs like setting off firecrackers. With a raccoon face mask and a white hooded windbreaker, Guanyu resisted the urge to make a move. The person who came was at the level of the captain of the Dark Army. A powerful existence that can be resisted by blood. Go back. Standing on the wall, a pair of indifferent eyes glanced at the dark part of the dog's face mask. The latter bowed respectfully, without saying a word, and disappeared into the darkness. Coming. His cold eyes fell on Guanyu's body. He raised his head, and looked at the Dark Army captain fearlessly. Come with me, Mito-sama wants to see you. The dark troop leader dropped his words coldly, turned around and left. Become. From the very beginning, Guanyu didn't expect to be able to force his way in, even if he could defeat an Umbu, but who knows how many masters are hidden around here. There is no hope at all. He just wanted to make some noise, that's all. As long as it can attract the attention of the mansion, that's it. In terms of results, the effort was not in vain. The three of them entered the Kinshao's house along the way, and Guanyu immediately felt the difference from the past. Although there were a large number of Umbu guards in the mansion on weekdays, they were not as murderous as today, and they hardly concealed it. Minato and Otome also felt the pressure, and the two of them sullenly tried their best to control themselves to remain silent. There was no words all the way, and soon came to the door. Without waiting for the door to be called, he opened it silently, and when he looked up, he could see Mito in a formal suit kneeling behind the low table, with a straight figure and piercing eyes. There is no sign of dying. You three little guys are playing outside. Are you planning to demolish the house? My old lady can't sleep because of your noise. The old woman began to question, and oppressed the three of them with awe-inspiring aura. Guanyu, before you came, I already talked to Kushina.
Mito stared at Guanyu with a solemn expression. Kuzina is a very good child, Jinzuriki. She is more you fit better and are stronger than I thought. However, once you become Renzhuli, you are doomed to live in danger. Mito stretched out his hand and pressed falsely, stopping Guanyu from arguing. Guanyu, ninjas are existences that walk behind the gates of hell. Even if Kushina doesn't become Jinchuriki, will she be able to live peacefully and carefree? As long as you are here, she will fight for you. It is a sister's nature to work hard to protect you. He spoke softly, but like sharp knives and sharp swords, every word pierced Guanyu's heart. He didn't know how to refute it, because Mito was telling the truth, and most of Kushina's longing for ninjas was based on protecting him and thought, he has known this since he was a child, but knowing it does not mean that he can make any changes, because he is very weak. On the contrary, becoming Jinchuriki is a kind of insurance. Tailed beasts are very powerful, and Kyuubi is the most respected among them. There are not many ninjas in the ninja world who are capable of capturing Kyuubi. Let's exclude these people. It's not a bad thing for Kushina to become Jinchuriki. Guanyu lowered her head and remained silent. Minato and Otome didn't dare to take a breath. It was Kyuubi, and Kushina was going to become Kyuubi Jinchuriki. At this time, it is no different from when Naruto blocked the Jinchuriki from the younger generation. Now the existence of Kyuubi is not a secret. As a deterrent weapon, it is necessary to show its existence. As long as the Jinchuriki is not exposed the specific identity of the. What are you worried about? Watching the moon. Looking at the silent Guanyu, Mito asked softly. Still silent, Guanyu can't explain the hidden worries in his heart. In the future, Uchiha Madara will plan the Moon's Eye project and collect 9-tailed beasts, but all Jinchuriki will suffer for this. How can I say this kind of thing? You have a stubborn temper. Mito sighed with a smile, and then said, I don't know what you are worried about, but it can be seen that you are really thinking about Kushina, but you need to think clearly about what to do. Really treat Kushina well, instead of bumping around like headless chickens and making noise outside at night. If you're really worried, it's better to practice hard. The only thing you can rely on in this world is strength. Outside Muye village, there are dense cliffs. Hundreds of umbu patrolled around, and a layer upon layer of barriers opened up. The sky and the ground were guarded so tightly that even a mosquito could not fly in. This is the place Sarutobi chose to inherit the 9 tails. Kushina is in the cave, sitting quietly. Sarutobi's wife, Sarutobi Baiwako, stays here with Kushina. She wanted to comfort the little girl, but she didn't expect the little girl to sit there as if nothing happened. Here, the big-hearted can't see a little trouble. Speaking of troubles, there must be some. Think about how many people can face it calmly when they are about to become Renzhuli. It's just that compared to when the family was destroyed, the 2 siblings were almost dead, and fell into the gap between life and death, so it is considered lucky now. A leaf is attached to the smooth forehead. Kushina is not sitting here in a daze, but honing the control of chakra. The learning of sealing technique has extremely strict requirements for the manipulation of chakra, which is easier to condense than chakra's limbs and forehead are places where chakra is difficult to gather. Putting the leaves on the forehead like this, and using chakra to absorb them for a long time is one of the methods for the Uzumaki family to exercise their chakra manipulation level. Boom! The big stone at the entrance of the cave was pushed away, and Lake Baiwa stood up holding Kunao, guarding beside Kushina, until he saw Mito and Sarutobi coming in, then took Kunao back, and looked at 3 carrot heads hanging from Sarutobi's buttocks. Guanyu, Otome, Minato, why are you here? Kushina's eyes widened, and the leaves fluttered down in front of her eyes. Sister Guanyu opened her mouth, but didn't know what to say. His mind is a mess now, and he doesn't know what to do at all. Mito's words and his own contradictory thoughts are intertwined and become more chaotic. You're thinking wildly again. It's been like this since you were a child. I don't know what's going on in your head. Jizune walked over and reached out to rub Guanyu's head, but found that at some point, it was more than her own. The shorter brother was actually about the same height as himself. Guanyu and the others were blasted out, and Sarutobi also came out. Only Mito, Kushina, and Baiwako remained in the cave. 1 big and 3 small stood on the platform outside the cave. Today's moon is very round. Yuan Fei put his hands behind his back and looked up at the sky. 3 generations, I want to graduate from the ninja school ahead of schedule, Guanyu said suddenly. Why? Yuan Fei asked calmly, still staring at the bright but not dazzling moon in the sky. Because I am strong enough to graduate. Is it strong enough? Boy, you are so confident. Yuan Fei squinted at Guanyu, with the corners of his mouth curled up. But don't even think about graduating early, just stay in the village obediently during this time here. It's not your turn to show off your brats now. Ninja school is useless to me. Staying in it is just a waste of time. Instead of wasting time like that, I would rather stay at home and exercise by myself. Guanyu's tone was stiff, not regressing at all. Sarutobi smacked his lips, but didn't answer. A brief silence. I also want to apply for an early graduation, and Jiraiya-sama said that he can take me to the battlefield to exercise, Minato said. Speaking of his apprentice, Sarutobi couldn't calm down anymore. What is that stupid apprentice doing? Is it possible that he really wants to accept this blonde boy as his apprentice? Don't think about graduating early, at least wait until you are 10 years old.
Noticing the disappointment in the eyes of the two little guys, Saratobi coughed lightly and changed his tone. But since you are on the battlefield, the superior performance is good. I can arrange for you to follow the inferior ninjas to do a task, of course, just to exercise as a student. During the chat, in the cave, the transfer ceremony of Nine Tails was going on, and the violent and domineering power like a tsunami overflowed slightly, causing the cave to shake, and stone chips fell from the top of the cave. The red-haired boy squatted on the river beach, rubbed a handful of sand, and said firmly, 3 people, 2 adults, and 1 child, left soon. Before he finished speaking, another red-haired girl rushed to the scene. While the girl was speaking, 5 more people rushed over. Yesterday, there was a mudslide in Yinfen Mountain, which blocked the road connected to the country of Chuan. Maybe it was a pedestrian passing through the forest. The leading ninja frowned. No, there's something under the water. A boy with pure white pupils made madras with his hands, and the veins in the corners of his eyes bulged like little snakes, scanning the slightly turbid river. Found it. The young man jumped into the river, took a hard dive and dived out. After about 5 or 6 seconds, he emerged again and swam ashore, holding a shuriken tightly in his hand. Shuriken. The leading ninja took the shuriken that had fallen to the bottom of the river, and lightly weighted in his hand. His complexion immediately became dignified. Good guy, this is Sand Ninja's standard shuriken. Shuriken, this is a weapon widely used by ninjas. Different ninja villages make different shurikens. Don't think that these gadgets are all the same, that they look the same, but they are not. Heavy or light, big or small, even if there is a slight difference, according to the different environmental conditions of each village, the shurikens made are also different. Anti-rustability. In the watery environment like the land of water, ordinary shurikens will rust into scrap iron in only 10 days and half a month. Only by adding some anti-rust materials can this situation be avoided. Rikens are different in many ways. Newcomers may not be able to see the difference, but it is clear to experts at a glance. Sand Ninja's shuriken was a bit heavier than Kanaha's, and the edges and corners were rougher, and judging from the degree of rust of the shuriken, it was obvious that this thing fell here recently. There are still traces of chakra on it. It should be chakra infused this morning. Wind escape chakra. Guan Yu aimed at the shuriken, and after sensing it, made a judgment. 2 adults and a child, no matter what, this shuriken is enough to show that their identities are not simple, and they will never be ordinary people. Hearing the word chakra, Kanaha Shinobu with a hedgehog head, Ninomiya Hao's voice instantly turned cold. We can't let these guys run away. Minato, use ninja eagles to pass the news here to the nearby garrison. Let's go after these guys. Percent of the opponents may be ninjas, and the spies who sneaked into our country are all ready to fight. Minato whistled quickly, and stuffed the information written by Otome into the bamboo tube on Ninika's back, and then the 7-member team began to follow the traces left by the opponent. Don't worry about not being able to catch up. It is now the 34th year of Kanaha, at the end of summer. It has been more than a year, nearly 2 years since Kushina became Kuwabai Jinchuriki. Saratobi did not break his promise. As he said, he did not force everyone to go to school, but after several discussions, he issued a temporary quota, and then started training under the leadership of a jounin. In the past 2 years, from the beginning of taking on various chores, to now being able to carry out some regular patrol tasks in a serious manner. It can be said that he has grown a lot. Guan Yu, Kushina, Minato, Otoha, Otome, and Hinata Tenzin, 6 of them, led by Ninomiya Hao, a jounin, are patrolling the western border. The country of the river is the country of the wind. Having said that, I have to talk about the details of the Second Ninja World War now. The war has lasted for almost 3 years, and the Kingdom of Rain has been completely destroyed. Not only Kanaha and Yurnen, but also the Kingdom of Earth and the Kingdom of Wind have entered the Kingdom of Rain one after another. Out of breath, Yurnen almost collapsed. If Hanzo hadn't shown his might on the battlefield and held back the attack of Sand Ninja and Iwanan, Yukage village might have been captured. Since then, the battle situation has fallen into a stalemate. The Kingdom of Rain is full of wars and fighting, and the situation is extremely chaotic. Then somehow, Sand Shinobi and Kanaha clashed, and the two sides began to fight in the country of Rain, and the relationship between Sand Hidden and Kanaha deteriorated instantly, so Saratobi strengthened the patrol force on the front line of the country of Kawa. Watching the moon, they were also kicked over. Unexpectedly, it seems that I caught a few small fish today. On the path of the forest, a man and a woman are disheveled. The man is carrying a large package on his shoulders, and the woman is holding a boy who is about 13 or 14 years old. He looks like a pedestrian who is fleeing. It is not uncommon for many of the inhabitants to flee to the Fire Nation to survive, but when they opened their mouths, it showed that they were not refugees. Should we leave the Kanaha patrol's range of activities now? The boy with short brown hair couldn't help asking, looking at the towering forests around him. He had never seen such a scene before. Luosha, Shenyan, we are now fleeing from the country of Sichuan. Don't say such stupid words, speak in accordance with your identity, think before you speak. The man turned his head and reprimanded coldly. I see. The boy named Luosha curled his lips, but obediently admitted his mistake. Okay, we should be safe now, let's find a place to stay and verify our identities. The woman came over to smooth things over. The man nodded, continued on his way with his head sullen, with a distressed look on his face, as if he had really suffered a disaster. However, before walking far, Luosha's eyebrows twitched, and he suddenly felt terrified. The man and woman also stopped in their tracks, looking around in surprise. The three of you have really put in a lot of thought. What's the point of sneaking into our land of fire so carefully? The cold voice echoed in the forest, making it hard to figure out where it came from. Whizzing, two shurikens flew out from behind, aiming at the necks of the couple. Who's there? Get out of here, Lao Tzu. What's a person hiding his head and showing his tail? The man yelled and cursed loudly, holding the kunao in his hand tightly, and glanced around, trying to find out where the enemy was. The plan to lurk into Konoha this time has been aborted, at least their team has been exposed. That being the case, it would be worthwhile to do the last round and kill this group of Konoha patrols who are doing bad things to them, and then withdraw back. Hide your head and show your tail, hee. It's you sand-eating bastards who don't dare to see people. You sneaked into our Fire Nation sneakily, and dare to speak nonsense here. Otoya was very dissatisfied that the three spies of Sand Ninja were so arrogant. Sure enough, as my father said, these headscarves are fools who don't know the heights of the sky and the earth, and only with fists and kunao can they teach these bastards what is sense. Seeing Otoya, who jumped out and stood on the top of the tree, the man showed a ferocious smile, and looked at Otoya as if he was looking at someone. It turns out that you are a kid, pretending to be a ghost. I will send you to hell right away. Art fire escape ho fireball. You said to do it right away, without ambiguity at all. He made a seal with his hands, and instantly blew out an extra-large orange-red fireball, which hit the middle-aged man with a long tail of flame. Such a fast sealing speed, with harsh words on his mouth, but the middle-aged man is not careless at all. He can be dispatched to carry out this kind of latent task, not only because he is not weak, but also because he has a good brain. Unlike those brainless colleagues. Seeing the speed of Yaya's seal formation, the middle-aged man secretly praised it. For such a big kid, it is very good. However, it's a pity that I met him today. The wind escapes, the wind sucks. The speed of the middle-aged man's seal was as fast as a phantom. His lower abdomen sank deeply, and then he opened his mouth and suddenly started to suck in air, completely sucking out the air in front of him in an instant. The fireball was like hitting as if on an invisible barrier. It was cut open from the middle, and slid out along the sides of the three sand shinobi. The scorching heat plowed two pitch-black ditches on the ground. Fire beats the wind. The truth has been passed down for countless years, but it doesn't mean that they are truly invincible. Generations of people in Cheyenne village have used fire escape to deduce the defense method. The scene where a ninja who is good at fire escape is hanged and beaten. The sand ninjas really worked hard to study. Not to mention, they really invented a lot of new ninjutsu. This wind suction is one of them. It evacuates the air in a certain area in an instant, forming a vacuum, so that the flame cannot burn. Of course, having said that, if anyone really thinks that learning this trick can reverse the fire escape ninja, then I can only say good luck to you. The practicality of wind suction is very low, because the flow of air in nature is extremely fast, and the so-called vacuum field can only exist for a moment, so this requires the caster to have extremely high eyesight and be able to pinpoint the timing, release the wind suction and extinguish the flame. Whether it is too late or too early, there is only one end, that is to burn into coke. It is very harsh, and it is difficult for ordinary Chunin to achieve this level. As for Jonin, generally speaking, the second attribute will be developed at the Jonin level, and the practicality of wind suction will inevitably be greatly reduced. It can be used against masters of the same level. Playing this kind of trick is courting death. However, Otoya is a ninja. To be precise, he is still a student of the ninja school, and the protection amount is issued temporarily. The middle-aged man is also a special ninja. No matter what, he cracked Otoha's big fireball without any pressure. Tisk, this trick is tricky, come out and help. Yayu howled. Let all your companions come out, you alone are not my opponent. The middle-aged man smiled contemptuously. So what if a few more genin or chinin, although he is only a special renin, but he believes that given a few more years, he will definitely be able to step into the jonin level and organize a small patrol team. What a difficulty. This old thing is very powerful. It is good to use the wind to extinguish the fireball. Hinata Tianchen stood up and looked at the middle-aged man, the woman, and the boy beside him with supercilious eyes. Blind eyes. The middle-aged man squinted his eyes. No wonder they were discovered. He didn't expect to meet a team with members of the Hayaga clan. It's too bad luck. But is this little bastard blind? He was only 32, okay, how could he become an old thing? He was so angry, but he held back and didn't do anything, because someone came out again. His wind escape is good. It's better to keep his head later. Maybe he can get this ninjutsu. Minato also pushed aside the branches and leaves in front of him, staring at the middle-aged man. Technique, he is very interested. Minato, you are so ruthless, you can kill with your head on the ground, at least leave a whole body. Guanya played with the short knife in her hand, stepped on a branch as thick as her arm, and wobbled up and down. Guanyu is now 10 years old, her head has grown a bit, her red hair stands up like a lion, her brows and eyes are quite angular, showing a bit of fortitude, dark blue pants, a white t-shirt, outside wearing a black coat. The shape is very flamboyant, but he is very satisfied, especially the hairstyle, which finally doesn't have to be draped like a willow. In almost 2 years, he didn't grow taller, and his strength also steadily became stronger. Fang Dun's words, I can also learn. Ju Xin'e answered. Kill this old guy, and keep his head. Guan Yu brandished a dagger, changed the topic in an instant, and stared at the middle-aged man fiercely, obviously treating the other's head as a ball. The middle-aged man is so angry, these little bastards are blind, he is only 32, he is not old yet. The change in Guan Yu's attitude made the corners of Yaya's mouth twitch. This guy is really shameless, and the sister's face can be said to be exposed. If you can open Sharingan, you can directly copy his ninjutsu. Konoha's ninjas are really arrogant, and they are not afraid of bragging when they talk big. With a hoarse and deep voice, but with a hint of youthful childishness, the boy with brown hair who spoke was staring at Guan Yu and the others with contempt in his eyes. Whether you're bragging or not, you'll know if you come here and try it, or are you courageous? Yu hooked his fingers and said provocatively. The action of the hook hand fully interprets the arrogance in the bones of the Uchiha clan. The contemptuousness of looking down on others is really vivid. Watching the moon is a little itchy, it really deserves a beating. If it weren't for the inappropriate time now, he would have practiced fists and kicks with this guy. Come on, Konoha's kid, don't just talk about it. Luoshe's face turned gloomy in an instant, seeing Otoya's nameless fire suddenly aroused. As a genius boy in Cheyenne village, he had always despised others. No one of his generation dared to provoke him like this. He was very annoyed. But if you are angry, Luoshe is still very careful that he scolds sharply, but doesn't move a step. There are so many people in Guan Yu. The two teams confronted each other, yelling and cursing at each other, but they refused to make the first move. If it takes time, Guan Yu and the others are not afraid. This is the territory of the Nation of Fire. They sent a message to the garrison before tracking down. As time goes by, the situation will only become more favorable to them. Guan Yu and the others understand this truth, and Sand Shinobi and the others naturally understand it too. However, the middle-aged man didn't do anything for a long time. He was a little uneasy. The 6 brats at the lower ninja level, no matter what, there should be a Zongnin, but he couldn't find a Zongnin. On the contrary, his heart arose a strong sense of crisis. Luoshe, Chien's Heizi, you go and deal with these little devils. As a special jounin, he was naturally the leader of the team. When the middle-aged man gave an order, Luoshe and the young woman twitched. The middle-aged man dropped his words, and his figure moved quickly, rushing into the depths of the forest. Luoshe was somewhat sure of getting rid of the 6 Chunin. The reason why he hesitated was also because he was worried that the Chunin who hadn't appeared would not show up. Rosa. No. Guan Yu stared dumbfounded at this imposing brown-haired boy. This is the future 4 generations of Kazekage. This is the first time he saw a celebrity other than Konoha. Although he was also an unlucky ghost who died early in the memory of his previous life, he didn't show his face a few times before he was besieged by Orochimaru and his younger brother from Game Over. Okay, it was easy to play again, and he was passed by his son after a short period of activity. Generally speaking, it is a sad reminder that the wife is a bit blackened when she dies. Little ones, watch and fight. Guan Yu was still staring, and Luoshe's hands began to seal. As for the female ninja Chico, she opened a scroll and summoned a single-horned puppet with 3 arms, a black body, and a tattered gray robe. There was a loud clatter. It turned out to be a puppet master. Seeing the ugly puppet, the 6 of them were stunned. This was the first time they saw this kind of novel army. The puppet master is a unique thing in Cheyenne village. Many people may not see this kind of thing in their lifetime, such as the fog ninja. They and sand ninja can't collide for 80 years. Earth escape, sand and stone flow. Just when everyone was amazed at the puppet master, Luoshe had already released ninjutsu. The ground under his feet hummed rumblingly, the ground collapsed, and the inch-high green grass was directly engulfed by the sand and crushed to pieces. Rocks and soil are transformed into quicksand. This small piece of land has turned into sinking quicksand, which is swallowing everything on the ground. As long as it is a substance with a substance, it can be swallowed regardless of whether it is dead or alive. The big tree shook violently, the solid soil below was transformed into quicksand, and the center of gravity was out of balance. He almost threw Guan Yu from the tree, but fortunately, he saw the opportunity quickly and pierced the short knife into the tree trunk, so that he was suspended in midair and did not fall into the sand flow below. Hell, Guan Yu wants to slap herself twice right now. What the hell is she looking for death, to be distracted at such a time, even if there is a Jonin behind her who didn't do anything? But that's no excuse. There will not always be Jonin who will follow him as bodyguards. On the battlefield, the sword has no eyes, and he will die if he says he will die. Water escape, water whip. Kushina's movements were quick, the chakra condensed and transformed in his hand, the flowing water wrapped around his hand and turned into a long whip, and then he pulled it out, wrapped around Guan Yu's waist, and brought him out of the place where the sand and gravel flowed. Pieces of pits snapped. As soon as Guan Yu stood still, a hand knife hit his head, and Juzine glared at him angrily. I was wrong, sister. He honestly bowed his head and confessed that this time it was indeed his problem. He was distracted during the battle, and he was looking for death. If it weren't for their side having the superiority in numbers this time, the enemy was just rough probing, otherwise he would not die if he continued with a set of combos. Also have to hurt. Whoosh whoosh. There was a dense burst of wind, and the one-horned, 3-armed puppet flew up, opened its mouth wide and pointed at the 6 people, spraying out a large swath of poisonous needles of purple light, like a rainstorm. Obviously, the other party would not watch them regroup. Qian's Haizi and Luo She cooperated to launch an attack on everyone. The two of them are also genin, but they are not afraid of the 6 people on the opposite side, even if the number is 3 times their number. Chico is a puppet master, and she has been able to control her puppet proficiently, and she is also a leader among genin. As for Luo She, he is the owner of the blood succession limit. Although Konoha also has white eyes, it's a pity that white eyes are of the type of melee combat. It just so happens that Luo She's blood inheritance ability is of the type of medium and long range attacks, which can be said to be suppressed. Water escape, water array wall. It was still Kushina who took the shot. After more than a year, Guanyu was not the only one who made progress. After Kushina became Nine Tails Jinchuriki, he immediately became a baby lump under the protection of Konoha's high-level officials, opening the door to convenience. Painstakingly cultivated Kushina, hoping that she would grow up as soon as possible and be able to exert the power that Jinchuriki should have. The practice of the sealing technique is a difficult and long process. After all, the sealing technique of the Uzumaki family is the weakest level B, and it is too difficult to learn, and some sealing techniques are not practical in actual combat, so he is also learning the sealing technique at the same time, also learning ninjutsu. This point was praised by Sarutobi. Her talent in ninjutsu is not inferior to that of seal art at all, and as a member of the Uzumaki clan, plus the status of Jinzuriki, she has received a lot of preferential treatment. For example, the 3rd generation herself will occasionally instructing her on her ninjutsu practice. Another example is that the Senshou family took out a copy of the water escape practice experience left by the 2nd generation of Hokage and gave it to Kushina. To be honest, this move really made people feel good about it, and it was generous enough. No wonder Senshou was able to suppress Uchiha, which was not without reason. With these conditions, Juzine's water escape technique has improved a lot. Coupled with the large chakra amount of the Uzumaki clan, the combat effectiveness is quite sturdy. Not only Kushina, but also Guanyu has the same positioning for himself. The Uzumaki clan is a natural mobile fortress. This does not depend on their will. They are the most overbearing life harvesters. After stopping the sprayed poisonous needles, Otome and Otoha both stood up and formed seals quickly. When the water wall fell, following Tenshin's guidance, the two released ninjutsu together. Art Fire Escape Ho Fireball. Uchiha's signature ninjutsu. Don't think it's just a simple sea-level ninjutsu. Uchiha is the ancestor of playing with fire. Any fire escape technique in their hands is always much better than others. Wind Escape, Big Breakthrough. Immediately after Otoha and Otome, Minato unleashes the wind escape technique, fueling the power of the flames. As soon as the water wall fell, Luo She and Shiensaiza saw the red flames rolling in, completely breaking away from the concept of a big fireball. At least their eyes were red, and the heat wave rushed towards them. Dry, why is this not a big deal at all? Fireball. Luo She just wanted to scold people. What's the situation with these brats? How come 1 or 2 can release ninjutsu? Konoha's genius has overflowed to this point. Generally speaking, at the lower ninja level, physical combat is still the main focus. There are almost 1 or 2 geniuses out of 10 who master ninjutsu, and 9 out of 10 of these geniuses are disciples from big families, or they are some superiors. Forbearance disciples and the like. Konoha has 6 little ghosts, not to mention a disciple of the Hyaga family. The other 4 can actually know ninjutsu: wind escape, fire escape, water escape. Luo She frowned unconsciously. Originally he felt that he was % sure he was able to win Guanyu and the others, but after a round of fighting, his confidence was shaken. Even with Chiensai's assistance, he felt that he was not very sure. Magnetic escape, placer gold wall. Thinking about it, Luo She's movements were not slow at all. With one move with one hand, the flow of sand and rocks created by him immediately rolled up and rolled, and the quicksand with dots of golden light spots formed a tall sand wall. The semi-curved high wall protects Luo She and Chico in the center. Hula! The 2 giant fireballs fused together by the strong wind turned into a red scorching hot stream. Just when the sand wall was forming, it was also when the hot stream hit. The red hot stream quickly hit the sand wall, then it splits into 2 and flows along the arc-shaped sand wall. Luo She's complexion was a little pale, but luckily he used magnetic dungeon instead of earth dungeon, otherwise, he and Chiensaizi would have been a pile of pitch-black coke. He could feel the scorching heat coming from the front and both sides. The fireball technique, which can burn people into charcoal in an instant. The temperature is astonishingly high, just the heat radiating through the sand wall made him it feels like being back in the desert under the scorching sun. So hot. Chi. Just as the flames dissipated, the sound of running water rang in my ears, and then the sound of boiling water. White mist of water vapor floated along the top of the wall, and the sand wall was cracked with thick gaps. Under Luo She's gloomy eyes, just a breath and it collapsed. Water escape, water turbulent waves. This is the advantage of having a large number of people. The continuous attacks are connected with each other. As long as the opportunity is seized, the enemy will hardly be given a chance to breathe. Riding on the attack of Otoha and Otome, Kushina hit up with a turbulent wave of water, and the sand wall that had been burned by the high temperature was instantly cooled down, and the 2 worlds of ice and fire, the solid placer gold wall became crisp and soft, and was shocked by the impact. The less powerful water turbulence directly pushed it down. Kinzaizi, back up quickly. At the moment the sand wall cracked, Luo Xie yelled, retreated quickly, and waved his hands at the same time. The soil under his feet shattered instantly, turned into quicksand and rolled, and under his control, it turned into a series of barriers, blocking it. The impact of water waves. Earth escapes, rock steel sticks. Quietly, under the cover of water mist, Guan Yu moved to the left side of Luo Xie and the others, and launched a surprise attack. Rock pillars rose from the ground one by one, piercing obliquely towards Luo Xie and Qian's Haizi, fast and ruthless. Magnetic escape, gold dust shield. Magnetic escape. I have to say that this thing is easy to use first and second. Without the need for seals, Luo Xie can control the mighty quicksand with one move, turning into a large rough shield in front of him. Rock pillars hitting it was like hitting a steel barrier, and the stone pillar was shattered, but it failed to break through the gold dust shield. Good guy, Swedgy boundary, what a good thing. Guan Yu didn't expect to be able to use this kind of thing to kill the 4 generations of Kazekage in the future. He tightly held the short knife in his hand and stomped his feet on the ground fiercely. The whole person jumped over the small gold dust shield and appeared in front of Luosha, and the sky above Qian's head rushed down like an eagle pouncing on its food. The downward charge was very fast. Hair-thin blue electric arcs jumped from the dagger, and with a sizzling sound, it split the gold dust cloud that Luosha hastily gathered, and stabbed down towards the forehead. Stab! The short knife cut open Luosha's head, but there was no red and white slurry that he expected to see, and Luosha's body turned into quicksand and collapsed. Sand avatar. At some point, Luosha has replaced the main body with a sand clone. Die, Kanaha boy. A cold curse sounded, and the fingers of the puppeteer named Kinzaiza danced like playing a piano, and the one-horned, 3-armed puppet rushed up, and the tattered grey robe fluttered in the wind, shining with purple halos. The blade ejected from the golem's arm joint. 3 arms, 9 poison knives, cut like a windwheel crazily, forming a purple storm, instantly enveloping Guan Yu, cutting it into pieces. White smoke was stirred by the poison knives cutting back and forth, wandering endlessly. Qian's complexion changed, and without thinking about it, she controlled the puppet to fly back. A puppeteer without the protection of a puppet is a salted fish on the chopping board, ready to be slaughtered. Kinzaiza released her puppet to strangle Guan Yu, but only killed a shadow clone, which made her instantly aware of the bad breath, and quickly called back the puppet, but unfortunately it was too late. Snapped. The ground under his feet trembled slightly, and a black and red shadow jumped out from the ground, stabbing Chico's heart with a short knife wrapped in a blue arc. Magnetic escape, the hand of sand. Luosha also quietly appeared in the quicksand. Sugza stretched out his hand, and the quicksand gushed out like a long river, turning into a huge palm and holding Guan Yu's body fiercely. The short knife was only a few centimeters away from Qian's chest. He stopped at a distance, and his whole body was pinched and exploded, turning into white smoke. It's a shadow clone again. Damn it, how can a ninja get so much chakra? Luosha almost scolded her. What kind of monster is this? Shadow clone is the most chakra-intensive among many physical clone techniques. If it is not for the fact that it can pass the information obtained by the clone to the main body, its practicality will definitely drop a lot. Besides, spies, ordinary middle and lower ninjas are generally you won't use this kind of chakra-consuming avatar technique. Obviously, this red-haired Konoha ninja is no ordinary ninja. The rock stealing stick and the art of stealth, together with the electric arc attached to the dagger, can be sure that he is a genius born with thunder escape and earth escape. Luosha was in a bad mood. If there was only one opponent, it would be fine. He had enough confidence in his magnetic escape technique, but there were too many people on the moon watching side. None of the 5 seemed easy to deal with. In this series of battles, he has released a lot of ninjutsu. Although the magnetic escape does not consume much chakra, he is still just a ninja after all. The amount of chakra is very limited. Now he has consumed nearly half the chakra. Another point, after their captain left, there was no movement, which made him very disturbed. At this moment, in the depths of the forest, the middle-aged sand ninja man half-kneeled on the ground. Hot air spewed from his nostrils, and blood dripped from the corner of his mouth, staining the ground beneath him red. Why tang tang. Fufu, tang tang Jonin will enter the patrol team. The middle-aged man looked up with unwillingness and grief, and looked up at the young man standing on the treetop, feeling a sense of powerlessness in his heart. There is actually a Junin hidden in a small patrol team. He doesn't know what to say to the shameless behavior. When a Junin becomes a Chinese cabbage, just hit a patrol team casually met Jonin, and he is still a good player in Jonin. It doesn't make sense. Indeed, patrols are generally made up of a mix of middle and lower ninjas, not to mention Jounin, even a special Jainin. Of course, all of this is based on common sense. Nigong Hao glanced at the unlucky guy in front of him pityingly. Meeting him could only be considered unlucky for this guy. Jonin is the most precious essence of a village. It is reasonable to say that such things as patrols are not up to the ninjas. Especially in times of war, Junin will often be sent to perform strategic tasks, even if nothing happens, and generally guard the village. However, there are always exceptions to everything. With Kushina's status, it's not too much to arrange for a Junin to protect him. After all, it is Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. This level of protection is actually a little loose, but worried that the big fanfare will be too eye-catching, Sarutobi picks and transfers Ninomiya Hao, an elite from the front line, to specialize in babysitting. A profession. In this regard, Ninomiya Hao is not dissatisfied. The importance of Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is self-evident, and this severely overstaffed team is also quite fun. Not to mention that Jinchuriki's younger brother is Master Sakumo's apprentice. There are also Uchiha and Hyaga clansmen in the team, plus the talented civilian boy. Very interesting team. He is also a genius himself. He became a member of the ninja group at a young age. Ninomiya Hao is very serious in his work. According to his temperament, such an invading spy team, there is no need to talk nonsense at all. It is the best way to chop off all of them with a knife. Good way to handle it. But he is a nanny now, and the superiors specially arranged for him to take Kushina and the others to patrol near the border. Isn't it just to use this relatively peaceful environment to exercise Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, so that he can gain more experience on the battlefield in the future? It would be meaningless for him to take care of everything. What he has to do is to get rid of such risky factors, like the ordinary Zongzia ninja, let them practice for the little ones, and at the same time leave a shadow clone to watch in the dark to ensure that there are no accidents. On the other side of the battlefield, Luo She and Qian Saizu were caught in a bitter battle. The other party had a large number of people, and they joined hands to attack like a wave after wave, almost without end. Magnetic escape is very powerful. Especially in group battles, the sand gold flow can be manipulated as one likes, and the transition between offense and defense is seamless. Even though Luo She, the future Kazekage of the 4th generation, is just a low-level ninja, if you really want to say, the strength has almost stepped into the middle ninja level up. There is also Chico's puppet. The poisonous one is extremely tricky. At the very beginning, everyone was intimidated when they did it. It was Guanyu and Kushina who suppressed the puppet's activity space with the number of shadow clones. Advantage. Shoot! The lightning flashed under Guanyu's feet, and the short knife in his hand was also arcing wildly, tearing apart the hand of sand in front of him, and approaching Luo She step by step. Is that all you can do? You didn't just yell arrogantly to kill us, why don't you yell now? Otoyo yelled loudly, with a mocking smile on his face, like a buzzing bird flies in general. It's not that Chiyu is cheap, but he found that he was a bit weak against Shang Luo She. He is best at the fire escape technique, but the first 2 fire escape techniques cost him a lot of chakra, and he can deal with the effect of gold dust and fire escape. Not good, at least the effect of the fire escape technique at his level is not good. As for playing melee combat, he is no more blessed by the lightning chakra than Guanyu and Otom. In desperation, he can only choose to attack with mouth. Water escape, water whip. The female puppeteer died. With Minato's strategy and Kushina's full cooperation, the drug addict was successfully dealt with. A shadow clone of Kushina used the transformation technique to pretend to be Minato, but Minato's body turned into a shuriken and landed at the feet of the female puppeteer. When Kushina successfully transferred the puppet, Minato immediately cancelling the transformation technique, he jumped up and easily cut the female puppeteer's throat. This little GUI.is so clever. Secretly, Nigong Hao's shadow clone witnessed the whole battle. As a jonin, he saw through this battle plan at a glance. This plan was very simple. To put it bluntly, it was based on the jonin's poor perception ability and the puppet master's weak melee combat ability. Transformation is the lowest level of ninjutsu taught by the ninja school, but it cannot be said that this thing is a bad thing, just like the application of Minato this time. As long as it is used properly, even the transformation can also play a big role. Of course, it's okay to use this kind of trick to fool the lower ninja, but it's not enough to deal with the middle nin. However, this talent is really excellent, and the combat awareness is also outstanding. Awesome. Although this is not the first time I have seen Minato take action, during this period of time, I have also eliminated several waves of illegal entry guys, including Sand Ninja spies, as well as samurai and Ronin who committed crimes in the Kawano country. Minato has made several shots, hurry up, quite ruthless. I can see that even a jonin admires him, but at the same age, he should feel ashamed. After finishing off the puppet master, Minato and Kushina immediately turned their attention to Luo She, the holder of the blood succession limit of the magnetic escape. Compared with the puppet master, Luo She is obviously more difficult to deal with. Guanyu and Otom charged several times, but they couldn't do anything about the densely entangled gold placer float. If they both had the reinforcement of lightning dunk chakra, they could break through the entanglement of gold placer. The situation would have been even more difficult a bit. It's not that Guanyu and the others like physical combat, but that their long-range attack ninjutsu is really lackluster. The ninjutsu they have learned is basically the same, and the placer gold flow against Luo She is really not satisfactory, so they are looking for opportunities to play with Luo She close combat. After all, judging from Luo She's combat methods, the opponent should not be good at close combat. Luo She has been defending to the death and has not counterattacked at all. Even though the female puppet master named Kinzaiza died, it still did not make him fluctuate. Light flickers. An eyeball quietly shuttled through the grass, left the battlefield, and headed towards the direction where Sand Ninja's middle-aged man left. The pupils kept turning, observing all the clues, and then I saw the leader lying on the ground like a dead dog, and the ninja in Konoha costume. Okay? Nigong Hao had just cleaned up the Sand Ninja, and suddenly he felt a feeling of being spied on. Turning around, looking around, there was nothing there, except that there was some sand in the grass that shouldn't exist. On the battlefield, Luosha suddenly opened his eyes, his face was so gloomy that he could wring out water, his hands quickly formed seals, and then the sand gold flow suddenly rolled up his body, and slipped into the ground under the eyes of everyone. Sand-eating. Turban man, damn it, watch out for your feet. Yu was yelling and cursing vigorously. When he saw Luosha burrowing into the ground, he jumped up instantly, jumped onto the big tree beside him, stood on the trunk and loudly reminded everyone, "No, this guy is going to run away, he's going to run away." Hinata Tianchen opened his eyes and watched the situation underground. Luosha headed towards the west without hesitation. It doesn't look like a fake at all. Asshole. Guan Yu formed a mudra with her hands, and her body instantly sank to the ground, chasing Luosha away. After ping-pong fighting for a long time, he also became angry, thinking about burying this future fourth-generation Kazekage here, but he didn't expect this guy to run away as soon as he said it, simply and neatly. Wait! Nigong Hao's shadow clone hidden in the dark jumped out, trying to stop Guan Yu's movements, but unfortunately he was still a step too late. At this time, his main body also rushed over. After the shadow clone was released, he immediately understood what happened just now. Combined with the strange feeling of being spied on before, it was probably the magnetic escape kid who discovered the side of his main body. In such a situation, he fled desperately. Well, it seems that there should be no mistakes. Nigong Hao clicked his tongue, and his avatar was worried that this was a trick played by the magnetic escape kid, but now it seems that the kid should have really escaped, and traps and the like are basically impossible. Tianshan, tell me what's going on next? Juzine dexterously crossed the sandpit on the ground, came to Tianshan's side, grabbed the cataract boy's shoulder and shook it violently, and the latter almost spit out without being shaken. It was Minato who stopped the irritable Kushina. I can't see that deep, the chakra fluctuations in the ground are too chaotic. Hinata Tianshan shook his head. Bian's insight is very powerful, but the obstacles of the underground rock and soil, even Bian's vision is compressed extremely narrow range. When it penetrates to a certain extent, it is no longer possible to investigate the situation below. I'm back. Tianshan paused, then hurriedly said again. Then, Guan Yu got out from the ground. Her whole body was clean without a speck of dust, and she couldn't tell that she had wandered around the ground twice. At this time, Guan Yu had a gloomy face and was extremely upset that he was still escaped by that guy Luosha. That guy's stealth technique was really weird. It is difficult to break through that layer of placer gold flow. After trying it, but to no avail, Guan Yu gave up and withdrew. Escaped by that guy. The crisp and tender grass blades are chewed and crushed by the sharp teeth, and the long ears tremble slightly, listening to the wind and grass in the forefields. The rabbits maintain a high level of vigilance, and the slightest movement can make them run away. Snapped. The ground suddenly arched, rolled out together with the grass roots and soil underground, and the rabbits fled to the ground in an instant and disappeared without a trace. The placer gold flow gushes out from the ground, like a fountain. The difference is that the white spring water is replaced by dark yellow quicksand. In just a few breaths, the grass within a radius of 20 meters is replaced by quicksand, and the open grassland appears. A very discordant scar. An eyeball flew up from the quicksand, looked around to confirm that there was no danger, and shattered into sand, and then a pale palm stretched out from the quicksand. Lying down on the soft sand, Luosha let out a long sigh of relief, and finally escaped. Since he saw a bad opportunity, he directly gave up the mission and escaped. During the period, Konoha could be said to be surrounded and intercepted. If it weren't for the fact that Konoha had dispatched all the ninjas, and the magnetic escape technique was powerful enough, combined with the earth escape technique, it was extremely unpredictable. With a body of over 100 kilograms, it is impossible to say that he is in the country of fire. The group of brainless idiots above, sending spies to Konoha at this time is a fool's use, almost costing my life, a bunch of bastards. Luosha regained his strength, and did not scold Konoha. On the contrary, he cursed the high-level officials in his own village, with a gloomy expression, wishing to kill those idiots who issued orders alive. Brainless fool. This is Luosha's definition of the group of elders above, because the powerful image of the third-generation Kazekage, known as the strongest in history, is deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Many people in the village have become blind and arrogant, and somehow changed from the strongest Kazekage this ridiculous statement that has become the strongest in the ninja world. But in the village, there is still a market for such remarks. Even some high-level officials in the village have given birth to unrivaled opponents in the world. It seems that Konoha and Iwanan are nothing but chickens and dogs, and they cannot stop the Sand Ninja army at all. Of course, this kind of blind self-confidence is not without. After all, even in the era when the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara swept the ninja world, Sand Hidden Village was the second most powerful after Konoha, surpassing the other three ninja villages. Without the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara, Konoha is not invincible. There are quite a few people who have this kind of thinking, and Luosha is also one of them. They are unwilling to occupy the fertile land of the mainland, but such a move is simply stupid. Without any pioneer preparations, they randomly dispatch spies to try to invade the land of fire. The country, invading behind Konoha, is simply foolish. The idiots must pay the price. Although he is only a ninja, Luo Xie is not afraid of those high-level elders at all. With his family background and status, he has fallen into such a dangerous situation, and someone must pay the price for it. The strongest blood successor family, 3 generations of Kazekage also possessed magnetic escape, is Luo Xie's elder. After recuperating for half a day, Luo Xie drove the sand gold flow and dived into the ground again, preparing to cross the land of rivers and return to the land of winds. And the bastards of Konoha, I will never make it easier for you next time. The stupid decision of the upper management was irritating, but he also firmly remembered the appearance of Guan Yu and the others. Although relying on the large number of people, they all look younger than him and could suppress him. It is undoubtedly a disgrace. Next time, definitely get back to this place. The huge purple-gray mountain rock is located in the jungle, and the inside of the rock more than 200 meters high has been hollowed out. The densely packed corridors are dazzling like spider webs, and Konoha ninjas wearing green vests shuttle through the corridors one after another. The footsteps are hurried, but orderly. This is the base camp of the Fire Nation's Western Frontier Garrison. The long national border bordering the country of Chuan is guarded by the Western Border Garrison station here. If this base camp is compared to a spider's nest, then thousands of Konoha ninjas are spider threads extending out, densely covering every corner of the border. A corner is woven into a tight web. Even the slightest disturbance in the wind and grass will alarm the owner of the nest and cause the little spiders to move out. Guan Yu and the others are also part of the Western Territory Garrison that is temporarily attached. It's a pity to be run away. Sitting on the sofa, Guan Yu sighed. Indeed, a genius like Luo Xie is hard to kill. However, disappointment also gave birth to a little competitive spirit. This time everyone failed to win Luo Xie together, which really made people a little unconvinced. They couldn't help but secretly made up their minds. The next time they meet, they will definitely let the 4 generations of Kazekage-sama try it. He's great. But that Sand Ninja is really powerful. It's the first time I've seen the blood succession limit of Saitun. I heard that the 3rd generation of Kazekage in Sand Hidden Village is also a user of Saitun, and they were said by those headscarves to be the strongest wind in history. Shadow Otoyo is still reminiscing about the previous battles, and the confrontation with Luo Xie was the most intense among the several battles they encountered, and everyone has different feelings. It's really strong. Minato nodded solemnly. Luo Xie's placer gold flow left a deep impression on him, because he found that if he fought alone, he was no match for Luo Xie at all. Among other things, the form change ability of Placer Gold alone makes it a combination of offense and defense, and its combat power is beyond the charts at the lower ninja level. On the other hand, he himself has no tricks at all except for the big breakthrough taught by Jiraiya. This is the tragedy of commoner ninjas. Without ninjutsu and no resources, everything depends on one's own efforts. Talents such as Minato have to worry about ninjutsu. If he could learn more powerful ninjutsu, wouldn't he be inferior to that turban man who ate sand? He sighed weakly in his heart, suppressing this meaningless thought. Minato quietly sipped tea, thinking about how to learn new ninjutsu. Boys, go back to your room and pack your things. We are going back to the village. Nigong Hao rushed in a hurry, and the extremely straightforward order made everyone confused for a moment, and no one responded for a while. Why are you going back to the village now? Odom was the first to come to her senses, with a look of bewilderment on her face. Isn't it too sudden? There was no news at all before. It's really hot. The young man wiped the sweat from his forehead, squinted his eyes and raised his head for a quick glance. Even though he was ready, the brilliant brilliance was still dazzling and made his eyes sour. The summer sun is daunting. Cicadas were buzzing in my ears, and the air was distorted and illusory under the scorching Sunday. Hanada rubbed her eyes. Pruning flowers and plants in this kind of weather is definitely hard work, especially the flowers and plants that need to be pruned because the ninja school is so big there are quite a few trees. I'm finally able to graduate, now I don't have to keep saying temporary. Does the cockroach want to graduate too? It's so naive. What did you say? Unexplained conversations came from the alley. Hanada hurriedly picked up the flower scissors and began to put on an appearance of hard work. But the boys and girls passing by didn't notice the lazy gardener, and they argued fiercely, but the content of the debate was very confusing. Even Huishin had never heard all kinds of weird insect names. With his back to the path, the flower scissors in his hand were trimming the protruding branches and leaves, but from the corner of his eyes, he secretly looked at the young girl walking past. When his eyes caught the 2 blood-red shadows before and after, his heart immediately, he couldn't stop jumping wildly. It finally came. Poor God, he had been working here for a whole year, and he finally got his goal. To be honest, he has almost lost the patience to continue this kind of tedious and boring work recently. Although he had trained his endurance when he was trained, it was only a month, and he never said that he would stay in this village for a whole day. Years are so long. The voices of disputation gradually fade away. Huishin suppressed the excitement in his heart, and began to work seriously. The flower scissors in his hand rattled non-stop, humming a chaotic tune. Ninja School, classroom of the advanced class. Guan Yu and other 6 people came in and immediately caused a little commotion. As a student who has been on leave for 2 years, he can be regarded as a celebrity since the establishment of the ninja school. They showed full curiosity. Jushina, Guan Yu, come and sit here. The young man with a bright smile waved his hand and greeted the 2 sisters and brothers of Whirlpool. Zishu will graduate soon, but to be honest, he did not expect Kushina and Guanya to become classmates. When the two siblings entered the elementary class, he had already entered the intermediate class. In the past 2 years or so, we will graduate together. After being surprised, all that remained was concern. Shengshu still firmly remembered his status as an elder. In terms of seniority, he was a generation higher than Kushina and Guanya. The pure and enthusiastic young man instinctively believed that he had an obligation to take care of the siblings of the Uzumaki family. After taking a seat, it didn't take long for a teacher to come in. The graduation exam is going to be held today, which is why Guanyu and the others ended their patrol missions. They took the graduation exam of the ninja school, officially obtained the quota, and then entered the establishment. From then on, they became a real ninja, not a damn temporary trainee. The salary is only paid in half, it's too stingy. In the battle a few days ago, Luosha's powerful magnetic escape left a deep impression on him, and Guanya became more eager to learn ninjutsu, wishing to master all the ninjutsu in the scroll left by Sakumo. Of course, this kind of thing can't be rushed, take it step by step. The most urgent thing is to pass the exam first and become a real ninja. The content of the exam is very simple: transfiguration. Sanshinjutsu seems very simple to say, but that is only for Guanyu and the others. 4 ninjas from ordinary civilian families. Sanshinjutsu is the only 3 ninjutsu they can come into contact with. The experience that comes down, only rely on self-study and study. The 3-body technique is also very difficult, okay. Even in the major ninja villages, the vast majority of ninjas spend their whole lives in the ninja until they die, and they still only know the 3-body skills. The monopoly of ninjutsu is very strict. It was easy to pass the assessment, and there was no difficulty for Guanyu and the others, but even so, 4 people in their class failed the graduation assessment, and 3 of them were older than the upper limit of the ninja school. However, there is only one way for them to face, drop out of school, and give up their ninja dream. After the assessment is completed, they will be divided into teams of 3. As for the guidance of Jounin, only some elite squads are eligible to be mentored by Jounin. 1 Jounin leads 3 rookies who are new to ninja. This combination mode is still being explored by Sarutobi. Among them, as for the rest of the team, the veteran Shinin will lead the team. Jounin are not potatoes grown in the ground that you can count a bunch of them in a bunch. The number of Jounin is limited. Especially during wartime, Jounin are all shouldering heavy responsibilities, but you can't spare many people to take care of your children. The 3rd class, Senju Noeki, Whirlpool watching the moon, Uchiha Otome. Hack. Hearing her name, Guanya was stunned for a moment, then the corners of her mouth twitched, feeling very depressed. Hell, why are she and Shenshu in the same class? Nima is an elder, it's fine to say hello when they meet each other, wouldn't it be embarrassing for teammates to meet every day? He couldn't even look at the rope tree as an elder. Guanyu, please give me some advice, I didn't expect that we would be separated. Naoki patted Guanyu's shoulder with a smile, and nodded towards Otome. The girl didn't respond, but he didn't mind either. Okay. Squeezing a word out of his mouth with difficulty, Guanyu had to accept this fact, and at the same time tried to comfort himself. It was better than finding someone he didn't know. A guy who is lagging behind is really uncomfortable. Please take care of me. Feeling someone pulling his sleeve, Guanyu turned his head, and then Otome Zhengerbajing, who was sitting in the back, said this. Class 6, Uchiha Otoha, Namikaze Minato, Uzumaki Kushina. On the podium, the teacher was still hissing to announce the following groups. But in the audience, Otoha was beaming with joy, tapping his hands rhythmically on the table. If it wasn't for the occasion and the image of Uchiha, this guy would be able to write. It should be said that they are brothers and sisters. Just like Otome's worried, the boy also worried that it would be painful if he was in the same class as Otome. Although they are biological brothers and sisters, they can't stay together for more than 5 minutes, and they will definitely quarrel. Although Minato had a calm face, there was a flash of joy in his sea blue eyes, and his heart was not as calm as his face. However, things are not always so satisfactory. Tianqian is now looking at his 2 teammates with tears in his eyes. Well, he doesn't know any of them. Not familiar at all. It doesn't matter if we don't meet each other after graduation. I'm afraid that in the current situation, forming a team with someone you don't know well will be fatal just to get in touch. Sorry. Guanya stretched out her hand and patted Tianqian's shoulder, looking at the unfortunate friend sympathetically. We have been hanging out together for so long, and we have a deep friendship with each other, but there is nothing they can do to help with this kind of thing. There are only 3 melons and 2 jujubes in the class, inseparable, and it is difficult for a clever woman to cook without rice. Minato and Otoha also expressed their sympathy. A total of 24 people from Guanyu and his class successfully graduated, that is, 8 classes. After the class division ended, teachers came in one after another and took away their respective teams. All of them were Chinin, except Guanyu and Kushina. The instructors of the 2 teams and the other 6 classes are Chinin without exception, including Tianqian's team. The poor guy could only sigh and leave with the captain. Fortunately, he and his family practiced Ruquin, and it doesn't matter whether it's Jounin or Chinin. Yo, Minato, Kushina, Otoha, you 3 come with me. The 7th person who came in was also an acquaintance, Naigonghao, the hedgehog-headed brother who had served as his 6-year-old babysitter for nearly 2 years, and now continued to fight with them. From the temporary captain to the regular, became Juxian Jounin, the leader of the night team. He had resigned himself to his fate. Thinking about it carefully,
this is not bad. While protecting Renshuli, it can also cultivate good seedlings for the village in the future. The hedgehog glanced at Minato, very satisfied. A genius boy is valued in anyone's hands. Compared with trying to train an idiot, it is undoubtedly easier and more effective to cultivate a genius. At least, Naigonghao himself is a genius, he admired only geniuses. Brother Rishin, long time no see. Guan Yu waved his hand in greeting. Naigonghao rolled his eyes when he heard the words, although he didn't quite understand what Ritien meant, but he instinctively felt that the brat was teasing him, and cursed angrily, "You bastard, get out, I don't have time to talk nonsense with you." After hanging around for a long time, I have a little understanding of the tempers of these little devils. Among them, Guan Yu is good at strength, but he is dark in attack. He usually looks at a sunny boy, but he turns out to be sluggish. Minato, Kushina, Otoha, let's go. Naigonghao urged the three of them. Without wasting much time, he quickly led the three of them away. The classroom was empty, only Guan Yu and the three of them were left. But Guan Yu didn't feel deserted at all. "Guan Yu, what kind of person do you think our instructor will be? Wait a minute, let's go to a dinner party, go to Barbecue Q, their price is very cheap, and the taste is great." "Otome. That, can I call it that?" Shang Shu chattered nonstop, with a bright smile on his face. Staying with such a person, it was difficult to realize what it was like to be deserted. That's good too. Guan Yu herself is not a talkative person, and Otome women are also relatively cold. With such a sunny boy in the team, he can be more popular. The question now is why their mentors have been delayed. Squeak! There was a harsh friction sound from the door that hadn't been oiled for a long time, which was a little more prominent because of the lack of human voices in the classroom. All three of them turned their eyes to the door, waiting for those who came in. The light blue long hair hangs loose behind him. The young man wears a Konoha forehead guard on his forehead, and he is wearing a dark green vest that only Jonin is qualified to wear. His young face is resolute with a bit of greenness. He pushed the door in and saw there were only 3 students left in the empty classroom, and a look of embarrassment flashed across their faces. "I thought I could make it, but I was late." But there is no way. Jingyin's little girl had a fever early in the morning, and when she was sent to the hospital to confirm that she was fine, and then rushed to the ninja school, it was already at this point. Ahem, class dash, Senju Noeki, Uzumaki Moon Viewer, Uchiha Otome, isn't that right? Glancing at the three of them, comparing the photos on the documents in their hands, the young man continued after confirming that they were the correct ones, "Follow me. You can't go up to the sky, you can't go down to the ground, the wind is blowing on all sides, it's refreshing and comfortable, and the rooftop is a good place for conversation." The young man leaned against the barbed wire and looked at the 3 little guys sitting on the steps. "Let me introduce myself first. My name is Kato-san, and I will be your guide for the next day." Kato-san smiled softly, introduced himself softly, stretched out his hand to tease the quilt wind-blown hair. The moment he heard the name, Guan Yu was overwhelmed by Lei's coquettish appearance, and Kato broke, "Isn't this Tsunade's future short-lived boyfriend?" It turned out to be the leader of their team, Jonin. Nesuke raised his hand excitedly. "Well, my name is Senju Noeki, and my dream is to become Hokage, to protect my grandfather's village, to protect my sister, and to protect everyone in the village." The boy's dream is great, but Guan Yu was smacking his tongue. The competition of Hokage is really fierce. So many people want to become Hokage. I have to say that the ideological education in the village is very successful. It can almost be called brainwashing. But 99 out of 10 boys and girls who grew up under the will of fire have a Hokage dream. "Another idiot," Otome complained in a low voice, but this low voice could not be concealed from Guan Yu and Kato Duan. Both of them could not help but twitch their mouths. Shang Shu talked on and on for a long time, almost showing his old self, until he felt that his voice was a little dry and hoarse, and then he stopped belatedly, realizing that he might have taken too long. He closed his mouth with a straight face. "Ahem, my name is Whirlpool Guan Yu. I have a lot of hobbies. What I hate is celery and Nito. As for my dream, I guess it is to become a strong person. Keep silent so as not to embarrass Sheng Sheng. Becoming a strong man, not bad." Kato Dan nodded with a smile, and turned his gaze to Otome. Sensing Kato Duan's gaze, Otome still looked calm. She just raised her slender eyebrows lightly, pondered for a while before saying, "Otome Uchiha has many hobbies and many dislikes. If you dream, I don't know." The extremely concise self-introduction, except for the name, hardly has any valuable information. Very Uchiha style. The corner of Kato's mouth twitched. Since receiving the order from Hokage-sama yesterday, he began to study the information of the 3 little guys. Konoha's management mechanism is very strict, and this point has been developed to the extreme in the hands of Sarutobi. The authority of Umbu has been greatly strengthened, and the monitoring of the village has reached an unprecedented level. Every resident of Konoha will have a file. Depending on the level of detail of the file will vary. For example, an ordinary civilian, there are only a few sheets of paper in the file, but like Guan Yu, the file is an inch thick. As the leader of the team, Jonin, Kato Dan is naturally qualified to consult the files of the 3 subordinates. It took him half a day to read them, and he has a preliminary understanding of the 3.
Needless to say, Shenshu, the descendants of Senju, if Konoha village is a monarchy, people like Shenshu would be princes and grandchildren, and their status is extremely noble. It's like pulling 2 to 5 to 80,000, each of them is the boss of the sky and my second child. It seems that tomorrow they will become the top 5 movie stars. Fortunately, Naoki is a good boy, sunny and positive, which made Kato do and heave a sigh of relief, but he still didn't dare to relax. After all, the remaining 2 are also very troublesome. He has also experienced the loneliness and arrogance of the Uchiha clan, that according to the past experience of the little girl, it can be seen that she is a typical Uchiha, thinking she only agrees with the strong and has no interest in the weak. In short, troublesome little guy. The last thing is to watch the moon. He joined the village halfway. He is a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, and he is also the apprentice of Master by Fang. More troublesome. But this is Master Hokage's order, and I have to follow it with tears in my eyes, and thinking about it from another angle, isn't this what Master Hokage values him? That's the end of the self-introduction. Kato clapped his hands and attracted the attention of the 3 of them. There is one thing that needs to be said. Before carrying out the task, I need everyone to have a mock battle tomorrow. It is the 3 of you and me. As for the location and time, we will gather at number 60-training ground at tomorrow morning. The 3 figures gradually moved away and disappeared from his sight. Kato Duan frowned, and stood quietly on the spot. After a long while, he formed the seal with his hands, and directly performed the instant body to leave. He had to go to the hospital to see his little niece. The sick child was more annoying than usual. Just thinking about it gives me a headache. After leaving the ninja school, the 3 of them soon parted ways and went back to their respective homes, completely not worried about the imitation battle that would come tomorrow. Walking on the street, feeling the long-lost hustle and bustle, Guan Yu squinted his eyes slightly, enjoying the atmosphere. Before he knew it, he had gotten used to the plants, trees, bricks, and tiles of Konoha, and the memory of Uzumaki village was suddenly recalled with a feeling of infinite distance. It was clearly only a few years ago, but it seemed that it had passed a very long time. As for everything in the previous life, the sun was climbing towards the sky, and the goshawks were screaming in the sky, looking like a beam from a distance, and the rock statues of the 3 Hokages quietly looked down at the village and into the distance. A shadow suddenly appeared in front of him. Little brother, do you want to buy flowers? You can buy a bunch of flowers for your girlfriend, or you can take them home and put them in a vase. The young man laughed along with him, holding a large bouquet of colorful flowers for sale on the side of the street, and leaning towards Guan Yu. Guan Yu stopped in her tracks, looked at the young man selling flowers, looked at the flowers that had obviously not been sold, and laughed. Brother, shouldn't young girls be hired for things like selling flowers? You alone who would buy a man who sells flowers? That's not how business is done. Hey, I know that too, but I can barely make ends meet myself. How can I hire a little girl to help me? The young man sighed, perhaps because he felt that Guan Yu was easy to talk to, or because he had been bored for a long time. Started chatting. You don't know. Once the war broke out on the front line, the business in the village became deserted. I was originally a gardener, but at that time there was a lot of turmoil. No one asked me to work. I pruned the flower garden by myself. I almost starved to death. Fortunately, I will. Stop. I'm not interested in your life history. Just give me 2 bouquets of pansies. How much is it? Guan Yu stopped the young man from continuing to chatter. He was not interested in talking on the street. Gossiping with people. Okay, pansy, here you are. Mock battle. Juzine took a spoon, stirred the broth in the pot, and chatted with Guan Yu while preparing dinner. Hey, your teacher is very interesting. The simulated battle sounds very interesting. It feels okay, but we have to see how it looks. Guan Yu is peeling potatoes, helping to prepare dinner and practicing knife skills at the same time. The 8 cm long paring knife is white and shiny, like a knife in his hand. A dancing white butterfly easily peels off the skin of the potato, revealing the tender inside. On the training ground in the backyard, shadow clones were practicing ninjutsu one by one. There are 2 bouquets of pansies in a ceramic vase on the table. The bright red is quite dazzling. Why are you thinking of selling flowers today? Kushina turned her head and saw the pansy on the dining table. It looked good on the road, so I bought it. Casual and aimless chatting is the most ordinary daily scene. Sister, are you going to carry out the mission tomorrow? Well, Captain Ninomiya said that we will gather tomorrow. He didn't tell us the specific task, but it's probably not a difficult task. Kushina pouted. May be exposed to difficult tasks. According to the Hedgehog Head, this is the meaning of the above, and he can't do anything about it. This kind of thing is undoubtedly a great sadness for a girl who is lively and active and hopes for an extraordinary life. After dinner, the 2 brothers and sisters started their own practice, and each had half of the training ground without interfering with each other. Training ground number 68. It is far away from home, and it is a relatively remote training ground in the village. It is very close to the edge of the village. Not only are there few people, but there are no houses and buildings. The surroundings are basically towering trees. There is only a dilapidated thatched cottage far away, which appears to have been deprecated. Muye village has been expanding, but it is not a random extension of the territory, but a reasonable plan. After all, this not only involves funding issues, but also defense and barrier deployment. After a series of investigations, the development sequence is obviously behind. Only when all the land before the sequence has been developed can it be the turn here. Bang, bang, the wooden stake trembled continuously, and the fists fell like a gust of wind and rain, bombarding the wooden stake, making continuous dull sounds. Shenshu rushed over early in the morning, and continued his daily exercise as usual. Even though there was going to be a simulated battle, he did not interrupt his homework. Cultivation is not something that can be achieved overnight, but must be persevering. His talent is not bad, but it also depends on who he is compared with. Compared with most ordinary ninjas, his blood is so powerful and noble, but he has never been born with the slightest pride because of it. That he had a sister who was even more talented. Tsunade has shown extraordinary brilliance since he was a child, and was accepted as a disciple by Sarutobi. With such a radiant sister on his head, the pressure on Naoki is not small at all. His grandfather, that is, the kind-hearted Hokage-sama of the first generation, can't tell what kind of tricks the Senju family will play. As a generation who grew up under the light of the will of fire, Naoki set up the lofty ideal of becoming a Hokage as great as his grandfather and uncle since he was a child. In order to realize his dream, he has been working hard day after day. Harsh practice. This guy is really early, he worked hard enough. Guan Yu came over from the path in the forest, and Otome followed him. The two met on the way here. Looking at the rope tree that was exercising physical skills, they casually praised it. I hope his strength will live up to his surname. Otome said something plain and sharp, and the corners of Guan Yu's mouth twitched when she heard this. Do you want to be so serious? But Otome has this temper, and she only recognizes those who are capable. At this time, Shenshu also noticed Guan Yu and Otome coming over, stopped torturing the poor wooden pillar, and greeted them. Guan Yu, Otome, you are here. Hey, little guys, you're all here early. A very abrupt voice interrupted the conversation between the two, and there was a figure on the stake that was beaten by the rope tree just now. Kato Duan stood on the stake, smiling and waving at the three of them, but none of them could see who he was. How it came about. Tudun stealth plus instant body, it is worthy of being a jonin. Guan Yu's eyes fell on the ground, and with the sharp perception of the Uzumaki clan, he noticed the traces of chakra left underground. It is a very sad thing to say, Guan Yu has not been able to master the top perception ninjutsu of Kagura Mind Eye so far. He can only sense the chakra fluctuations within a certain range around him at most, and it is still very vague. This frustrates him very much. You must know that Kushina is now able to monitor the situation within a radius of 3 kilometers around himself. Ha, you can see through my whereabouts. Guan Yu's whispers failed to deceive the ears of a jonin. Kato Duan squinted at Guan Yu, and it turned out that it was not that simple to be accepted as a disciple by Master Bai Fang. Teacher, should we start the mock battle now? Shenshu's eyes shone with excitement, and he was already eager to try, and couldn't hold back his agitated mood. Well, let me tell you the rules before we start. Kato Duan held down the excited rope tree, and began to announce the rules of this mock battle. The rules are very simple. You three attack me. It doesn't matter whether you win or lose, I want to see your strength, and then we can determine what level of mission we will take, understand? Clear. The three responded in unison. Kato Duan nodded, the corners of his mouth curled up. Then, let's begin. Boom! Before he finished speaking, Naoki punched out his fist. He was the closest to Kato Duan, but he missed it. His heavy fist landed on the stake, and the strong force crushed the solid wooden stake to pieces. The wind picked up the sawdust and pierced deeply into the ground. Wow! The breeze is rippling, the lush green waves roll like waves, and the branches and leaves collide with each other to make rustling sounds. Boom! There was a huge buzzing sound like thunder, and billowing smoke rose into the air, breaking through the green sea, twisting and twisting in the sky like a gray python. I'm going, Shenshu, take it easy, your strength is too strong, ahem. Guan Yu rushed out of the rising dust cloud, coughing loudly, looking ashamed as if she had just crawled out of a mine miner. Ahem, I didn't expect that the land here was softened by the teacher's use of earth traps. Usually, even if I want to do it, I can't do it to this extent. The teacher is really cruel. Shenshu followed Guan Yu and rushed out of the dust cloud. His whole body was covered with dust. Two idiots. Otome stood on the top of the tree, cast a cold glance at the two of them, her dark eyes swept quickly. She was holding a small taideo in her hand. The blade was long and narrow, with sharp edges and regular patterns. It looked like it was from a famous master hand. In addition to fire escape, Uchiha is also good at ninja tools. This does not only refer to shuriken. Shuriken is a compulsory homework for every Uchiha. Wu, small sword, big sword, and even all kinds of strange weapons. And Otome chose Kodaki, and the sword skills are quite sharp. Guan Yu has competed with Otome several times, but in terms of sword skills, he didn't take advantage. Also, his sword is not as good as Otome's. Speaking of which, Sakumo said at the beginning that he would give him a sword after he became a ninja, but Sakumo is still on the front line, and he doesn't know when he will get the promised gift. Northwest, 100 meters away. Guan Yu roared in a low voice. Among the three, he has the strongest perception ability, and he can quickly search for the traces left by Kato Duan intentionally. There is no chance. The shuriken whizzed through the branches and leaves, and nailed to the trunk, making a trilling sound. Three nimble figures leaped along with the shuriken quickly, watching the moon at the fastest speed. The lightning flashed under his feet, and the sound of crackling electricity echoed in the forest. Behind them, the distance is only about 2 or 3 meters. Otome followed behind with a knife. Although the girl didn't open her eyes, her excellent reflexes were ready to make up the knife or deal with the enemy. I found you, teacher. The eyes caught the dark green in the dense green leaves, and the fluctuations of chakra did not hide it at all. With a turn of the dagger, a bright arc danced, Guan Yu rushed out, the sharp blade tore the heavy branches and leaves, and the leaves were chopped off. The knife tip hit the dark green, and the wooden touch made the corners of his eyes twitch. He is very familiar with this kind of touch. What stabs is not the flesh, but the wood. Hey! Substitution, be careful. Guan Yu really hates and loves substitution jutsu, which is obviously only a school-level ninjutsu, but it is one of the most practical ninjutsu, especially in the hands of jonin, and can be played with ninjutsu such as instant body, slipped away. Although he had made enough mental preparations, it was impossible to hurt a jonin so easily, but it was inevitable that he would be angry when things came to an end. As soon as the roar came out, a sharp wind fell from above, sweeping away the dense leaves. Like a green rainstorm, the rope tree was kicked out, hitting it hard like a missile on the ground. An irregular pothole was smashed into the ground, and a large cloud of smoke and dust was raised. Crack! The bright knife light flashed by, the falling leaves split quietly, the thin branches were divided into two, and the fracture was smooth and neat. Otome drew her sword very quickly, and she realized the moment Naoki was hit, and the little Tadeo in her hand slashed out. Miss! The girl took a defensive posture with her saber closed, her eyes wandering. Although her reaction was fast enough, it was obvious that Tang Jonin was faster than her, avoiding Guan Yu's surprise attack, and instead knocked the rope tree out, and then dodged Otome's counterattack, all in one go, without the slightest sloppiness. Below, rope tree, be careful. Guan Yu waited intently, using his immature power of perception to the extreme, and instantly caught Kataduan's chakra, which was impressively in the ground below, very close to the rope tree. Take me as a soft persimmon, and break the teacher, it's not that easy. Sheng Shu jumped up with a carp, and received the fierce kick. Apart from soiling his dusty clothes when he fell to the ground, he didn't feel any pain at all. No injuries remained. Senju's physique is not inferior to Uzumaki's. According to legend, even if the first Hokage was injured on the battlefield, he didn't need medical ninjutsu and could heal himself just by relying on his perverted physique. It's bug-like, but compared to the average person, his physique is also at the monster level. A mere kick can't affect him at all. Hearing Guan Yu shout, Shensha didn't even think about it, he waved his fists and punched the ground under his feet. For a moment, like a series of thunderclaps, the ground within a radius of meters from the center of the rope tree trembled, and the big tree swayed from side to side like drunkards, shaking rustlingly, and the falling green leaves piled up on the ground. The ground seemed to be covered with a green carpet. However, this layer of green carpet existed only for a short time, and it was swept away by the blowing storm. Guan Yu and Otome almost fell off the tree. Fortunately, both of them had knives in their hands, nailed to the tree, and the chakras under their feet clung to the tree trunk, so they were not shaken out. Strange power. Nezuki learned the technique from Tsunade, and with Senju's strong physique, he has already mastered this difficult ninjutsu. Gymnastics, ninjutsu. Strange power is not a simple physical technique, but it is not appropriate to call it ninjutsu. All in all, this is a highly skilled technique created by Tsunade. The real strange power is the incomparably powerful destructive power that can be attached to punches and kicks, and Shensha can only use the strange power on his fists now, but even so, the fists can shake the mountains and the ground, and they will die on impact. If you touch it, you will die, making people afraid to fight head-on. Weird power cannot be confronted head-on. Seeing Naoki's fist that shakes mountains and earth, Kataduan has a corresponding awareness, not to mention a hard fight. Even if he gets close, he will be affected by the storm caused by the boxing. If his earth escape technique is not fast enough, I was afraid that he would suffer serious injuries just now. Injury is a trivial matter, but losing such a big face on the first day of leading the team is a fatal matter. If it is really overturned by the little guys in the mock battle, the team will not be able to lead. There are two purposes for holding this so-called mock battle. The first reason is to find out the basics of these little guys. Many things cannot be grasped clearly through written reports. Only by field experience and seeing with your own eyes can you understand grasp. The second is to show off his muscles and establish his authority as a team leader. In his impression, genius is synonymous with arrogance. Only by using strength can he subdue these little guys, so that he can lead the team. These bastards are tough enough. Hiding behind the dense leaves, watching Guan Yu and the others rushing towards them through some gaps, Kato Dan smiled wryly. It is really not easy to subdue these little guys. Too much force is worried about causing them excessive blows, but it's not easy to find a balance among these little guys who can't suppress these little guys with a light hand, even if he's a jonin. This kind of combat power is almost approaching the level of Chunin. Genius is really difficult to deal with, it's so dangerous. Kato broke his feet slightly, arched his back, and jumped back quickly, avoiding the short knife entwined by the electric arc. The green leaves were burned into black lumps by the jumping electric arc, and his eyelids could be seen. Jump straight, these bastards are really merciless in their attacks. Ah, it looks like I have to give them some color. Both hands swiftly formed seals, and Kato Duan instantly condensed chakra. His body suddenly fell to the ground, and his right palm lightly patted the ground. The earth escapes, cracks the earth and turns the palm. The seemingly light palm of the high-level earth escape technique cracked the ground, and a huge crack appeared on the ground, and the bottomless crack continued to expand, and gravel and giant trees fell into the ground. Into it, the big tree Guan Yu and the others stood on also fell into it. I go. The Moon Watcher screamed, and the moment the big tree under his feet swayed and fell, he jumped up quickly. He wanted to jump out of the cracked ground, but the ground cracked faster than he expected, and he couldn't get out of the ever-expanding deep ditch. I just barely nailed the short knife in my hand into the steep rock wall, hanging on the rock wall so as not to fall into the deep ditch. It should be like this. After losing her balance, Otome and Guan Yu made the same choice. That even though she stood higher than Guan Yu, it was a pity that she still failed. The man is one step ahead. She even has that subtle distance from the rock wall. The sharp tip of Xiaotai's knife cuts through the rock, but it cannot be nailed, and keeps sliding down until he stepped on Guan Yu's shoulder. After a short pause, Guan Yu screamed without grace. It wasn't that Otome's kick was heavy, it was just a means of venting excitement when people instinctively fell. If Kato can't make a move, this hands-on play is really not soft at all. The cracks created are wide and deep, at least with the eyes of watching the moon. You can't see the bottom. Fear of the unknown is an instinct that people cannot get rid of. That you can subdue fear with willpower, but don't try to eradicate human instinct. Earth escapes, rock, steel, sticks. When falling rapidly, Guan Yu didn't just sit still, she vented the pressure in her heart with a shrill scream, and her hands were firmly sealed like a rock. Boxy rock pillars of the same length and width protrude from the stone wall, neatly arranged together, closely connected with each other, without a single gap, and the first layer on the top stopped growing, and the bottom layer grew again. Double, in 2 or 3 seconds, a whole triple stone step made up of rock stealing sticks protrudes on the steep rock wall. Boom! The falling body collided with the stone steps made by myself, and the quite powerful impact made the stone steps made of rock stealing sticks tremble very slightly. The triple structure made it quite resistant to impact, and there was no reason for the fall. Broken by the power. The sea-level earth escape technique of the rock stealing stick has been thoroughly understood by Guan Yu. After thousands of times of tempering, the manipulation of the rock stealing stick has reached the point where it is easy to control. There is no need to deliberately control it. With the same mind, each rock pillar can be easily controlled, not only for attacking and killing enemies, but also for auxiliary use like this. Hiss, this little guy's earth escape is really not bad. He is indeed Lord Bai Fang's apprentice. For the three people's every move, Kato Duan naturally saw in his eyes. He was just testing Guan Yu and the others, not killing them. He had to monitor the three people's actions at any time to avoid accidents. That would be his negligence. Guan Yu's earth dunjutsu shocked him. If Guan Yu tried his best to display powerful high-ranking ninjutsu, he would not be so surprised. A real master is not limited to how many powerful ninjutsu he masters, but how much ninjutsu he has mastered. The use level of ninjutsu, the simpler the ninjutsu, the better the talent pattern of a person can be seen. According to his judgment, Guan Yu's use of the earth dungeon technique has already been regarded as a breakthrough, which is quite a bit of a strong man's demeanor. Of course, more training is needed to make this piece of raw jade shine brightly. Collapsing on the stone steps, before Guan Yu could take a breath, a black shadow in the sky immediately fell down, pressing on his body. Puff! Coincidentally, the falling heavy object hit his chest. At that moment, Guan Yu felt that his lungs were about to be squeezed out. He couldn't lift it up in one breath, and almost suffocated to death. Fortunately, some on the heavy object jumped off the pad very consciously, which made him relax. Guy Yu, are you okay? Otome's rare face was slightly red, because the fall was too violent. She sat on Guan Yu directly. It may take a long time for the delicate body to recover its mobility. Her pretty face was frosty, with a fierce aura, and a pair of bright almond eyes were full of murderous intent. As for the timid look before, Guan Yu deeply suspected that she had broken her brain, otherwise how could she have such hallucinations? Words spoken are like water poured out, they can't be taken back. Although the other party is very annoyed by the thoughtless words, it is obviously useless no matter how annoyed he is. Look at the gleaming little sword. Wachu has a deep understanding of what it means to speak out from the mouth. Guan Yu, Otome, are you two okay? The sound of the rope tree came from above. Compared with the unfortunate accident of watching the moon, his luck and character seemed to be stronger. Although he also failed to jump out of this deep ditch, he finally managed to climb on the rock wall, was not kicked down. The violently trembling ground gradually calmed down, and Rope Tree was able to stand steadily on the steep rock wall, and only then did he have the time to care about the two people who fell. He ran down the stone wall all the way, shouting loudly at the same time, and was relieved to see that Guan Yu and Otome were safe. From the moment you pick up the knife, death begins to follow you. There is no absolutely safe and zero mortality battle in this world. There are countless unlucky people who died in various simulated battles, no matter in the past or in the future, will not be less. It's fine, it's too much to break the teacher. Shenshu couldn't help complaining, looking at the huge fissure that was about meters wide, and the bottom was so dark that the bottom could not be seen below. All three of them broke out in a cold sweat. Indeed, you are right, this is really killing people. Hey, you three, do you still have time to chat? This is not ZZ. Shenshu subconsciously replied, but as soon as the words came out, Guan Yu's short knife stabbed out, rubbing Shenshu's waist, and nailed it to the rock wall, as if cutting with a hot knife. Butter easily sank into the rock wall, leaving only the handle of the knife exposed. Another stab. The technique of earth escape and stealth is really difficult. Thunder Dun and Two Dun are really scary little ghosts. They really have the possibility to become Bai Fang's second. Kato Duan got out from the ground and shook his head. A trace of teeth, although it is still very immature, but it is undeniable that it already has a taste. The number 60 training ground was full of smoke and dust, and Kushina's team also started their first mission after officially becoming a ninja. Isn't it the job of a gardener to take care of the flower garden? What do you want a ninja to do? Do you want us to use shurikens to prune branches and leaves? Kushina wailed, and looked at the large flower garden in front of her with displeasure. The red, purple, yellow, pink, colorful flower garden was very beautiful, but these things were not very attractive to Jusina. Children are different. Violence is what she admires. Pruning branches and leaves with a shuriken. Well, it feels quite difficult. Otoa rubbed his chin and thought about it. The Uchiha family played the shuriken to an unimaginable level. Regarding Kushina's casual complaints, he pondered seriously. Minato scratched his head in distress. He was actually not interested in this kind of task, but the matter had come to an end, the task had already come, and there was no possibility of repentance, so he could only go straight to the dark. Ninjas have extremely strict requirements for completing tasks, that is, to complete the task at hand at all costs. When you take on the next task, as long as the task itself has no problems such as deceit or fiction, in addition to completing the task or failing the task, there is no third way. As their first errand after becoming a ninja, it is obviously impossible to mess it up. Okay, Kushina, don't complain, I'll treat you to ramen after the task is finished. The babysitter has been doing this job for a long time, and I have found some experience. To deal with children who are noisy, it is easy to use temptation, especially for a stubborn and straightforward child like Juzine. Difficult to restrain. The real difficulty lies in the security work. In the past 2 years, he has killed an unknown number of people. Some of them came for the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, and some came to confirm the existence of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. There are spies from other ninja villages, and there are also guys with unknown origins. Salty ramen, I want to eat salty ramen. Sure enough, Kushina's dissatisfaction was soothed by the ramen, and she looked at Ninomiya with bright eyes, clearly wanting to confirm again. Yes, as long as you complete the task, you can eat as many bowls as you want. Nigong shook his hedgehog head and quickly answered, as long as this little ancestor doesn't lose his temper, the money for a few bowls of ramen is nothing, anyway. There is reimbursement from the public. He is also trained as a ninja. Nigong's salary is much higher than other people's, although it is not easy to be a nanny, but the treatment is good. How many are? An old man with a gray beard and high spirits came over, wearing a straw hat with a sunshade on his head, and carrying a pair of flower scissors. We are Konoha's ninjas, and we came here after receiving the mission. Ninomiya took a step forward and handed over the documents he had prepared long ago. Oh, it's you guys that you came early. Put your things away. I don't know how to read, old man. I don't even know you when you're in front of me. Come with me. The old man waved his hand and couldn't see. Looking at the document that Nigong handed over, he turned around and beckoned a few people to follow him. Nigong didn't take it seriously, and put away the documents. It seemed that this was not the first time he encountered such a thing. The literacy rate in this world is not high, at least in the present era. Most common people cannot read. Following the old man through the flower gardens, the old man went into the woodshed and brought out a bunch of tools, flower scissors, flower hoe and other miscellaneous things, and then distributed them to Minato and the others, telling them what to do, and soon the 3 unlucky children began to wear big straw hats in the garden. Working under the sun, Ninomiya, as the guide Jonin, naturally didn't need to do anything. He moved a chair, sat under the eaves, and stared at Minato and the others. Well, is that little girl, idiot, being stared at? Didn't you see Jonin here? A letter from the village. Hakayo. Has gone berserk again. There are orders from above, urging us to act quickly. Hurry up, it's not that easy. Konoha's protection of the target is completely impenetrable. 3 waves of people have been lost, and the replacement manpower is not in place. We need to do this and that. What a fart. After spinning hard, it seemed that he still couldn't vent the anger in his chest. The thick-browed man raised his eyebrows upside down and punched the big tree beside him. The big tree that was as thick as the water tank trembled, and the solid trunk let out bursts of mourning. The dark green leaves are falling like snow. Hey, what's the use of talking about it? It's a helpless thing. After all, most people in the village can't do the job of spies just because of their looks. Even with the full support of Reikage-sama, there's no rush. The man in the straw hat sighed. This is not only Yunin's protection, but also Yunin's shortcoming. 90% of the population of Union Village is either white or dark, and their physical features are too prominent. Although this makes it difficult for spies in other villages to lurk, it also makes it difficult for spies to hide. They cannot be spies. The first point of being a spy is to look ordinary. Let's not talk about beauty and ugliness, at least the race must be the same. Otherwise, if you let a black man mix into the white crowd to be a spy, that guy will definitely be scalped on the first day, hanging on a pole to air dry. 90% of Yunin is doomed not to be a qualified spy. It is very difficult for Union Village to train a qualified spy. He has to select people from the Kingdom of Frost and train them from an early age, which instantly increases the workload. Many However, this opportunity is really rare. Takeda has already investigated it. Umbu has not many people, just 2 teams. The most difficult thing is that Jonin, the man in the straw hat, squinted his eyes, looking at the impossible to see behind the forest. A large flower garden, the goal they fought for is there. Jonin. The thick-browed man looked dignified, his thick eyebrows twisted like little snakes, and the twitching corners of his eyes revealed the fierce struggle in his heart. How long will the target stay here? According to the report from Huishin and the others, they will probably leave at noon tomorrow. Leave at noon tomorrow. Send an order to call all the people over. Tonight, we will also send people to the garrison of the Frost Kingdom to send a message. We need people to respond. The thick-browed man punched with a bang. The big tree around him finally couldn't bear such violence, and let out a dying cry. With a loud click, the big tree fell down with a bang, smoke and green leaves rose and fell. When one domino falls, the rest of the dominoes will have a chain reaction, following the first domino to fall. As the top leader of Yunin and Kanaha's spy system, the thick-browed man is the poisonous spider king in a huge spider web. With one order, nearly 100 small spiders came out of the nest, bursting out endlessly for the long-coveted prey. The power of Jichi's flower garden is not very far from Muye village, but more than 40 miles away. Jichi's family opened up a beautiful flower garden in this valley, and then transported the flowers to Muye village and nearby larger towns for sale for flower shops. The business is very good. For example, the Yamanaka flower shop in Muye village has a long-term contract with the Kikuke family. However, many of the flower farmers in Kikuka's family were knocked down by a flu recently, and they were recuperating in bed. In order to make up for the shortage of manpower, they asked Kanaha Ninja to help with the work. Kanaha's ninjas are not only good at killing people, they accept all kinds of tasks, ranging from looking for lost pets, cleaning up garbage in rivers, taking care of widowed and lonely elderly, to clearing up bandits and rogues, and launching foreign wars. Yes, strictly speaking, the ninja world wars are wars waged by daimyos from various countries hiring ninja villages, not wars waged by ninja villages themselves. This point is very important. Perhaps the 2 sides have fought in secret countless times, the spies fought happily, and the heads of people killed in the gutter are rolling. The Daming Mansion provides war funds, so that a war can be fought. The ninja village is just a military group. It has never fought for the sake of fighting. Wars are all launched to obtain or protect interests. Therefore, for Ninja Village, war is also a task for getting paid, a larger scale task. In essence, this is no different from Kushina and the others helping flower farmers. The sun was very hot. Even though Kushina was wearing a straw hat, the backs of her hands soon turned red. This was unbearable for a girl. The shadow clone began to work, and the main body huddled under the shade of a tree and stole it. Lazy. Regarding this, Ninomiya pouted and didn't say anything. As for Minato and Otoha, they didn't have so much chakra to squander. Art Fire Escape Ho Fireball. Earth Escape, Earth Dragon Bomb. Number 60 No. Training Ground. The fierce fighting has entered a fierce stage. Kato Duan once again praised Guanyu and the others from the bottom of his heart. The strength of the 3 little guys is enough to qualify as a Chunin. What is lacking is merit. The title of temporary worker requires more achievements. However, he is very confident in the little guys. As long as he goes to the battlefield, he is not afraid of not earning enough credit. For geniuses, the battlefield is the real touchstone. It's just a pile of rotten meat, and it's lucky to be able to return the ashes to the village. Earth Escape, Earth Flow Wall. He built a high wall to block the attacks of Otoma Nadoki, and he had to be alert to his feet at all times. The little bastard Guanyu played the stealth skill well, and Kato's outstretched hand turned lime gray, and suddenly fell. They dug into the ground and caught the mouse hiding in the ground. It's a pity that the dry touch in his hand made him smile wryly. Not only the shadow avatar, but also the earth avatar is so skillful at using the cunning guy, he was even deceived. Pulling out his palm from the ground, Kato Duan looked at the earthen wall collapsing in front of him. Otoma Nesuke pounced over. The girl's palm was like a knife. The boy opened his fists with vigor like a hungry tiger, and his high-spirited vigor like a newborn calf, dared to charge the tiger. Clang! Guanyu, your teammate is already dead, why don't you come out? Kato Duan smiled very gently, her long light blue hair spread out, and she stood there leisurely, while Otome sat under the tree with a cold face. Her hands were tied behind her, and the rope tree was not treated so well. The horse tied up its hooves and lay on the ground humming. Although with the skills of the 2 of them, a rope escape technique can get rid of this predicament, but no one will do it. They are already killed now, and it is decent to stay obediently. In this way, the only one who is still breathing is Guanyu. Kato's feet are slightly spread apart, and he stands firmly on the ground. The humming and abnormal movement in the ground can't hide his perception. A ninja with a perception system can detect situations thousands of meters away, but he can't do that with a non-sense system. But it is still possible to monitor the situation of more than 10 meters around the body. Guanyu sneaks underground, like a fish swimming in water, easily controlling the softening and distribution of the soil in front of him, revealing a path that can be walked through, and cruising around Kato Duan. The art of the earth. Sakumo taught him a high-level earth dungeon technique, the detailed level did not say, but this thing was taken out by Sakumo from the head of a rock ninja Jonin. Among the several stealth techniques that Sakumo mastered, considered the best one. After it was in his hands, he made adjustments and improvements. Guanyu is also relying on this technique, combined with his immature but somewhat accomplished perception ability, to be qualified to play with Kato, not tied up like Otome and Naoki, even if it is inevitable to end up the same end, but at least persist longer. The interval between exhalation and inhalation becomes very long. The underground is not an airtight dead place, but the air content is really too low. However, a truly brilliant earth escape technique can naturally solve this problem if it can pump out all the oxygen on the side, and then move to the front to absorb the air from other regions. The art of stealth is not only to go deep underground, but also to keep walking so that you can take a breath. That if you want to stay in one place for a long time, you must prepare in advance. After all, delaying time cannot be delayed. This is not a real battlefield, and it is not a good idea to just wander around without fighting. ZZ. The groaning of the current was so loud that the soil on the ground flew up, and the flashing short knife mixed with the mud and stabbed at Kato Duan. Kato did not catch it empty-handed, even though he practiced hardening well. Who would let lay done restrain to done? The on is shrouded in nothingness, accompanied by a very subtle buzzing sound, which can't be heard unless you listen carefully. With a deep knowledge of wind escape, the change of the nature of this hand wind escape can be said to be beautiful. The light blue wind light seems to be there, but it can cut steel. The knives intertwined with the short knives, and they clanged and rattled endlessly in just a short moment, and the intertwined figures were like revolving lanterns. But after a while, a black shadow flew out like a fired shell, and Guan Yu's whole body was blown away, rolling on the ground like a ball, and didn't stop until it hit the root of a big tree. Flying high into the sky, it took a long time to fall down, submerged straight into the ground. Only the handle of the knife was exposed. Not bad, it can block my 3 strikes. With a deep smile on Kato Duan's face, he blocked Guan Yu's sprint. His kunao stabbed back 3 times in an instant, but they were all blocked by Guan Yu's block, although he still couldn't prevent him from kicking. The kick that went out. Hey, Teacher Duan, you are really merciless when you kick your feet, it hurts. Guan Yu turned over and jumped up, rubbed his lower abdomen, and complained of pain, but his body did not have any injuries left. As he grew older, his physique naturally became stronger, not to mention there is no slack for a moment. It's good to know the pain that when you go to the battlefield, it's not just a pain. If you lose your head, you don't have to cry even if you want to. Kato shook his head with a broken smile, and the kunao in his hand turned beautifully, sliding into the sleeve again, turned to look under the tree. Don't be dazed, both of you, come here. Guan Yu pulled the dagger from the ground and put it in the scabbard behind her back. Otome and Namoki also broke free from the rope, and stood in front of Katabu, with their heads raised, and the 3 pairs of eyes glowed with admiration and reluctance, admiring Kato's strength, but not reconciled to this failure. The performance is very good, go home and take a good rest, get ready, we will set off for the country of rain tomorrow. Kato Duan's voice was gentle, unhurried, as warm as a spring breeze, but also full of convincing power. Looking at Kato Dan, Guan Yu can't help but compare Minato and Nezuki together in his heart. These are a group of people who strive to become Hokage. They seem different, but they are the same kind of people in their hearts. The will of fire is already in them. Roots sprouted from the bottom of their hearts. They believed so firmly in the will of fire that they could always show fearless smiles on their faces, bright and brilliant. The land of rain, isn't it still fighting? What are we going to do there? Shang Shu scratched his head, looked at Kato Duan puzzledly, then his complexion changed and his eyes widened. Could it be that we are going to the battlefield? That's right, we're going to the front line to switch defenses. Kato Duan nodded. But we have just graduated, just like this. Sent to the front line, isn't it too anxious? Shouldn't the freshly graduated shinobi be only exposed to D-level tasks? Naoki was stunned, and subconsciously retorted. What, Naoki, are you afraid of going to the battlefield? Kato Dan showed a narrow smile. No, how is it possible? I didn't say I was afraid. Shang Shu blushed and refuted vigorously. I'm not afraid of going to the battlefield. It's just that this matter is not in compliance with the rules. I'm just a little confused. Looking at Naoki, who was a little excited, Kato smiled and stretched out his hand to rub Naoki's head. I was wrong, you kid can't tell that you still have a quick temper, and you will blow up at once. You will be so angry when you go to the battlefield. It's a big loss, be patient. Reassuring Naishu, Kato Duan coughed lightly. What I'm talking about is still a secret. Well, but you can know it when you go home. Let's be honest, we have signed a contract with Yuan Village with the armistice agreement. The war against Yurnen is over. Then what are we going to do in the land of rain? Shang Shu asked with widened eyes. The sand ninjas have declared war on us. On the way home, Guan Yu was still thinking about the news that Kato Duan said. The nation of winds declares war on the nation of fire. Hidden Sand Village declares war on Leaf Village. Taking the southern border of the land of rain and the northern border of the kingdom of Sichuan as the battlefield, the two sides combined nearly 5,000 or 6,000 ninjas to face each other. After several battles, the two sides held back their minions for the time being and began to wait for reinforcements from their own rear, and launched a small battle-scale conflict. Konoha's masters are active on the front line, not only Konohagaya, but also the Sunin, who is in the limelight. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade teamed up to fight Hanzo, the ruler of Yuin Village, who was known as the half-god, and survived, and was praised by Hanzo, earning the title of Sunin. After this battle, Hanzo sold his favor to Konoha, and the fighting between the two sides finally subsided and an armistice agreement was signed. On the one hand, I have to accept Hanzo's favor, and on the other hand, Sand Shinobi began to blatantly snatch Konoha's spoils in the Land of Rain, and attack the kingdom of Kawa. This is something that Konoha cannot tolerate anyway, even if the Land of Rain poor jingle bells, but no matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat, not to mention that the trophies carry a halo of glory. The conflict continued to intensify, and Sand Shinobi had no intention of restraint. It should be said that he deliberately created conflicts. Until now, he finally couldn't help but formally declare war on Konoha. War! Stop at the street corner, watch the moon and look around. It is noon, the sun is blazing and dazzling, but the crowds on the street are still rushing in and out like the tide, shouting, noisy, crying, everything that one expects to find. I don't know how long this kind of excitement can last. Sighing, he still remembers the days of martial law when he started the war with Yurnin just now. When the news of the declaration of war with Sand Ninja spreads, there will be a new round. Martial law, there will be a round of crackdown on the spies in Cheyenne. But he probably couldn't see all of this, and he was going to the front line tomorrow. When I got home, the house was empty. Jizune went to perform a mission, and he didn't know if he would come back at night. Guanyu tidied up his things, and quickly put everything in order. After thinking about it, he left another letter on the dining table, just in case Jizune couldn't make it back today, or her sister got dizzy in a hurry. I didn't bother to start a fire alone, so I just found some snacks for lunch, and spent the whole afternoon on the training ground to beat my body, until the night was dark and the lights were first turned on. Then I took a cold shower and went out to filling the hungry belly that is almost sticking to the back. Boss, a big bowl of char siu ramen, 3 servings of char siu. Okay, please sit down, it will be ready soon. Reaching out to lift the curtain, Guanya raised her eyes to look over. She was taken aback for a moment. Otom was sitting here, holding a big bowl, snoring and eating very vigorously, but the amount of ramen in the bowl decreased rapidly, and the girl's movements were incomparably graceful, not even a drop of soup spilled out. Otom, why are you here? Eat. Elegantly picking up a strand of noodles, the girl glanced at Guanyu, and then continued to focus on the ramen in the bowl. This answer is simply nonsense, although he is a little curious why Otom is not at home preparing to go to the front line tomorrow, but he does not intend to ask. Otom is a cold-tempered person. We have been hanging out together for several years, and I know that no one can force her to do things she doesn't want to do. He sat down with a smile, pulled out a pair of chopsticks, and watched the young hands cook the ramen. The rich and attractive aroma of the soup went straight into his nose, and his stomach immediately reacted, and there was a gurgling sound. Big bowl of char siu ramen, ready. The oversized bowl is placed on the table. The open mouth of the bowl is almost as big as a basin, and there are 3 layers of thick char siu on it, together with tender green onion, slightly yellowish noodles, and glistening soup. The greedy bugs can be hooked out. While Guanyu and Otom were feasting, Kushina was also thinking about Ichiraku ramen. The dinner was also good. For the ninjas of Konoha, the host of Hanaba was very warm, but Kushina still missed ramen more. I really want to eat ramen. Juzine leaned on the window and looked out. The insects and frogs were chirping outside the window. With the bright moonlight, one could see the shadows of the trees shaking on the hill. A full moon in the sky was shining with silver light, and the silvery white moon was like the flowing water poured down, coating the mountains and rivers with a charming brilliance. She occupied a room by herself. Although the night was getting darker, she still didn't feel much sleepiness. Are you all ready? In the dense forest on the top of the mountain, dark shadows swayed in the moonlight. The thick-browed man stood under the tree, looking down at the house of the Jichi family in the valley below. It's ready, I'm waiting for your order. The person who spoke was the straw hat man in the daytime. Wearing a straw hat, the 10 or so fully armed Yunin behind him were murderous. The thick-browed man glanced back, with a look of satisfaction in his eyes. After lurking in Konoha for a few years, he basically didn't have many chances to do it. He was worried that he would be abandoned, but now it seems that it can still be used. Except for the target, everyone else, regardless of life or death, let's do it. With a wave of his hand, under the leadership of the man in the straw hat, the black shadows behind him rushed out one after another, and groped towards the valley as if flying along the grass fluttering in the night wind. The big man with thick eyebrows formed seals with both hands, and suddenly sank into the ground. At the same time, Nigonghao's eyebrows twitched as he was engrossed in reading under the lamp, and suddenly felt an unstoppable palpitation. Quietly put down the book in his hand, Kunao quietly slipped from his sleeve, and held it tightly in his hand. The light blue wind shrouded the blade soundlessly. He stepped to the door in 2 steps, kicked open the 2-centimeter thick wooden door, quickly rushed to Kushina's room. The sound of the wooden door breaking was very prominent in the silent night. The man in the straw hat who just touched the outside of the house frowned suddenly, knowing that they had been discovered, but he didn't care about it. No matter what the other party said, there was a superior ninja. That's a bit too misnomer. Rush, let me rush, except for the target, kill them all. There was no need to cover up. The man in the straw hat roared, leaped up with a long knife in his hand, smashed through the window, and entered the mansion directly. Where did I come from? It turned out to be you Nin Savage. Ninomiya walked out slowly while protecting Kushina. Minato and Otoha sandwiched Kushina from left to right, and both of them scanned the left and right vigilantly. Glancing at the man in the straw hat and the others, Nigonghao's eyes were extremely cold, and he said coldly, "What's the matter? Do you barbarians who drink the wind on the high mountains want to start a war with us, Kanaha? Stop talking nonsense and kill me. The man in the straw hat gave a cold smile, brandished his long knife and rushed up. The lightning flashed under his feet. He rushed in front of Nigong Hao in an instant, and the long knife in his hand fell straight down. Clang! The piercing clash of weapons sounded, and Nigong Hao and the man in the straw hat fought together, clanging non-stop, and everyone could only see two black shadows galloping like wind and lightning. The ground will be plowed into deep furrows by the splashed lightning or wind blades. Within a radius of 50 meters around the two of them, no one dares to approach. Bypassing the center of the battle, the remaining 11 Yunin rushed towards Kushina and the others from both sides. Art fire escape ho fireball. Yaya formed a seal quickly, opened his mouth and spit out a huge fireball, which rolled out and ignited the house. The violent flames flew up and rolled up, and the wooden house quickly spread and burned. In an instant, it turned into a sea of flames. The 5 cloud ninjas were forced to retreat and had to turn around. As for the 6 people coming from the right, King Kong blockade. Juzine made a seal with both hands, and 4 golden chains stretched out from behind quickly, like 4 golden pythons dancing in midair, making a series of clanging and rattling noises, frantically beating the space in front of the right, breaking tiles and breaking wood, splashing in all directions. The persecuted cloud ninjas couldn't get close for a while. Minato stood in front of Kushina, with a dignified expression, and his eyes were as blue as the sea, full of coldness. Now he hates his own powerlessness, not to mention protecting Juzine, but being protected by Juzine. No, these guys are too strong, we are not opponents. Otoya retreated back, looking anxious. Only from the every move of those cloud ninjas, it can be seen that these guys are not easy people. If there are 1 or 2, think the method was eliminated, but the opponent was so numerous that they were not given a chance at all. Kushina and Minato were speechless. In this situation, they had nothing to do except stubbornly resisting. The absolute strength gap cannot be made up casually. Otoha, cover me with your shuriken. A look of ruthlessness flashed in Minato's eyes, and with a low growl, he rushed out with his back bent, passed through the chains flying all over the sky, and rushed towards the frontmost Kumo with the kunao in his hand. Little thing, court death. Seeing the little ghost rushing towards him, Yunren sneered, turned the long knife in his hand, and slashed down with thunder. 9 of the 10 cloud ninjas are all playing thunder. Attaching thunder and lightning to the sword like this can be said to be Yunin's special skill. Whizzing. However, a shuriken was aimed at his throat and flew out. The long knife in Yunin's hand stopped slightly, and he tilted his head, easily dodging the shuriken. However, this short moment was enough for Minato. He leaned sideways, the long knife wiped the corner of his clothes and split the air, while the kunao with the wind in his hand stabbed fiercely into Yunin's stomach, pulling along Yunren's stomach fiercely, directly disemboweled. The bloody internal organs rolled down, and the dirty blood splashed all over the door. That kid is so fast. The other cloud ninjas were taken aback. They never expected that their companions would fall into the hands of a lower ninja. It would be normal for 3 companions to be killed by a senior ninja. Minato withdrew kunao, moved his body, and rushed out again. The boy is bold. Asshole, a mere ninja, dare to be so insolent. Minato's aura of treating everyone as nothing immediately annoyed the remaining 5 cloud ninjas, but the 3 of them were caught by the flying chains, and only 2 of them went up to Minato. The shuriken arrived again as scheduled, causing a certain degree of trouble for the 2. Dang 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 dang. Minato is like a crazy tiger, and the kunao in his hand is the sharpest fangs. He launched a frenzied attack on the 2 cloud ninjas. The attack speed continued to increase, and his footsteps moved like an ape. No fear in Yunin head to head, he just suppressed the 2 Yunin. Puff. Kunao schemed Yunren's throat, cut open the fragile throat, and blood gushed out like a spring. Seeing the death of 2 companions, the pupils of the remaining 3 Yunin constricted, and the 3 of them quickly moved closer together, not daring to underestimate Minato. It can be said that it was a surprise to kill 1 person, but killing 3 people in a row, the other party is definitely stubborn. Ha, ha. Minato tried his best to suppress the rapid panting. The explosion just now was too exhausting, which made him a little weak. He immediately took a few steps back and was within the protection range of the golden chain. From the rear, Otoha also rushed out with a knife, and with the cooperation of Kushina, blocked the 5 cloud ninjas who came by detour. Although it was very difficult, he finally blocked it. At this moment, the accident happened again. Thunder Dungeon, Thunder Beast. A beast-shaped lightning crashed into half of the house abruptly, and the piercing thunder echoed in the night sky. The fields illuminated by the shining thunderlight flickered. Snapped. Half of a scorched black fox mask fell from the sky. The beast-shaped lightning crashed into the house and killed an umbu alive. His body turned into coke and fell into the ruins. Only the half mask flew out. The thick-browed man walked out of the ruins step by step. If he didn't look at the 2 corpses dragged upside down in his hands, he always felt like he was walking in his own garden. The 2 Konoha Anbis lost their voices at this time, and a bull-sized hole could be seen in their chests. The internal organs kept rolling out of it during the dragging process, and the heart, liver and lungs spilled all the way. The sky was very dazzling, and a large group of mosquitoes gathered following the smell of blood. Clang! In another confrontation, Nigong Hao intends to withdraw, but the man in the straw hat on the opposite side bites like a mad dog and won't let go. The thick-browed man threw away the corpse in his hand, and looked at Yunin's corpse lying on the ground with displeasure in his eyes. In the end, it is still useless. If you don't practice for 3 days in the ninja industry, you will be hand-to-hand. Not to mention the top masters, like these ordinary middle and low ninjas, once they are barren for too long and do not practice for a long time, their strength will be greatly reduced. However, there is no way to do this. In order to maintain their secrecy, spies basically do not exercise unless they happen to be engaged in related work, so as not to expose their identities, which leads to an unstoppable regression in skills. Minato, Otoha, you go, their target is me. Kushina shouted, his eyes were full of fear, and every time the thick-browed man took a step, his aura became stronger, and when the aura climbed to the extreme, he bring her deep-seated fear. The murderous aura is so strong that it can almost wring out blood. Except for Konoha Baiga and Sandai Hokage, among the people she has ever met, in terms of murderous intent alone, Orochimaru can compare with this person in front of her. The strength of murderous aura does not determine how powerful a person is, but this person in front of him is definitely a guy who has killed countless people. Minato and Otoha are definitely no match for this person in front of him. Master, I won't run away, Uchiha is not a coward. Otoha roared, swiping the long knife in his hand, wishing to tear up the cloud ninja barbarians in front of him. We couldn't leave even if we wanted to. Minato slowed down, and holding the blood-stained kunao, he stepped forward again, and fought the 3 cloud ninjas. The thick-browed man glanced at the 2 of them without paying attention, and then his eyes fell on Nigong who was fighting the man in the straw hat. A gleam flashed in his eyes, he licked his lips, and suppressed the desire to kill in his heart. The mission is the most important thing, can't lose the big because of the small. The feet wearing straw sandals took a step forward, but in the blink of an eye, they passed through the flying golden chains and appeared in front of Kushina. Kushina! Kushina! Minato and Otoha shouted loudly, their eyes were tearing apart, but they could do nothing. If they didn't have the protection of the golden chain, if they dared to distract themselves in the battle, they would have died 10 or 8 times. Shadow clone technique. Seeing the burly figure suddenly appearing in front of him, Kushina was not at a loss, but formed a seal. 15 shadow clones appeared around, and instead of attacking the big man with thick eyebrows, they rushed towards Minato and Otoha beside him. Stop the 8 cloud ninjas. Little girl, it's better to just catch her without a fight, and I won't force you, or if I hurt you, everyone will be embarrassed. The thick-browed man didn't care about those shadow clones, but just kept his eyes on Juzine's body, and fought her to discuss. Nine Tails Jinchuriki, the village ordered him to be captured alive and brought back to the village. He didn't really want to use strong methods. If the seal of persecution was loosened and Nine Tails ran away, they would definitely be unlucky. He saw it in the village. There have been a few times when the 8 Tails ran away. To be honest, he really didn't want to merge with Nine Tails Fire once. I can go with you, but you must let my companion go. Juxina gritted her teeth, held her head high, and bravely looked at the big man with thick eyebrows. This is impossible, I won't allow you to pass the news back to Konoha. The thick-browed man shook his head, stretched out his hand abruptly, and pointed at Juzine's shoulder blade, and a pulsating electric arc flowed in Kushina's body. The action is crisp and quick, although he is worried about the runaway of Nine Tails, but there is no hope of persuading him, he can only use force. He is not the kind of person who is hesitant. With a muffled snort, the taste of electric shock was not at all pleasant, and Kushina staggered from side to side, as if he was drunk, but he still supported himself. What? The thick-browed man looked at Juzina in surprise. He knew very well how powerful his finger was just now. Even if a bison hit his finger, he would be knocked down by electricity. But Kushina held on, which really surprised him. As expected of Renzuli, no wonder the village put so much effort into it. He praised softly, pointed out again, and the flashing electric arc made a squeaky noise. This time, Kushina failed to carry it down, his mind was dizzy, and he passed out, falling into the hands of the thick-browed man. Wind escape, vacuum jade. Kushina was captured, and Ninomiya's eyes were red. If this goes on, wouldn't he have failed Hokage-sama's trust, skinned them alive? But the top priority is to save Kushina. Fighting to be left with a deep bone wound on his shoulder by the Straw Hat Man, Nigong made seals with his hands, protruding out clusters of high-pressure wind bullets, which were shot out like machine guns, forcefully forcing the Straw Hat Man away. Minato, Otoha, go back to the village, leave this place to me. Nigong roared, and at the same time formed seals, made a shadow clone, and met the man in the straw hat, but the main body rushed towards the thick-browed man. Kushina's shadow clone strongly intercepted the 8 cloud ninjas, and the 2 jonin were also forcibly entangled by Ninomiya with his own strength. Otoha, let's go. Minato raised his hand to wipe away the teardrops from the corners of his eyes. There was no trace of warmth on his handsome face, only an unforgettable murderous intent, and the murderous intent on Otoha's face was even more unconcealed. The decisive move to open up a way out for them made his heart flutter like a tsunami. There was a faint red light flashing in the eyes, but it disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Neither of them had a procrastinating nature, and after receiving Nigong's order, they exerted force on their feet, exhausted all their breastfeeding energy, and ran towards the direction of Muye village. Ninja of Konoha, you are very courageous, but you are just 2 ninjas, do you really think they can escape? The thick-browed man held the fainted Kushina in one hand, and looked coldly at the second ninja standing in front of him. Gong Hao. Hey, I don't know if I can't escape, but the longer I stop you, the greater the chance of them escaping back. For my lovely subordinates, I have to do whatever I can, and here is the fire. The country is not a place where barbarians like you in the mountains can be presumptuous. Gong Hao sneered, blood gushed out from the wound on his shoulder, soaking his clothes, but he didn't even blink his eyelids. On the other side, Gong Hao's shadow clone is wrapped around the Straw Hat Man. Even though the Straw Hat Man clearly has the upper hand, it is not easy to kill that shadow clone. You guys, go after those two little devils from Konoha, kill them. Gong Hao looked stern, he ignored the 8 Yunren who left, and stared at the thick-browed man in front of him with all his heart. Now he can't spare any energy to save Minato and Otoha. The big man with thick eyebrows in front of him feels too oppressive, not to mention that he is injured now, and Chakra has also spent nearly half of it. Even in his prime, against this the outcome of a person is also in between, and to be honest, the chances of losing are greater. As for Minato and Otoha, they can only ask for blessings. Come to fight, damn barbarian. Gong Hao roared and rushed up. Minato and Otoha jumped in the forest, using the stars in the sky to identify the direction, all the way south, galloping towards Konoha. Damn it, those bastards are catching up. While Yaya was running wildly, he heard slight thunder in his ears. He turned his head and took a look, and saw several lightning bolts flickering in the dark forest, following them at a fast speed. It doesn't work like this, we will be caught up. Unwilling to growl, Yaya's eyes almost burst out with anger, but he had to restrain the anger in his chest. If they let the Cloud Ninjas chase after them, they might not be able to run very far, and they would be caught up by the Cloud Ninjas. It is the right way to think of a countermeasure now. However, even if he racked his brains, he couldn't think of any strategy to retreat from the enemy. Although the ninja fights are assisted by strategies, in the end they depend on their strength. Even if they can win with 2 against 8, it will be delayed for a very long time. That they don't delay for a moment now, lest the news will reach the village too late. Jizune was taken away from the border, and it would be hard to get back even if she died. Otoyu, you report back to the village, I will stay and stop them. Minato said in a muffled voice. His running pace stopped abruptly, he turned around, and looked at the shimmering arcs of lightning in the forest. These guys did not hide at all their movements. No. Yaya's eyeballs were rounded, and he was in a hurry, but he didn't know how to refute. He took a few breaths, rolled his eyeballs, made a madro with his hands, separated a shadow clone, and made it gallop towards the village, but he stayed behind with Minato. What are you doing? I'll just stay here and entangle them. Stubborn guys. Minato shook his head, trying to dissuade Otoya from his actions, but when he saw Otoya's eyes, the words came to his lips and swallowed back. Haha, Minato, let's compete today to see who can kill more Yunin. Otoha laughed, looking at the approaching Lei Guang, raised the tachi in his hand. Under the moonlight, the blade, the mysterious pattern on the top reflects a little bit of brilliance, showing the style of famous knives. His big sword and Otom's small sword were made by the same famous master, and the patterns on the blade are the same. Compare, I'm afraid you won't succeed. Or being infected by Otoya's emotions, Minato also laughed. The friction between the two wind lights in his hands became more and more intense, but the movement became smaller, and the wind lights became thinner and thinner. At this time, his strength has made another breakthrough, and the nature of Feng Dun has changed to a higher level. Coming, the 8 Cloud Ninjas, at odds, rushed towards them wielding long knives. They never pursued the clone that Jiyu had left. As long as they killed the main body, the clone would naturally destroy itself. Otoha stepped on the ground with both feet, jumped out suddenly, and roared to meet Yunin, who rushed forward, the sword in his hand slanted upwards. The blades crisscrossed and sparks flew everywhere. Yaya snorted, the other party left a shallow bloody gash on his face. Bursts of tingling pain stimulated his nerves, but before he could fight back, 2 long knives fell head-on, and the other side, Minato was also surrounded by Cloud Ninjas. The light of the knife flashed repeatedly, and Otoya tried his best to keep throwing the hidden shuriken in his hand, so he could barely hold on. But there are still dangers everywhere. The wounds on the body are gradually increasing. Although they are not deep, they are constantly increasing. Damn it! The injury was serious, but instead it aroused the fierceness in Otoha's heart. One of the oldest bloodlines in the ninja world, the blood from Uchiha seemed to be burning in his blood vessels, giving him the urge to roar. Suddenly, the scene in his eyes changed drastically, and every move of Yunin on the opposite side fell into his eyes. That he could clearly see through Yunin's muscle agitation, and subconsciously judged the opponent's knife routine. Die, brat! The cold shout sounded beside my ears. A Cloud Ninja turned around and counterattacked, with a bloodthirsty and ferocious smile on his face, how clearly visible in Otoya's eyes. But at this time, Yaya was not in the mood to delve into this change. He had no fear in his heart, only the fierce fighting will. All thoughts disappeared, and only one thought remained, which was to kill these barbarians. Xiang, Xiang, Xiang. The blade hit continuously at high speed, and the speed of the Tadeo in Otoha's hand suddenly increased, and then it came first, surpassing the Cloud Ninja, and was stabbed on the shoulder, leaving a not shallow wound, but his Tadeo took advantage of the trend. Kaien Ren's wrist cut off the meridian in the wrist, and the blood splattered. Then the knife flashed, tearing Yunin's throat.
Right sharing eyes. Yun Ren opened and closed his mouth, red blood spewed out, his eyes widened, and he fell to the ground full of unwillingness. Through the scattered and hanging hair, you can see that Otoya's pupils have turned from black to red as blood, shining with brilliance. A black guyu in the left eye is turning in a circle, and two black guyu in the right eye are also turning red. Relatively erratic. Otoha opened his eyes. And as soon as the eyes are opened, one eye is a double Godama, which is extremely rare in the history of the Uchiha clan. That you must know that % of the Uchiha people have a single Godama when they open their eyes. As long as he doesn't die early, he is destined to become a top expert. As for the opening of the eyes is the double hook jade, Uchiha Madara has been dead for too long, I don't know the details, anyway, there are no more than one palm. Writing round eye. Seeing the crimson eyes, the remaining three cloud ninjas screamed in unison. As the spies who broke into Konoha, there is no reason why they couldn't recognize the Zeon pupil technique, which is famous in the ninja world. As spies, the three cloud ninjas have been seldom practicing in the past few years, but they are familiar with the changes in Uchiha when searching for information, and understand how great the change in combat power is after Uchiha opened his eyes. But at this time, it is even more difficult to retreat. It is not only the opponents and enemies who are not used to the sudden surge in combat power, but it is also impossible for him to fully grasp the combat power in an instant. If he fights desperately, there is a big chance kill it. Therefore, you can't retreat, you can only advance. The three of them figured this out, and immediately rushed forward with all their strength, and the long knife in their hands greeted Otoya's vital points. However, they still underestimated Otoha. In other words, I underestimated the changes brought about by Uchiha's opening of his eyes, especially when the right eye double hook jade turned, and he could see through the flaws in their actions. Clang, clang. The sound of gold and iron clashing continuously resounded, blood splashed from Otoya's shoulders, waist and ribs, but Otoya's Tadeo pierced a person's lower abdomen, cut open the belly forcefully, and the intestines slapped and rolled to the ground, and there was no death in an instant. Without breathing, death is extremely thorough. Damn! Yun Ren cried out in grief. These spies lurking in the depths of the enemy are precarious and extremely lonely, and the friendship between each other has become deeper because of this. Seeing friends dying one by one, the sadness in my heart is hard to bear. Inhibition. Smelly brat, why don't you die? You want me to die? Haha, you savages didn't die cleanly. How could I die, young master? Otoya laughed and shouted angrily. The blood-stained katana turned suddenly, and swept between the chests and abdomens of the two Yun ninjas, forcing them to retreat in embarrassment. However, this retreat gave Otoya a chance. He threw forward, put one hand on the ground, turned around and kicked hard, hit the lower abdomen of two Yun nin, and kicked them flying out. Art fire escape ho fireball. After opening the eyes, the speed of seal formation was also faster than before. The two cloud ninjas rolled and just landed, and the big fireball caught up. Boom! The orange flame slammed on the bodies of the two cloud ninjas, and the hot and bright flames burst out, which was extremely dazzling in the night, engulfing the two of them in an instant, without even a scream, just like that. Burn into coke. Puff! A mouthful of blood spewed out, and Yu knelt down on one knee. His persistence until now really exhausted his last trace of physical strength. Blood flowed from the wounds all over his body, staining his clothes red. Although opening his eyes helped him successfully kill the enemy, it was a heavy burden for him. Now he is holding on to his breath, and his shadow clone does not know when he will be able to rush back to the village. If he dies now, it will be a failure. Otoyu, you. This time, this time the speed is actually faster than me, amazing. In the darkness, Minato was covered in blood. The four Yunin were cut into pieces, soaked in blood and wet the grass. He crawled out from the pile of dead bodies with difficulty. His body was full of horrific wounds, no better than Otoya. Go there. You are not bad. Yaya's eyes became more and more slack, the scene in front of him became blurred, and his words sounded like he was dreaming, but he bit the tip of his tongue fiercely, and bursts of tingling pain penetrated into his mind, which made him wake up, and he struggled to climb to the big tree. Down, leaning against the tree, trying to maintain a clear consciousness. As for the other side, Minato had completely passed out. Even though Otoha shouted, there was no movement. Otome, if you have anything to say, just say it directly, there is no need to hide our friendship. Under the dim streetlights, teenagers and girls strolled along the empty avenue. Otome's pretty face was full of gloom. She lowered her head and kicked the stones under her feet to vent her depression. Father forbids me to go to the front line. The voice was clear and soft, containing a trace of resentment and dissatisfaction, but also full of a sense of powerlessness. Guanya suddenly realized that he had also met the father of Otome and Otoha. He was a truly formidable master. He held a high position and respected status in the Uchiha clan. She is notoriously patriarchal, and is a serious daughter controller. For this son of Otoyu, he was really practicing to death. When he was sent to the front line, there was no hesitation at all, but when he came to Otome, he was so doting. From the looks of it, it seems that Otome is not going to go to the front line this time. For a while, he didn't know how to persuade him. He, an outsider, couldn't intervene in this matter, and he couldn't talk about it. I can only take a walk with Otome, hoping that she can figure it out by herself, or find a way to convince her father, but he has nothing to do anyway.
The two walked silently on the street, and in a short while they reached the main entrance of the village. Teacher Duan said to gather here tomorrow. Otom stopped and stood in front of the registration office at the entrance of the village, looking up at the closed gate with a rather perplexed expression. I guess I won't be able to come tomorrow. I really want to go to the front line to fight the enemy with you. The girl's voice echoed faintly in the night wind, talking to herself. Guanyu grinned silently. People in this world are so fierce. They don't have much resistance to killing. Under the ninja-style education, they are full of strange desire to go into battle and kill the enemy. It feels like those in his previous life students look forward to getting a good grade in the exam and getting into a good university. At this moment, there was a sudden burst of noisy noise outside the gate. Side ear sounds vaguely familiar. Then one after another black shadows crossed the high wall, and several Umbu ninjas fell down, along with a young boy. Otoha, elder brother. The two yelled at the same time, staring blankly at Otoyo, who was in a panic. His head was dazed. Why did Otoyo appear here? Didn't he go to carry out the mission with Kushina and the others? Now that he appears here alone, could something have happened? Could it be that something happened to Kushina? Before he could figure it out, Otoyo's shadow avatar also noticed Guanyu and Otom, and was taken aback for a moment, wondering what Guanyu and his sister were doing here at night, but distracting thoughts were given up as soon as they occurred. When these messy things. Guanyu, find someone to rescue Kushina. The spies of Yunnan attacked us, and Kushina was kidnapped by them. Go to the northeast. Before he finished speaking, there was a bang turned into white smoke and drifted away, persisting until now is the limit after all. The Anbi were slightly startled, but they reacted very quickly. They galloped towards the Hokage building. Otoha informed them of the news from outside the door, and Kanyu and Otom were naturally handled by ninjas from the police force. The department, composed of members of the Uchiha clan, is responsible for maintaining law and order and stability within the village, and sometimes supports Umbu to participate in the security work of the village. Therefore, every member of the police force knows Otom, the jewel in the palm of his vice-captain, and the proud daughter of the Uchiha clan. Originally, according to their original intention, they planned to detain the two first and wait for the big figures above to deal with them, but now, they are hesitant. They will definitely not have any good fruit to eat. Just when the two members of the police force were hesitating, Guanyu froze in place, as if someone had hit her head with a blow and knocked her head out. There was only one voice over and over in her mind: Juzine was attacked. Damn! Biting the tip of his tongue fiercely, a faint smell of blood filled his lips and teeth. Guanyu felt his heart fell into the oil pan, frying and cooking. It could be said that his liver and gallbladder were about to break. A cavity of anger surged from the bottom of his heart. He almost wanted to jump out of the sky. ZZ! The ear-piercing thunder sounded, and the thick electric arc under Guanyu's feet danced, leaping up like a fired shell. The silvery electric arc left a phantom in the air, and in an instant, he had already crossed the wall and walked away. At this time, the two Uchiha people in the police force realized that. They jumped up and angered. What is this little guy planning to do? He ran out of the village at night, and when he was about to catch up, he was stopped by Otom. When the thunder rang, Otom, who was also stunned, woke up. Her thoughts turned quickly, and she wanted to go after Guanyu to go with Kushina, but if she and Guanyu were friends, then Kushina would be a good friend, yes, her closest friend. The fear in her heart is not much less than Guanyu. However, he soon remembered the yell of the bedbug brother: to find someone, dare to attack and kidnap Kushina. Yunin must be very powerful, and he may not get any benefits if he rushes to catch up, let alone save Juzina. He may even get involved. But she still prevented the police force from chasing Guanyu. She knew that Guanyu would never stop at this time, that if someone dared to stop him, it might cause big trouble. Otom and Anbi have already rushed to the Hokage building. Presumably Hokage-sama will send a pursuit force soon. Otom rolled her eyes, and rushed to the police station with two clansmen. Her father will be on duty at the police department tonight. The wind whistled past my ears. The trees on both sides kept falling behind him. According to what Otoha said, he groped towards the northeast direction, and he could faintly catch the chakra remaining in the air not too far away. The anxiety in my heart became more and more serious as time went by. Foot strength strengthening enabled. The upper and lower rows of teeth rattled against each other. Guanyu had used all the tricks of pressing the bottom of the box at this moment, and he didn't expect to use this hidden method in this situation. It has been almost 5 years since he ate the fruit of everyone. He has no waste until now and has not researched something famous. It is just that he has concealed several methods and used them as his trump card. This is what Shuo Mao told him. Always keep a whole card, don't expose all your abilities to others, as it will be easy to be targeted. The unknown is the most fearful thing, and this principle applies to anyone. But at this moment, it is not dangerous to use this method to rush on the road. With Guanyu's thoughts, the cells in the feet instantly became active, the calf muscles swelled, and the running speed instantly increased by more than %. There is an illusion of being able to fly. This is one of the results of researching the fruit of human beings, strengthening some limbs of the body, and greatly improving the physical ability. For example, the strengthening of the legs is to increase the strength of the feet and calves, which makes his running speed so amazingly increased. After running for a while, his brows were tightly wrinkled again. The traces of chakra left by Otoha are so weak that it is almost hard to perceive, and without the sign to guide the way, he can't find where Kushina is. Brain enhancement is turned on. Gritting his teeth, Guanyu strengthened his brain again. For a moment, he felt as if his brain was being pricked by a needle, and he groaned in pain. Usually more agile, delightful eyes. Temporarily stopping, Guanyu, with the help of brain strengthening, can be considered to be able to perform the secret technique of the whirlpool family. Mind perception is like a whistling storm sweeping in all directions, and the subtle and difficult to detect chakra fluctuations are clear for a while like fireflies in the dark. In just 2 or 3 seconds, his perception covered a 5-kilometer radius, and he had already outlined a path in his mind, the path of Otoya rushing. Boom! Leaping up with all his strength, he left a pair of 3-centimeter deep black footprints on the thick and thin trunk of the bucket. The flashing lightning had already submerged into the jungle, and he ran along the path in his mind at a high speed. And at this moment in Konoha village, the lights in the Hokage building were brightly lit. Yuan Fei's face was ashen, and the pipe in his hand was almost deformed by him. "Isn't it here yet?" His voice was deep and gloomy, completely different from the usual peace and tranquility. The captain of the dark troop below trembled, but his ears moved slightly to catch the voices coming through the air, and his face under the mask suddenly showed a gleam of joy. In the blink of an eye, the originally empty room was suddenly full of people. Leaf forward guard, dark green vest, sturdy aura like a volcano that is about to erupt, all Jonin, and they are all elite Junin, and Kato Dan is among them, with a serious expression. Master Naruto, 23 members of the Jonin have arrived. The middle-aged ninja with a pineapple head stepped forward and reported to the third generation in a high-spirited manner. Sarutobi nodded, without saying a word. He continued to smoke. Smoke rings of various sizes rolled in the room. The Jonin were extremely surprised. They had never seen Hokage-sama like this before, but each of them was getting more and more excited. Silent, standing still in place like a stone statue. To become a Jonin, naturally he can't be an idiot. No one can tell that Hokage-sama is in a bad mood. Jonin is the top fighting force of a village, and the number of Junin reflects the rise and fall of the ninja village to a certain extent. Konoha relied on the incomparably tyrannical ninja crowd to coerce the ninja world and frighten all directions, especially the endless emergence of top masters. Starting from the first generation of Hokage and Uchiha Madara, there were all top masters who provoked the main beam, such as the second generation, the third generation, Danzo, Bai Fang, the current Sunin, and the future Yellow Flash. All of them are like this. Every Jonin has great power in the village. If Hokage is a confidant, he even has the right to mobilize Umbu to do things. Therefore, even if there are 3 generations, all Jonin are treated preferentially, and orders are never forced upon minor matters. The 23 Junin, plus the 9 Junin from the Hyuga clan, divided into 16 teams. It took only about 10 seconds before and after, and they were capable and neat. Sarutobi's expression was a little pale. As long as there is suppression by the ninja, Konoha will be as stable as Mount Tai. But I don't know whether it was intentional or not, including the Hyuga clan. There are 32 Jonin, but there is no fire fan. The Cloud Ninja spy kidnapped the 9 Tails Jinchuriki, and you go to pursue it, and you must bring the 9 Tails Jinchuriki back. Anyone who obstructs him will be killed. The map of the Land of Fire was spread out on the table, and the pipe in Sarutobi's hand was hitting the valley where the Kikuke flower garden was located. A big cross was drawn with a red pen on the small dot, and the frantic handwriting reflected the anxiety of the person who wrote it. Anger. This is the place where the incident happened, and remember, you must not let Yunin take the 9 Tails Jinchuriki out of the country. Yes. The 32 people responded in unison, each with a solemn expression. The kidnapping of 9 Tails Jinchuriki is simply appalling. No wonder Master Hokage is so angry. Out. No time to talk nonsense. Sarutobi waved his hand. The 32 Jonin disappeared in an instant, and the room became empty again. He just lay down on the chair, looked up at the ceiling, and skillfully filled the pipe with tobacco leaves with both hands. At this moment, he had done all he could do, and now he could only wait for the good news. Hope to hear good news. Konoha Police Department. The signs of fire fans can be seen everywhere. Even as the night gets darker, the lights are still bright, and the Uchiha people who are full of energy are either guarding the important areas, or patrolling the 4 directions, or sitting at the table to deal with important affairs. Otome, I don't want to get involved in this matter. The tall, handsome middle-aged man, who almost looks like Otome, is sitting on the seat behind the table, with an unspeakable expression on his face. With a wry smile, he looked at the precious girl standing in front of the table. Uchiha Mu rubbed his eyebrows. His precious daughter really gave him a big problem. If it wasn't for Otome's words to deploy people to rescue 9 Tails Jinchuriki, he would have thrown them out and imprisoned them long ago, so how could he be so troubled? The Uchiha clan seems to be beautiful, but they know it hard. Since the second Hokage, the suppression of their clan has never stopped, but compared with the cruel second generation, the current third generation is much gentler, but it is also Azure, who kills with a soft knife without blood, just looks glamorous on the bright side. In order to maintain the prestige of the family kept a low profile and behaved according to the rules, so they fought secretly with that mad dog Danzo. For Sarutobi, the third generation Hokage, the family was unwilling to disobey. Half a point. Danzo was already a headache for them. No matter how strong Uchiha is, he is not able to compete with the entire village on his own. Therefore, in today's matter, if there is no Hokage, Uchiha would not dare to act privately. If he was bitten by Danzo's mad dog because of this, wouldn't it be 3 points to the bone? Otome, you have always been smart, you should know that the current situation in the clan is not calm. Uchiha Maki sighed, and spoke softly to the girl. I know, but today's matter is not to save Nine Tails Jinchuriki, but to save my brother. Mentioning Otoha, the girl frowned unhappily, her eyebrows and eyes were exquisite and picturesque, but hidden with Uchiha's pride. Protecting the tribe is the foundation of our life. Besides, my brother desperately used the shadow clone to report back to the village. It is a great achievement. Even Lord Hokage can't say anything, Otome said lightly. There are hundreds of Konoha families, and there are Senju, Uchiha, and Hyuga who are powerful. Now Senju has retired, and only Uchiha and Hyuga are famous for their pupil skills. Although the Hyuga clan is powerful, they have never been feared by all parties. This is not because they look down upon the Hyuga clan, but because the Hyuga clan system is really criticized. The distinction between the family and the division is determined according to the order of birth. Although it is called protecting the blood, but this thing is a landmine, and no one knows when it will explode. In other words, Ninkai's resentment towards the clan in the future is the result of this paradoxical system. In contrast, the family system of the Uchiha clan is much more sophisticated. There is no distinction between clan and branch families at all. It depends on strength to distinguish between high and low. Whoever has the highest strength will have a higher status in the family to which it belongs. Space is far more united than Hinata. Uchiha Mujian raised his eyebrows lightly. He can naturally think of what Otome can think of, but it's not like the wishful thinking of his younger daughter's family. He still has to worry about Sarutobi's reaction, really can't say anything, he will still make other moves, and he dare not underestimate the third Hokage. Brother, you are too mother-in-law, leave this matter to me, and make sure to bring Otoha and that Nine Tails Jinchuriki back. The closed door opened with a bang, and a man with an unruly smile on his face broke in. Fourth, shut up and stop causing me trouble. Uchiha Mu looked at this younger brother with a headache, and reprimanded him angrily. There are 4 brothers, the second and third are of average talent, but they all keep their own place. And this youngest brother, who is more than 10 years younger than him, is much more talented than him. Now he is a jounin, but he has an unruly temper. Get into trouble and get a headache when you see him. A large part of the reason why he is strict with Yayo is due to this younger brother. He is afraid that his son will also become this kind of virtue, so he will work hard for him as an old man. Boom! A slap was slapped heavily on the table, and the cups placed on it jumped and clanged. What are you talking about? You think I'm the kind of spineless bastard who can't beat your own brother? Uchiha Maki gouged out his younger brother with a hippie smile angrily. He knew that he was deliberately provoking him, but he still couldn't hold back his temper and lost his temper. That's all, go if you want, but take 2 more people. You ninja dares to attack Nine Tails Jinchuriki, the person who makes the attack is by no means weak, be careful not to capsize in the gutter, and there will definitely be Hokage-sama move, you kid, don't cause trouble. Instructing Uchiha. Yeah, he sighed quietly in his heart. Uchiha Mu knew that they were destined to get involved in this scene this time, and wondered how this big scene would end. A look of excitement flashed in Uchiha No's eyes. He is naturally jumpy, and he likes this kind of lively errand the most. Immediately, he hurriedly responded a few times, and ran out to greet the staff as if flying. Call. Taking a breath, Guanya stood firmly on the big tree, looked up through the densely intertwined branches and leaves, and could see the bright moon in the sky, as bright as a white jade plate, and the cool brilliance reflected in his eyes. He closed his eyes. Delightful eyes. Ben reached the end of the map in his mind, and he explored the clues left by Otoha again. What? Exclaiming, Guanya widened his eyes, and he sensed 2 faint chakras that were almost extinguished, both of which were so familiar. He raised his energy immediately, ejected in an instant, disappeared in place after a few jumps, and appeared in the forest full of blood in just 6 minutes. Watergate. Otoha. They couldn't help shouting, but neither of them responded. Their breathing was extremely weak. If they don't give treatment, it won't be long. He frowned into a pimple, but he didn't flustered his hands and feet. He landed on the ground and walked to Mizuman, pulled Mizuman out of the pile of broken corpses, placed it on Otoya's side, and laid the 2 of them side by side on the ground. Seal, summon a shadow clone. Otoha and Minato lay quietly on the grass, letting Kanya move without responding. Only when they put their hands in front of their noses could they feel their gossamer-like breathing, which proved that they hadn't become cold corpse. The avatar lightly squeezed Otoya's cheeks, opened his jaw, and opened his mouth. Guanya rolled up her sleeves, hung her left wrist over Yaya's mouth, held a short knife in her right hand, and gently stroked her left wrist, cutting open the skin, and the dark red blood drops fell into Yaya's mouth, and then the blood drops fell into Yaya's mouth. It turned into thin bloodlines. Yaya wriggled his throat unconsciously, swallowing the sweet blood. His bluish-white cheeks soon turned red, his mouth and nose spewed out traces of hot air, his chest began to heave up and down, and dozens of wounds all over his body healed quickly. The breath that was almost extinguished grew stronger again. This is also the talent of the Uzumaki clan. A strong physique can not only heal your own injuries quickly, but also help heal others. Looking at Otoha, whose complexion became ruddy and his breathing was long and steady, Guan Yu withdrew his left hand. The wound on his wrist had healed automatically, turned around, repeated the old trick on Minato, gritted his teeth and gave himself another knife. I sighed secretly in my heart, the body is too strong and sometimes it is very torturous. Repeatedly savoring the pain of being cut by a knife, you have to do it yourself, it is bitter. But the result is still reassuring. Both Otoha and Minato have been rescued from the brink of death, and they are full of vitality. Without the tattered clothes, it is not at all obvious that the two of them have wandered around the gate of hell, or even can't tell that they were hurt. I didn't expect that I would one day become a Tang monk. Gently stroking his wrist, it was smooth and soft, without leaving any wounds. He couldn't help laughing at himself. Hiss, damn, I'm so dizzy. Otoha opened his eyes, moaned, rubbed his head, and sat up propped up. Well, Minato woke up too. The two who woke up quickly noticed Guan Yu and the changes in themselves. In their memory, they were covered with bruises when they fell down, but now they couldn't find a single wound. Fuck, this this a ghost? Otoya groped strangely while stretching out his hands to fumble around himself. Compared with Minato, he was much calmer. He glanced at Guan Yu thoughtfully, smiled gently, and didn't say much. There are some things that needn't be said because of the friendship they have been on the battlefield together. Otoha, are you alright? Guan Yu stretched out her foot and kicked Otoya, very impatient. The guy yelled endlessly. Okay. Otoya tidied up his tattered clothes, picked up the Tadeo on the ground, and put it into the scabbard. Okay, hurry up and lead the way to find my sister. Guan Yu said bitterly, clenched her fists tightly, her knuckles turned white, and there was a sound like popping beans. Now Otoya's expression became serious. Kushina fell into Yunin's hands, and Mr. Hao's life and death are unknown. Now is not the time to relax, but it's just the three of them. What can they do even if they catch up? The other party has 2 Junin, and it is not known how many reinforcements they have. Let's go. Minato said something softly, and immediately rushed out. Without hesitation for a moment, Guan Yu flew out following Minato. Otoya stomped his feet fiercely when he saw this, and followed after him. The valley is in a mess. A large flower field has been trampled in a mess, and the house on the hillside has long been turned into ruins. The battle between the Jonin is enough to change the mountains, rivers, and rivers. It seems that this is the result of restraint. The night wind swept across the valley, rolling up black ashes and drifting in the wind. No one alive. Guan Yu stood in the ruins. After strengthening his brain power, his perception became more acute. Every inch of land in the valley was under his perception. There was no breath of living people, only dead bodies on the ground. Teacher, how? Yayo let out a mournful cry, which was even more desolate and panicked in the weeping cold wind. The boy knelt down on the ground, his body trembling slightly. His eyes were straight, looking at Ergong Hao, who was lying in the flower field. Nigong Hao opened his eyes until he died. His hedgehog head became messy. There was a hole the size of a bowl on his chest. The surrounding flesh was scorched as black as carbon. There were hideous wounds all over his body, and his right hand was bent. It became an exceptionally weird shape, but he still held on to the broken pane and let go. Containing Nigong Hao's body, Otoha sealed it in a scroll and prepared to take it back to the village for burial. They haven't gone far. Guan Yu opened his eyes, and Juzine's breath remained all the way. It was so conspicuous, and it came from the throbbing of the blood, which made him feel sad. Find out the changes. Catch up, I'm going to kill them. Yaya growled in a low voice, clenched his hands into fists, his pupils turned into burning red, and the black guya slowly rotated in it, boiling with murderous intent, making people dare not look directly at it. Otoyu, have you opened your eyes? Although I was saddened by Ninomiya Hao's death, I was still very pleasantly surprised to see Otoha's blood-red eyes. I am sincerely happy for my friend. When Otoha returns to the village, he will definitely be vigorously cultivated by his family. The name will really fall on his head. Opening eyes is so important to the members of the Uchiha clan that there is even a saying in the village that only the awakened Sharinan can be the real Uchiha. This sentence alone shows its importance. Moreover, Yaya's right eye is actually a Shuanguyu, which makes Guan Yu a little stunned. He has a very good relationship with Otoha and Otom. We have been together for a long time, and he knows a lot about Uchiha. He knows that opening his eyes is only the first step. The practice of blood successor limit is not easy at all. It's just that the eyes are just double-hooked jade. Like Yayu, one of his eyes is a double guyu when he first opened his eyes, and he has already won at the starting line. Minato was also taken aback for a moment, and then a little smile appeared on his sad face. Ah, with a light reply, Yaya's face was completely devoid of the reserved arrogance of the past, and there was only murderous intent lingering in his crimson eyes. Guan Yu, catch up with them, I will kill them with my own hands, even if I risk my life. Guan Yu nodded without any dissuasion, made a mudra with her hands, and closed her eyes. TCH, cunning thing. With a low curse, Guan Yu's face was very ugly, and he spat hard. What's the matter, Guan Yu, is there a problem? Minato hurriedly asked, the anxiety in his eyes couldn't be concealed. Yunin and this group of bastards didn't know what method they used to destroy all the auras on the road. They were so chaotic that they couldn't feel the aura of sister at all. When the geese pass by, they leave sound, when people pass by, they leave traces, and when water passes by, the ground is wet. As long as someone passes by, there will inevitably be traces left, smells, footprints, etc. are more conspicuous. In addition, there are traces of chakra that are overflowing. Chakra scattered into things will not dissipate quickly. Only it will take a certain amount of time to be wiped clean by the force of nature. But Yunin obviously used some method to speed up this process. There was no trace of chakra left by Kushina in the air, only 17 strangely obvious chakra breaths leading to different directions. Either one of them is the right path, or all of them are wrong paths. It depends on how the pursuers choose. After listening to Guan Yu's explanation, Minato and Otoha's expressions darkened. I will try again. Guan Yu closed her eyes, without any seals, her thoughts began to sink. She examined her body a little bit. She could clearly hear the sound of her heart beating like a drum. As the heart contracted and beat, the blood flowed like a tide. General ups and downs, flowing in the blue blood vessels. Brain power strengthening, double. In an instant, it seemed as if thousands of sharp needles had been pierced into his mind, stirring his brains to melt. A line of dark red blood flowed down his nostrils, and he let out a muffled grunt, watching Otoyo and Minato anxiously beside him, unbearable, but helpless. The sharp pain didn't dissipate, but continued to attack. His face was twisted in pain, but he still insisted on analyzing and sensing his own blood, trying to grasp the vague sense of blood relatives. After several years of research, his cognition of the fruit of everyone is constantly changing, and he always finds it difficult to describe it accurately. In the end, he can only lament that it has the power of demon. The fruit of everyone, the word person is wonderful. It seems narrow, but it is inclusive and broad. This person can refer to oneself. Why not refer to others? It can be one of oneself, or it can be innumerable and infinite, so big. However, the research in this aspect is more difficult than developing one's own potential, and it has not achieved much so far. The only result is that it can faintly sense the location of Juzine, which is based on the ability enjoyed by their bloodlines. Others, he had tried, without success. It may be that his strength is still too weak, or there are other limitations, which are temporarily unknown. Fortunately, this crude achievement came in handy today. With double brain power strengthening, his perceptual acuity has been raised to a higher level. His mind is clear, his mind is quick, and he senses the distant sister who has not been traced. From being extremely vague to becoming clear little by little, he even has an illusion that he look at Kushina. Kushina's hands were tied behind his back, and he hid in the mountain forest under the hostage of a circle of cloud ninjas. An excited face. The girl blinked her eyes and twisted her bound hands. She always felt that someone was watching him, not Yunin who was beside her, but a feeling that was far away but very close, weird and awkward. It made her feel very unhappy, depressed, and wanted to beat someone up. Hurry up, little girl, don't play tricks. The thick-browed man looked at Juzine and threatened him coldly, but it was only a verbal coercion, and he didn't dare to do anything. He had already taken a great risk by electrocuting Juzine before. If he wanted to do it again, he would not stimulate Renzhuli unless it was necessary. Juzine glared at him, but only snorted coldly. Because she was stunned by the electric shock, she didn't know that Nigong Hao died at the hands of this person. Otherwise, she would have exploded with her violent temper. Like patience, hypocrisy, and obedience. Cough, cough. With a violent cough, the weird vision was instantly shattered. Guan Yu suddenly fell to his knees, and propped himself on the ground with one hand to prevent himself from falling down. At this moment, it's not just bleeding from the mouth and nose, it should be said that bleeding from the 7 orifices, the whole person's face is distorted like a ghost. In the middle of the night, it can really scare people to death. The heart-piercing cough lasted for more than 10 seconds. Stop. At this time the grass on the ground was smeared dark red, and the smell of blood was very pungent. Who? He stretched out his hand and rubbed his chest, finally managed to calm down. Ignoring the blood stains on his face, Guan Yu's eyes showed excitement. After a long while, among the ruins of the valley, densely packed figures rushed over. Jonin's foot strength is naturally extraordinary. Once the speed is fully opened, it is really as fast as lightning. Compared with Guan Yu and the others, they are only a little behind. Hundreds of figures swayed, but within a few breaths they checked the entire valley. There are no living people here. A Jonin opened his mouth, and there was a large shadow floating around his body, and there was a burst of buzzing. If you stick close to it carefully, you will find that this shadow is a bug. Thousands of bugs gather together, like black clouds. The living are gone. Why are the dead gone? This is really weird. Riding on a bulldog the size of a calf, the middle-aged ninja moved his nose, and the overwhelmed grass in front of him was exactly the shape of a human, and the black and red bloodstains in it hadn't dried up. Someone came and took the body away. 3 different smells. 3 people? After a few breaths of silence, someone continued to speak. Let's not worry about it. The first task is to recover the 9 tails Jinchuriki, and put the rest of the things on hold, so we can't lose the big because of small things. As soon as this remark came out, many people agreed with it, but some people watched it coldly. Besides, there were also some people who refuted it. I think the disappearance of this corpse may be a clue, and the whereabouts of the Uchiha kid who reported the letter is still unknown, so I need to think more before acting. 32 Jainin, divided into teams. Although everyone pursues 9 tails Jinchuriki together, it doesn't mean that everyone has one mind. The stronger the person, the more arrogance he will naturally have. It is extremely normal for each other to be unconvinced. Shut up and stop arguing. The ninja with the pineapple head glanced at everyone. As the leader of the upper ninja class, he was very prestigious, and immediately shut up the several people who were arguing. Can you find the whereabouts of Nine Tails Jinchuriki? Seeing that everyone was quiet, he asked the perception ninjas in the team. Pairs of white eyes searched in all directions, dense flying insects scattered into the forest, and the majestic ninja dog with a body like a calf raised its huge nose. Everyone stretched out their strengths and searched for the breath of Nine Tails Jinchuriki, but found nothing. Out of this valley, it's like disappearing out of thin air, with no trace of Nine Tails Jinchuriki at all. The smell has been removed too. Hell, these bastards are very sophisticated. You nin, these goddamn bastards. A bunch of black and white barbarians. There are not many good-tempered ninjas, rolling twice on the battlefield, walking twice in the fire, that is scolding the ancestors. There are no gentlemen, and many ninjas present open their mouths and spittled out Hengfiai, without any aura of a master, greeted the 18 generations of the ancestors of the cloud ninjas all over the place. Kato Kanbu touched his nose with his hand, but he didn't make a sound, just like the masked Dumbo around him, so quiet that people would mistake him for not panting. There are not many good people like him who emerge from the mud without staining themselves. The pineapple-headed middle-aged ninja has a headache and supports his forehead. He is not so easy to be the monitor of the upper ninja class. He is often used to count the increase and decrease of the upper ninjas, and to grasp the whereabouts of the upper ninjas. After all, he is different from the middle and lower ninjas. Every jonin is a treasure, even the corpses should be recycled and disposed of as much as possible, and the life and death of Junin also need to be dealt with. All in all, he has real power as the monitor of the ninja class, but the size of this real power depends on how much Hokage is willing to bestow on him. Although I can't find Nine Tails Jinchuriki, there is the breath left by Kumo Shinobu. They may be able to erase the traces of one person, but they cannot erase the breath of everyone. Hinata the jonin at home was finally more reliable, and told the information he had found. 17 breaths? After listening to Hinata's family's report, Narashika's head hurts even more. Why is it just 17 breaths? Can't this group of cloud nin who have sons and no fart eyes be divided into a few ways? What the hell? They only have 16 teams here, and there is only one team missing, and it would be a great crime if they missed it. As for the division of troops, he never thought that there must be at least 2 jounin in each route. Although each team has 6 umbu accompanying them, according to intelligence, Yunin has at least 2 jounin, and they are jonin with terrifying strength. So he didn't dare to divide his troops, otherwise, even if he caught up with Yunin, he would not be able to regain Nine Tails Jinchuriki, and when he lost his wife and lost his troops, wouldn't he cry to death? Senior Lu Xing, since there is still a long way to go, how about letting us get involved? The voice echoed in the valley. The umbu were motionless, and all the jounin were also silent. By their means, they naturally sensed the identity of the visitor. Uchiha Nono smiled and waved his hands at the group of jounin to say hello, followed by 4 jounin from the Uchiha clan, showing the demeanor of Kanaha's wealthy family. Uchiha himself called someone, and the other was summoned by Hokage, which is naturally not the same. If we really want to talk about the background, the current Uchiha still has a lot of family background, and the broken ship still has 3,000 nails, not to mention that it has not declined to the pitiful situation later. It is unbelievable that the huge Uchiha clan was slaughtered by Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Obito together. Every jonin is a living legend. Even Itachi and Obito have opened a kaleidoscope, but if Uchiha was not pitiful with a small number of jonin at that time, he slaughtered a whole family overnight. Just dream. Why are you here, Uchiha no? Shikeyuki Nara looked at Uchiha with a strange look. Hokage-sama did not enlist the Uchiha clan to join in, and those 4 Uchiha clan jounin, well, damn it, they were not registered in the village documents. For big families like Senju, Uchiha, and Hinata, the number of Junin is an unknown secret. On the surface, there are only so many individuals, but God knows how many there are. After all, the number of Junin is a measure of how strong a village is. The standard of weakness is also the standard for measuring the strength of a family. Uchiha Mu, because Uchiha is the youngest brother, has extremely high demands on Otoyu since he was a child, and his control is extremely strict, lest Otoyu will become the same as Uchiha no. But Otoyu and Otom brothers and sisters have a very close relationship with Uchiha, the 4th uncle, even though they don't like each other. Worried about Otoyu, this feeling can't be truer. Of course, besides such a sincere heart, he also needs to find some fun to relieve his boredom. Isn't it a pity that such a good fun doesn't join in? He has been nesting in the village, and Danzo the crazy dog was really getting tired of fighting back and forth. Nara Kanyuki narrowed his eyes to examine Uchiha Noichi, and then noticed that there was a small tail attached to his back. I said you're fine. Did you think it wasn't big enough for you to bring such an older child? Seeing Otom, Lu Xing frowned deeply, and reprimanded Uchiha. Hey, I don't want to, but I can't persuade that unlucky little guy to be this girl's biological brother. A bitter look appeared on Uchihano's face. No, now is not the time to gossip. It would be safer for us to rush after Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Uchiha slapped his thigh and screamed strangely. Shikako Nara held back the words from his mouth, glared at this unscrupulous guy fiercely, and said, "Come on, you guys don't cause trouble, this mission is the most important thing, and it's your own bad luck if you make a mistake." After a few more reprimands, Lu Xing began to assign everyone to act. Counting Uchihaya, the support soldier, just enough to make up 17 teams. Uchihano rolled his eyes, stretched out his hand and pointed forward. "Senior Shikayuki, I'm going this way, I can feel the breath of my stupid nephew here, I have to hurry over, if I'm caught by those group if the muscular savage is slaughtered, it's over." Shikayuki Nara frowned and glanced at it. The ninja of the Hinata family shrugged slightly, he didn't notice anything unusual. Anyway, the 17 traces of chakra were all unfamiliar to him. "Follow you, get out of here quickly." Lu Xing waved his hand, this guy is a smart guy, he feels an eyesore when he is around him, and the Uchiha family has such a lazy guy, which is really an outlier. Uchiha yet chuckled, and quickly rushed into the forest with 4 Jonin and Otome, chasing the remaining aura of Guanyu and the others. Looking at the back of Uchihano and his group, Shikako frowned, feeling like he missed something, but after thinking about it for a while, he found nothing, and according to the strange feeling in his heart, he assigned tasks. 16 teams each chose a path. Soon, the valley became empty again, the wind was howling, and dead bodies were everywhere. Boss, this speed is too slow that I can't get out after 3 days, that if I wait for Kanaha's people to catch up, it will be a disaster. A cloud ninja walked up to the big man with thick eyebrows and couldn't help complaining. Many cloud ninjas in the team had their ears pricked up, and when they heard this, they subconsciously nodded in agreement. Indeed, according to the speed of the turtle crawling, it must be the year of the monkey to leave the country of fire. When Kanaha's pursuers catch up, they have counting one by one, it is estimated that they will all be unlucky. The thick-browed man had no expression on his face was made of iron, his thick and black eyebrows trembled slightly, and he squinted at Yunin who came up to him. His cold eyes made him shiver instantly. With a shrunken head, the forward pace stopped for a while, and the distance was widened, not daring to make any more noise. "Kurikawa, I also feel that the speed is a bit slow now, and I always feel a little frightened. Kanaha's pursuers are probably on their way." Wearing a straw hat, Yunin had a serious expression on his face, and stretched out his hand to press the straw hat on his head. The pair of pupils under the brim of the hat were full of viciousness. "Come, so what, haven't we eliminated the little girl's aura, and there are 16 other forked roads. Even if someone can find them, can't the 2 of us kill them? Besides, the reinforcements from the Kingdom of Frost will not be able to kill them. It should be here soon." The thick-browed man named Haichuan smiled coldly and was very pervasive. "If you're really worried, Araki, you can take people to the back to have a look, and kill them if there are reinforcements." "Okay, leave it to me." Araki reached out to lift the straw hat, and touched the handle of the knife with the other hand. With a bloodthirsty smile on his face, he pointed at 2 cloud ninjas who were good at sensing ninjutsu, and then turned around and rushed in the same direction. Kurikoa looked back at the 3 people disappearing into the darkness, and looked up at the moon. The bright full moon had climbed to a very high place, and it was almost midnight. Boost! With a low growl, Kurikoa looked at Kushina, who was in the middle of the team, and threatened fiercely, "Hurry up, little girl, don't force me to be rough, as long as you cooperate, I will not make things difficult for you, but if you continue to procrastinate, no matter how big the risk is, I dare to take it." "Humph!" Juzine snorted coldly, but with the awareness that a good girl would not suffer in front of her eyes, the speed of her feet was also a little faster. "I prayed secretly in my heart, hoping that Minato and Otoha could escape smoothly, and also hoped that someone from the village would come to rescue her quickly, otherwise the hair would be pulled out. What would happen if I became bald by then?" The red hair was covered by the night. It fell quietly to the ground and fell into the grass. Even Kurikoa didn't expect Kushina to dare to play tricks under his nose. The so-called blackness under the lights is nothing more than that. The 3 Guanyu brothers ran with all their strength, and Otoyo and Minato were rescued by Guanyu with his own blood. Not only did all the injuries heal and disappear, but even their physical strength returned to peak condition, but it was still a bit difficult to keep up with Guanyu's pace. Strenuous strengthening of leg strength, combined with the stimulation of thunder tuning chakra, Guanyu runs like lightning, the speed makes Otoha smack his tongue, his eyes are very eager. In the night sky, a large dark cloud like thick ink drifted over from the horizon, covering most of the already sparse starlight, and then began to engulf the bright full moon little by little, and the clear moonlight gradually dimmed. The forest below quickly became pitch black. "Without the light of the moon, I really can't see my fingers. There is only a smear of darkness in my eyes. It is so dark that it is difficult to distinguish the front, back, left, and right. I can barely rely on my ears to listen to the wind, the grass leaves, and the rustling insects. The sound of burrowing, discerning the path underfoot. Fuck, it's so dark." Yayo opened his mouth and began to curse. Just now, he accidentally caught a branch with his foot, almost fell from the tree, and staged a headlong fall. Fortunately, he opened Sharingan in time, so that he can move freely. "Gaiyu, where is Yunren?" Minato asked softly. At this moment, Guanyu is making seals with both hands, and her eyes are tightly closed, monitoring the movement of the 3 chakras on the opposite side. The movement speed of the 3 opponents is very fast. Come and go. Minato, Otoha, come with me. Guan Yu greeted the two of them, and began to move forward to the right, intending to avoid the rushing Kumo shinobi. Their goal was to rescue Kushina, not to fight with others here. However, when they moved in a different direction, the three cloud ninjas also began to change their direction, and Guan Yu's heart sank, knowing that he would not be able to get rid of these guys if he didn't do the last game. Perception ninja. He himself can use Kagura Mind Eye to cover his breath and escape the detection of the enemy's perception ninjutsu, but Minato and Otoha cannot hide their breath. The enemy has sentient ninjas, let's face it head on. With a sigh, Guan Yu pulled out the dagger, but the surroundings were still pitch black, and she couldn't even see the knife in her hand. Enhance eyesight, open it. The pitch-black pupils shrank suddenly, like the eyes of a needle, and then returned to normal, but the vision in his eyes had undergone a subversive change. The mysterious curtain had faded from the pitch-black vision, and he could clearly see everything around him. Kusakazuki, although the color is dim as if watching an old black and white movie, it is much better than playing blind games in the dark. Fuck, this group of goddamn Yunin. Damn it, it's so dark, but luckily I opened my eyes, otherwise I wouldn't even be able to see the road, and I'd be slapping a fart. Otoya waved his hands cursingly. The Tadeo in the middle adjusts the muscle feeling. Not long after he opened his eyes, he is still in the adaptation period, and he needs more training to fully utilize the power of Sharingan. And by opening Sharingan, he can learn Uchiha's illusion. The three great skills of the Uchiha clan, one is the fire escape technique, which is where the name of the fire fan comes from, and the other is the shuriken technique. The shuriken has reached a state that is difficult for ordinary people to play. The third is the illusion. The strength of the illusion of Sharingan is also unique in the ninja world, ranking first among all ninja villages. One of the most difficult to master is illusion. Uchiha's illusion is all on a pair of eyes, and only with eyes open can he practice. Unlike fire escape and shuriken, he can practice even without eyes open. Minato, can you? Guan Yu looked back at Minato. In this pitch-black environment, if you don't have a pair of good eyes, your movements will be very restricted. It's okay, my ears are fine. Guan Yu saw that Minato closed his eyes, the kunao in his hand was flying up and down, and the blue wind was rubbing at a super high speed, but there was no sound. His pupils just shrank. It's only been 2 days. Has this fellow Minato's wind escape attainment become so terrifying? The practice of this nature change has entered the hall and is approaching great success. Worthy of being the most extreme genius. Be careful, it's coming. Hey, these guys are really arrogant, they don't know how to restrain themselves. The whistling sound of electric current was extremely ear-piercing in the night forest, and 3 bright arcs of light flashed and rushed over quickly. Guan Yu, watch out for that guy wearing a straw hat, that guy is a jounin. Otoya saw 3 cloud ninjas, the black guyu in his eyes were like wheels, and seeing the cloud ninja wearing a straw hat, the killing intent in his eyes couldn't help gushing out. Nigong Hao's sacrifice was because of the man in the straw hat and the thick-browed man. It's the 2 little brats from before. I didn't expect you to catch up without dying. It's really surprising. Well, there is an extra reinforcement, and it's another little guy. With the help of the lightning flashing on the long knife, Araki clearly saw the appearance of the 3 people watching the moon. Since I escaped, it would be better to go back to Konoha. Baba rushed to die again. I really don't know how to cherish life. They didn't expect to kill Guan Yu and the others with a surprise attack. It can be seen from the previous chase that some of them have mastered sensory ninjutsu, and the surprise attack has no effect. It took him a lot of strength, and he is not at his peak now. And Guan Yu and the others didn't think about ambushes or anything like that. The 3 brothers were not weak, but they weren't too strong either. Ambush separately would only weaken their own strength, and they were not good at ambushes either. Just as Araki has confidence in himself, Guan Yu is also somewhat sure of his own strength. He had fought against Kato before, and although he was defeated quickly, he also had a certain understanding of the tyranny of the jounin. If he really played all his cards and played by surprise, he still had a chance of winning, and he still had 2 more. A helper, isn't it? One is the future 4 generations of Hokage-sama. At least there is a great possibility, a genius among geniuses, and a real freak among ordinary people. One is an outstanding disciple of the Uchiha family, and one of his eyes is a double Godama. When he first opened his eyes. In the ninja world, the blood succession limit is basically linked to the strong. Among the same rank, the masters who have the blood succession limit are generally it is a master who can crush without blood successor, except for a pervert like Minato. With such 2 helpers, the 3 of them join forces, and it is hard to believe that a few cloud ninjas will not be settled. In the dark mountain forest, the sound of electric current sizzles endlessly, bright electric arcs twist in the air like little silver snakes, and tense and excited faces change and distort in the flickering brilliance. Guan Yu's sprint speed soared by about % in an instant, which greatly exceeded Araki's expectations. How could a kid explode at such a speed? But a jounin is a jounin, and Araki didn't panic because of this. A look of astonishment flashed in his eyes, and then turned into a raging killing intent. Such a little guy can't be kept, and it will be a scourge when it grows up. Definitely a scourge. Konoha's genius is the scourge in Yunin's eyes. There was a trace of electric arc and lightning on his body, and his wrist turned very strangely, beyond the scope of what ordinary people can achieve. This is not a simple use of thunder chakra,
but Yunin's ninjutsu. The so-called ninjutsu is an alternative use of thunder dunjutsu. On the basis of body skills, full use of thunder chakra will activate the body to achieve amazing speed and attack effects. The strength of Cloud Ninja is extremely powerful, not as good as the elite Sand Village. The overall attack power of Cloud Ninja is indeed the strongest in the 5 major countries. When thousands of Cloud Ninjas charge on the battlefield, even the best defensive rock ninja can't help but feel embarrassed. The penetrating characteristic of Lei Dun was thoroughly understood by Yun Nin, and he developed such a freak thing as ninjutsu. The ninjutsu that Araki is performing now, with the strange rotation of his wrist, the long knife in his hand is placed across his body, blocking Guan Yu's attack channel. A look of expectation appeared in his eyes, looking forward to seeing the challenge. What kind of expression will this little ghost have when he flies to watch the short knife of the moon? Wrist strengthening, open. Looking at Araki's actions, Guan Yu's eyes were calm and unwavering, but the muscles in his forearm swelled up, and the whole arm suddenly swelled up. Fortunately, his sleeves were wide enough, and they were stretched tightly, so they did not collapse. In Araki's surprised eyes, Guan Yu pierced out the short knife fiercely. The sharp blade rubbed against Araki's long knife, and silver-white electric arcs splashed randomly. He forcibly pressed Araki's long knife, and the blade picked up. Opened Araki's right shoulder. The arc-wrapped blade sliced through Araki's clothes, and cut open his long-trained, hard and strong muscles. The broken muscle fibers still twitched, and fresh blood spurted out from the thick blood vessels. The crimson that smears the white shoulder blades. Ow! Araki hissed and roared, looked at the moon and drew his knife. The silk-like electric arc flickered endlessly under his feet, and quickly retreated from Araki's side. Mindful and careless. Relying on many unimaginable hole cards, Guan Yu gained the upper hand in the first round of confrontation with Araki, and left Araki with a deep wound as a souvenir. Moreover, the injury to his right shoulder will inevitably affect his level of swordplay, and even physical combat and ninjutsu seals will be affected. Successfully weaken Araki's strength, even if the injured Araki is still very strong, but one will naturally have to. Food needs to be eaten at one bite, the road needs to be walked step by step. Give him time, he will wear this guy to death, even though he is very in a hurry. Bastard boy, what kind of ninjutsu is that? Is it a secret technique, or blood succession boundary? Although Araki was in a panic, he did not rush to fight back. He swallowed a hemostatic pill, which stopped the bleeding from the shoulder wound, and then looked at the moon in the darkness with a greedy gaze. Faces. Yun Nin has a collection habit. They are full of strong possessiveness for other countries' ninjutsu, secret arts, and blood succession boundaries. They are eager to hold all the good things in their own hands. For this reason, they will not hesitate to launch a war. As long as they think worth. Boy, as long as you hand over your ability just now, I will let you live. How about it? This deal is very cost-effective. Your ability is very good, but even the best things have to be enjoyed with life. Think about it carefully. Let me count to 5. If you don't agree, I can only find it in your head. Araki tried to seduce Guan Yu. His eyes were full of lust. 1, 2, are you an idiot, or do you think I'm an idiot? The corners of Guan Yu's mouth curled up in a sarcasm, his back was slightly arched, and the light on the dagger became brighter and brighter. If it weren't for the limitation of the material of the dagger itself, he would be able to instill more chakra into it, but it is a pity that it is at this level. That's the limit. With the flashing electric light, Guan Yu's mocking smile clearly caught Araki's eyes. He didn't continue to count, but a bright thunderlight suddenly flashed on his feet, thick electric arcs clung to his ankles, and the extremely profound changes in the nature of the lightning escape. If Guan Yu dared to strengthen it with such a strong thunder escape chakra both feet, there is only one end. That is, his 2 feet turned into 2 pieces of coke. Clang! In a blink of an eye, Araki rushed in front of him, and the long knife slashed down head-on with the tyrannical thunder and lightning. The piercing thunder echoed in his ears, shaking his helix numb. But Guan Yu's reaction was not bad either. He has now turned on brain strength enhancement, vision enhancement, foot strength enhancement, and wrist strength enhancement, coupled with the stimulating exercise of lightning chakra. He barely kept up with Araki's super fast attack speed, and was able to catch that powerful impact. The enhancement of brain power and vision allows him to see Araki's offensive movements, find out where his weaknesses are, and quickly think of countermeasures in his mind, while strengthening his feet and wrists can put the countermeasures conceived in his mind into action. As the blades rubbed against each other, sparks and lightning bloomed together. Guan Yu kept retreating violently, beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. The pressure of fighting a Jonin head-on was too terrifying. Without the power of Ren Renguo, he could only last 3 times under Kato Duan's hands. Trick, it looks pretty good now. At least he could see Araki's annoyed expression. Araki was really annoyed. He didn't let the water go, but went all out. But he couldn't take down a kid. His heart was full of anger, and at the same time, it made him firmer in his determination to kill Guan Yu at any cost, which was really what Guan Yu showed too monstrous. Thinking about when he himself was as old as Guan Yu, he only knew how to run errands behind the ass of his predecessors with a knife in his hand. Little ghost, hide quickly. Why don't you have the energy just now? Isn't it very embarrassing? My shoulder hurts. Araki laughed, and the gloomy laughter permeated people in this dark night, like a ghost making a sound, haunting his soul. Move, dance wildly like a silver snake. Dry. Guan Yu gritted her teeth tightly, swung the short knife quickly,
and intercepted Araki's attack. Every blow of this guy was aimed at his vitals. He had to work hard to hold it. Araki's attack. Even so, the small wounds on his body are gradually increasing. Araki is a serious Jainin, and his strength is not mixed with any moisture. Especially now that Araki is serious, he can only smell the faint smell of burnt flesh in the air. I'm afraid it's all the energy of breastfeeding. But it's no wonder, after all, after being stabbed by Guan Yu with a knife, such a big wound was broken on his shoulder, which was horrifying, and the tearing pain invaded his nerves all the time, reminding him how much he suffered. Not just physical pain, the shame in his heart also filled him with the desire to kill and then destroy the corpse. By a little guy, one who looks like he's only 12 years old, 13 years old, or maybe the 14-year-old kid stabbed it. This is an absolute shame. For the aggressive Yunin, if this kind of news spreads, his Araki's reputation will be ruined, and he may not be able to hold his head up in this life. So he wants to kill this little guy, and kill all the 3 little brats here. Tisk, it just so happened that those 2 underlings who didn't live up to expectations were beaten back steadily by the other 2 brats. See, that way, it won't take long for him to be killed. In other words, he can wait for the 2 subordinates to be killed, and then deal with these brats. A stern light flashed in Araki's eyes. He is different from Kuriko's dead-headed, useless trash. He dies when he dies. Guan Yu resisted Araki's storm-like attack. Wounds appeared on his body, and then healed in a blink of an eye. Wounded, healed, and repeated, like being tortured, a long and endless punishment. Fortunately, the night was dark, the blood was bleeding and dried up on the skin, and the brightness provided by the flickering electric light was limited. Araki didn't notice the changes in Guan Yu, otherwise he would definitely risk his life, and he would have to fight in the first place. Time to kill Guan Yu. I hate you savages who rolled down from the mountains. You bastards should go back to the mountains to chew rocks. Otoya cursed Yunin who was fighting with him. His eyes were scarlet, the black Guya moved nimbly, and the sword in his hand was flying like the wind, pressing on the opposite Yunin every step of the way. His strength has already touched the threshold of the Chunin level before, and his strength has soared to a level after opening his eyes. Now he is a proper Chunin realm, and with the blessing of Sharinan, he is an elite among Chunin. This is the boundary of blood inheritance, the boundary of blood succession that makes people envious and jealous. Compared with ordinary ninjas, the advantages are too great. The fault is not for a peerless genius like Minato. It is basically impossible to compete with the blood successor family. Every increase in the strength of the owner of the blood successor limit is a qualitative leap. Otherwise, the Kingdom of Thunder would not have worked hard to calculate the boundaries of blood successors in various countries, and the Kingdom of Water rejects blood successors for the same reason. The strength of the survivors will leap to a level which has surpassed the law of ordinary people becoming stronger, which is enough to make most ordinary people feel depressed. And jealousy is the original sin of human beings, the source of destruction or possessiveness. The attitudes of the Kingdom of Thunder and the Kingdom of Water towards the blood successors are the manifestations of 2 forms driven by jealousy. One is desperately trying to seize the boundaries of various blood successors, while the other is for their own blood successors. Picked up the butcher knife. Minato, get ready for a big one. Otowa shouted loudly. He was not afraid that the Cloud Ninjas would be on guard. He and Minato had the upper hand now, completely suppressing the opponent to fight. Coming. Minato took a deep breath, and even he couldn't help feeling a bit of astonishment in his heart. Otoha's improvement in strength, like taking drugs, really made him realize why blood succession Genkai is the most powerful ninjutsu in the ninja world. This is simply cheating. Before this, when Otoya didn't open his eyes, although his strength was good, it was still a bit worse than him, but now that he opened his eyes, good guy, it looks like he's the pinnacle of the elite Chunin existence, but surpassed him by a bit. With brisk steps, he forced Yunin to retreat step by step, and the sharp wind light caused gaps of different depths on Yunin's long knife. Give me over. Kunao pierced out abruptly. Although Yunren hurriedly raised his long knife to block Kunao, he lost his balance hastily and staggered back a few steps. Unknowingly, he and another Yunren leaned against each other. Then Minato backed away and stood with Otoha. Art fire escape ho fireball. Win done, a big breakthrough. This is not the first time that the two cooperated. The orange-red fireball flew out, and then the howling wind followed, more than doubling the 7-meter diameter fireball. The 18-meter diameter fireball, perhaps this thing is not enough to describe it as a fireball, it is completely a torrent of orange-red fireworks. The coverage area of the flame current is so large that towering trees also collapsed in the scorching fire. The flame current is not only possessed of terrifying high temperature, driven by the strong wind, it sweeps towards everything in sight. What? Master Araki, save! Lightning flashed under the feet of the two Yunren, and they screamed for help. Facing the exaggerated torrent of fireworks, they were like little sparrows in a storm who were too late to return to their nests. In an instant, 2 fresh lives just disappeared from the world. 2 melted, shapeless chunks of metal left in place were the only thing left of them. Go, and help watch the moon. Sharinan glanced around, and after confirming the death of the two, Yaya touched the ground with his toes, twisted his body, and walked towards the place where Guan Yu and Araki fought, but as soon as his feet left the ground, a black shadow passed by, leap out. The dense black clouds that covered the full moon did not stop in the sky, but continued to drift towards the distance. Suddenly, the soft and bright moonlight poured down again like running water, silently infiltrating the vast mountains and forests, shaking gently the green leaves all took on a bright silver glow. The soft and cold night wind sobbed softly, whistling through the trees. The pungent smell of blood spread silently with the night wind, attracting predators at night, and pairs of green lights moved upon hearing the wind, the electric snake as thick as a baby's arm, the dazzling silver-blue lightning twisted and twisted, like a weaving straw rope, forcibly weaves the unruly and thick lightning arc together, and it just looks like a snake. With a wave of his hand, the lightning flickering long snake opened its mouth wide, revealing its thunderous teeth, and bit Guan Yu's chest fiercely. Araki's eyes showed 3 points of complacency, 3 points of excitement, and 3 points of joy. Even if you are a genius, you still died under the hands of Mr. Araki. Under the pounce of an electric snake, even the first bison living on the high mountains of the land of thunder can turn its internal organs into coke and kill you. This kind of super genius, how can he not be excited? The pleasure of killing a super genius cannot be described in words. He enjoys killing those so-called geniuses very much. It is a pity that many geniuses are not worthy of the name. He can't survive more than a dozen moves before being hacked alive by him. How can Guan Yu be so resistant, forcing him to go all out, finally cleaned up? Damn it, the Sage of the Six Paths, am I living a hell? Araki yelled. As a veteran jonin who has seen many strange ninjutsu and secret techniques, he thought his nerves were tough enough, but the scene in front of him still made his eyes widen, opened his mouth wide, and let out an unbelievable strange cry. The electric snake scorched Guan Yu's flesh, and the bright red muscles on his chest were instantly charred, exposing the fresh, vigorous, beating heart, lungs, liver, and other strange human organs. Well, to be honest, Araki has seen many scenes where people's heads are rolling and blood flows into rivers. When he was young and vigorous, he also liked to dig out the internal organs of his opponents to show his own force. It's nothing new to him. It's just a human being whose chest, skin, flesh, and bones have been beaten into coke, exposing the internal organs, and still panting. Is this fucking human? It hurts me to death. Guan Yu exhaled a breath of foul air from her throat, her 2 tender red lungs twitched rapidly, and the exposed lower half of her trachea also trembled. All in all, this scene was as weird as it could be. I have never seen such a strange scene. What the hell are you? Araki trembled. Looking at Guan Yu was like looking at a monster. Flesh healing, open. Guan Yu gritted her teeth, the scorched flesh at the edge of the big hole in her chest peeled off, revealing bright red granulation, and then grew at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the white bones proliferated like bamboo shoots in spring, and the broken ribs grew rapidly. Healed and protected his internal organs. Well, it was not without cost. Guan Yu's originally rosy face turned pale, the muscles on her cheeks collapsed slightly, her eyeballs protruded, her whole body became thinner, and she let out an indistinct grunt. His eyeballs turned green like a wolf. Guan Yu was in a hurry. This time it was really a big loss. This Damien Ren almost beat him to death, although he survived in the end, but he also lost half of his life. If he didn't get revenge, he couldn't swallow a tone. The flesh and blood growing on his chest was not created out of thin air, but to tear down the east wall to make up for the west wall. Half of his accumulated fat was consumed in an instant, and the excess fat energy from other parts of the body could be used to heal the wound in such a short time. Otherwise, hey thunder escape, white lightning strike. Stretching out the dagger in his hand, the silvery white lightning arc wrapped around the tip of the blade, and then entangled and cohesive with each other. The muscles under his feet twitched violently, and circles of bright electric light jumped along the calf muscles. The whole person seemed to be stepping on like a spring. It turned into a shadow and sprinted in front of Araki like lightning. The dagger shrouded in thunder ruthlessly stabbed out, towards the heart of Araki with a horrified face who hadn't recovered. Bastard, die for me, you little brat, die for your master Araki. Araki still reacted at that moment. Jonin's good quality, the fighting instinct honed in life and death, helped him avoid Guan Yu's hard blow. The short knife passed through Araki's left rib, and tore off a large piece of flesh under Araki's left armpit. The bloody flesh was instantly electrocuted and turned into dry coke, which fell to the ground and smashed to pieces. Dry. Unwillingly cursed, Bailei Strike is one of Shuo Mao's most commonly used ninjutsu, or it should be called ninjutsu, or Muji ninjutsu. Anyway, it is a very practical technique. The short knife gathers lightning as much as possible, and uses the property change to attach the lightning restraint to the short knife. After all, metal weapons have the property of attracting lightning, and the art of white lightning strike was developed by Shuo Mao by using this property. In fact, strictly speaking, this is not a profound skill. Just like sand ninjas attach wind light to their blades, cloud ninjas also attach lightning to their short knives to increase their lethality. However, after Sakumo slaughtered more than a dozen cloud ninja jonin, he took out enough lightning escape secret skills from their heads, and then added his own insights, and finally needed it. Compared with ordinary cloud ninja with the change in the nature of that kind of crude lightning escape, Baileijian can throw them 10 blocks away. Guan Yu's strange ability made Araki feel deeply threatened. He has never seen such a weird kid like Guan Yu. He is obviously just a brat, but he can fight against him and stand under his hands for such a long time. Kill him, kill him, kill him. A crazy voice roared in his heart, and Araki swung the long knife with all his strength, vowing to chop off Guan Yu's head, but he didn't believe that he couldn't kill this weird little ghost by cutting off his head. Giggle. Guanya's left arm was entangled with jumping electric arcs, erected, level with the top of his head, protecting his neck. The long knife cut open the strong and powerful muscles of his forearm, and deeply cut his bone, making a teeth-stinging rubbing sound. The friction sound of clack soon ceased. Guanya's tempering and polishing of the body in the past was not in vain. His physical strength was astonishing. Even though he did not practice the professional hardening technique, relying on pure physical strength, he stopped Araki's long knife, and the blade got stuck in his bone, halfway through. This means that what Araki mastered was Thunder Dungeon. If it was Wind Dungeon, Guanyu's forearm and his head would probably fly far away. Wind Dun's characteristic is cutting, while Thunder Dun's characteristic is piercing. The two sides have different emphases. As far as the result is concerned, Araki failed to cut off Guanyu's head, but instead stuck his long knife in his bone. Guanyu's eyes lit up, enduring the pain that penetrated into the bone marrow. The pain that really penetrated into the bone marrow. He used body healing again. The scorched skin and flesh of his forearm that had been electrocuted by electricity scabbed off, and the fresh, tender, and bright red muscles that wriggled and began to heal, and then was devoured by the electric arc again, turning into pitch black coke. This process was repeated, like a saw. Bursts of severe pain came and fell like tides, but his nerves had been tortured strong enough. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, hanging on his nose, trembling slightly, feeling itchy. It made him want to beat his own head. Trying to draw back the long knife, but Guanya tried her best to endure the unparalleled pain. She just clamped the long knife tightly, and at the same time, the short knife in her right hand stabbed frantically, forcing a high-ranking ninja to be in a hurry. At this time, Minato and Otoha moved towards the back of Araki, left and right. Stowing their waists, restraining their breath as much as possible, the two of them approached Araki step by step, trying to sneak up on this Jonin who was entangled with Guanyu. "You want to sneak attack me, little devils? You are too tender, too tender. What do you think Jonin is, ignorant little devils?" Araki suddenly let go of the hand holding the long knife, and instead of trying to get back his weapon, he stretched out his left hand and grasped Guanyu's short knife. The sharp blade scratched on Araki's palm, as if cutting a piece of tough old cowhide could not hurt the skin of his palm. There are two types of hardening technique. One is earth escape hardening, which can transform the body into a firm rock, which is also the specialty of rock ninjas. Relying on the powerful hardening technique, rock ninjas rampage on the battlefield, like a humanoid tank. The second is the strengthening of the living body of Thunder Dungeon. This door is much more difficult than the hardening of the Earth Dungeon. It is not as popular as the hardening of the Earth Dungeon and the Rock Ninja. Basically, only the upper ninja can master the strengthening of the living body of Thunder Dungeon among the Cloud Ninjas. And it's a small group of Junin. Of course, it doesn't mean that Lei Dun's living body strengthening is superior to Earth Dun's hardening. The power of ninjutsu depends on the strength of the caster. However, Lei Dun's restraint on Earth Dun is an unavoidable problem. Araki can only strengthen limited parts, but the limited parts are well utilized, and the effect is not bad. For example, he can catch Guanyu's dagger with his bare hands, and at the same time, he kicks Guanyu fiercely with his bare hands. Hitting Otoya's arm, he kicked Otoya straight out, hit a big tree heavily, and let out a painful groan. As for the water gate, a kunao slipped out of Araki's right sleeve, and the dark and lightless kunao was thrown out by his backhand, like the fangs of a poisonous snake, flying towards the water gate under the shadow cast by the branches and leaves of the forest. Chest. However, the small branches and leaves on the big tree trembled up and down, and the water gate sprang up the moment Otoha was kicked out, and the pitch-black kunao flew over the solace of his boots, and there was a scorching hot sensation from the solace of his feet, but he didn't shed a single hair, not a single hair. Compared to Otoha's unlucky and a ground gourd-like, Minato is smarter and luckier. While avoiding the kunao wrapped in the sharp and silent windlight in his hand was also thrown out, aiming at the center of Araki's back, the middle point of the spine. Araki's ears trembled, although the wind light above kunao was silent, but this thing flew through the air, but there was no way to keep it silent. He naturally noticed the kunao stabbing his back, but when he's stepping forward, just as he was about to dodge, the crazy kid in front pounced on him again. Strengthened legs, Spray let go of the short knife. Just like Araki gave up his long knife, Guanyu crashed into Araki's arms with his bare hands like a high-speed shell. His hands and 5 fingers were closed like knives, with dazzling silver-white lightning arcs wrapped around them, and at the same time there was a faint green smoke floated up along with the smell of burnt flesh. His palms turned into the sharpest sharp knives, stabbing into Araki's abdomen fiercely, cutting off his ribs, piercing through his internal organs, and opening 2 holes in his lower abdomen. Damn! Araki's moving steps became stiff. Even though 2 holes were opened in his lower abdomen, he did not die immediately. The vitality of the Jonin was extremely tenacious. He roared angrily and slammed hard with his fists as hard as rocks. On Guanyu's vest, Guanyu spurted out a mouthful of blood from the beating, staining Araki's lapel red. However, before his second punch landed on Guanyu's head, Minato's kunao hit Araki's spine, and the sharp wind cut open his spine and damaged his spinal nerves. He lost control of his body, and his fists hung high in the air without falling. Go to hell, go to hell. Fuck, did we kill a Jonin? We really killed a Jonin, haha, we killed a Jonin. Otoya got up from the ground, and let out an out-of-tune strange cry. Araki's kick didn't cause too much damage to him, only a bruise on his forearm. Other than the hit on the tree, it was so ruthless that I almost twisted my waist. But seeing Araki's dead body crashing to the ground, Otoha's mood improved a bit. He laughed loudly, without hiding his joy. I have known Otoya for so long, this guy has become less and less aware of what is reserved and arrogant. Uchiha's majesty has been thrown into the latrine by him, looking at that saliva splashing and laughing. Who would have thought that this guy is actually cold and arrogant? The Uchiha clan like an iceberg. The feelings of the Uchiha family are fierce, like a blazing flame. It is this turbulent emotional flame that prompts them to open their eyes and master the tyrannical pupil power. The Uchiha people are cold on the outside and hot on the inside. That even if their inner feelings are agitated like floods and tsunamis, their faces are still frozen like ice. This is the Uchiha, the arrogant and arrogant Uchiha. A strange flower like Otoha, who is full of joy and anger, is really the loser of the Uchiha clan. An outlier. But speaking of it, before getting acquainted with Guanyu and the others, Yaya was actually very cold and arrogant. Unfortunately, somehow, after a good child, he became what he is now. Even if Guanyu was killed, he would not admit it. This has something to do with him. Well, it's Otoha's nature, it has nothing to do with him. Hey, boy, why do I feel that you are playing soy sauce from the beginning to the end? At most you killed a cloud ninja Chunin. A faint voice floated out from the forest. Guanyu was treating his own messy wounds. Although he successfully killed a Jonin, the price he paid was not light at all. The muscles and bones in his chest had grown back, but the price was that his weight suddenly lost 10 catties. Also, half of his left forearm was cut off, and the bone marrow flowed out, not to mention that he used the white lightning strike with his fleshy palm, which almost burned his hands. That is, he, with the Uzumaki bloodline and the inhuman vitality brought by the fruit of everyone, dared to play the trick of exchanging injuries for injuries, and finally ended a Jonin with the help of Minato and Otoha. It was precisely because I killed a Jonin that I instinctively felt that it should be safe, so I sat on the spot and concentrated on healing, without caring about sensing the surrounding situation, so that I was so frightened by the sudden sound that I broke out in a cold sweat, and immediately spread. Opening up the perception, I noticed the 5 powerful chakras squatting on the tree, and a very familiar chakra, which was Otome. Just now he felt relieved, knowing that the visitor was a friend rather than an enemy, and then he turned his attention to his horrific injury and continued to treat it. There is no time to say hello and so on now. Otoha and Minato can handle it. He must heal the injury as soon as possible before he can save Kushina. Guanyu felt relieved, but Otoyo frowned. He jumped and yelled angrily. What is making soy sauce, sir? I just attracted the attention of that cloud ninja barbarian, understand? I used myself as a bait. Otoya raised his head and made eye contact with the pair of scarlet eyes on the tree, and the words he hadn't uttered stopped abruptly. Fourth uncle, it's you, haha, I'll just say who it is, haha. Scratching his head with a dry smile, Otoha's face was filled with a stiff smile. Actually opened my eyes, and there is a double hook jade. Not bad. Uchihano appeared lightly beside Otoyo, stretched out his hand and patted his shoulder, and Otoya's riding wheel. His eyes were stunned, but he didn't catch his moving track. In this move alone, Uchiha's strength is definitely above Araki's. Hearing Uchihano's praise, Otoha smiled shyly, with a bit of complacency in his eyes. Uchiha is a recognized genius among their generation, and he can't help but feel complacent about being praised by him. But the smile on his face quickly disappeared. That they came to save people, and Kushina hadn't rescued them yet. It's far from time to relax. You've opened your eyes. You've stepped on shit luck. Otome jumped down from the tree, took small steps, looked at Otoha's red eyes, and spoke sarcastically. Hey, whatever you say, brother, I don't care about it this time. Otome waved his hand, his face was indifferent, but the angry Otome's face turned blue. She gritted her teeth secretly, trying to find a way to open her eyes as soon as possible. Idiot, the eldest brother has opened his eyes, and he can't be left behind too much. The 4 Uchiha Jounin also looked at Otoyo in amazement. They opened their eyes at such a young age, and one eye is a double Gaugamut. They couldn't help showing a little smile on their faces, and it was already foreseeable that arising the future star, as long as this little guy doesn't die halfway, he will definitely be the pillar of the clan in the future. The unity of the Uchiha clan can be seen. There is no prejudice between the families, only the attention to the genius clan. The fly in the ointment is that the interior is too united, so that it has not been able to integrate well into the village. Whirlpool watching the moon, right? You are amazing. A junior ninja who has just graduated killed a Jainin, tisk tisk. This is definitely a scorpion shit. The only one. Uchiha walked to the front of Guanyu and gave a sound of task. Guanyu and Kushina's siblings often come and go to the residence of the Uchiha family because the Uchiha family itself has few visitors, and the 2 of them have red hair. It is eye-catching, and the 2 siblings are considered to be very knowledgeable in the Uchiha clan. You flatter me. Guanyu responded casually, and quickly took out 3 black military food pills the size of longan, threw them all into his mouth, chewed them to pieces, swallowed them, and soon his pale and thin face there was a little blush on the face. Boy, Bingliang pills are not used in this way. You can just take this thing on the battlefield, but now you eat it as a meal, and your body will collapse when you reach middle age. The side effects are very serious. Seeing Guanyu swallowing Bingliang one violently, Uchihano subconsciously spoke out to warn him. Thanks, but don't worry, Guan Yu smiled, took out 3 Bingliang pills and swallowed them to replenish the energy that was consumed. What kind of monster is your kid? After holding back for a long time, Uchihano couldn't hold back the curiosity in his heart after all. Guan Yu ate 12 Bingliang pills before and after that. He really ate this thing as a meal, and after a while, the deep bone wound on his left forearm healed, the red blood seeped out, there was such a deep crack on the bone. But in the blink of an eye, the cracks on the bones disappeared, the festering flesh also scabbed and peeled off, and the forearm became smooth and delicate again. This is definitely not what Bingliang Mero can do. Uchiha is also an old man who roams around on the battlefield. Bingliangwan himself has eaten a lot, but he has never seen such a weird ability, so there is only one result, that is, watching the moon has its own secrets. What, if you mean this? Guan Yu rested her right index finger on her left arm, pressing on the part that was injured before. Probably because my last name is Whirlpool. Uzumaki. Uzumaki, the longevity family? Uchihano squinted his eyes and stopped asking. Everyone has their own secrets, and the secrets of ninjas are often their trump cards. No one will be idle and have nothing to reveal their trump cards. His question is already very rude. If he continues to ask, it will be a real taboo. If Guan Yu is not a Konoha ninja, but Yunin or Iwanin, Uchihano will definitely dismember him and study it carefully. But who makes Guan Yu his own family? And with Otoha and Otom brothers and sisters, the relationship between the two is very good. There's something in the grass, Minato yelled, then stopped running and jumped off the tree. He carefully pushed aside the blades of grass, picked up a long red hair, and held it high out under the soft moonlight. The bright red hair was covered with a circle of silver light, fluttering gently in the night wind. Guan Yu looked at Minato blankly. What kind of situation is this? There are 6 pairs of Sharinan around her, 5 of them are Sanguyu, and Minato just caught sight of the hair in the grass. Uchiha looked at Minato with a strange expression on his face, always feeling ridiculed. But it stuck in my heart and I can't vent it. 6 pairs of red eyes stared at Minato, but the latter looked worried, unaware that he had done something amazing. It seems that the direction is right, and your kid's perception is quite reliable. Uchiha glanced at Guan Yu, waved his hand, and the 4 Uchiha Jonin around him rushed out, and soon found a lot of hair along the road, all the way to the northeast. The moon is in the middle of the sky, and it begins to set in the west again. A group of people ran like the wind, along the direction pointed by Guan Yu, and found the hair along the way. Guan Yu felt a twitch in his heart. In his cognition, both men and women cherished their hair very much. With all the hair pulled out like this, God knows how much anger Kushina held back. May the fire not be cast on his head in the end. He has already sensed Kushina's chakra, not the weird vision echoed by the blood, but actually entered the perception range of Kagura's mind. 5 kilometers in diameter, my sister is there. Guan Yu stretched out a slap, made a gesture, and her tone was very excited. After chasing for most of the night, she almost crossed half of the land of the country of fire. Playing with birds, when the time comes, the level of trouble rises to a very tricky level. Fortunately, according to the opponent's speed, when Guan Yu and the others catch up, they are still some distance away from the border. How many people are there? Uchihano asked. Well, there are 9 cloud ninjas, 2 with large chakras, and the remaining 7 with average chakras. Guan Yu closed her eyes and said the information she perceived one by one. The division of ninjas into upper ninja, middle ninja, and lower ninja is actually very vague, because there is no intuitive standard, and the level of strength is also very mysterious. After all, ninjas have various fighting styles, and a single measurement standard cannot be used for all ninjas. People. Therefore, the stratification of strength is purely based on feeling. Yes, it is based on feeling. The promotion of Chinin is judged by Jonin or veteran Chinin. I feel that you are strong enough, so I will give you a green vest. Congratulations, you are a Chinin. And the promotion of Jonin is the same routine. If you get the approval of 1 or more Jonin, then you are Jonin. At least now there are no such tricks as Chinin exams or Junin exams in various countries. This thing can be said to be very casual, and it doesn't seem rigorous at all. Maybe someone will find a loophole, find their own parents, teachers, and directly help themselves to be promoted to Jainin. This is absolutely impossible. Yes, unless they want to send their juniors and apprentices to die, no one would do such a stupid thing. When being promoted to Chinin and Jonin, when they get the corresponding power, they also have to shoulder corresponding responsibilities. If they don't have enough strength, they can't bear that responsibility at all, and they will only lose their lives in vain. No one would be so stupid that he could not wait to die. This seemingly careless promotion method was actually extremely harsh. Sensing ninjutsu can't perceive the strength of a person, and can only measure the strength of the enemy through the size of the chakra. High or low can barely reflect the strength of strength. Although the accuracy rate is not high, there is no better way to judge. Brothers, copy guys, get ready to do it. 5 kilometers. Will be there in minutes. After listening, Uchihano pulled out the small sword at his waist, and greeted the other 4 Jounin. These 4 people are about the same age as Uchiha, and they have only been promoted to Jonin for a year or 2, and their strength is much worse than him, but they are all Jonin anyway. He asked them to act together this time. After all, he is about the same age, and he is good at commanding. If it were the elders of the family, it would be his turn to be commanded. The green grass that can submerge the ankles has crystal water drops hanging from the tips of the grass blades, and the night is dewy and cold. As the chaotic footsteps passed by, the dew soaked into the shoes, the hard muscles on the pedestrian's face twitched imperceptibly, the biting cold, with the gusts of wind blowing, took away the little heat from the body. Traveling at night is a chore. Especially when crossing the mountain forest like this, there is no paved road, only thorns and weeds, and the rugged and steep terrain. In fact, most areas in the Land of Fire are vast plains, forests as vast as the sea, and few majestic mountains and rivers. Only in areas close to the border will there be complex terrain. Walking in the increasingly difficult wilderness and jungle, although the body is hard, but the spirit gradually has a touch of joy. The more rugged and difficult the feat, the more it shows that they are leaving this bustling land and returning to the land. The country of mountains where thunder rumble through the sky. The eyes of the cloud ninjas are full of brilliance. Even though the Land of Fire is the most prosperous in the world, but they have been lurking for so many years, but they still miss the hometown where the thunder echoes in their hearts. Even Kurikawa, who was like an iron man, showed a sign of softening his brows and eyes, but when he thought of Araki, who had disappeared without a trace, his brows immediately raised and wrinkled, and he felt a little uneasy. Captain, there are chakra fluctuations behind 1, 2, 3.89, a total of 9 chakras, and the amount of chakra is astonishing. Just at the entrance of Kurikawa's deep thinking, a cloud ninja suddenly exclaimed. His face was as pale as paper, and his voice was trembling. It's not that Yunin is as timid as a mouse, it's that the people who rushed into his perception from the rear were too vigorous, especially one of the chakras was as deep as the abyss, giving people a sense of infinity. If you want him to say it feeling in his heart, he can only say that it is simply a human-tailed beast. Unlike the 9 tails Jinchuriki captured around him, it doesn't have the evil and terrifying feeling of the tailed beast chakra, it's just pure chakra, human chakra, but the majestic and endless is far from what humans can have of. 9 chakras. Hee, we also have 9 people here, what are you afraid of? Seeing the frightened look of his subordinates, Kurikawa scolded in dissatisfaction. The useless bare appearance of his subordinates turned all the uneasiness in his heart into anger. Although that Yunin was unwilling, he wanted to argue that it was not because he was timid, but because the enemy was really aggressive. But when he met Kami Kurikawa's murderous eyes, he turned his words around and swallowed them back, obediently lowered his head and stopped talking. Among the 5 great ninja villages, Yanran village has the most clear distinction between the upper and lower ninjas, and the law is also the most stringent, but there is no one who disobeys the order, otherwise the butcher knife will fall directly, which is extremely ruthless. Therefore, there are almost no one in the Yanran charge. If you dare to back down, not only will you lose your head, but you will also be accused of being afraid of fighting. Yunin also takes this as an example that although it is not as harsh as the IWA nin system, it also values the superiority and inferiority of the upper and lower. Waiting for the middle and lower ninjas to dare not challenge the majesty of the upper ninja. Kurikawa frowned, although his heart was full of anger, but he didn't get carried away. Those who came were not kind, and those who were kind did not come. Araki disappeared, but Kanaha's people chased after him. He knew Araki even if he thought about it with his toes. Waiting for people is finished. Stop moving, cheer me up and prepare to meet the enemy. The cloud ninjas stopped immediately, and the 3 cloud ninjas formed a circle with Kushina as the center, and the rest ran into the forest. 2 or 3 people formed a team and dispersed, not all gathered together. Together. The small team system has already penetrated into the major ninja villages. 2 or 3 people who are familiar with each other form a team to avoid facing the enemy alone, but it will not make the team bloated and procrastinated due to too many people. The cloud ninjas present are all the second batch. The gathered elites are proficient in fighting, and they are not afraid even if they face Kanaha Anbi. Kushina closed her eyes silently. Although her hands couldn't form seals and she couldn't use Kagura's mind eye, she was able to concentrate and rely on the talent of the Uzumaki clan to perceive a range that wasn't too far away. But after a few breaths, she sensed the front and back 9 chakras, and they were rushing towards her direction at a high speed. Well, sensing the familiar chakra, Kushina almost exclaimed, but fortunately she stopped in time, but unfortunately bit her tongue. Her mouth was filled with a faint smell of blood, tears swirled in her eye sockets, but her heart was unprecedented. Peace of mind. The tyrannical chakras were like reassurance pills, and the restless heart instantly settled down. The eyeballs rolled around, looking at Ninja on the left and right, and began to think about how to resist in his heart, even if his hands were bound. The secret technique of King Kong's blockade does not require seals. However, it is necessary to see the right time to act, and to hold back the joyful mood. Kushina lowered her eyebrows and looked like she gave up resistance. Clang! The Tadeo entangled in the silent wind and the lightning shining blade intertwined, and the battle started in an instant. Uchiha's instantaneous body was extremely fast, and he rushed out first. With the instinct honed in bloody battles, he set his sights on Kurikawa at the first sight, the most dangerous guy in the Cloud Ninja team, with an expression on his face that if you don't have a murderous smile, you have to chew on such a hard bone to have a taste. Dismissed the brothers who wanted to help, and asked them to take care of a few little ones, and he entangled Haichuan alone. Turning around like a revolving lantern, under the moonlight, the dark shadows in the dim mountain forest moved like ghosts, and the sound of tinkling and crashing echoes in the forest, startling an unknown number of overnight birds. Kurikawa's face was so gloomy that he could drip water. After 2 or 3 rounds of fighting with Uchihano, his heart slipped towards the bottomless abyss. He stared at him and fought with his hands tied up, feeling extremely uncomfortable. If you change the time and place, no matter how difficult it is, with his skill, even if you lose, you can always retreat safely, but this time you can't retreat. For this operation, I don't know how much effort was wasted. The Kingdom of Fire's secret operation has used all its strength, and it is inevitable that it will be purged afterwards. Otoya roared excitedly, his face was flushed, and Guyu and his scarlet eyes turned rapidly like a wind wheel, and the sharp light directly hit Yun Nin's neck. Unlike being chased and killed by Yun Nin to a place of helplessness before, where he could only fight the crowd with a few, this time the number of each other was about the same, and there were a full 5 of them on their side. It's gone. With no scruples in his heart, the Tadeo in his hand is like a mad tiger out of the cage, showing its fangs unscrupulously, expressing the depression in his heart. Nigong Hao's body is still sealed in the scroll. Boom, strengthening of legs. Jitang, dull and introverted. Bang, the muscles in Guanyu's calf bulge strangely, the protruding muscles are as hard as stone, and the muscles bounce like firecrackers, the internal blood vessels are swollen, and the blood it was scorching hot, and the speed of the flow suddenly accelerated, and the trunk of the bucket thick and thin under his feet broke with a click, and his whole body rushed out like a fired shell. The figure flew across the air, pointing directly at the 3 cloud ninjas beside Kushina. This is a plan negotiated before the war. Their goal is always to save people, not to annihilate the secret work of Yun Ninja, which must not be mistaken. If the cart is turned upside down and no one can be rescued in the end, what's the use of killing all the cloud ninjas in this way? To put it bluntly, saving Kushina is the most important thing, or Kyuubi is the most important thing. Uchiha Ya and the other 4 Jonin from the Uchiha family took action together to deal with the masters among the cloud ninjas, while Guanyu and Minato cooperated to rescue Kushina. Wrist strengthening, open. The muscles of the forearm of the right hand holding the dagger swelled violently, the blue meridian protruded under the skin like a small snake, the jumping electric arc on the blade was suddenly compressed to the center due to the sudden acceleration, the thunder light solidified for a few minutes, and flew away. Yun Nin's long knife stabbed fiercely into the opponent's left chest. Draw the knife. Blood gushed out like a fountain. Yun Nin's face still had a bit of bewilderment and horror, and he didn't react until he died. Why did the speed suddenly become so fast? Why did the mere boy have such powerful strength? And swallowed with a feeling of unwillingness, with his last breath, his twitching body fell to the ground. Puffed. The blood-stained short knife cut through Yunin's main artery, and the blood splashed like a water pipe burst. No 2 Yunin covered his neck, waved the long knife in his hand helplessly, and lay down limply. Guanyu was stabbed again in the left shoulder, but fortunately, there was not much blood, and the wound healed in no time. Trading injuries for lives, Guanyu has become more and more comfortable with this style of play. Sister, it's all right. Guanyu looked at Juzine, and grinned, revealing her white teeth, contrasting with a string of blood splashed on her face. The remaining cloud ninja was tied up by Kushina with a Vidra blockade, and Minato directly wiped his neck, and the chains that bound Kushina were also easily cut off by Minato. Guanyu, your shoulder. Is it all right? Juzine moved his wrists, and he didn't look like he was being kidnapped. His expression was extremely calm, and his eyes fell on Guanyu's shoulders as soon as he turned around. However, through the tattered clothes, only black and red bloodstains were smeared. On the shoulder, it is smooth without any wound. So much so that Juzina hesitated when asking questions. It was indeed Guanyu's resilience that frightened people to death, and she couldn't even say that she was comparable to her strength. It's nothing serious, just make it up when you go back to the village. Guanyu moved his shoulders freely, with a nonchalant expression on his face. This injury is really nothing to him, the injuries he suffered before are really strong enough, compared with this knife now, it is like being bitten by a mosquito. Not much difference. Compared with his own injuries, he felt more distressed about the short knife in his hand. After many fierce battles, the life of the short knife has come to an end. Clearly visible cracks spread across the knife, giving people the feeling that it will be broken at any time. Ugh, sighing, Guanyu retracted the dagger into its sheath, took out another kunao, and stood with Kushina and Minato. At this time, the outcome of the battle between the 2 sides in the forest was already clear. The Konoha side is stronger, and the 5 Jonin are enough to crush the Cloud Ninja side. Except for Kurikawa's tyrannical strength, Yuzai and Uchihano's entanglement, the remaining Cloud Ninjas have been slaughtered. Damn, Konoha, these shameless guys. Kurikawa was extremely depressed, and secretly cursed the Konoha people for making a team of 5 Jonin, and all of them were Uchiha's. 2 Jounin, 5 Uchiha Jonin are enough to deal with nearly twice as many enemies. Normally speaking, it is rare to see so many Uchiha family Jonin acting collectively. However, after finally coming out of the common sense, he hit the jackpot. Kurikawa's mood has sunk to the bottom and floated a touch of despair. The defeat is set. Even though the other 4 Jonin from the Uchiha family did not join the battle, but Uchiha Ya was the only one, although as time went by, Kurikawa showed a tendency to fail. The blood successor Lemiter is the existence that stands at the pinnacle of the ninja world, this is the truth. Hateful. With a roar of unwillingness, carrying all kinds of envy and hatred for the blood successor Lemiter, Kurikawa's big head flew 17 or 8 meters away, and his burly body hit the ground with a thud, and there was a patch of red in midair. The blood mist slowly drifted down. Uchiha's eyes were bright red, and the whites of his eyes seemed to be stained with a touch of red. The boiling murderous intent was like boiling hot water, gurgling and steaming, and he couldn't rest for a while. Stretched out his foot and kicked the dead body under his feet. Sharinan swept around to confirm that this guy was dead. Uchiha yet curled his lips. Otoha, go and pick up the head, bring it back to the Yamanaka family to dig the bottom. There should be a lot of good things in it. Take this thing back with you. Every Jonin corpse is a treasure, especially their heads, whether it contains ninjutsu or information. They are very valuable. If you buy them on the black market, the starting price is tens of millions. Araki, that is, the Cloud Ninja Jonin who was killed by Guanyu, the body was collected by Guanyu. It was his spoils, and absolutely rich spoils. Otoha lightly put Kurikowa's head and body together. If you accidentally shake the brains inside into a paste, it will be worthless. It is still hot inside and has not cooled down, so be careful. Point. Well, someone is here again. IT should be Yunin's reinforcements. There are about 20 people. What should I do? Guanyu squinted at Uchiha. As the most powerful person here, it is obvious that this guy is now the leader of their group. 20 or so people. How about the strength of the chakra? It has been a week since the kidnapping of Kushina. A week ago, taking advantage of the full moon starting to fall in the sky, Uchiha led Guanyu and the others to wipe out a wave of reinforcements sent by Yunin, successfully harvested a wave of heads, and then leisurely returned to the village. Don't think too much about the next thing. Juzine was protected immediately, and a comprehensive inspection was done to ensure that she was not harmed. At the same time, Konoha launched the first high-level, large-scale, and super-intensive crackdown in history. The 3 generations personally sat in the town, and a large wave of ninja roamed the streets and alleys. Fleeing, revealing their sharp claws. According to the information pried out from a bunch of dead people's heads, coupled with Umbu's own investigation, a devastating blow was carried out against the spies of Kumo Shinobi, relying on Konoha village as the center, and spreading the scope of the strike to the entire fire country. The existence of spies is not only in Konoha village. To be precise, most of the spies who stay in Konoha village are ordinary people. With the small number of spy activities that have taken root and sneaked into the Konoha ninja system, most of the spies are outside Konoha village. Activities and support when necessary. Not to mention the energy and money spent on cultivating a qualified spy, the time spent alone must be calculated in units of years. However, this time, Yunin's spies in the Land of Fire were almost uprooted, and Yunin's spies suffered unprecedented heavy losses. It is true that there are too many intelligences in the heads of the ninjas, especially Kurikowa, as the leader of Yunin's spy against the country of fire. The contemporary patriarch of the Yamanaka family took action personally, and hollowed out Kurikowa's foundation. Even the thing that he drew a map on the bed when he was 3 years old was dug out one by one. In addition, Konoha's strong legion marched into the country of Tang, and confronted the Cloud Ninjas from the country of Frost on the opposite side. The atmosphere was extremely tense, and no one knew whether they would fight each other in the next moment. The tense atmosphere pervaded every corner of the Land of Fire, including the borders, the interior, and Muie village. Guanyu walked on the street, and greeted the pink-eyed people of Uchiha's house on the street. The other party squeezed out a stiff smile, which made it uncomfortable to watch. Laughed. It's so hot. Guanyu tugged at his collar, stuck out his tongue in a disfigured manner, and gasped like an old dog. Going out on a hot day is very difficult, and what is even more difficult is that there are no coolly dressed girls along the way, only the murderous security forces everywhere, all looking at passers-by with fierce eyes. They can be placed in the temple as Buddha statues. The spies of Yunin were wiped out, but there are other spies in Ninja Village, especially when the front line is at war with the Sand Ninja. The spies of the Sand Ninja in the rear are also quite active. Just take this opportunity to clean up. This made Guanyu extremely depressed. Guanyu, you did a great job this time. At the entrance of the Hokage building, Kato Duan looked at Guanyu who was coming, and reached out to pat him on the shoulder. Because of Kushina's incident, their original plan to go to the front line was forced to change, and they are still staying in the village. Because of the secret technique he mastered, Kato Duan himself ran around for several days, catching a large number of people were interrogated and executed, and today they can finally catch their breath. Good. Guanyu accepted Kato Dan's compliment with a smile. As a junior ninja, he killed a Jounin. This record is something to be proud of, and he is not guilty at all. Come with me. Kato Duan turned around and led the way. Guanyu followed behind him step by step, looking at the scenery on the left and right. The place was still as solemn and heavy as ever. The passing office staff kept their eyes on each other, with serious expressions, and trotted through the rooms with their documents in their arms. As expected of the Hokage building, the defenses are really tight. Guanyu murmured in his heart. He had already sensed 16 extremely powerful auras hiding in the corners along the way. Aside from these hidden defense forces, there were dozens of master guards on the surface. Don't look around. Don't say it when you feel it. Kato Duan grabbed Guanyu to his side and reprimanded him in a low voice. There are a lot of masters in the Hokage building. If you feel like this indiscriminately, and be careful to go out and be beaten. Even if you won't be beaten, you will be taught a lesson. No way, I didn't do anything. Is it necessary to be so small? Guanyu grinned, a little disbelieving. Don't believe it, kid, the security task is the hardest to do. It's okay to change it to other places, but it is basically impossible for the Hokage building to be invaded by enemies, so that these guys who are hiding are useless all year round. How painful it is, I don't need to say more about it. Guan Yu blinked silently. It turned out to be a group of guys who had nowhere to vent their anger. Ninjas are a group of guys with high energy and a strong desire to fight. They are used to the battlefield of iron and blood. Once they stay away from the battlefield for a long time, they will inevitably have similar symptoms. The excessive energy has nowhere to vent. Apart from practicing, it is to find someone fight. Generally speaking, in times of war like now, the above-mentioned situation is very rare, but no matter how rare it is, it means that similar situations exist. The powerhouses guarding the Hokage building are in this unfortunate situation. It's better not to provoke these guys. Obediently withdrew his gaze. Guan Yu was not indiscriminately perceiving the situation of the Hokage building, and followed Kato Dan to the door of Hokage's office. Soon, knock on the door and enter the house. The three generations sat behind the table, still in the old style, with neatly groomed mustaches under their chins, holding their beloved pipes with black stems and red mouths, and they were puffing clouds. The room was like a blue mist. Smoke filled the air. Through the thin smoke, Sanday's sharp eyes fell on Guan Yu. He was very curious in his heart. When he heard the news that Guan Yu had killed a Jonin, his curiosity exploded uncontrollably, but he still remembered his duties as Hokage, and considered that Guan Yu might need to rest for some days. That's why he endured not meeting Guan Yu for the first time. It has been delayed until today before we meet again. Guan Yu sighed in her heart. Her mother's guess was wrong, it was not a but. However, you did not receive the order and acted without authorization. This is not in compliance with the rules. The pipe in the third generation's hand lightly knocked against the corner of the table, and his sharp eagle-eyed pupils locked on Guan Yu. Although the result is thanks to you, if it wasn't for you, it is very likely that Jun Ren would succeed this time. But the rules cannot be violated. But there was no order saying that I had to stay in the village. I just took a walk at night. I happened to encounter you ninjas' misconduct. As a Konoha ninja, I couldn't stand by and watch. Guan Yu spread her hands, her eyes widened, and she looked at Sandai with a very innocent look. Hey, the third generation let out a chuckle of unknown meaning, and waved his hands to disperse the smoke in front of him. He probably felt that the smog in the room was a bit too much, and the visibility dropped a bit quickly. He stood up and opened the window, and the warm and humid wind the air blows in, and the room suddenly becomes much cleaner. Sitting down again, picking up the pipe, the third generation stared at Guan Yu, with a curved and upturned arc drawn at the corners of his mouth. He was actually in a very happy mood. The battle between the front line and Sand Ninja was at a stalemate, but with Sakumo in charge of the overall situation, he could at least sleep peacefully. However, taking advantage of such an opportunity, he almost uprooted the spies of Yunnan, not to mention the rise of a group of talented new stars such as Guan Yu, Minato, and Otoha. His outstanding performance made him want to laugh up to the sky. This is all from the village. Future. What a cunning, completely different from your old-fashioned temperament of your teacher. I can't figure out how to accept such an apprentice as you. Sandai cursed with a smile. Kato was motionless. He knew that the teacher was not referring to him, but Heitake Sakumo, who was presiding over the battle at the front line of the Land of Rain. Why, I'm trying to reason with you. Guan Yu showed a very honest smile, scratched her head shyly, and looked very embarrassed. Give me something and go to the front line. Don't fight with me here. I'll forgive you this time, but if there is another thing like this, weigh yourself, ninja. After all, you have to learn to obey the rules. Not every reckless act can bring the desired result. The reason why the rules are rules is because they have a reason for their existence, even if they have some flaws. Sandai took out a brand new light green vest from under the table, folded it neatly, and handed it to Guan Yu. He took the vest in a daze. Guan Yu blinked his eyes hard, the slightly rough touch from his fingertips, and the smell of the dye that had not completely dissipated from the tip of his nose all reminded him that the things in his hands were real existing. This is according to your performance. It is undoubtedly a waste of combat power to let you continue to be a Zongnin. Therefore, congratulations on your promotion to the Zongnin. Sarutobi grinned with a pipe in his mouth, but that it sounds a little weird. I always feel a little hostile. However, being able to become a Chunin is not bad. The Chunin is already the backbone of the battlefield. After breaking away from the cannon fodder level of the Genin, he becomes the captain of the team and leads the ninja to charge into battle. By the way, who else will be promoted to Chunin this time? Holding the vest, Guan Yu didn't leave immediately, but asked a question back. Wait a minute, I forgot to give you something. The third generation stopped Guan Yu, who opened the door and was about to leave. He groped in the drawer for a long time before he took out a green leather scroll, regular size, tied with a red velvet rope. Here you are, this is your spoil. The third generation threw the scroll to Guan Yu. This is what the people of the Yamanaka family extracted from the head of the Jonin that you beheaded. Because I have been busy catching spies these days, I just sorted it out yesterday. Take it back and study it slowly, or wait for you. Go to the front line, ask Shuomao for guidance. I see, thank you Hokage-sama. Guan Yu happily touched the scroll in his hand, then stuffed it into his sleeve. It's a good thing. Seeing Guan Yu's wide-eyed smile, Sandai picked up his pipe, hummed and laughed twice, and drove Guan Yu out with a wave. Broken, have you read that report? Sande stood by the window with his hands behind his back, his bright eyes reflected the figure of Guanyu walking out of the building. Looked. What do you think? That I can only say it's unbelievable. It's hard for me to organize words to describe the sense of surprised. I can't imagine that he is still human. Well, although it is very uncomfortable to say this way polite, but that sort of thing is so beyond human it's unheard of. Kato Duan smiled wryly, recalling the words and sentences in the report. A look of bewilderment suddenly appeared in his eyes. When he saw the report yesterday, he was in a bad mood. If he hadn't worked with Uchiha in the past, and knew that although he had a weird temper, he would never talk nonsense, he would have doubted the authenticity of the report. It feels like a joke. That I didn't hear clearly. What did you say? The third generation watched Guanyu disappear at the corner of the street, turned around, and looked at Kato Dan with a dull face. Yes, it can heal wounds without medical ninjutsu and seals. My teacher, the first Hokage, has such power. Kato's pupils shrank suddenly, his mouth mumbled, unable to make any sound. Be nice. The first Hokage, if you want to be so exciting, how can you pull out the first generation of Hokage? Seeing Kato Dan's reaction, Sande smiled wryly with empathy. When he saw the report submitted by Minato and Uchihano, he probably looked similar to Kato Dan now. The report is very detailed, and it focuses on the battle between Guanyu and Araki. Every detail is analyzed as much as possible, especially under Uchihano's Sharingan. The observation is very detailed. Yu's monster-like vitality was described in great detail. Jitengduan felt a little pain in his heart. It was almost the same as what he thought. This matter is easy to say, but it is the most difficult thing to do in practice. Generally speaking, when a Junin leads a team, the middle and lower ninjas under him are all cannon fodder that can be discarded. After all, the value of a Junin is far more than a group of middle and lower ninjas. But this is only generally speaking. It is aimed at those existences who lack potential and are basically hopeless to break through the top ninja in the future. Of course, these people account for % of the middle and lower ninja sequences. Very cheap. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is cannon fodder. However, gifted youths like Guanyu and Shenshu, who have a good family background and extraordinary aptitude, need to lead a team of Jounin to take good care of them. If something goes wrong with the genius under him, the leader of the team will also eat and die with him. Remember, the safety of the two of them is the most important. If necessary, you can give up the mission, give up other people around you, and even give up your own life. Of course, this is the worst case. All in all, the two of them are important. The third generation stared at Duan with a serious expression. I understand, don't worry, I will bring them back intact, even at the cost of my life. Kato Duan nodded solemnly. Go. 3 generations waved their hands. Kato Duan slightly bowed his head in salute, and backed out. In the corridor, I passed by the blonde boy, and I couldn't help but look back. The vitality comparable to the first generation of Hokage is really surprising. Or is this the power of the Uzumaki clan? In the dark secret room, there was an oil lamp on the table, and the big candle was quietly emitting light. It danced gently with the breathing of the figure behind the table, and the long shadow on the wall also swayed. Danzo crossed his hands on the table, rested his chin on his hands, lowered his head, and stared at the report spread out in front of him by the dim candlelight. Since he got the report 6 days ago, he has read it more than 20 times, and every time he feels an uncontrollable tremor in his heart. He is a disciple of the second generation of Hokage, but he is of the same generation as Sarutobi. He has also witnessed the legendary power of the first generation of Hokage. In this report, he seemed to see a tender young plant with the shadow of the first generation, struggling to grow up, toddling on the road of the first generation of Hokage to dominate the world. The future is limitless. Bloodline, a good background is really enviable. Danzo sighed softly, and there was undisguised envy in his eyes. He didn't have a strong bloodline, but was selected as a disciple by the second generation because of his extraordinary talent. Has reached middle age. A long enough life course has allowed him to see the superiority of blood successors. The presence or absence of blood successors has almost become a sign to distinguish between strong and weak. At the same level, blood successors are bound to be stronger than non-blood successors. This is already a public opinion. There are too few ninjas who can break this consensus. How is the result? Danzo raised his eyelids and looked at the ninja who appeared suddenly and half-kneeled in front of the table. The subordinate is incompetent. Uzumaki Kanyu has been staying with Nine Tails Jinchuriki. There are too many masters hiding in the dark to guard. The subordinate tried several times, but could not get close. The subordinate lowered his head deeply. Danzo frowned, his lips were tightly pursed, and the cross-shaped scars on his chin twisted slightly, highlighting his restless mood. Root has been established for a short time. After failing to compete with Sarutobi for Hokage, Danzo calmed down and began to focus on cultivating his own power. He did not agree with Sarutobi's naive and gentle strategy. Konoha does not need to be weak, but Hokage's authority is something he can't fight. All he could do was gather like-minded people, mainly those in the village who advocated martial arts, and set up a root organization. Sarutobi turned a blind eye to this, pretending that the power does not exist. It is good to gather the members of the martial arts faction in one place like this, so as to avoid troubles in 2 or 3 days, and with the constraints of the organization, it can be calmed down a little. He is confident that he can suppress Danzo's ambition with his own wrist. If it weren't for this, even though Danzo's methods are as good as the sky, there is no way to use Umbu, the old hen, to hatch his egg. Everyone who enters the route basically has the same philosophy as Danzo, using force to frighten the nations and restore the glory of the first generation of Hokage, instead of the gentle strategy that the third generation is now pursuing. It is the same concept, in order to attract many elites to join. In order to strengthen the route, Danzo tried his best to promote the idea of route, and recruited like-minded people. At the same time, he has a long-term vision, not just staring at the budding elite, but also paying attention to the huge cannon fodder of the ninja group. No matter how good a ninja is, he starts his legendary journey from cannon fodder. Among them, teenagers with extraordinary blood like Shenshu and Guanyu are the focus of attention. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gotten the report submitted by Uchihano and the others so quickly. Where is the whirlpool watching the moon now? Before I came down, I saw him enter the Hokage building together with Kato, and it is very likely that he is still inside now. Kato Duan, is it the art of spiritualization, TCH? It's a pity for talent. This kind of power should be in the route to exert the greatest power. What a waste, that fellow Sarutobi. What a waste. Muttering to himself expresses his envy and jealousy towards Sarutobi. Elite talents like Kato Dan don't have any roots now, but Sarutobi's entrainment is full of talents, it's hard not to envy him. Go to Whirlpool Guanyu openly and honestly, tell him our ideas, don't force him to make a choice, just express our beliefs. I believe in a genius like him, will make reasonable judgments. Danzo put away his messy thoughts and gave an order. Yes, this subordinate understands. The ninja kneeling on one knee responded loudly, forming mudras in his hands, and suddenly disappeared in place. Only the candle flame jumped up suddenly, and the shadow on the wall also swayed violently with the flickering candle flame. After leaving the Hokage building, Guanyu went straight to the house. The hot sun did its best to release light and heat. A thin layer of sweat formed on Guanyu's forehead, but her raised hair still stubbornly refused to fall down, and the crimson color made people feel hotter. Suddenly, the steps he took were taken back, and he stood up straight like a javelin, and the corner of his eyes swept around. Come out, who are you? What can you do with me? The popsicle wrapping paper left on the ground in the alley rolled and slid in the wind, and was trampled on the soles of the feet by the sudden straw sandals. Who are you? As for Umbu, do you have any explanation from the third generation, or? Guanyu frowned, looked at the person in front of him, dressed in Umbu, with a raccoon mask on his face, imposing. The word root swirled around his mouth, and swallowed it back. He didn't know what happened to the group now as Tibet formed this notorious organization in the future. Umbu of the raccoon mask didn't notice the word Guanyu swallowed back. His sharp eyes stared at Guanyu through the hole in the mask, and nodded slightly. I'm sorry to bother you at this time, but there are some things I want to chat with you, please forgive me. Sorry, I'm in a hurry, so just tell me if you have anything to say. Guanyu's impatient remarks interrupted the meaningless greetings, and now he really wanted to go home and take a good look at the scroll in his sleeve, instead of chatting with an Umbu in the hot weather. Choked. Umbu of the raccoon mask coughed lightly, but he couldn't see the expression on the face under the mask. His voice was still flat and dull, without waves. Since that's the case, I'll just say it bluntly. I'm a member of the Root Organization. This time I was ordered to convey some words to an adult. Root Organization. Guanyu narrowed his eyes, and his voice was slightly raised. His heart sank. It was really a root organization. This guy Danzo was planning to attack him, and before he knew it, his thoughts began to go astray again. But fortunately he reacted quickly this time. The other party, I spoke again. That's right, it's the Root Organization. Maybe you have never heard our name. It's normal. We didn't gather together for fame and glory. Our organization's long-cherished wish is to restore the first generation of Hokage when it swept the world. Dignity, use force to put down this chaotic ninja world. Now it is precisely because of the weak foreign policy. Like water flowing eastward, it flows endlessly. Don't you feel dry mouth even though it's a hot day? Thinking wildly in my heart. The blue veins on the forehead of Guanyu are throbbing, and the cicadas are singing from far and near, lingering in the ear. The noisy heartbeat is disordered, the scorching sun shines on the wall and the road, the air seems to be distorted and deformed by the high temperature. Regarding the speeches of the martial arts school, after listening to the beginning, he almost knew what would be said later, and he no longer had the desire to listen to it. But he didn't interrupt the other party's speech. Strictly speaking, Jen is Danzo, a guy with a bad reputation. He doesn't want to deal with him at all. If possible, he doesn't want to have any trouble with Jen now. That's why he patiently listened to the other party chattering about the spiritual philosophy of the Wudu faction, the ideals of the Root Organization, and so on. At the same time, Naruto building. After seeing off the group of guests, Guanyu and Kato, Minato, led by Anbi, stepped into the smoky room. The third generation is an old smoker. After Guanyu and the others left for a short while, the three generations closed the windows and smoked, puffing out clouds of smoke, and the room was full of smoke, like a fairyland. If it weren't for the smoke, it would be very difficult for non-smokers. It smells bad, but it's even more perfect. Cigarettes and peeping, these are his two hobbies. Perhaps like a teacher, there must be an apprentice. He taught 3 disciples of pornography, gambling, and drugs. Destiny is indeed an interesting thing. Lord Hokage. Minato's back is straight, like a vigorous pine and cypress growing in the garden, proud of the frost and fighting the snow. That kind of energy is really admirable. Waving his hand to repel Ambi, who led the way, the third generation looked at Minato with admiration. From the blonde boy, he could vaguely see his past self. The same background was ordinary. Strictly speaking, Minato's background was even more ordinary than his. Small is also a site of power, and the surname of Bofang is a proper commoner, and he also has the same talent, like a cone in his pocket, showing his sharpness. Don't be so nervous, take it easy, I didn't come here to reprimand you. Sandai laughed. Yes. Answering concisely, Minato maintained a cautious character, her rock-like solid body remained motionless, but the corners of her mouth outlined a proper arc, and a humble yet confident smile appeared on her handsome face. The third generation shook his head and smiled, not saying anything else. You did a good job in rescuing Kushina. You're too much, I just did my best. The smile on Minato's face turned into a wry smile, with dark clouds forming between his brows and eyes. I didn't do anything at all. Compared to Guanyu and Otoha, I'm not so good. Phew. Don't underestimate yourself. Your performance is very good. Let's not talk about it. I came to you this time to reward you. Naturally, someone will give you the reward that was originally given to you. However, that stupid apprentice of mine is very optimistic about you, wrote me a letter, saying that he wants to accept you as a disciple. Sandai paused, glanced at Minato, who was showing excitement, a smile flashed in his eyes, and continued. He asked me to ask you on his behalf, are you willing to be his disciple? The disciple is willing. Answer in seconds. Minato bent down, bowed and saluted, even if Jiraiya was not here. From the beginning to the end, neither of them mentioned Jiraiya's name, but this did not prevent the third generation gang from including Minato under the gate wall. Very well, in view of your achievements this time, your previous experience, and the fact that idiot fought for you, I allow you to choose the rewards for you. The third generation put the pipe on the ashtray with a smile, and lifted it from under the table. A huge scroll was taken out. This is the sealed book left by Master Naruto. It contains many powerful ninjutsu and forbidden techniques. You cannot learn forbidden techniques, but you can pick one of the ninjutsu and choose one of them. After giving Minato a few words, Madei handed the sealed book to Minato. To put it harshly, Minato's exploits are not enough to learn the ninjutsu on the Book of Seals. It's just that there is an old saying that leaning against a big tree can enjoy the shade. The former Minato was helpless, just an ordinary civilian ninja, with only one outstanding qualification to attract attention, and nothing else. However, now he is Jiraiya's apprentice, not a student in the ordinary sense, but a disciple who can inherit the mantle. Becoming Jiraiya's disciple means that he has now climbed the towering tree of the Senshou series, the strongest tree in Konoha village. Master. This is Konoha's biggest backing. It is precisely because of this that Jiraiya has the face to give him the opportunity to learn the ninjutsu on the Book of Seals. If it were not for this reason, he would probably never know the existence of the Book of Seals for the rest of his life. Maybe the village would reward him a couple of times. Ordinary ninjutsu is over. This is the difference between having a backing and not having a backing. Minato sat on the sofa with the Book of Seals in his arms, and carefully spread out the huge scroll on the sofa. Under the gaze of Sandai, he quickly glanced at the ninjutsu recorded on it. Sealed book. Hearing the name, one knows that this thing is not simple. A very powerful illusion is applied on the scroll. The reader can only see the name of each ninjutsu and a little content at the beginning, so that people can understand the characteristics of this ninjutsu, while not being directly learned. Forbidden techniques such as reincarnation of the dirty earth are even more blurred, and the name cannot be seen directly. There is only a soft white light, rippling and shining like flowing water. Minato browsed at a very fast speed. After a short while, he finished reading most of the scrolls. Suddenly, his blue eyes froze, staring at the column of words on the scroll. Master Naruto, can I learn this ninjutsu? After half a minute of silence, his finger landed on the scroll, pointing to a column of text. Flying Thunder God Art. The third generation stretched out his head to look over, and froze for an instant, blinked his eyes, and hesitated in his heart. He also didn't expect Minato to choose this ninjutsu. This is an S-level ninjutsu, and it is also the most difficult among all S-level ninjutsu. He thought Minato would choose an A-level ninjutsu. Few people would learn such S-level ninjutsu. S-level ninjutsu, the most difficult type of ninjutsu in the ninja world, can also be called esoteric level. It is no longer a ninjutsu that can be mastered simply by hard work. Talent, aptitude, hard work, and some necessary conditions, and even luck, are indispensable. Among them, the jutsu of Flying Thunder God is even more famous. It is a ninjutsu developed by the second generation of Hokage, and by virtue of it, it won the title of No-Speed in the ninja world. Since the second generation, many people have tried to learn this art space ninjutsu, but all failed without exception. So far, the technique of Flying Thunder God is still only mastered by the former second generation Hokage. Minato, you are sure you want to learn this ninjutsu? If you choose it well, you won't be given a chance to regret it. Let me tell you in advance that even I couldn't learn this ninjutsu. Sandai looked at Minato solemnly. Well, I'm sure I want to learn. Minato nodded, with a serious look on his face, and also solemnly answered Miday's question. Well, I hope you can reproduce the reputation of speed in the ninja world. Sandai sighed softly, then gave Minato his blessing, began to form seals in his hands, and at the same time instructed Minato to press his palm on the scroll with blurred words. A white and dazzling light suddenly emerged from the scroll. Minato closed his eyes suddenly, his head felt dizzy, as if he was suffering from heat stroke, but suddenly found some more words in his mind. The practice method of flying thunder god art, it has been deeply etched in his memory. Okay, here's something for you, and one more thing, let me tell you in advance, in order to protect Fei Lei Shen's art from leaking, I have left a protective spell in your head. If anyone wants to spy on Fei Lei Shen's art, if you do this technique will activate, destroy your brain, and protect the integrity of Fei Lei Shen's technique. The third generation put away the sealed book and instructed Minato at the same time. The young man subconsciously touched his head, being planted with a protective spell. It felt a bit strange, but he didn't feel disgusted. Although he hadn't seen similar things before, he had heard of them anyway. That this was a very normal period in the ninja world, so don't take it as a disobedience. I see. His voice was a little trembling. Even if he was as calm as Minato, it was inevitable that he would be agitated and unable to hold himself at this time. To be honest, for a long time, compared with Guanyu and Otoyu, he does not have the bloodline of an ancient famous family, the powerful blood succession boundary, and even in the practice of ninjutsu, there is no room for choice. That he can only repeat tempering wind chakra's nature changes. The reason why he was able to cultivate the change of Fang Dun's nature to an extremely profound level was that on the one hand, he was talented enough and put in enough effort, and on the other hand, it was because he had no choice but to hone this point repeatedly. The helplessness of civilian ninjas is undoubtedly revealed. Fortunately, he has made it through. In the ninja world, apprenticeship is a very important thing. Some people even jokingly call it the second reincarnation. Although there are some exaggerated elements, it is still very appropriate in general. Apprenticeship is a commoner ninja who changes his family. It doesn't matter if you don't have a good background, as long as you can worship a good teacher, you can wait for the express train to King Yun. Sandai looked at the excited Minato, touched the neatly trimmed mustache under his chin, and became very happy. Although it is not clear whether Minato can learn the technique of flying Raijin, but with that extraordinary talent and aptitude, his future achievements are bound to be high. Midei began to wonder whether he should think of other ways to teach other simpler and more practical ninjutsu. Give the Watergate. When Minato became Jiraiya's disciple, Midei's thinking changed instantly. Minato was already his own person, and he became more and more worried about things that his teacher should worry about. Forget it, let that idiot Jiraiya worry about it, it's nothing for me to work hard here. Laughing at himself, Sandai smiled wryly and shook his head. He was teaching his apprentice to be addicted. Lord Hokage in the alley. Guanyu tried very hard to show a kind smile, but unfortunately, for some reason, the muscles that were usually under her control were so stiff that she couldn't control it at all. In desperation, he simply kept a straight face, expressionless, just like Otoha when they first met, as cold as an iceberg, as if wearing a mask. Thinking about it this way, the Uchiha family seems to have a lot of facial paralysis. Is this also a specialty of the Uchiha family? My mind suddenly drifted away. Umbu of the raccoon mask looked at Guanyu in confusion. What does this guy mean? Look down on people, in front of him repeatedly distracted. Do you think he can't see it? Hack! Angrily cursed secretly in his heart. Fortunately, he still kept in mind Danzo-sama's entrustment. He was only here to pass on the message, not to make trouble with others, and the person in front of him is not only not weak in his own strength, but there is also a big Buddha standing behind him. Hey, take Sakumo. Konohama's has a bad reputation. He doesn't want to provoke this great Buddha. Cough cough. With a light cough, Guanyu regained consciousness. The next thing I have said is over. I hope you can think about it carefully. Gen. Welcomes like-minded comrades in arms at any time. Taking a deep look at Guanyu, Umbu's masked raccoon face formed seals in his hands, and the wind picked up under his feet, disappearing from the spot. The popsicle wrapping paper rolled up with the warm fumigated wind, and then glided slowly at low altitude. After flying out, it fell because of the weak wind, and it stuck to the road paved with large irregular bluestones. Comes and goes like the wind, how capricious. What else is added to the root? Tisk, you have taken the wrong medicine. How could you add the root? Go dreaming. After spitting hard, Guanyu seemed to let out the depression in her heart. Her expression became calm again. She took a step and strode towards the house. Naruto building. A root person, this guy Danzo really refuses to stop. Isn't the Uchiha family not enough for him? Sandai stood in front of the window, looking at the high and low buildings in the village, speaking in a soft voice, with a very calm expression, as if he was not surprised by Danzo's actions. When will I be able to change my nature? When I see something good, I feel like I'm holding it in my arms. Do I still think I'm a child? It's really a headache. Umbu in front of the table bowed his head deeply, not daring to speak. This is not something he can interrupt, he just needs to obey orders. The third generation turned around and walked to the table, opened the brocade box on top of the table, the crystal ball the size of a melon, crystal clear and spotless. It can be seen that it is carefully taken care of on weekdays. However, the outstretched hand was hanging in midair and did not fall down for a long time. You said that the root man met with the whirlpool Guan Yu in the alley. Yes, the person at the root appeared directly in front of the vortex watching the moon. Although he was in the alley, he didn't deliberately cover up his whereabouts. Moreover, there were few pedestrians there recently because of the martial law, and it was not a secluded place. That's it, I know the matter, let's go down. Sande closed the box again, dismissed Umbu who had reported the letter, and pondered silently with a pipe in his mouth. Smoke filled the room again. Underground base. So, Whirlpool viewing the moon is not interested in our ideas. Danzo read the scroll in his hand, without looking at the dark part of Tanuki's face mask. His voice was indifferent without any fluctuation. Yes. The personality of a genius, it's really a headache. He uttered an emotion very similar to that of the third generation, and at the same time he looked at the words on the scroll seriously, with two purposes in one mind. But forget it, let's talk about it when he comes back alive from the battlefield. Kid, they are all so naive, after they roll around among the dead and experience what real war is, they will know how insignificant is it to kill a mere jonin. Forget it, what's the use of telling you these things, let's go down. Suddenly feeling a little lost, Danzo closed his eyes and leaned back on the back of the chair. Danzo turned his head and looked at the rock wall on the right until the Umbu retreated. Not long after the root organization was established, everything was very simple, including this underground base. The room maintained a rough beauty, with uneven walls, and even many sharp corners on the rough rock walls that had not been smoothed. Be careful to bump your head, and you will definitely end up with a brain burst. Sarutobi, it doesn't fit your Hokage status to hide and hide, or is it that you can't do it anymore and are you going to abdicate to give up your position? On the rock wall on the right, the gray rock suddenly twisted, and the figure of the third generation slowly appeared. Under the dim candlelight, a huge black shadow enveloped the wall on the right, shaking violently. My health is very good. After I continue to work for another 32 years, I will consider abdicating. You don't need to worry about me. This person has nothing to do with you. It should be said that they are from the same family. The three generations faced Danzo, and they spoke a lot more casually. They sarcasm back without mercy, and violently uncovered the scars in Danzo's heart. Failed to be Hokage. This is Danzo's most regrettable thing, and I can't help but regret it every time I recall it. Speaking of which, when the first Hokage passed away and the second Hokage was in power, his chances of succeeding to the throne for the third generation were no less than that of Sarutobi. Sarutobi said that he is the direct disciple of both the first generation and the second generation, but if you look carefully, you will find that the first generation has only one apprentice, Sarutobi, while the second generation has received Danzo, Mitamanyan, and Zwanju Kohara. Personal. It's clear at a glance. The second generation claimed to be Sarutobi's master, but it was just to protect the only disciple of the first generation. It is not uncommon for people to leave tea to cool down. Moreover, Sarutobi's aptitude is excellent, and the second generation can just give pointers to one or two, so as not to be abandoned up. As for the candidate for the third generation, the second generation hesitated for a long time. Both Sarutobi and Danzo are so excellent that it is difficult for the second generation, known for their shrewdness and decisiveness, to make a choice. One is the personal disciple of the deceased elder brother, and the other one is an apprentice he cultivated carefully. Until he was in a desperate situation, the last test in the second generation's life, Danzo retreated, but Sarutobi persisted. Just because of this difference of thought, Danzo passed by the seat of the third generation, and has never been there since. Not caring about Danzo's bad attitude at all, Sarutobi smoked in the dark room, holding a pipe as if no one else was around. Whirlpool Guan Yu is Shuo Mao's apprentice, so don't get lost in thinking about whether you should do it or not. Slowly exhaling a beautiful smoke ring, the eyes of the third generation are as deep as an abyss, as calm as a cold pool. Looking at them, I feel that my heart is about to freeze and stop beating. The majesty is like a mountain, and there is a terrifying power in that thin body. Strength. However, this kind of oppression may be able to overwhelm the other party by changing individuals, but it is a pity that it has little effect on old fritters like Danzo. Do you really think I'm an idiot, Sarutobi? Have you given up on thinking since you became Hokage? The people who join Gen are all people who follow the same philosophy. No matter how talented the Uzumaki boy is, if he without the same belief and ambition, such a person would never be accepted. Danzo retorted that, facing the 3 generations of rivalry, he refused to give in at all. Have you preached your radical theories to him? The third generation narrowed his eyes, his gaze was like an arrow, terrifying. Danzo's implication is very clear, he will not use strong means to force Guan Yu to join the route, but if Guan Yu asks to enter the route, he will not refuse. You have a good idea. The third generation looked at Danzo coldly for a few seconds, and the heavy momentum like a mountain filled the whole room. It was not until Danzo saw sweat on his forehead that he suddenly let go. This time it's even, let's not have a next time, otherwise there is no need to exist at all. Danzo didn't refute this time, he knew Sarutobi very well, and understood that this was not a joke, although he talked about Sarutobi's weakness, but he knew best that Sarutobi's ruthlessness was nothing to him, and he didn't a terror that is willing to fight. If you have time to mess around with the little guys, you should keep an eye on Uchiha. I really want to know how many Junin they have. This time, for Junin suddenly appeared, and next time there will be 8, 12. Do what you should do well. I hope Jen can give me a satisfactory answer. The voice still echoed, and the figures of the 3 generations disappeared into the room. Danzo's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. After a long silence, he slapped the table with a slap. In an instant, the wind knives danced wildly. The huge wooden table was directly cut into a pile of pieces of wood, and the documents on the table were also torn into pieces. Pieces of waste paper flew like butterflies, and the oil lamp was not spared. The lamp oil was spilled, and the bean-sized flame spread instantly, igniting the scraps of paper and wood, and the raging flame rose half a meter high. Sarutobi. Unable to suppress the depression in his heart, Danzo roared like a beast. With a flick of his sleeve, he instantly sucked out the air in the place where the flames were burning in front of him. Black smoke. Danzo-sama, what happened? The movement in the room alarmed the guards outside. Come in, someone, and clean the room. After the roar, Danzo quickly restored that black face. Umbu pushed the door in and saw the burnt debris on the ground. Without saying a word, he quickly cleaned it up. In less than 10 seconds, he cleaned it up and ordered his staff to bring in a new table. The oil lamp was placed on the table and began to emit that dim light. The bastard Uchiha is a group of cancer. The evil fire all tilted towards the head of the Uchiha family, and Danzo began to greet the Uchiha family intimately in the underground base, and the roar echoed in the long corridor like thunder. Good stuff. Sitting on the thick branch of the cherry tree, leaning against the straight trunk, Guan Yu opened the scroll, and was deeply attracted by it after only one glance. The cherry blossoms have withered long ago, only the thick green leaves are luxuriant to the extreme, and the thick branches and leaves are piled up like open parasols, tightly blocking the glare of the sun. Moan out loud. This is .o, control the frequency of the current, stimulate neuromuscular contraction, strengthen every muscle, maintain muscle elasticity, and increase muscle tension. Wow, these cloud ninjas really know how to play. Good stuff, really good stuff. The scroll records all the useful things that Araki took out of his brain, some Thunder Dungeon techniques, such as the electric snake he used, and his experience in the cultivation of Thunder Dungeon. I have to praise the Yamanaka family for their powerful secret techniques. Looking at the detailed information, he wondered if Araki wrote it down on his own initiative. Compared with the Thunder Escape technique recorded above, Guan Yu is more interested in Araki's experience in Thunder Escape practice. He does not lack ninjutsu. The huge heritage accumulated by the Uzumaki clan has not been completely destroyed with the invasion of Miss Ninja. The most essential part of it was handed over to Sakumo by the Great Elder as early as when he met with Sakumo. He was extremely daring. Move. But there is still some basis for the saying that people grow old and smart. The Great Elder had a good eye for seeing people. After Shuomao brought their siblings back to Kanaa, when they settled down, he returned all the things that the Great Elder gave him to the siblings intact. A large box of sealing scrolls. It contains the most essential treasures of the Uzumaki family, such as the Uzumaki family sealing technique, the experience of the elders in the practice of the sealing technique, and some powerful high-level ninjutsu. The 5 major escape techniques are involved. In addition, there is also Uzumaki. All the death masks from the Nemean Hall were brought over. There are so many good things, it is impossible for another person not to be envious, but Shuomao has never opened it once from the beginning to the end, which can be said to be trustworthy. And after coming to Kanaa, the siblings received preferential treatment from the Senshou clan. The elder Mito alone gave the siblings a lot of things, and the house they live in now is one of the gifts. Therefore, the 2 brothers and sisters are very rich. The palm knife was swung in vain, and the silver-white electric light drew magnificent traces in the air, and the piercing sound of electric chimes echoed in the small courtyard. But the momentary enthusiasm comes quickly and goes away even faster. Riding on a tree, practicing palm splitting in the air, to vent the energy in my heart. Cloud ninjas are not leeks in the field, they can be cut if they wanted. A cloud ninja that is too weak is not worth picking up a corpse even if it is killed, and a stronger one is not easy to eat. In order to kill Araki, the price he paid was not too light, and in the end, without the help of Minato and Otoha, it would be difficult to say who would live and who would die. It's still too weak. With a sigh, Guan Yu rolled up the scroll and put it away, making seals with both hands. Shadow clone technique. A dozen or so clones spread out in the yard, each demarcated a certain area, and then began to temper the changes in the nature of the lightning escape chakra. The things recorded in the scroll gave him a lot of emotion. Like a symphony conducted by a poor musician. Fortunately, the neighbors around are all ninjas, and they are basically on the field because of the war. Otherwise, he is already disturbing the people. Thunder done, control the frequency of the current. The direction of current flow is also interesting. Well, the current increases. The shadow clones were very involved in the experiment, and there would be a bang from time to time, and the excessive or out of control electric current directly caused the explosion, and the clones instantly turned into light smoke and disappeared. This kind of thing is also very common. Guan Yu's main body shuddered, and the memory of the shadow clone would be transmitted back to the main body. Fortunately, it was limited to the memory before the annihilation, and the part of the painful experience that led to the demise of the clone would not be returned to the main body, otherwise this technique would become a kind of torture. The avatar is practicing ninjutsu, and studying the power of the fruit of everyone. God knows what the final result would be if the rescue of Kushina hadn't been based on the various abilities developed by the human fruit. This has strengthened his determination to develop the fruit of everyone, on the one hand because of the huge untapped potential of the fruit of everyone, and on the other hand, it is also the only thread of fate between him and the vague memory of his previous life. As I grew up in this world, the memory of the previous life gradually became blurred. Sometimes when I woke up in the morning, I would have a dreamlike illusion, as if the so-called previous life was just a big dream. No panic, just a wordless sense of loss. Fruit for everyone. How should I do it? Sitting on the big tree, Guan Yu fell into deep thought. The development of fruit ability is a very mysterious thing. So far, he has only superficially strengthened some limbs, so as to increase explosive power, jumping ability and other abilities in a short period of time. Although very useful, especially in actual combat. The battle with Araki was thanks to various strengthening abilities, but he felt that this was not the real power of the fruit of everyone. Superficial, everything is so superficial. The power of everyone's fruit is by no means such a simple and superficial thing, it is a deeper, more mysterious power. However, there is no way to start, relying on that vague intuition is useless. Come on a little bit, don't be impatient, you can't eat hot tofu if you are impatient. The white and sharp tip of the scalpel gently slid down the forearm, cutting through the skin, subcutaneous tissue, and muscle fibers. Blood beads suddenly burst out, and a thin red line appeared on the left arm. Indifferently, let his shadow clone dissect him. This is one of the methods of experimentation. The fruit of everyone, after pondering for a long time, he still felt that the word human would eventually fall on it, so it is necessary to understand the composition of the human body. With this in mind, he started the journey of vivisection of himself. Well, I feel perverted after doing it several times. How could you come up with such a bad idea? You're talking like this idea has nothing to do with you. Enduring the pain from his left arm, Guan Yu squinted at the shadow clone in front of him. That's true. Well, the healing speed is 0.3 seconds faster than last time. The tempering between life and death is really effective. The clone pinched the watch, calculating the healing speed of the wound that was cut on the upper arm. After all, I almost died, the internal organs almost didn't shake out at the time, and thinking about it now makes me feel uncomfortable. If I didn't make any progress, wouldn't I cry to death? But 0.3 seconds, this time it really is. Should I say that the progress is great or small? It's already very good. I just said before that I can't be impatient, but now I'm so greedy that it's a typical inconsistency. Do you want to complain so much? Guan Yu looked at her shadow clone, the corners of her eyes twitched. She came here to find fault. Don't move around, you're going to continue with the knife. The avatar looked indifferent, the sharp scalpel was wiped clean, the snow-white blade had a touch of shiny luster, it lightly rested on the calf, and then cut it cleanly. The summer night came very late, and when the red sun in the sky reluctantly left, it was already past 7 o'clock. Guan Yu, it's time to eat. Juzine's voice sounded, and with a little strengthening of the sense of smell, he could smell the rich aroma. Coming. Throwing away the dumbbells in his hand, Guan Yu released all the shadow clones. Fatigue surged up like the tide at high tide, his eyes became a little sore, his brain was dizzy, and he staggered towards the house. Take a bath, go to the bath first, and relieve fatigue with a hot bath. It tastes delicious, pork chop curry. Well, to strengthen the sense of smell, isn't this the same as the secret of the Inyazuka family? Are the skills the same? Haha, sure enough, the potential of everyone's fruit is unlimited. I was thinking about some messy things in my mind, until the moment I stepped into the hot water, my brain was instantly emptied, and the comfortable feeling made me wish I could just fall asleep in the bathtub. That you can really do it. If you drown in your own bathtub, you will definitely become the stupidest person in Muye village. Sister, I was wrong, can we let this one go? And I am sure that it is impossible to drown. Guan Yu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She soaked for a long time in the bath, but was dragged out by Juzine, thinking that he was drowning, so she babbled and preached until now the meal was finished. Hey, why, obviously, I also put in a lot of effort. Why did you get promoted to Chinin? It's not fair at all. Otoya yelled indistinctly, feeling too excited. Sherinan opened involuntarily, his scarlet eyes were full of jealousy, and he looked at the tender green vest on Guan Yu's body with envy. Can't you be quiet, maggot? The girl has cold eyebrows and cold eyes, her cold and sharp gaze is like a long sword, which can stab people right through, and someone with a more sensitive heart may cry. However, Otoha didn't respond to this, and it completely degenerated. The nobility and glory of the Uchiha clan were all placed under his buttocks, and he wailed with no demeanor at all, causing Kushina to laugh at the sight. Stand up. Barbecue Q, on the second floor by the window. With the open windows, gusts of fresh air blow in, taking away a little of the heat from the charcoal fire, and the aroma of meat fat drifts away in the wind. Barbecue Q is rarely full, or the second floor is empty with only a group of people watching the moon. With the turmoil in recent days and the pressure of the war, fewer and fewer people are in the mood to go out to eat, especially the big fat man from the Chu Taoist family. Many of them have set foot on the battlefield one after another, and these are the main customers of Barbecue Q. The boss and the proprietress are still sighing, sincerely praying that the big fat people of the Chu Taoist family can come back safely. This is Kushina and Otom specially summoning everyone to celebrate Guanyu's promotion to Zongnin. Kushina, Otom, Otoha, Minato, Noeki, and Hinata Tenzin, who had just returned to the village after completing the mission, everyone had a dinner together. Guanyu, you are such a pervert that you just graduated and became a Chunin in a blink of an eye that you will definitely rank among the top few in the record of the fastest promotion to a Chunin in the village. Well, be careful when you go out and get caught by someone beat. Ryu Xiantianshan looked at Guanyu, but his eyes couldn't help falling on the tender green vest. The young man felt envious and jealous. Chunin, after only a few days of not seeing each other, he went out to perform a mission, and when he came back, he heard that this guy was promoted to Chunin. For youngsters like them who have just graduated, Junin is still out of reach, and early promotion to become a Kunin is their most simple and palpable wish. But a certain bastard, who graduated in only 7 days, he didn't do any serious tasks, so he became a Chunin. The mood is like knocking over the 5-flavored bottle, both envious and a little happy. Among the 7 people present, only Guanyu was promoted to Chunin. Whether it was Minato or Otoha, although they performed extremely well that night, they were not promoted to Chunin. According to the 3rd generation, the 2 of them were still a little short of merit. The main force who killed Araki was Kanya. Help, but not enough. However, with the strength of Minato and Otoha, when they went to the battlefield and chopped off 2 more heads, the Chunin did not run away. That is, sooner or later. If someone beats me up, I will definitely go to you too and beat me back. With eyes wide open, Guanyu picked up a piece of sizzling pork belly, dipped it in some hot sauce, and put it in his mouth, with a happy expression on his face. Brilliance. While eating the barbecue quickly, he was still arguing with Tianshan and Yayu. Tianshan, are you going to the front too? Minato held a glass of juice, took a sip slowly, and changed the subject. Well, we set off the day after tomorrow, but we are going to the country of Sichuan, the garrison of the western border. Speaking of which, we just came back from there not long ago, and now we have to go there again. It feels strange. How about you, Minato? You were staying in the village. Still, Tianshan stopped bickering with Guanyu and chatted with Minato. We're going to the front too, but it's not the land of rivers, but the land of rain. Minato responded. Haha, then I'm luckier than you guys. I don't want to go to the land of rain again. I'll get moldy if I stay there. Tianshan smiled complacently, raising his eyebrows obliquely. The land of rain is always cloudy and rainy all year round, which is really unpleasant. The order is like this: there is no way. Minato shook his head and sighed. He didn't like the rainy land very much, and he was obsessed with the flying thunder god technique, and he didn't want to go to that kind of place at all. The UT.AN order is an order, without them disobedience room for. The first thing a ninja learns is not to fight, but to obey. This is how they were taught to grow up. Obedience to orders has been deeply engraved in their bones and has become their instinct. Tisk tisk, you have suffered this time. Tianshan smiled and felt much happier. Happiness is all based on the misfortune of others. Actually, I think it's the same everywhere. After all, it's fighting sand ninja. In fact, it's okay in the land of rain. The continuous rainy environment will definitely have a greater impact on sand ninja than ours. Naoki interjected. That's right, it's said that the whole place in the kingdom of wind is desert. We must kill a few more sand ninjas this time. For sand ninja, be careful of their puppet masters. It is said that those insidious guys are accustomed to using poison. The frontline troops have lost a lot because of these guys. Is it poisonous? Something disgusting. The topic gradually extended to the war. After all, it was a time of war, and everything revolved around the war, which could not be shifted by anyone's will. After the dinner was over, everyone dispersed quickly. We are about to go to the front line, and it is already the limit to find time to have a meal together. This time is different from their previous internships on the battlefield as students. They are real soldiers. However, no one dares to say that he can leave the battlefield alive. On this point, even a master like Sakumo would not dare to guarantee it. On the battlefield, especially the battlefield of ninjas, the weak will defeat the strong, 1 against 1,000, a sudden explosion, a Jedi counterattack, etc. Unbelievable things are possible. It was not uncommon for ships to capsize in gutters on the battlefield, not to mention these young people. Far from being called big ships, they were at best small sampans, and a slightly larger gutter could swallow them all. So I have been busy making preparations for the past few days. After all, although I have to burn incense on weekdays, I still have to hug the temporary Buddha's feet if I can. It doesn't matter. The main battlefield for the battle with Sand Ninja is in the land of rain and part of the northern border of the country of the river, and this time I went to the southern border of the country of the river, to fill the vacant patrol there. Speaking of this, Tianshan paused for a moment, showing a smug smile, and then continued, that is to say, basically he won't confront the enemy head-on. Indeed, compared to the frontline troops in the land of rain, where the death rate remains high, the front lines near the kingdom of Kawasaki are very peaceful. Sand Ninja's offensive focus is not here. Tianshan's complacency is understandable, and it is only natural to choose a safer mission than going to the frontline bloody battle in the land of rain. In that case, it's very difficult to gain military merits. It takes a long time to become a Chunin according to the order. Of course, it is also possible to be a Zongnin for a lifetime. There are quite a lot of such cases. With a cold smile in Guanyu's eyes, she straightened her back naturally and stretched out her hand to stretch the tiny folds on the vest. Show off. Show off naked. The behavior is simple and crude, but the effect is very good. The face of the lazy boy in kimono is blue. Looking at the expression on Guan Yu, it is really indescribable. Hateful. The teeth were grinding and creaking, the corners of the eyes twitched uncontrollably, and Tianqian felt that something was broken in his heart. Guan Yu, what are you talking about? Shut up, it's just promoted to Chinen, how difficult it can be. An unexpected kick came from behind, and he was deceived by his perception, and he staggered forward and jumped out. Fortunately, he is now very proficient in controlling his body. Controlling the muscle movements of his waist and legs, he stabilized his figure smoothly. Looking back at the angry Juzine, the corners of Guan Yu's eyes twitched. The area covered by the firepower was too large, and he couldn't stop accidentally touching the ammunition depot next to him and blowing it up. Tianqian left quickly. Judging by the expression on his face before leaving, it is very likely that the country of Sichuan will not be able to go, and everyone will most likely meet in the country of rain. Hey, what are you talking about? What if Tianqian really wants to go to the land of rain? Kushina stared at Guan Yu. Just go, ninja, wouldn't it make sense not to go to the battlefield? Guan Yu spread her hands with an innocent look on her face. Yu Juzine was so blocked that he couldn't speak, his eyebrows were lowered, his hands stuck out like lightning, fast, steady, precise and ruthless. All 4 key points were missing. He grabbed Guan Yu's ears and started twisting twists. Sister, I was wrong, I know I was wrong, be merciful, be merciful. Rubbing her red ears, Guan Yu followed behind Juzine and asked, Sister, how did you do that kick just now? I was kicked out by you without even noticing. Want to know? When asked what he was proud of, Juzine raised his head. Kaiying's nose was high, and he immediately forgot what happened just now, squinted, and looked at Guan Yu with triumphant eyes. Hey, don't think that you are the only one who is practicing at home every day, and I am not idle. My Kagura mind has improved again. Not only can I perceive, but now I can also hide my own breath in reverse. It is a very practical skill. How about it? Are you envious? What Juxina said was very simple, but Guan Yu clicked her tongue when she heard it. Kagura Mind Eye is a secret technique that belongs to the Uzumaki family. It is not easy to practice it, but he has a deep understanding. Even with the help of the fruit of everyone, he has only mastered the power of Kagura Mind Eye perception and hides it in reverse own aura. This kind of thing has no clue at all. Well, I'm very envious. Guan Yu honestly expressed her feelings. Since you are envious, go back and practice hard. The 2 siblings laughed and went home. Going to go, okay, I didn't expect everyone to come, it's so early. The cemetery, here is the place opened by Muye village to bury the ninjas who died in the village. Everyone who sleeps here has lived and died for the village. When they died, they were buried here for future generations come and worship. Gonghao Cemetery is also in a corner of the garden, occupying a small place. The stone tombstone was polished as smooth as a mirror, engraved with Naigonghau's name. Under the name was the imprint of Kanaha, and in front of the monument were bunches of flowers, white chrysanthemums, yellow chrysanthemums, and white lilies. If you don't come earlier, if you don't catch up with the assembly time, you will be punished. Minato clapped his hands, bowed to salute, and spoke to Kushina. Kushina and Guan Yu, Otoha and Otome, Minato and Tenzin, the 6 of them rushed over early in the morning. Before the meeting time, the sky was dark and the sky had not yet brightened. There was heavy dew on the grass. A very loud insect chirping can be heard. After all, Tianqian did not go to the country of Sichuan, and used the power of the Hyaga family. Like Guan Yu and the others, they were all on the front line to the country of rain. Like him, he voluntarily gave up the safer mission and chose to go to a more dangerous place instead. Soon approved. Minato, do you know who our new instructor is? Kushina opened her mouth and asked. It's not clear, the order just said that our new instructor is on the front line of the rain country, and someone will pick us up when we arrive. You should have received the order, right? Minato said. He stepped back in front of the tombstone, stood beside Kushina, and looked over with puzzled eyes. I was wondering if you would know some gossip or something. Kushina replied casually. I think your news should be better than mine. Minato smiled wryly and shook his head. Okay, I've done my thanks, let's go quickly, it's almost time. If you don't go, you won't be able to catch up. Guan Yu looked at the eastern sky, and a magnificent orange color quietly occupied a corner of the sky, and continues to expand. Go away. Otoya stretched his waist, and walked out first. The 6 people were divided into 3 parts, Minato, Otoha and Kushina together, Guan Yu and Otome too. Tianqian walked alone. After leaving the cemetery, they rushed towards their respective destinations, without a word of nonsense. What should it's all said and done before? They came here today to pay homage to Gonghao, and they came here spontaneously, and they got together by coincidence. Are you nervous about going to the battlefield, Otome? Guan Yu turned her head and looked at the girl. The bones broke at the sound, and a large amount of blood sprayed out. Sand Ninja's resisting movement stopped instantly, and the headless body fell silently on the muddy ground. The silent drizzle fell from the sky, and the bright red color was quickly washed away. The smell of blood also disappeared in the rain. After wiping the blood from the blade on Sand Shinobi's clothes, Otome put the gleaming katana back into the scabbard. Wow, why is there a Sand Ninja? isn't this the only way to the camp? Guan Yu picked up the head of the sand ninja, stretched out his hand to pull the collar, and squeezed out a handful of water. The clothes are all soaked, the trouble is dead. I hate rainy days. With a gloomy face, he cursed the damn weather angrily, but the small raindrops in the sky were still falling down, without any effect. Isn't it because this is the only way that Sand Ninja came here? Naishu walked over with two heads. As long as we can destroy our supplies delivery troops, I think Sand Ninja is willing to pay some price. Unlucky. Guan Yu sighed, threw the heads to Shenshu, and sealed them together. These are military exploits and cannot be wasted. How is it? Are there any other Sand Ninjas? Otom walked to Guan Yu and asked softly. Well, let me see. It's gone. At least there are only 3 teams within a 5-kilometer radius. Guan Yu opened his eyes and said regretfully. Really? That's really a pity. Otom twisted her tied-up hair to squeeze out the excess water, and a look of displeasure appeared on her delicate face. This is also human nature, this kind of bad weather. It is nothing more than being sent out to explore the road, and the raincoat was destroyed in the battle. It is really depressing, but despite this unpleasant weather, you can harvest 9 Sen Shinobu head. Luck is very good. Relying on the Kagura mind of watching the moon, they easily caught the Sand Ninja team lurking around, and the 3 teamed up, and it took a while to wipe them all out. Let's go back. Guan Yu waved his hand as a Chinin. He is the leader of the team and is in charge of directing the pathfinding operation. The 3 evacuated, and the headless corpses attracted groups of hyenas with a keen sense of smell. There are large groups of hyenas in the land of the rain. They are the scavengers of the battlefield, and they will deal with the corpses that cannot be dealt with in time, especially those with frequent battles. In recent years, the number of hyenas has doubled. Master Sakumo, Sand Shinobi's offensive has intensified again, and the loss of manpower has been huge these days. I know that reinforcements will come soon. No matter how big the loss is, we must hold on. If we are defeated by Sand Ninja here, our troubles will be even greater. In the camp, Shuomao put down the death list in his hand, only feeling the veins throbbing in his forehead. No matter how many times he saw the dense death list, his heart was always so heavy. Even though he had been on the battlefield for many years and killed countless people, but I still don't like my current job. Sand endures these bastards, and doesn't care about the dead at all. The boy with a pineapple head couldn't hold back his curse. After Nara Luxing was transferred back to the village, he sent his son here. Liu began to handle various chores in place of Luxing. Although he was young, he handled things quite well. Sophisticated, completely live up to the pedigree of the Nara family. Known for his laziness and high IQ, the young man from the Nara family couldn't hold back the anger in his heart when he saw that the day changed and the number of casualties continued to increase. Thank you, Lu Ju. Shuomao patted Lu Ju on the shoulder. Thanks to the help of this little guy, he would not be entangled in messy chores, and he could carry a knife to the battlefield when he needed it, instead of being trapped in the rear to command. However, it's really strange. The Sand Ninja's offensive is too fierce. If this continues, the Sand Ninja will be wiped out sooner or later. The movement of the Sand Ninja makes people very disturbed. Lu Ju frowned tightly. Frowning, pinching the statistics sheet in his hand. Are you saying that Sand Shinobi has other plans? Sakumo also frowned. He also noticed that Sand Shinobi's offensive is very abnormal now, but he couldn't tell what went wrong. I'm afraid that's the case, but I still can't figure out what their plan is. Lu Ju smiled wryly. Let's take a look for the time being. After all, war depends on strength. It is not so easy for Sand Ninja to use tactics to bridge the gap with us. Sakumo rubbed his brows. Anyway, I can't think of one for a while. Mingtang, Lu Ju, I need to trouble you about the arrangement of reinforcements. They are probably arriving soon. Well, I see. Lu Ju nodded, and then began to write furiously. Sakumo opened the curtain and walked out of the big tent. What came into view was Kanaha's thousands of tents, which were neatly distributed in front of the mountain. Teams of ninjas patrolled back and forth in the camp. The large plain is also the battlefield where Sand Ninja and Kanaha have recently fought. In the past few days, Sand Ninjas have been rushing towards them like a tide, and then under Kanaha's rock-like defense, the corpses left on the ground retreated again, going round and round, attacking like crazy, not caring about the number of casualties at all. The pressure on them also doubled, and they had to deploy more people to support them. After all, this is the most critical place to resist the Sand Ninja attack. If the hill under their feet is captured, there will not be much favorable terrain for them to defend. Although it is not difficult to build mountains on the ground as long as there are enough ninjas, the strength of the artificially made mountains cannot be compared with the natural mountains. It only takes a few waves of ninjutsu to blow down, and the man-made earth mountains will be destroyed in an instant. Can collapse. Therefore, it cannot be lost here. What are these heads cards planning? Shuomao looked at the black plain through the drizzle, feeling a little heavy. There is no grass in the vast wilderness. The Sand Ninja and Kana have fought back and forth on this land several times. Every inch of the soil is full of blood and fireworks. There are many large and small bullet craters, all dug by ninjutsu or detonating talismans. Out of the big pit. Probably because too many people died, the soil was soaked black with blood, and the endless rain could not clean the land quickly. Senior Shuomao, what's on your mind? Be careful not to catch a cold in the rain. Ji Lai, also wearing a big bamboo hat, walked over. Hey, it's really surprising, I didn't expect you to be the first to accept apprentices. I always thought it was either Tsunade or Orochimaru. One of the two of them will accept apprentices first. You are as foolish as you are. To be honest, I really can't imagine how you would teach your apprentice, haha. After listening to Jiraiya's statement, Sakumo felt a lot more relieved, and suddenly remembered that this time not only Jiraiya's apprentice arrived, but also his disciples, as if he was now a Chunin. Hey, Senior Shuo Mao, am I as exaggerated as you say? Haha, I'm sorry, I couldn't hold back for a while. Shuo Mao laughed. Zilla also sighed helplessly. That is, Shuo Mao, if someone else complained about him like this, he wouldn't let him go so lightly, but it's rare. Shuo Mao rarely talks to people like this on weekdays. In the past, Shuo Mao had always had a gentle temper, and he would never tease people face to face like this. Senior Shuo Mao, what were you thinking before? Standing in front of the tent and soaking in the rain is not your style. Gillette also rolled his eyes and decided to change the subject. I'm thinking about the recent war, and my apprentice is here too. It's here. Is this the front camp? It occupies a large enough space, and there are many camps. After all, there are thousands of people, and the place is too small to accommodate them. Guan Yu propped up a bamboo hat, stood on the top of the mountain and looked down at the rolling hills below. There were tents of all sizes dotted around, and the plain in the distance was dark and endless. Ha, there seems to be light over there. Shensha stretched out his right hand, pointing at the distant sky. A little orange light in the drizzle was fleeting, and then the sound of thunder-like explosions came slowly. 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock. The gorgeous light bloomed in the rain, and the sky seemed to start to tremble, making a distant buzzing sound, which became chaotic amidst the continuous rain. Enemy attack. It's an enemy attack. Sand Shinobi is attacking again. Bastard, don't these heads carves know that they are afraid of death? The Konoha ninjas guarding the top of the mountain yelled at each other, exhausted all the vicious curses imaginable, cursed the sand ninja, and dutifully sounded the alarm bell, but it was actually useless. There were already teams of ninjas in the camp. Floods generally poured onto the plains, meeting the attacking sand ninjas. Earth-shattering explosions sounded one after another, and even the continuous rain could not extinguish the rising flames. The orange-red light kept flickering on the plain, and the swaying figures were like beans, and were suddenly thrown into the air middle. The unlucky guy who flew up obviously didn't live long, and was shot into a sieve by a series of shurikens before he even landed. Die so fast. Guan Yu closed his eyes, his senses expanded to the limit, and he observed the battle on the plain. The chakra disappeared in waves, and the disappearance of each chakra meant the death of a person. There were Konoha ninjas, and sand-hidden ninja. That's right, they die very quickly. This is the battlefield, and people die in groups on the battlefield. Kato crossed his arms and stood at the front of the team, looking at the flames and storm rolling on the plain. You should also pay attention, the pace on the battlefield is very fast, a small mistake will drag you into danger, and death may come at any time. When he said this, Kato's expression was very serious, especially when he was watching Kanyu and Zishu. Looking at the short figures of the boys, he sighed suddenly. He did not know how many times he sighed along the way, so many that he almost sighed his whole life. Every time he thought of the entrustment of the third generation, he could feel the pain on his shoulders. The weight on it. For this reason, as long as he can find an opportunity, he will teach Guan Yu and Zishu as much as possible. After earnestly teaching the two of them a few words, they were called away. After all, he is a Jonin, one of the leaders of the team, and he is not just responsible for Guan Yu and the three of them. When Duan's figure disappeared in front of her eyes, Oton raised her slender eyebrows, and looked at Kanyu and Naoki with an inexplicable look. Ah, I said, Oton, can you stop looking at us with such terrifying eyes? I don't know why Teacher Duan pays attention to us all the time. Guan Yu couldn't bear the weird eyes, and felt uncomfortable all over. A soft laugh came out of her nose. Otom's face remained calm, and she just responded in her usual flat voice, I didn't say anything. Haha, let's go quickly. Guan Yu and Otom are all behind. Shang Shu forced a smile on his face, but the twitching corners of his eyes revealed his almost collapsed heart. Long time no see, Guan Yu. While he was speaking, a tall figure abruptly inserted into everyone's line of sight. The speed was like a silver-white bolt of lightning, which fell instantly, and everyone in the field was stunned. What a subordinate ninja opened his mouth, but before he could say the word person, Kato Duan, who rushed over quickly, pressed him down. Lord Shuo Mu. Kato Duan suppressed the somewhat riotous team, and nodded to the people who came. Hearing Duan's address, the team immediately became agitated again. Shuo Mao has a great reputation, but there are limited people who really know him, especially the huge number of ninjas. It is difficult to see Shuo Mao, let alone know him. Hearing Shuo Mao's name at this time, it would be strange if he was quiet. It's you, Duan, your skills have improved again. Sakumo pushed the bamboo hat on his head and looked at Kata with a smile, showing his white teeth. You have won the prize. Compared with you, I am far behind. Duan also laughed, appropriately revealing the humility that juniors should have, and the respect for seniors. All in all, Duan is a very polite person. You go about your business, I'm just looking for my apprentice, so I'll take my leave first. Sakumo stretched out his hand and grabbed Guanyu's shoulder, raised his hand to say hello, and took Guanyu away without any explanation. Otom and the others felt a white light flash in front of them, and Sakumo and Guanyu disappeared. That's amazing, is this the legendary White Fang? Shang Shu praised from the bottom of his heart, with yearning on his face. He was no exception, full of longing for a top powerhouse like Bai Fang. Guanyu sat on a chair, sipping hot tea slowly. The tea is on the table, and the hot water is ready-made. The kettle is full. He makes the tea by himself. Drinking some hot water can warm his body. The cold climate in the land of rain is really uncomfortable. Don't worry about getting sick with a cold, but hot tea is still very attractive. He is now alone in this camp, which belongs to Shuo Mao's camp, and it is also the commander's residence after all, occupying a tent by himself, complete with tables, chairs and beds, and hot water supply at any time. That's great. The treatment of big shots is really different. Guanyu came to the land of rain 2 years ago to experience life in the military camp, and several of them crowded into a tent with Otoha, but they didn't have the treatment of occupying a tent alone. If you think about it this way, this war has been going on for more than 2 years. That's right, the war has been going on for 2 years. Shuo Mao opened the door curtain and strode in. Teacher. Guanyu put down her teacup and stood up quickly. Sit down. When did you become so restrained? Haven't seen each other for more than 2 years. Are you unfamiliar? Shuo Mao waved his hands with a smile and sat directly beside the bed. Hey, isn't this to respect the teacher? Guanyu made a cup of tea for Shuo Mao and sat back on the chair. Both the master and the apprentice silently sipped the slightly bitter tea and looked at each other. They hadn't seen each other for 2 years. Shuo Mao hadn't changed much, but his face was a bit more vicissitudes. Really boil people. Ninja is not a long-lived profession. Most ninjas are hard to die. Even if they don't die on the battlefield, if they are lucky enough to live to the age of 50 or their bodies will experience serious decline, or a guy with extraordinary talent, otherwise he would not be able to escape this miserable end. Shuo Mao looked directly at Guanyu. Compared with 2 years ago, Guanyu's stature has grown a lot. Even sitting, she can tell that she has grown a lot taller, and her body is stronger than before. Her eyes are as steady as ever. When Uzumaki village met for the first time, he felt that Guanyu was much more mature than his peers. However, he hasn't dealt with children very much himself, so he doesn't think there is anything strange about it, and there are many freaks with extraordinary talents in the ninja world, and precocious situations like Guanyu are not uncommon. You are already a Chunin. Your progress is much faster than I expected, much faster. Sakumo broke the silence. Well, luck, my luck is good. I killed a cloud ninja Jonin, although I almost died myself. Guanyu replied, holding a teacup. Luck. Good luck is also a part of strength. Many strong people just lack a little bit of luck and lose their lives in the end. I hope your good luck can continue. Sakumo's words stunned Guanyu. He never thought that Kanaha's white teeth would believe in something so unreliable as luck. Yes, dodgy stuff, not dodgy stuff. Guanyu believes in the existence of luck, but luck is the most unreliable thing. Instead of relying on this kind of thing, it is better to make more preparations and practice more on a daily basis, which is far more sure than praying for so-called luck. Accident. After you stay on the battlefield for a long time, you will know that luck is really important sometimes. Let's not talk about this, let me give you this first. Shuo Mao dragged out a small wooden box from under the bed, which was boxy. He opened the box and took out a long wooden box, about 50 centimeters long. Seeing the box for the first time, Guanyu's heart began to beat faster. He faintly knew what was inside, so he couldn't help swallowing, and fixed his eyes on the long wooden box. Ha, do you really care? Sakumo noticed Guanyu's gaze and shook the long wooden box in his hand. Well, it's inside. I promised you a gift. I originally wanted to celebrate you becoming a Zongnin. I didn't expect you to become a Zongnin directly. Open it and have a look. Shuo Mao simply stuffed the box over. Take the long wooden box, unlock the lock, and carefully open the lid. A cold light flickered, causing his pupils to shrink instinctively. The short knife lay quietly in the box. The blade was shining silvery white like ice and snow. There were light silver-gray patterns on the blade. The handle was made of wood, and it was tightly wrapped with black fine cloth. The blade is 32 centimeters long, the handle is -centimeters long, and the overall length is -centimeters. It is truly made by famous masters. It is a first-class knife. The penetrability of the chakra is also top-notch. Shuo Mao pointed to the dagger, counted its messages, and told Guanyu one by one. Now. It's yours. At the end, Shuo Mao made a conclusion and looked at Guanyu with a smile. After simply trying the feel of the hand, he put the knife into the sheath and carried the short knife on his back, just like Shuo Mao's attire. Teacher, you came to me in such a hurry, not just because you want to give me a gift. Guanyu tentatively asked. He had just trekked all the way here. It was too hasty for Shuo Mao to take him away from the large army in such a hurry. If it was just a simple gift, there was no need to be so hasty. That's right. There are other reasons for coming to you. The details are a bit complicated. Listen carefully. Shuo Mao was holding the teacup. The curling white mist rose up and covered his face, making his face blurred. Reconnaissance. Mission. Guanyu scratched her head. Sure enough, it is not a simple matter. The village sent a report about you. You have mastered the unique perception ninjutsu of your Uzumaki clan, right? Moreover, you were born with a huge amount of chakra. You can frequently use the shadow clone technique, and you can also use the earth escape stealth technique. It is the most convenient way for the vanguard to scout the enemy. Of course, this kind of mission is very dangerous and the death rate is extremely high, but relatively, it can also train people more. What do you think? Pioneering, but I have never received similar training. Can it work? This should be different from ordinary patrols or hunting missions, right? Isn't it the same? It's true that you said it a bit. Well. Shuo Mao put down the teacup in his hand, pinching his chin in annoyance. Shuo Mao looked at Guan Yu in surprise. Calculating the time, it's almost time for Sand Shinobi to retreat. Is this what you perceive? Well, almost. Our troops have already withdrawn, and there seem to be a lot of wounded. Teacher, is it okay for you to be here? Guan Yu replied vaguely, and then asked. It's okay. Although I am the commander-in-chief, I basically don't care about strategic matters or large-scale wars. It's fine to have someone from the staff department handle it. If everything needs to be handled by me, people who are beaten by iron have to be ground to death. Sand ninja's small movements, don't need to worry about it. Shuo Mao refilled the glass, speaking with ease. I feel that this kind of thing is not what you would say, teacher. I thought that people like you are the type who do everything by themselves. Guan Yu took the kettle and refilled the cup. Haha, delusion, this is all your delusion. I am not that capable. What I am good at is killing people. Dealing with affairs always makes me dizzy. Sometimes I want to knock my head open and look inside. Did it pretend to be paste? Shuo Mo laughed at himself. The topic of master and apprentice gradually shifted to some anecdotes. Time passed unknowingly, and when Guan Yu was led back to his camp, the sky was completely dark, but the rain was still falling, and it seemed that it would never stop. Hey, Guan Yu, you're finally back. Have you eaten yet? I left a few rice balls here for you. If you haven't eaten, you can use them to pad your stomach. I'm sorry, because you haven't come back. It's already gone. I missed the time to eat. Inside the tent, Shengshu was originally lying on the bed, looking at the scroll in his hand by the candlelight shaking on the low table beside the bed, heard the sound of the door curtain being raised, turned over and sat up, and after seeing the moon, he began to chatter. Naoki, don't worry so much, I just came back after having dinner with the teacher. Guan Yu stopped Shenshu with a wry smile. Ah, that's good. I'm just worried that you won't be able to come back. Maybe Sakamu-sama may be very busy. Sand Shinobi didn't launch the attack in the afternoon. So. Rope Tree smiled shyly. I see, thank you, Rope Tree. Guan Yu thanked him sincerely. Shenshu is such a kind-hearted child. Although he is a bit talkative, he always pays close attention to the partners around him. Just the two of us. Looking around, the tent is not big, and the interior space is very limited. Two beds are arranged on both sides, and there is a low table at the head of the bed in the middle, on which are placed lamps, cups, and other sundries. Other than that, nothing else. Ah, that's right, it's just the two of us. It's because you're a Chinin. Originally, the Chinin were arranged separately. 4 to 6 of the Chinin would be in a tent, and 2 or 3 of the Chinin would be in a tent. It just so happened that you were separated, so you and I were arranged together. It sounds reasonable. Guan Yu doesn't care about it, or having fewer roommates is exactly what he wants. The conversation between the two didn't last too long, and soon it was time to turn off the lights, and the patrol team shuttled through the camp. Although ninjas don't have as many regulations as ordinary troops, fewer rules means higher enforcement. Once a mistake is made, the end will not be very good. The night was spent peacefully. When he opened his eyes again, there was already a dim light outside the tent. The weather in the land of rain is really bad. Thick black clouds hang over the sky all year round. It is rare to see the true face of the sun and the moon a few times a year. Even in broad daylight, it is not very bright, and it is always full of gloom. Coupled with the endless rain, the damp water vapor makes people feel like mushrooms are growing on their bodies. Air, hissed out. The water vapor is so abundant. Opening the curtain, Guan Yu stretched out his head and took a breath. The moist and cold air made him shiver. It was still raining, and it made people crazy. It's no wonder that the troops stationed in the land of rain have changed their defenses so frequently. On the one hand, the frontline combat pressure is very high, and on the other hand, this boring environment can drive people crazy. After finishing the washing work quickly, he and Shenshu walked out of the tent and walked towards the training ground arranged in the camp. On the wide and high platform built with earth caves, 4 rock pillars stand at the corners, propping up the huge canvas above and blocking the rain. This is a specially open training ground. The means of entertainment in this era are very limited, and since this is also a military camp, games such as cards are prohibited. In order to prevent the ninjas in the camp from doing nothing, more than 10 places similar to the training grounds are distributed throughout the camp, so that the ninjas who have nothing to do for the time being have a place to vent their excessive energy, so as not to cause trouble. It is also a place for morning exercises. When he was sent back to the camp yesterday, he passed by these conspicuous gadgets, and asked about the ins and outs at that time, so he rushed over early in the morning. On the half-meter-high platform, there are already number 60 people scattered all over the place, all moving their hands and feet, exercising their bodies in their own ways. It's amazing. Everyone came so early. It seems that tomorrow I have to get up earlier. I will never lose. Suddenly, Naoki's emotions were ignited, and he waved his fists full of energy and rushed to the high platform. I found a place with few people, opened my posture and started to exercise my body. Every punch and kick carried a sharp sound of wind. What? He exhaled weakly, and Guan Yu didn't have the extra mood to complain, and moved his body by the side of the rope tree. Skillfully swinging fists and raising legs, moving and turning, every movement has been practiced thousands of times. The silver-white electric light made a very slight sound, accompanied by his movements, moving flexibly in the muscles, constantly strengthening his body. Lei Dun Chakra's body training technique is excellent, and through repeated experiments on himself, coupled with Shuo Mao's teaching, he figured out a set of training methods that are suitable for him, although it is still very simple, only a rough framework concept. But who made him have more vigorous vitality than Xiao Qiang? The silver-white electric light suddenly increased in brightness, and the chopstick-thick electric current penetrated into the muscles, and then a burning smell wafted across the training ground. What's the taste? Barbecue? It's early in the morning, where's the barbecue, haven't you woken up? One after another suspicious eyes looked around. The unknown burning smell was really curious, but the number of people on the training ground was increasing, and the cold wind was blowing. It was not easy to find the source. Shenshu looked at Guan Yu in amazement that he was the closest to Guan Yu. It can be said that he smelled the burnt smell first, which seemed to come from near Guan Yu. Here. As the source of the incident, Guan Yu kept a stern face, kept silent, and was still exercising her body sternly, without any abnormalities on the surface. No matter how great the pain was, he silently swallowed it. This was his own choice, and it was only natural that he should be mentally prepared, and it was not unheard of for him to experience more severe pain. Creating his own exercise method and developing the power of everyone's fruit, this beautiful idea has just started, and finding a new path is not an easy task. Just like walking at night, even if there are some lights, there are more places it was still pitch black, and it was unavoidable to stumble on the way forward. Even if it was a fall, it was normal. His advantage is to exert the advantage that only he has, that is, the power brought by the fruit of everyone. God is really unfair. Obviously, our country of winds only has a little precipitation all year round, but here it rains all year round. That's right, God is very unfair, so we will take what we don't have. Okay, Karura, don't watch the rain here, go back, your body is relatively weak, here there's too much humidity. Luo Xia looked at the girl holding an umbrella beside her. Her face was only cautious, without the reserve and arrogance of a genius. Well, it's only been around for a while, forget it, let's go back. The girl named Jiara Luo twirled the bangs hanging from her forehead, and twirled the umbrella in her hand, and Luo Xia turned back and rushed to Sand Ninja's camp. Luo Xia, is it okay for you to hang out with me? I can't help you if Chosama gets angry. Jiruo looked sideways at Luo Xia. It's okay. Anyway, it's not my turn to intervene in the real big things. When I go, I just stand by the side and serve tea and water, and listen to the study. It's nothing if I don't go once or twice. Luo Xia said it's a bit reluctant, but it seems to be within the acceptable range. The Sand Ninja camp was established in a small village, which is much luckier than the Konoha Ninja camped in Yishin. The villagers in the village escaped before the battle, and the vacant house was filled with Sand Ninja. Living in a house is much more comfortable than living in a tent. If not, it would be difficult for the Sand Ninjas who are not resistant to humidity to maintain their current morale. The environmental impact is huge. Failure to adapt to the new environment can be extremely damaging to morale. Oh, Luo Xia, I finally found you. Master Cho came to you and passed down a message. If you don't have a reasonable excuse, she will throw you in the river and soak for a day and a night. Just entering the village, a young man wearing a raincoat, Ren, saw Luo Xia, and couldn't help shouting loudly. Under the girl's sympathetic gaze, Luo Xia let out a heavy sigh, covered his face with one hand, and thought of Cho's name in his heart. Yo, boy, what did you do? I remember telling you a long time ago that I asked you to come to the meeting. Why are you here now? The big house in the center of the village has undergone simple renovations inside, and now it has become a meeting place for the high-level Sand Ninja executives. There were bursts of roaring and angry reprimands coming out of the room. Sand Ninja, who was guarding the door, watched his passing companions calmly. He was no stranger to the roaring sounds. Master Cho is a well-known activist and has always had words to put it bluntly. Training people like this has long been commonplace. The palm knife fell heavily on Luo Xia's head. Cho's eyes widened, and he made no effort to hide his displeasure. Even though she is very optimistic about the little ghost in front of her, she can't encourage this habit of ignoring orders. Because she values it so much, she can't let it go away. Sand Ninja implements a policy of elite soldiers, and every genius worth cultivating needs to be carefully cultivated. I'm going to find Garura. Luo Xia replied quickly, one blow of the knife is enough, and he doesn't want to have a second blow. After all, I'm still a brat, but if I do it again next time, I won't be polite. After muttering a few words, Cho withdrew his palm, surprisingly agreeing with this seemingly absurd reason. Luo Xia is a clansman of the 3 generations of Kazekage-sama, and is also the most talented person of this generation among the families in Cheyenne village who own the boundary of the magnetic escape blood succession. Just like the previous 3 generations, Chiluluo is also the owner of the boundary of the magnetic escape blood inheritance, and talent is not bad. In order to ensure the inheritance of excellent bloodlines, many bloodline families will choose intermarriage within the clan to ensure the purity and strength of the bloodlines. For example, the Uchiha clan is an example. The same is true for families with Saitun bloodlines in Cheyenne village. They encourage intermarriage among clansmen with distant bloodlines to protect the inheritance of the family's bloodlines. So Luosha's reason is really good. Even Cho wouldn't get too entangled in this aspect. Holding it up high and lowering it gently is the best countermeasure. Master Cho, what was the result of the meeting? Is that plan feasible? Luosha also didn't want to talk too much about it. No one likes to be caught talking about their personal affairs, so he immediately changed the subject. The plan has been approved, and the other party has agreed to our request that we are going to start preparations now, but the plan looks very good, but it is still unknown what it will look like when it is implemented. Cho squeezed her hands. A thick stack of proposals in the middle of the book swayed in front of Luosha's eyes. Is it okay, sister? You are taking too much risk. If something happens to that kid, we will be very passive. Hai Lao Zhang came out from the back room. This plan is a gamble. There are too many uncertain factors, and the risk is extremely high. To be honest, I don't agree to let Luosha participate in this operation. His talent is very good. No, it should be said that he is the next generation. The one with the best qualifications among the people, just in case. Okay, you've thought too much. There's no really comprehensive method in the world that you may choke to death if you eat or drink water. If you want to get something, you can't do it without paying first. Besides, Luo didn't that Bratsha himself not refuse. His eyes are very excited. Cho stopped what Ebino said next. Master Sakumo, this is possible. This is not allowed. Master Hokage asked me to take care of Kanzuki and Nashiki before I came here. You said let them, no, asking Guanyu to go to the Sand Ninja occupied area to scout the enemy situation. Isn't that going to die? There is no difference between the two, and I will not agree. Kato started to shoot the table. His high-pitched voice was a little out of tune. His expression was very nervous, and his gaze toward Shuo Mao was full of resistance. Ahem, Duen, don't be so excited. I'm here to communicate with you first. Sakumo coughed lightly, stretched out his hand and pressed it, motioned Kato Duen to sit back, and continued, this is just an idea. Forget it. Sand Ninja's recent movements are very interesting, and many scouting troops have been dispatched, but none of them have gotten any decent results. Then it's useless to send Guanyu out, right? Even though he has some tricks, he's still a rookie after all, and he hasn't received similar training. I know how difficult the reconnaissance mission is. Unable to hold back, Duen stood up again. Shuo Mao rubbed his brows in distress. Why didn't he see that Duen was so stubborn before? Well, let's not talk about this matter. Guanyu and the others will act together with the big army for the time being. I'm rude. I'm really sorry, Mr. Sakumo. Only then did Duen belatedly realize how he had been in a relationship with Shuo Mao over and over again, and immediately showed a very ashamed expression. Is it finally finished? It's slow enough. Tsunade lifted the curtain and walked in with great strides, followed by Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and 4 other Jounin, together with Sakumo and Dan who came first. The 9 leaders who really held the real power in the camp gathered together. It's all here, I'll get straight to the point. Shuo Mao looked around the circle of 8 people seated. By the way, you should have read the report sent to the past. Sand Shinobi has been acting a little abnormally in the past week. He uncharacteristically launched an attack, biting us tightly, and seemed to be playing some ghostly idea, but the reconnaissance team did not. We have received reliable information, but we are still at a loss until now, and we are calling you today just for this matter. Kana has hoarded troops in the Land of the Rain or close to people. Naturally, the number of Jonin is not limited to these 9, but they are the ones who really hold power. Although it is said that becoming a Junin requires not only strong force, but also abilities in many aspects. It can be said that the requirements are very comprehensive. Junin can specialize in a certain direction of power, but there will never be any shortcomings. Physical illusion is the foundation, in addition to having sufficient leadership and analytical skills. But how should I put it? Every Jonin is a legend, and legends are guys with great personalities. There are not many guys who are interested in commanding an army, really not many. Sure enough, ninjas like to fight in person, rather than directing others to fight. Sakumo is a good example of this. He will leave the camp for a walk or two from time to find some enemies to practice his skills. I don't care what their plans are, beat him up, just drive these sand-eating guys back. Zilla also said carelessly, leaning back on the back of the chair, looking lazy. Jiraiya, don't say such stupid things here, I feel ashamed. Tsunade gave Jiraiya a threatening volley with his fist a few times in a deterrent way, because there were too many people here, and there were guys like them who were not very familiar with him, so he didn't really fight. No, Jiraiya can also occasionally give some useful opinions. No matter what ideas Sand Ninja has, we just go at our own pace. In terms of strength, we own it. There is no need to compare conspiracy with them. You just crush them head on with absolute power. Orochimaru rarely echoed Jiraiya's opinion. Hey, what is occasional? Don't make it sound like I'm a fool. Jiraiya stared at Orochimaru, complaining endlessly. Okay, Jiraiya, just shut up. After all, the fist came down, and Jiraiya pressed his face flat on the table. Tsunade blew the non-existent dust on the fist, ignoring everyone's weird expressions like seeing a ghost. Ahem, Jiraiya and Orochimaru's idea, let the others share their opinions. Sakumo ignored Tsunade in Jiraiya's friendly interaction, and asked the others for their opinions. Well, I also think active offense is much better than passive defense. A tentative attack might be good. The rest of the Junin expressed their opinions, and they basically agreed with it, and there were no objections. But this is normal that now Konoha Ninja's mentality is extremely confident. To a certain extent, it can be said to be conceited. He is proud of the strongest name of the 5 major ninja villages and despises ninjas in other ninja villages. From the beginning of the meeting, Duan observed the already famous Sunin, and quickly came to the conclusion that there is no weak person, whether it is the seemingly unrestrained Jiraiya, or the cold Orochimaru, and Konoha Her Royal Highness, all faintly exuded the aura of a strong man, with a very courageous feeling. Lord Shuomo, what do you mean? Duan looked at Shuo Mao with uncertain eyes. Ha, you are here to take care of Guan Yu and their safety. Isn't this the duty entrusted to you by Hokage-sama? It just so happens that your spirit transformation technique is really convenient, so I feel relieved to entrust it to you, important task. But that me. Broken Mouth opened and closed like a frog, and finally lowered his head in resignation. I understand, leave it to me. Originally thinking that he would be able to show his talents on the battlefield, but now he has to work as a babysitter, and he feels a little depressed. Guani Ue.is that kid from the Uzumaki family? Orochimaru opened his eyes slightly, and the golden vertical pupil exuded a light called interest. It's just right, let my apprentice get involved too. Zilla also spoke again. Your apprentice is the little yellow-haired guy from yesterday. You wouldn't send Nine-Tails Jinchuriki to the battlefield, would you? The morning meeting is over. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Duan are responsible for organizing the troops to launch a tentative attack on the Sand Ninja. The time is set at noon. The attacking troops will eat an hour in advance, and attack when the Sand Ninja eats. That's the plan. No complicated calculations, simple and clear, crisp and neat. One order after another was conveyed quickly, like a big spider in a spider nest twirling a spider thread, and a nest of small spiders moved when they heard the wind, and everything was going on in an orderly manner. Now Orochimaru is still a very reliable and good-natured young man. Although it gives people a feeling of coldness and intimacy, he does things extremely safely. With Orochimaru as the leader and Duan as the assistant, the attacking force assembled at 10 o'clock and began to enjoy an early lunch. Go ahead. Kill all Sand Shinobu. Block them, definitely stop Konoha's ninja for me. The sound of the rain couldn't cover up the hissing roar, and even though Konoha's stealth was at its extreme, he still couldn't hide it from Sand Shinobi. In an unknown small village, in front of the entrance of the village is a rather vast wilderness. Konoha's ninjas and Sand ninjas are like 2 large groups of ants, constantly approaching. The forward troops sprinted at top speed, killing towards the opponent. The distance kept getting closer, and the ninjas on both sides seemed to be able to feel the killing intent overflowing from the other side. Detonator, throw it out. The Chunin of Konoha Fang's vanguard roared at almost the same time, struggling to throw the kunai with the detonating talisman in their hands towards the rushing Sand Ninja troops. The surrounding ninja obeyed the order and threw the kunai, flew out with the sound of the detonating talisman sizzling. The kunai with the detonating talisman on its tail flew up into the air, one by one gathered together, and the black pressure covered a large area, like thick ink spreading, quickly infecting the blank area. Use wind escape, hit me down. There was a roar in the Sand Ninja team. The running Sand Ninja showed good qualities and stopped the forward pace. The Sand Ninja who can master ninjutsu took out a large shuriken and threw it like a goddess. Wind done, a big breakthrough. A simple sea-level wind escape technique, with a simple seal style. More than 20 Sand Ninjas activated ninjutsu almost at the same time. Their cheeks swelled up like toads, and the invisible and colorless wind gushed out and fell leisurely. The raindrops flew obliquely into the sky in an instant. More than 20 whirlwinds overlapped, and the whistling sound of the wind was exceptionally loud. The falling rain cleared a large space, and the flowing water formed by the raindrops rolled upside down to meet the flying kunai. The power of a single big breakthrough is really limited, especially for strikes over long distances. As the distance increases, the wind will inevitably fail. However, when more than 20 big breakthrough are combined, the formed power is not enough to cover kunai blows back, but it can delay their time of staying in the air until boom. The overlapping explosions suppressed all the sounds in the field. Orange flames bloomed in the air like fireworks, and the bright light suddenly illuminated the ground below. Both the Konoha ninja and the Sand Ninja were stunned by the sudden flash. Dazzling. But the pace of the charge of both sides did not stop. The two troops collided against each other like 2 waves on this small mound. There were no dreamlike snow-white waves, all you could see in front of your eyes were blood-colored waves, and after the sound of the explosion subsided, you could only hear the clanging of weapons and the sound of chopping meat. How come it's over so soon? In the second wave of troops, Naishu kept walking and ran quickly with the troops, but only looked at the area where the first wave of troops fought. His face was pale. He has killed many people with his own hands, including Rain Ninja and Sand Ninja, but in just half a minute, so many companions who were alive and well before turned into mutilated corpses. This is like a slaughterhouse slaughtering animals. People.
Hey, rookies, this is not the time to be in a daze. You all charge forward, we are the offensive side. If the sand ninja pushes the front back, then we can all die. Even if we can, if I go back alive, I will be ashamed to see others, so I might as well die. Chunin with an unkempt beard saw the dazed Noeki and Otome, as well as the other rookies in the team, and immediately yelled. The hissing roar woke up the dazed rookies, and finally did not delay the team's charge speed. The first wave of troops is still entangled in fighting, but the figures standing on both sides are rapidly decreasing. Rush, 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 come up to me quickly, support our vanguard, and we must not let the sand ninjas seize the advantage. Konoha and Sand Ninja's second wave of troops are rushing forward, and their targets are the vanguard of the two sides fighting on the mound. Guanyu, hurry up, Sand Ninja is the defensive side. According to the current speed, Sand Ninja must be the first to rush over. If our vanguard is defeated by Sand Ninja, we will face more Sand Ninja. Then we'll be in trouble. It was Otome who spoke, her face turned slightly pale from the slaughterhouse-like scene of the vanguard. However, his mind was still as clear as ever, and he quickly analyzed the somewhat dire situation, and made a reasonable but not very good prediction. There were setbacks in the plan from the very beginning. First, because of the confusion of the rookies, the speed of progress slowed down for a while, and the reaction speed of the Sand Ninjas was fast enough. An opportunity to take advantage of. All in all, if the status quo is maintained, the vanguard of the Konoha side is expected to be completely wiped out, and the second wave of troops will be severely tested. Sand Ninja's defensive measures are quite in place. Hai Lao Zhang, Shayin's wise general, sure enough, his reputation is well deserved. Hey, isn't it natural? The three of us were peeping into the women's bathroom when he was famous. That's your interest, it has nothing to do with me. Well, don't say such heartless words, okay? In the center of the Konoha ninja army, Orochimaru and Jiraiya chatted easily, listening to the two complaining with a bitter face. The topic seemed to be distorted without knowing it, and the tragic scene of the vanguard did not make them feel at all moved. Even Zilla, there is no look of compassion on his face. Death on the battlefield is nothing more than a normal thing. Guanyu, it looks like I'm going to work hard today. Sheng Shu swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The more he moved forward, the more he could feel the solemn and tragic atmosphere, and he suddenly felt heavy pressure on his shoulders. Of course, he is not the only one like this. Basically all the newcomers have the same expression. Even though many of them have been to the land of rain, they are all mixed in the logistics force, and it is the first time to face the battlefield like this. The confrontation between the two armies, the slaughter of hundreds of thousands of people, is completely different from the battle of at most a dozen people, and the impact shakes the minds of the newcomers. Hurry up, one more person in the vanguard survives, the greater our chances of surviving the second wave of Sand Ninja troops. Run fast and you will live, run slow and you will die. The Chunin were very anxious, wishing they could have two more legs and run faster, and it was obvious that Otome was not the only one in this predicament. I'm on it first. Leg strengthening, open it for me. The extremely tense atmosphere made Guanyu unable to keep calm, and the trousers on his legs suddenly tightened. Guanyu, who was already at the forefront, suddenly turned on a rocket booster, and he was more than 10 meters away. And galloping up the small mound at an astonishing speed, the figure that rushed away was as fast as a bolt of lightning. Good guy, hurry up. Come on, kid. Seeing this scene, the Chunin who led the team cheered loudly. The previous suspicion and distrust of Guanyu being promoted to Chunin at such a young age has disappeared, and my heart is full of surprises. Even if it is only one more person, the vanguard, it's good to have a little more time. You must know that the vanguard troops of both sides are now inextricably killed. Whoever can get the supplement first may break the deadlock and wipe out the other side, even if there is only one reinforcement, and the tender green vest on Guanyu's body gives people even greater confidence. Confidence. The previous contempt and suspicion dissipated, replaced by strong expectations. After all, being able to become a Chunin at such a young age is either due to bad luck or hard skills. Just looking at the lightning speed, it is impossible to be a guy who was promoted by luck. As a Chunin, their vision is still some. The knife works great. After Shuomao gave it to him yesterday, when he returned to the place where he lived, he was not willing to let go, and put it next to his pillow when he slept at night. Now that chakra is injected into the knife, the smooth feeling like a fish in water is completely different from the previous knife, and the consumption of chakra has also been reduced a lot. Of course, this is not on his heart. It really makes people. What makes me happy is the sense of flexibility and ease, like using my arms and fingers. It's so good, this feeling. White lightning strike. The short knife thrust out sharply, piercing Sand Shinobi's neck, and blood spewed out, like a faucet bursting. The only difference was that what spewed out was blood. The ninjas on both sides of the war were not short-sighted, so they naturally noticed Guanyu's approach. It's the enemy. Reinforcements. Konoha's spirits suddenly lifted, and the Sand Ninjas looked gloomy, and they desperately sent out their hands to meet Guanyu, hoping to stop him. However, a face-to-face meeting will determine the outcome. Although Guanyu was also cut by the opponent's wind blade, the skin and flesh on the right arm rolled up, leaving a wound about 1 centimeter deep, and the blood oozing out stained the sleeve red, but the black long sleeve did not look conspicuous. Trash, it was actually killed by the opponent with one move. Useless things. The remaining Sand Ninjas couldn't hold back,
and sprayed their dead comrades wildly that it was a time of life and death, and they were counting on their comrades to stop the enemy's reinforcements. Lost. It's really unacceptable that he himself will die when he dies, but if the balance between the enemy and the enemy that has already started to collapse is accelerated, it will be unbearable. Therefore, even if he is already dead, he is still mad at being caught. Spit. There is still a chance, everyone, don't be discouraged. The guy from Konoha's right hand has also been abolished. We just need to hold on for another 10 seconds, 10 seconds. Shouting. San Shinobu suddenly lost his voice, the field of vision in front of him tilted and rolled, his dilated pupils saw the silvery white knife light passing by, and the crimson blood fountain rushed to the sky. Quick, nice job, kid. Brothers, work harder and kill these turbans. This time it was the ninja from Konoha's side who shouted, and the cheers resounded all around. Guan Yu increased his movement speed to the limit, and the short knife wrapped in electric light continued to light up like the fangs of the god of death, depriving the Sand Ninjas of their lives. The first wave of Konoha's surviving troops consisted of 11 remnants and 1 reinforcement. The 12 people looked at the black pressure coming like a tide, and the second wave of troops of the Sand Ninja army, which was tens of meters away, poured out all the remaining shurikens in their pockets, trying to prevent the Sand Ninja from approaching as much as possible. Shadow clone technique. The short knife was backhanded and inserted back into the scabbard on the back. Because of the high-speed vibration of the lightning arc, the blade was still as bright as silver, without any blood stains. With both hands free, he was not busy throwing the shuriken, but the seal summoned one shadow clone after another. In just a few seconds, the shadow clones rushed out with their knives, facing Sand Ninja head-on. Hey, boy, you will only die faster if you waste chakra like this. A ninja in Konoha turned his head and reprimanded loudly, but when he saw Guan Yu, who was not blushing and not panting, the rest of his words were stuck in his throat, but he couldn't move forward or retreat. He obviously had bruises all over his body before and said, "Why now?" Except for a few big wounds, the rest of the small wounds have disappeared, and there are so many shadow clones who can't see the slightest tiredness. Abnormal. Don't stand still, the shadow clone won't last long, so be careful. Guan Yu roared in a low voice, with her hands tied in seals, creating as many shadow clones as possible to make up for their disadvantage of having few people. At this moment, he especially learned the jutsu of multiple shadows first, but unfortunately it was the ninjutsu recorded in the Book of Seals, and Sakumo had never learned it before, so he had nowhere to learn it now. It's not that Shuomao is not qualified to learn this ninjutsu, it's just that the technique of multiple shadow clones is useless to 99% of people. Words are enough, and there is no need to learn something suicidal like the technique of multiple shadow clones. The shadow clones were blown up one after another. Compared with the main body, the power of the shadow clones was insufficient after all, and their anti-strike ability was extremely low, but they successfully delayed the footsteps of the Sand Ninjas. Konoha's second wave of troops succeeded catch up and joined the remnants of the vanguard. Haha, Guan Yu, well done. Shang Shu's face was flushed, his eyes were full of excitement. The act of watching the moon greatly boosted morale, especially the rookies who were on the battlefield for the first time, rushed forward one by one, and they wanted to blow the sand away. The enthusiasm of the ninjas to eat alive was extremely high. At this moment, Otome's face no longer had the usual indifference, and her brows and eyes were looking forward with high spirits, showing her high fighting spirit. Come on Nikoki, use your fists to hit me on the front line of the bound Sand Ninja. Guan Yu stretched out her hand, grabbed Nemona's shoulder, and threw Naoki as a shot put with all her strength, lowered the angle, and almost flew over the heads of everyone, rushing towards Sand Shinobi's camp. Fuck, I'm scared to death. Bastard, are you courting death? Many people were frightened by the rope tree that suddenly passed over their heads, and they cursed without thinking. Oh. The wind whistled in his ears, the cold raindrops hit his face, and the air was full of fireworks and blood. Naoki's initial nervousness had disappeared without a trace. The right fist gathers and condenses. Shoot it down, hit it down. Is he underestimating the name of our hidden sand village? Damn it. The Sand Ninjas are not blind. A person of Nezuki's size can be seen clearly. The Sand Ninjas in the front roared, the lower ninjas threw the shurikens held between their fingers, and the middle ninjas formed seals to release ninjutsu, trying to knock down this idiot who dared to charge from the air. Leaping into the air on the battlefield, this behavior is simply death, and will only become the target of the enemy's concentrated fire. However, there was a flame burning in Shenshu's eyes. He curled up his body as much as possible to reduce the force-bearing area. At the same time, a light grayish-white color appeared on the exposed body, giving people a rock-like hardness. The shuriken slashed at his shoulders, back, and jingled, but failed to break Naoki's hardening technique. Zishu, who inherited the bloodline of Senshou and Whirlpool, is a genius. Guan Yu and Zishu have had a few times of exchange, and he has a firm understanding of this. Not only is his bloodline strong, but his talent is also incomparable to others not weak. The earth escape technique has already entered the room, and it is stronger than watching the moon by several points. Wind escape, wind with thousands of faces. Wind escape, wind bomb. The Chunin on Sangakushi's side completed the seal and launched an attack on the flying rope tree. However, neither the tiny wind knife nor the compressed wind bombs could hinder the rope tree's leap across the sky. His fist as hard as granite tore apart the densely packed wind blades, and extinguished the high-concentration compressed wind bombs head-on. Shinobi's eyes are constantly approaching and zooming in. Boom! At that moment, the ground shook, and everyone felt the slight, brief tremor of the ground under their feet. The huge roar spread to the surroundings like ripples, and the sand ninjas dodged quickly. Nawaka's fist didn't hit anyone, but hit the ground firmly. However, he always in the beginning, I aimed at the place where I fell now. A huge crack like a spider web appeared on the ground, and the splashed broken stone shot into the sand ninja crowd like bullets. Although they failed to cause effective damage, they also managed to make the sand ninja fall into a short-term chaos. The cracked formation spread out, revealing flaws that shouldn't have been exposed. Hey! Kill! Amidst the roar, the ninjas on Konoha's side rushed out like wolves and tigers, maintaining the formation of the squads. The squads were like sharp knives, piercing fiercely into the sand ninja's position, tearing open a huge wound. Rope tree, well done. Guanyu jumped over the crack in the ground, rushed to Shenshu's side, and waved his fist excitedly. The tactic was the result of his brainstorming. He didn't discuss it with Naoki beforehand, but he just thought of taking advantage of Konoha and Sand Shinobi not being completely entangled and mixed together, so as to maximize the use of Naoki's power, his hardening technique and strange force. Boom! Loud noises like thunder echoed across the field, but at this time the ninjas on both sides had gotten used to the sound effects like digging roads and blasting. However, the moods of the two ninjas are quite different. The Konoha ninjas are gaining momentum, while the Sand ninjas, on the other hand, are unavoidably depressed. Every time there is a loud noise, it means that Konoha's kid is still alive. Good. Shenshu, can you be gentle? The scene is so bloody. Are you a ghost from hell? Guan Yu's eyes twitched. The surrounding ground was covered with pieces of plasma and bone fragments, gradually covering the entire land with the washing of the rain, and following the law of water flowing downhill, the touch of scarlet was evenly applied to every corner. This is the masterpiece of Shenshu. With one punch, there is no bone left, and it is directly beaten into a human paste. The batter is spread on the ground like pancakes, a bloody mess. Guanyu saw for the first time how miraculous a human body exploded, and the scene at that time has been deeply engraved in his mind. My strange power is immature, and I can't send and receive it like my sister. Shengshu's face was bloodstained, his clothes were scarlet, and he looked ferocious like a cult priest performing some devil ritual, but he smiled shyly, his innocent smile full of unspeakable sense of disobedience. Hey, let's keep working. Looking up to the sky and sighing, Guanyu pinched her nose to express her resignation. Although the scene was bloody, it's just like that when you get used to it. On the battlefield, it's normal. Sand ninjas and Konoha ninjas have already been mixed together at this moment, and the battle areas are extremely scattered. The squads are divided into small-scale war zones, and then converged into large-scale war zones. This is how ninja wars are played. The method of warfare with a large number of troops is completely different. For example, two streams of paint of different colors flow towards the same place, and then converge to one place to produce a third color, the color of death. However, this behavior does not happen overnight, but takes a period of time to end out the final result. The length of this period of time is ambiguous, and the fight is all about hard power, and there is no tricky method. Guanyu and his three-person team rushed to the deepest part, where there were the most sand ninjas. Shadow clone technique. Guanyu's avatar rushed out quickly, and followed Naoki and Otome, acting as their guards and meat shields, assisting them to charge and kill in the sand ninja's position. Look at the fist. Shengshu's mental head was extremely excited, maybe it was caused by the stimulation of the atmosphere between life and death on the battlefield. Anyway, he is now punching without any scruples and exerting his strange power to the limit. There will be no other things, but the momentum brought by the strange power is excellent. Every loud noise is like a shot in the arm for the ninjas on Konoha's side, which greatly improves their morale. Therefore, Zisha simply used the hardening technique and strange power to deal with the enemy. The combination of the two is also quite sharp, and the effect is remarkable. No sand ninja dared to face Nesuke's fist head-on when several sand ninjas turned into blood on the ground after the painting. Instead, they used ninjutsu and detonating talismans to launch mid-range and long-range attacks. However, Naoki's own hardening technique was strong enough, and there were a bunch of shadow clones behind Guanyu to act as meat shields at any time. Sand ninjas tried a few times to wanted to take the life of Naeshu, but unfortunately all failed. No, I can't let that damn kid live any longer. Join him and kill him. As long as you can kill Konoha's genius, even if you die a few more people, it's worth it. Regarding the current situation, the sand ninjas naturally wouldn't sit still, and the more outstanding Naoki's performance, the higher the value of killing now finally attracted the attention of several sand ninja masters. How to do it? Those shadow clones are always bad things. Using ninjutsu to attack, the number of shadow clones is limited, and it can't last a few times, but still can't give him a fatal blow. I sneaked in from the ground, you have attracted the kid's attention, I will find a chance to send him back to the west. After a few words, the tactics were fired, and the 5 sand ninja Chuyunin began to walk towards the location where the tree was located, 4 on the ground and 1 underground. Naoki is chasing and attacking the sand ninjas at this moment. Ordinary genin have no power to fight back against Naoki's fierce offensive. A face-to-face can separate life and death. The plasma on the ground once again proves that they have a strong bloodline. Advantage. Be careful, the sand ninja attack is coming, attract their firepower head-on. Apart from showing his skills the previous time, what Guan Yu has done so far is to create shadow clones to support the scurrying Naoki and Otome. His greatest contribution is to use his perception ability to control the field, so that Naoki and Otome maintain killing the enemy while protecting oneself at the same time. Although it was the first time to do this kind of thing, it was unexpectedly quick to get started. The three of them formed a team and played decently, with a good record. The action of the sand ninjas teaming up to rush over naturally couldn't hide from Guan Yu's perception. After waking Shenshu up, he quickly formed a seal, and the main body quietly sneaked into the ground with a dagger in hand. The underground world is completely different from the above ground. With the technique of walking on the ground, you can swim freely in the soil like a fish entering the water. There is no need to deliberately cover up your own movement, because the movement of the rope tree on the ground is enough to cover up the abnormal movement underground. I'm not sure if the sand ninjas in the underground have mastered sensory ninjutsu. They don't hide but they don't show off, and they approach the sand ninja quickly. When the distance between the two sides was reduced to 5 meters, Sand Ninja also noticed the abnormal change in the soil ahead. The strange chakra invaded the soil, and the concentration of the surrounding air, which was already thin, plummeted to another level. Stayed. However, Sand Shinobu did not retreat, but instead clenched the kunao in his hand. The soil in front of him separated like flowing water, and he rushed towards Guan Yu. There is no important prerequisite mentioned above. That is the perception ability. Because the 5 senses are closed in underground battles, they can only rely on chakra to sense, and most non-sensing ninjas can only perceive an extremely narrow range. If one side has a better perception ability at this time, that will undoubtedly occupy a great advantage. Compared with simply relying on chakra to control the soil to sense, Guan Yu's perception ability is obviously abnormal. Even if he doesn't use Kagura's mind, he can easily sense the movement of more than 10 meters around him. In addition, the earth walking technique is a high-ranking earth dungetsu technique created by Shuo Mao. Even in the underground under great pressure, it can still maintain a certain degree of flexible movement ability. Therefore, a Chunin with rich combat experience was buried in the ground like this. It is estimated that no one will find another corpse here in 80 years. When the underground battle is over, the above-ground battle continues. The 4 sand hidden Chunin joined forces, and waves of wind escapes followed. They skillfully controlled the timing of the attacks, and took over the ninjutsu. While saving chakra, they could also form continuous attacks and kill ropes. The tree is ideal. Even if he can't, he can suppress the rope tree and prevent him from approaching, creating a fighting opportunity for his underground companions. Wind blades and wind bombs roared in. Rosuk strengthened his arms to the limit with the hardening technique, punched wildly with both fists, and attacked head-on, showing that he was not good at attacking ninjutsu. The clothes on his arms were broken like butterflies scattered in all directions. There were many scratches on his body caused by scattered wind blades and wind bombs. Fortunately, they were all small wounds. To Shenshu, it was nothing like being bitten by a mosquito. Seeing that the rope tree was suppressed, the 4 sand ninja unconsciously turned their attention to the ground, expecting their underground companions to make a move. Suddenly, a cool breeze rose from the back of the head. A sharp and slight electric sound rang in the ears of the 4 of them. A silver-white arc of lightning was wrapped around the katana, cutting the necks of the 2 sand ninjas on the left. Shocked, he quickly backed away, narrowly dodging the incoming knife light. Whispering sound. Otome clicked her tongue rather unwillingly, with the small sword in her hand across Pingping's chest, and the lightning flashed under her feet, and she accelerated to catch up. Compared with Naoki's hard-on-the-face move, Otome has fully utilized her personal strengths, using the speed enhancement of Thunder Dun and high-speed thrusts to attack and kill, which is different from Naoki and Guan Yu, who waste chakra without restraint. Girls don't have extra chakra to squander. She must save chakra as much as possible in order to last longer in this war. Something like this is the norm. Frontline battles are not so good. The plan is going to be accelerated. Konoha has already become suspicious. This is testing us. In Sand Shinobi's camp, Cho, Abazo, and several other high-level officials stood on the roof, holding umbrellas, and watching the situation on the battlefield through binoculars. Although it is not as good as white eyes, binoculars are more widely used on the battlefield, which is one of the must-have items for commanders. PS, telescopes do exist, and they are used by Jiraiya to spy on women's baths. It's really ugly. The second wave of troops was wiped out, a bunch of trash. A Jonin cursed, his eyes wide open, and he stuck to one end of the binoculars. Konoha's strength is still so strong. There are so many geniuses. Hai Lao Zhang put down the binoculars and sighed with emotion, which immediately aroused a resonance. Bastard Konoha, what a fucking luck. Why are there so many geniuses? Where did those 2 red-haired brats come from? Don't you know about chakra? The blonde-haired kid is so fast, I missed it several times. The brat who used the strange power fist should have something to do with Tsunade from Konoha-sunen. The people watching the battle here are all jounin, and their eyesight is absolutely not bad. Looking at the entire battlefield, it is natural to see as many changes between the enemy and ourselves as possible. I dare not say all of them, but most of the changes were still observed by them. The juvenile group on the battlefield is not only Guanyu and the others, Minato, Kushina and Otoha are also on the battlefield, but the two groups of teams are not organized in one wave. Guanyu and the others are the second wave of troops, and Kushina's team they were assigned in the third wave of troops, one behind the other, and had no chance to meet each other, although Guanyu and Kushina both sensed each other's positions. Minato, what the hell are you flying around? Sand Shinobi was not the only one who was frightened. Otoha, a teammate, was also frightened by Minato. Suddenly far and near, sometimes left and right, not running and galloping, but disappearing out of thin air and reappearing out of thin air in an instant, Minato is simply the embodiment of a ghost, shuttles wantonly on the battlefield, reaping the lives of Sand Ninja. Recently, I learned a new ninjutsu, and I'm still at the stage of groping. To be honest, I'm not very proficient. Minato suddenly appeared behind Otoha, and the two stood with their backs facing each other. There is room for dialogue. The Scarlet Sharingan turned, and Otoha swung the sword and removed one of Sand Shinobi's arms. Blood sprayed, and before the other party howled, the tip of the knife stabbed directly into the other party's throat, ending his life. In the war between ninjas, the lower ninjas are pawns, the middle ninjas are already leaders like captains, and the upper ninjas are the ultimate weapons that can determine the outcome of a war with one blow. So generally speaking, it is the Zongren who lead the lower ninjas in the battle. The upper ninjas will not end easily until the critical moment, because the destructive power of the upper ninjas is too great. It's time to win. So on this battlefield, as long as he is not besieged by many Chunin, relying on Otoha's ability to open his eyes, it is not too much to say that he can do a job with ease. In his eyes, every move of an ordinary sand ninja is full of flaws. No problem, right? Dare to use it even if you are not proficient, be careful not to play it off. Because Minato's answer was too casual, Otoha looked back worriedly, but the scene engraved in his eyes was so unreal. Are you kidding me, Minato? This joke is not funny at all. There was a brief moment of silence, and Minato didn't answer. Ah, damn it, it's actually true. Otoha was a little surprised that Minato, who has always given people the impression of calmness, alertness and courage, would make such a big mistake on the battlefield. Chakra is the ammunition of ninjas. Once the elixir is exhausted, it will become a lamb waiting to be slaughtered on the battlefield. Therefore, how to use chakra reasonably and sparingly is a compulsory course for most ninjas. Many similar training sessions, such as chakra attaching leaves to the forehead. Among these courses, Minato has always been at the top, and Otoha never expected such a day. I can't play now. The corners of his mouth twitched, and Otoya quickly adjusted his posture, switching from an aggressive posture to a defensive one, slowing down his pace as much as possible, not daring to continue charging like before. I'm really sorry to trouble you this time, Otoha. Minato forced a pale smile. Stop talking nonsense, and quickly refine chakra. Please. The Tadeo drew sharp arcs and knocked the incoming shuriken into the air. The clear and crisp sound of clanging was drowned in the roaring shouts and explosions. Surrounding the central point of Minato, Otoha defended everything in all directions. With the help of Kushina's shadow avatar, Minato refined chakra with peace of mind. The battle situation is extremely stalemate. Konoha's ninjas are attacking frantically, trying to open the way forward, while the sand ninjas are desperately blocking the progress of Konoha's ninjas. As time goes by, the battle has become a war of attrition. In this field in front of the village, a battle line as long as 1 kilometer was opened. Konoha's original sharp thrusting formation has been completely dispersed under the desperate blocking of Sand Ninja. Konoha and Sand Ninja are intertwined on the 1 kilometer winding front. You advance and you retreat and advance, completely mixing each other together. Although Konoha still maintains an offensive momentum overall, the vigor at the beginning has already declined. It looks like it's almost at its limit. Do you want to retreat? Sand Shinobi saved a hand. After answering irrelevant questions, Dashawan's aura became a little bit colder. I didn't see Sand Ninja's puppet troops. Even if an attack of the scale doesn't need to use puppet troops, it won't make them invisible, right? Jiraiya instantly became serious, eyes filled with beauty and desire rarely showed clarity. There are a lot of girls with big breasts in Sand Ninja's puppet army. The serious posture was maintained for less than a second, and then he returned to his original shape. The squinting eyes caused the female ninjas around him to hide instinctively. The puppet army. Is not here. Kato-kan, who was lying behind a Konoha ninja, suddenly opened his eyes. Duan-jun, how is the situation? Orochimaru's golden vertical pupils looked over. Sand Ninja's downsizing is very serious. Not only the puppet troops disappeared, but also many camps are just empty shells without even a hammock inside. With the help of the technique of spiritualization, Duan easily invaded the Sand Ninja's camp, and the layout of the Sand Ninja camp can be seen at a glance. Non-combat downsizing. Sand Shinobi really has other ideas. But what can they do? There will be no sudden change in the number of troops, and the division of troops will not threaten us. The people present fell into a brief thought. Send the order to retreat first. Our goal has been achieved, there is no need to fight the Sand Ninja. Orochimaru waved his hand, and the subordinates around him rushed out immediately, conveying the order to retreat. Boom, boom, boom. Colorful fireworks rose into the sky one after another, and the bright brilliance could not be blocked even by the rain, clearly reflected in the eyes of Konoha Ninja and Sand Ninja who were fighting. Cut, I'm leaving. It's cheap for these bastard headscarves, and we'll deal with them next time. Konoha's ninjas began to leave the battlefield in an orderly, stable, and rapid manner. Compared with the wild attack, the retreating pace was calmer and more well-trained. Konoha's bastards want to run, hold them back, don't let them run away. Catch up and kill Konoha's green skin. Although I couldn't understand the message represented by Konoha's fireworks, when the Konoha's ninjas responded, the Sand ninjas naturally understood what was going to happen, and the result was more the ninjas who entangled Konoha desperately. If Konoha Ninja was allowed to withdraw easily, they would have no good fruit to eat, and at the same time, they couldn't afford to lose that person. The battle became more intense, and the madness that had been brewing for a long time began to break out. Rope tree, let's make a big one. Oh, here it comes. Following the call of Guan Yu, the rope tree came, and the fist that fell from the sky hit the earth with a shattering bang, and the earth trembled in the face of the strange force like a falling meteorite. Just peeled off a layer. The 6 Sand ninjas who came in pursuit, together with Guan Yu's dozen shadow clones, were submerged by the flying mud and gravel. The shadow clones were scrapped immediately, and the 6 Sand ninjas also suffered to varying degrees. Harm. Puff, puff. The light of the knife flickered past, and there was the dull and dumb sound of chopping meat. The red blood fountain stained the gravel and mud rolling in the air. Red. Buried. Good make-up. Guan Yu gave a thumbs up. The sharpening effect of the battlefield is excellent, and the cooperation of the three is becoming more and more tacit. Guan Yu controls the field, Shenshu is the main attacker, and Oto makes up the sword, forming a very suitable chain, and the efficiency and stability of harvesting the life of Sand Ninja. Stop talking nonsense, the turban guy is here again. Otom floated by like a ghost shadow, and hid in the group of shadow clones of Guan Yu. Oh, these turbans are such a nuisance. Guan Yu sighed and made seals with both hands. The number of shadow clones began to grow wildly like mushrooms after a rain, spreading towards the left and right sides, and the crimson shadows joined together like an expanding sea of flames. Then, connect with another sea of red. A huge number of shadow clones comparable to a legion were instantly wiped out. Looking from a distance, the huge iron bone fan almost sucked people's eyes in. The strongman standing holding the fan was full of murderous aura, and he could clearly feel the ferocious killing like a beast even from a distance of hundreds of meters. Yi, aiming at Guan Yu and the others. Run, run. There was a strange howling sound from his throat, and the two sides of Guan Yu were fighting, sweating profusely. The outstanding perception endowed him with a keen sense of danger, and the moment the shadow clone was destroyed, he felt as if he was on his back. Feel like you're being watched by an extremely dangerous beast. Otom reacted quickly, and the moment the shadow clones guarding her disappeared, she turned around and flew back like an arrow, leaving the string at the same time as Moon watching howled strangely. Fuck, shameless bastard. Shang Shu clasped his palms together, left a curse word, and got into the ground. Call. The whistling sound of the wind pierced the clouds and cracked rocks like a dragon's chant, followed by a storm of astonishing destructive power. The storm formed by thousands of wind knives rushed forward at a high speed, and the place it passed was a mess. The earth was as fragile as a foam board. It was easily torn and broken, engraved with deep wounds. Sand Shinobi holding the fan obviously didn't intend to let Guan Yu and the others run away like this. Too done, Tuliabai. Seeing the earth in front of him that had been peeled away layer by layer, Guan Yu put out his thoughts of running away from the ground, and if he retreated, obviously neither Otom nor Nadoki would be able to escape, and everyone would probably be buried here together. Only fight. Release the chakra as much as possible, the ground under your feet shakes, and a rock wall grows quickly, standing in front of Guan Yu. Boom! It took less than half a second for it to be erected, and the seemingly indestructible rock wall collapsed and tumbled like a crispy biscuit. The sharp wind knife sliced through the rolling rocks in mid-air, and slashed straight at Guan Yu below. Too done, too Liubi. The same ninjutsu, but there is a world of difference. The rock wall rises extremely fast, it rises just before the wind blade falls, covering in front of Guan Yu, and this wall, the solidity of the stone wall is also quite good, and the wind knife cuts on the rock wall to leave an incision more than 10 centimeters deep at most. Yo, kid, you're not freaking out, are you? A pitch-black shadow fell from the sky, and it fell heavily on the ground with a loud noise. Only then did it become clear that it was a huge red-skinned toad, with a chimney-like pipe dangling from its mouth, and a stick pinned to its thigh. A short knife with a flowing look doesn't look like a good thing. What's more important is that the white-haired young man standing on top of Toad's head posed in an extremely coquettish pose. Although he spoke in a caring tone, it didn't make people happy at all. Fortunately, it looks very energetic. If I remember correctly, you watched the moon, right? Your performance just now was very good. Jilla also gave a thumbs up to Guan Yu with a bright smile. You flatter me. Guan Yu tried his best to show a calm look, suppressing the desire in his heart to complain about Zireya's appearance. He admired Jiraiya very much. As the mentor of the future Destiny Son, he has influenced the greatness of the entire ninja world. A man is also a guy who doesn't hide his desires, but can control his desires. Jiraiya has a very distinctive personal charm, but even a lonely guy like Orochimaru does not resent Jiraiya's approach. The core of Sunan is not the talented Orochimaru, nor the noble-born Tsunade. Instead, he is greedy for flowers and lustful, and he pays attention to the loyalty of friends. It is because of the existence of Jiraiya that Tsunade and Orochimaru, who have quite different temperaments, can get along peacefully. If there is no Jiraiya, Orochimaru will probably betray Konoha earlier. Hey, are you a clamshell? How can you be like a bird with that guy Orochimaru? Can't you say a few more words? Zai also curled his lips in dissatisfaction with the extremely short answer. Oh, Jiraiya, so I look like a clamshell. The cold atmosphere inadvertently permeated the surroundings, and Orochimaru came out of the ground without a sound, standing under the rock wall, and the skill of earth escape and stealth seemed to have reached the pinnacle. It took a moment to notice its presence. Cold sweat slid down the vest and mixed with the rain, making it sticky and cold. Too scary. If Orochimaru hit him behind his back, he might die without knowing how he died. Haha, Orochimaru, you're a bit slow to come, the sand ninja on the opposite side has already touched it. Jiraiya also tried to confuse it with a hearty laugh. Orochimaru glanced at him coldly, ignoring Jiraiya's act of pretending to be stupid, jumped onto the rock wall, and stood on the top of the rock wall. As Jiraiya said, the fan-wielding sand ninja had already rushed over the retreating sand ninja army, and there were other companions beside him. Otoya stood on the hill, looking far into the distance. Although Sharingan does not have the wide vision of Bien, it is still better than ordinary people's eyesight. The empty wilderness in front of me is no longer what it used to be. There are piled gravel hills, dark and deep cracks, horrific howls of the wind, and the figures of the Jonin are like shadows and illusions. On the strangely shaped land like purgatory. Every time they fight, the surrounding terrain will be distorted and changed, creating a new look. The raindrops falling from the sky are often swept away by the howling wind before they hit the ground. It's no wonder that the upper ninjas don't fight each other in the melee. The middle ninjas and the lower ninjas will die % of the time. It's really terrible. Guan Yu watched the fierce battle in the field obsessively, and his eyesight was strengthened to the extreme that he could do. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and the two sand ninjas on the opposite side fought against each other. Orochimaru and Jiraiya are also powerful, but Sand Ninja dares to call itself the second strongest ninja village. Naturally, they know it well. There are many sand ninjas who follow the policy of elite soldiers, and the two who fight with Orochimaru and Jiraiya are even more. He is the best of Jonin. It's over, let's call it a day. Toad with his huge short knife plowed a deep ravine on the ground, and the flying gravel flew out, leaving holes of different depths on the ground. Zilla has already yelled. However, after fighting fiercely for a while, the enemy's offensive slowed down and began to retreat slowly. Jiraiya and Orochimaru did almost the same thing. Both sides began to retreat, preparing to end the stalemate. In a situation like this where the two armies are fighting head-on in front of the formation, if there is no absolute overwhelming strength, it will be difficult for the Jonin to tell the winner in a short time, especially if several people fight together like this. It is difficult to kill with one blow. It is simply breaking through the level of the sky. The sand ninjas finally shot at Guan Yu and the others. On the one hand, they wanted to save the face lost during the middle and lower ninja confrontation, and the other was to really try to kill Guan Yu and the others. Sniping against geniuses is very common in the ninja world. Take precautions, similar principles are common, kill the enemy's genius before it grows up. The major ninja villages have always been very enthusiastic about this kind of work, and even have a special genius sniper team on the battlefield. That is to say, Konoha took the initiative to attack this time, and because of internal reasons, the sand ninjas allowed Guan Yu and the others to have fun, but they did not encounter an overly dangerous situation. Fighting up to now, the two sand ninjas have no intention of fighting. The doomed fruitless battle is really uninteresting, and they are not willing to expose their methods too much under the situation. So far, this attack the war finally came to an end. The sand ninjas successfully defended against Konoha's surprise attack, and Konoha's party also got the information they wanted, and checked the quality of the recruits by the way. Each has something to offer, in a different sense. Back at the big camp, the Zongnin went back to rest and recuperate, but the Zongnin at the squad leader level were still busy, counting the list of the dead and dealing with the bodies brought back. As the middle-level backbone, the tasks were quite heavy. Guan Yu was of course impossible to escape. Sitting behind the table, he painstakingly recorded the names of those who died in battle. The densely packed names are like incantations. The scalp of the person watching it is numb. It is obvious that he is not relentless when killing people on the battlefield. But when I saw the vivid life turn into dark and cold words, my stomach couldn't help but start to twitch and twitch. The feeling of vomiting came to my heart, and I felt a little depressed. I don't have such a big reaction when I see a dead person, really. Hell. The tent was filled with warm and dirty air. At the same time, there were 3 other people who were responsible for counting the death list, and 2 other people were responsible for reviewing and checking to avoid mistakes. Guan Yu was not the only one who felt uncomfortable. The other 2 young-looking Chunin had similar reactions. Looking at the familiar and unfamiliar names on the list, it was hard to remain indifferent. The ninja's feelings are very extreme. Children in their teens can decisively bring up kunao and stab at the enemy's heart, and cut off the head of the dead without expression, without any discomfort. Sacrifice, but they will cry bitterly, unable to contain their grief. Hey, you three, don't throw up here. It will be very troublesome to clean up, and there will be a disgusting smell left. We have to change the place of work. It feels troublesome to think about it. The senior in charge of the review and inspection work not only showed no sympathy, but showed a disgusted expression. Everyone's reaction to this kind of work is the same for the first time. There is no need to pay attention to Weeping Liu's words. He has always been a poisonous person. Another senior, who was older and obviously more experienced, spoke to comfort him. However, if possible, don't spit it out. While Guanyu was working in pain, Shuomao and other high-level leaders were also having headaches. I don't understand, what exactly is Sand Shinobi trying to do? Breathing heavily, Jiraiya looked up at the top of the tent, as if studying the supporting structure. It's hard to say, we have too little information, and it's not easy to make a judgment. It seems that he didn't hear the pure complaint from the source, and Orochimaru's answer was very formal. Ah, Orochimaru, don't be the boss, you're so scary, just smile. Jiraiya began to pull Orochimaru upside down again. Lu Ju, you can tell me what you think. Sakumo could clearly see the interaction between Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Orochimaru's talent is indeed extremely outstanding, but his heart is relatively lonely and withdrawn. He doesn't have many friends at all. It should be said that there is only one friend like Jiraiya, Suna at most half a hand, although he has a large number of followers. But every time Shuomao meets Orochimaru, there will be a chill in his heart. Orochimaru does not blend in with the crowd, that is, the existence of Jiraiya, like a rope, tightly tied to Orochimaru, so that it will not be lost. So, in the interaction between the two, he would occasionally say a few words, but most of the time he would try his best to ignore it. Now directly use Jiraiya as the background and ask Shikageyu, who sits at the bottom to record the meeting documents, for his opinion. I'm afraid it's against the rules. I'm only in charge of meeting minutes and have no right to speak. Unruly, does that mean you already have an idea? Shuomao interrupted Lu Ju's words, and waved his hand domineeringly. You are allowed. No, I order you to speak. The jonin who attended had different expressions, but basically none of the changes in their expressions were related to Lu Ju. They were contemplative, distracted, napping, or playing dice. Lu Ju sat here. The 12-year-old boy seemed to be full of disobedience, but the high IQ blood of the Nara family endowed him with enough wisdom, which is not inferior to the wisdom of everyone present. Ahem, if you want to ask me for my opinion, I personally think that there are several possibilities for Sand Shinobi's secret tricks. Looking around at the Jonin, Lu Yu spoke. Sand Ninja mobilizes troops, either as a trap or planning other actions. Assault on the grain road. However, there is no necessary road from the fire country to Dang. Although the road conditions are not very good, there are no easy to break sections such as bridges and canyons. There is a possibility of attacking the grain road. Not too high. Akayagja Jonin made an opinion, and looked at Lu Ju who was attacking. His eyes were as big as a bull's eyeball, and the pressure was extremely strong. Godeo-sama is right. It is not very likely that Sand Ninja will attack the food road. Of course, it refers to large-scale attacks and battles. Small-scale attacks have always been frequent. Regarding Jonin Goto's rebuttal, Shikasa nodded in agreement. You mean Sand Ninja plans to attack Mount Kurobi? The cold and hoarse voice is a unique symbol of Orochimaru, and others can't learn it and don't want to learn it. At some point, Jiraiya had calmed down, and Ashimaru was relieved because of this, and his sharp eyes fell on Shikageya. Obviously, Jiraiya's nonsense did not affect his attention to the meeting. Highway Mountain is Konoha's second most important place in the Land of Rain, except for the large camp where the army is now stationed here, where the grain depot is located. The army has not moved, and the food and grass go first. Whether it is a war of ordinary people or a war of ninjas, a lot of money and food are needed. In view of the fact that the frontline battalion keeps moving with the changes in the battle situation, most of the food and grass transported from the Fire Nation are stored in the hub of Highway Mountain, and then transferred to the frontline camp. It can be said that Highway Mountain Konoha is the lifeblood of the Kingdom of Rain army. But since it is the lifeline, it is natural to make great efforts to protect it. There are 2,000 people stationed at Mount Hiaoi, and Senior Makita is also there. Even if Sand Shinobi mobilizes elite troops, it will definitely not be easy to capture Mount Hiaoi. Faced with Orochimaru's question, Shikageya hadn't answered yet, but a short, clean-shaven Jonin in the seat questioned him quite fiercely. As the person said, the defense of MT things. Makita Kiyotaka is one of the geniuses of the same generation as Sakumo. Although Sakumo's limelight was robbed by Sakumo alone, he is also a strong faction. Hand it over. MT Highway is behind us. It is not easy for Sand Shinobi to send a large army there without telling us. Goto stroked the beard under his chin, showing a serious expression. Indeed, it's okay for small troops to pass through our defense line, but with hundreds or even thousands of people, how can such a huge chakra fluctuation be unnoticed? Sand Shinobi shouldn't be so crazy. It's too risky. Even if the Sand Ninja can send the army to the foot of the Black Tail Mountain, it is impossible to capture the Black Tail Mountain with Sand Ninja's manpower. The Jonin opened the chatterbox and began to argue fiercely about the speculation that the Sand Ninja attacked the Black Tail Mountain Grain Depot. However, most people think that it is impossible for the Sand Ninja to attack Mount Hiaoiai, but apart from the opinions put forward by Shikaiju, they really can't think of what the Sand Ninja will do when they deploy their troops. The debate was stuck at this juncture, and a reasonable conclusion could not be reached. Dong dong, the long wooden table trembled twice, and the tea in the cup could be seen rippling in a circle. Shuo Mao tapped the table lightly with his fingers. His iron-gray fingers were as hard as iron, and they made a loud noise when they landed on the wooden table, making the noisy debate in the camp disappear instantly. Lu Ju, continue talking. Shuo Mao cut off the debate forcibly, firstly because he knew that it would be difficult to come to a reliable conclusion for a while, and secondly because it could be seen that Lu Ju seemed to have more than enough to say. Ahem, I think the center of the discussion, adults, is biased. The words were not shocking, but Lu Ju showed his sharpness as soon as he opened his mouth, and he directly went to the Jonin who had just argued. Boy, what a big tone. If you don't give me a satisfactory answer, even if you are the son of the Nara family, I will beat your ass into 8 petals. The good-tempered Jonin looked at him coldly, while the bad-tempered Jonin threatened directly. Just now, all of you have been talking for a long time, repeatedly arguing that Sand Ninjas are not capable of capturing Mount Highway, but the topic of discussion in this meeting is not what Sand Ninjas can do, but what they might do. Don't confuse the two. Concept. Whether Sand Ninja can conquer Mount Hiaoiai or not, it's stupid to discuss this kind of thing. As long as you are willing to pay enough price, can Sand Ninja really fail to defeat a copycat? Besides, Sand Ninja's Renzuriki hasn't shown up yet. If they put their strength into battle. Lu Ju breathed a sigh of relief, giving everyone a little time to clear their minds. Sand Hidden Village is one of the 5 great ninja villages anyway. There may be a gap in overall strength between us and Kana, but it is not difficult to make up for this gap in a war. Otherwise, how could Sand Ninja start a war against us? At least in Sand Ninja, let's face it, they have confidence in their strength or their plan. So, I suggest that you adults should not consider whether Sand Ninja has the ability to do it, but whether it has enough value for them to do it, and I think the method is dead, and people are alive. As long as you think about it, there are things you can't do. Lu Ju has a strong self-confidence on his face, and he has no fear even in the face of the Junin. Back to the topic, if Highway Mountain falls and all the food and grass are destroyed or looted, what will happen to us? A rhetorical question was thrown to the Jonin. The fall of Mount Highway, we probably have to give up the territory of the Land of Rain and return to the village. This war is tantamount to our loss. The answer is revealed. Then there was silence. There are no fools here, and no spies pretending to be crazy with ulterior motives. Lu Ju almost crushed his ideas and stuffed them into the mind of the Chunin. Lu Ju's speech greatly promoted the progress of the meeting. Relying on bold conjectures, quick wit, clear theories, and eloquent eloquence, he just silenced a group of firm-willed Junin, forcibly crushed the voices of doubters with logic, and silenced all. The tone is unified to one channel. At this time, Shuo Mao, who presided over the meeting, took advantage of the situation and added another important weight. Highway Mountain and the frontline camp have security communications every day. According to Makida's letter, the area around Highway Mountain is not stable recently. To be precise, there are frequent changes. There are many strange figures in the nearby villages, but it does not seem to be the country of the wind. People, and they are not natives of the Land of Rain. Makida investigated several times, but there was no result, but just in case, he still reported this matter. Shuo Mao's words made everyone look more dignified. Compared with Lu Ju's purely logical deduction, this news is more worrying. But this is enough to show that Sakumo's chicken thief, if the news is released before the meeting, it may cause some disturbance, but it will never attract attention. Now everyone is starting to speculate in their hearts how Sand Shinobi can do it when the Blacktail Mountain was captured. Releasing the news would be tantamount to igniting a detonating talisman, and it would ring louder. This news made the Junin not calm anymore. It was just a logical speculation before, but now with the information released by Sakumo, they really feel the threat. If there is something wrong with MT Hiaoiai, there is no need to say more. Ashamed to go back to the village, death on the battlefield is the best result. How sure is Sand Shinobi? Could it be Jinchuriki? It's been a long time since there's been any news about Iptail Jinchuriki, and I don't know if the previous generation of Jinchuriki is dead or alive. Hiss, if it's Renzhuli. It's really hard to say. Renzhuli is not an invincible existence. No matter how strong the tail beast is, it is still controlled by the major ninja villages, and one container after another is rotated. For the real top masters, Renzhuli can only be said to be more troublesome, as long as they master the sealing technique specially developed for tailed beasts, or have the blood succession limit and secret techniques that can suppress tailed beasts, they can completely suspend tailed beast. The greatest value of Renzhuli is to use map cannons on the battlefield. The more enemies there are, the greater the damage will be to Renzhuli. A tailed beast cannonballs out, and the mountain can be destroyed by you. The large-scale lethality of the tailed beast is almost as unrivaled. If Sand Shinobu really dares to throw a single Jinchuriki into the battlefield, MT Kurobi may not be able to hold on. Tsunade also frowned. Although we also have Renzhuli. Zille also shook his head, the meaning of which is self-evident. Kushina's identity is not a secret to the ninjas. Everyone here knows that Kushina is far from mature enough, and Kyuubi is the strongest among the nine-tailed beasts, will not leave only one nine tails for his own village. It is precisely because of the tyranny of nine tails that it is extremely difficult to control. The talent is as extraordinary as Kushina, and with the blessing of blood, so far, only part of the power of nine tails can be controlled, and after using it, it needs rest. For several days. That is to say, to explode the power of nine tails, you must have companions by your side, otherwise, once the time has elapsed after opening the invincible, you will become a fish belly on the chopping board and be slaughtered by others. Ashimaru, Jiraiya, Tsunade. Sakumo began to roll the rolls, and it was Sunin who were no surprises. Apart from Sakumo himself, Sunin had the strongest strength in the frontline battalion now, and it was still a small team. The three of you took Nine Tails Jinchuriki to Mount Highway for support. The mission was not unexpected, the only unexpected thing was that he had to bring Nine Tails Jinchuriki with him. Kushina's strength is still a little bit weaker, and it's a bit troublesome to take her with her. Tsunade's words were very straightforward, and her violent temper was not used to being a nanny to take care of children. Orikimura didn't say anything, and Jiraiya didn't say anything at this time. Although Kushina and Minato are in the same team, their current strength is indeed not up to standard, and bringing them will only distract them. Bring them, I will let you be babysitters, protect Kushina, and let her use Nine Tails to fight as much as possible. Compared with the usual lukewarm practice, the progress on the battlefield is the fastest, Sakumo said, not giving Tsunade any room to refuse. Tsunade's brows stood on end, but she couldn't get angry in the face of Shuomao. Shuomao, who seemed to have a gentle smile, was more intimidating in her heart than a lustful teacher. I said. Could this be Sand Ninja's trick to lure the enemy to lure us to support Mount Hiaoi, but their real goal is our camp? A Jonin suddenly spoke out. It's possible, but it's unlikely. Even if the three of us leave the front camp, Senior Shuomao is still there. It's too difficult to defeat the camp head-on. Orikimura shook his head, the cold voice contained convincing magic power, and Konoha Shirato's name also had the power to calm people's hearts. The matter was soon settled. The Sunin led the team. In addition to the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, a group of elites will also be dispatched to support Mount Hiaoi. No matter whether the Sand Ninja will attack Mount Hiaoi or not, as long as they can protect the food and grass, they will stay more. Manpower is nothing. I'm exhausted. Throwing down the pen in her hand, Guanya stood up and stretched, her muscles and bones made a series of crisp sounds, and she became stiff after sitting for a long time. Everyone in the tent was exercising, and they finally counted the death list they were responsible for, together with the due compensation and follow-up treatment methods. It took a whole half a day, and the sky was completely dark. It was brightly lit. Whirlpool watching the moon, Lord Shuomao is looking for you. The head wearing the forehead suddenly plunged into the tent and yelled. His eyes came together. Uncle Weeping Willow, I'm leaving first. Guanya said hello, and then hurried out, leaving with the people who came, and a little light quickly went away in the camp. At the same time, Nesuke and Otom, who were staying in their respective tents, were also approached, and many Chunin who were not weak were also summoned one by one. Master Shuomao, the 20 teams have all arrived. A Chunin stood beside Sakumo and reported softly. Sakumo narrowed his eyes, waved his hands, and repelled the Chunin who reported, and strode into the training ground with 4 Jonin, standing in front of 60 people. The cold wind at night was blowing, the wet water vapor made the cold wind heavy, even the burning flames were suppressed, and the beating flames dimmed a bit in an instant. The soles of everyone's feet were numb, but they still stood upright. Straight, no one moved. You should be wondering why I summoned you here at night. Many of you retreated from the battlefield during the day. Logically speaking, you shouldn't be disturbing your rest at this time. Shuomao opened his mouth. As long as it is an order, it should naturally be obeyed. Standing on Shuomo's left side, the young Kanin said in a deep voice, his angular face was very majestic, and there seemed to be flames burning in his dark eyes, and the emblem of the fire fan on his collar could be seen. Dare to interrupt on this occasion, this Uchiha man is obviously courageous enough, and Guanyu also knows this one, Uchiha Fugaku, one of the strong candidates for Uchiha's next generation patriarch, and according to the memory of the previous life, this successfully elected as the patriarch of the Uchiha clan. Guanya knows Fuyu, but the two have never talked to each other. Uchiha Fuyu is much older than them. When they were still messing around in the ninja school, Fuyu was already a genius ninja of the Uchiha clan, active on the battlefield. Because of the relationship with Otoha and Otom, I met a few times in the residence of the Uchiha clan from a distance. Well, that's right, obeying orders is a ninja's nature, but you must also cherish your comrades. Sakumo was not angry at Uchiha Fugaku's intervention. Listen to the order. Shuomao's voice suddenly became cold, which made everyone's already tense nerves tighten the strings in their minds again. 20 of your teams, sneak into the Sand Ninja occupied area to investigate where the Sand Ninjas are hoarding food and grass. It turned out to be the work of reconnaissance behind enemy lines. Hiss. When he realized what Shuomao said, the hiss of air conditioning sounded one after another, even Guan Yu's eyes widened. Even though everyone knew that the order Sakumo personally issued must not be simple, but sneaking into the enemy's rear to search for the location of Sand Ninja's grain depot was definitely the most difficult task. Because Konoha stayed in the Land of Rain for an extremely long time, the information about the Blacktail Mountain Grain Depot is no longer a secret, and the location where Sand Ninja hoards grain and grass has not been revealed yet. Find out. But so much effort is not useless. 4 locations have been successfully locked, and Sand Ninja's grain depot must be in one of them. Like Konoha, Sand Ninja is also an away game in the Land of Rain. The food and materials needed must be transported from the Land of Wind. Moreover, Sand Ninja is not as rich as Konoha, and food and materials are more precious. It hurts to lose even a little bit, so the arrangement several false locations were set up to hide the real location of the grain storage. It has to be said that this strategy is very useful, and Konoha has not been able to obtain accurate information for such a long time. Otherwise, according to Konoha's strength, as long as the location of Sand Ninja's grain depot can be determined, it is obviously more likely for the organization master to push than Sand Ninja to capture Mount Hiaoei. 20 teams, divided into 4 parts, each led by a jonin. As long as you are careful, there is a good chance of surviving, Shuo Mao added, making everyone quiet. Having a jonin lead the team can indeed give a little peace of mind. Even though the death rate is still high, it is better than nothing. Sakumo separated the dashed squads in 2s and 3s. The 4 jonin beside him, including Uchiha Fugaku, each took 5 squads away. For some reason, Sakumo assigned Kanzuki and his team to Uchiha Fuyu's men. 5 teams, number 15 people, plus Uchiha Fugaku, the captain of the ninja, a total of 16 people. The 3 of Guanyu also stood together. Their faces were not very good looking. No matter how confident they were in themselves, they couldn't calm down when faced with such a fucking task. There is almost no difference between sneaking into the enemy's rear and dying, not to mention searching for the enemy's grain depots, but one can imagine how heavily defended these important places are. We will gather at the gate of Dang tomorrow morning. I don't want to see someone late and disband. Uchiha Fugaku put on a straight face, releasing a very powerful majestic aura, and the timid ones dare not even speak. Looking at Fugaku Uchiha who was leaving, everyone dispersed in 2s and 3s, without much communication with each other, and left with the original team composition, muttering about this mission. The moon-watching team also left slowly along the way they came, and did not walk too fast. Before parting, they had to communicate. Guanyu, isn't the task of sneaking into the Sand Ninja's back too exaggerated? It always feels like death. Naoki wept sadly, a little nervous. Although this kid has a big talkative heart, he is not the kind of ignorant person who is passionate and desperate. On the contrary, he acts very rationally. His previous performance on the battlefield is enough to prove everything. He can quickly understand the intentions of his teammates and play very beautiful shots. Cooperate. Try to be careful, I can't help it. Guanyu is also suffering from a headache at the moment. Shuo Mao said it once before, but he didn't expect to make a move so soon. It's like getting on the train of the Hell Tour group. But I'm just of forbearance. Rosa almost cried. Guanyu is also speechless. This matter is really fucked up. Usually the weakest participants in such an important mission are Chunin. How can there be a Chunin to participate in such a dangerous mission? It's useless to complain, think more about how to save your life then. Otom's face also showed a rare gloomy look. The girl is not calm when she is faced with such a dangerous task. It would be a lie to say that she has no sense of crisis. Although they are powerful, they are still young. No matter how strong it is, there is a limit. Hey, you guys don't need to be so depressed, right? Didn't that guy Fuya tell you? A gentle and magnetic voice sounded, and Shuo Mao still maintained the speed of elusiveness, and stood by the side when everyone was ignorant. Teacher, why don't you tell me what's going on first? I'm very upset right now. Through Sakumo's few words, Guanyu quickly realized that Uchiha Fugaku might have concealed part of the information, and he could even guess the intention of doing so, which was nothing more than forcing them to make full preparations by taking advantage of the danger of the mission. Strictly speaking, there is no malice, but in disguise, it is good intentions. It's just that Guanyu doesn't like this kindness very much. The thing is like this. Shuo Mao didn't chat with Guanyu, and quickly explained the reason for this sudden order to the 3 of them. It was still the meeting in the afternoon, and the leaders made several decisions. Point 1 was that Sunin brought 9 Tails Jinchuriki to support Mount Kurobi, the other was that the frontline battalion would launch an attack on Sand Ninja, and the third was to send a master search for places where Sand Ninja food and grass supplies are hoarded. The 3 decisions are interlocking, a strategy formed in response to Sand Ninja's actions. Needless to say, supporting Mount Highway, the purpose of the frontline battalion's attack on the Sand Ninjas is also very simple: to contain the strength of the Sand Ninjas, try to empty out their defenses behind them, and create opportunities for troops lurking into the Sand Ninja occupied areas. The overall strength of Sand Ninja is not as good as Konoha, whether it is the quality of top masters or the number of overall troops, they are worse than Konoha. Now that Sand Shinobi has spared a considerable part of its troops to count Mount Kurobi, there will inevitably be an emptiness in the rear, which gives Konoha a chance, and Sakumo and other high-level leaders obviously don't intend to waste such a good opportunity. There is emptiness behind Sand Ninja. In this case, it is somewhat possible to come back alive. Guanyu pinched her chin and let out a long sigh of relief. This news is really cute. Naoki panted exaggeratedly, stretched out his hand and patted his chest, making a reassuring look, and even Otome's uneasy expression disappeared a bit. Longton and Tiger's Lair are certainly very dangerous, but when the old dragons and tigers inside are out of their nests, the danger will naturally be greatly reduced. If Sand Ninja really removes the guards at the rear, then their chances of survival will increase a lot. Shuomaru took the three Guanyu brothers and left, sharpened their guns before the battle, made up for the small mistakes, and pointed out the details that they needed to pay attention to in the operation behind enemy lines, as well as some tips. This is the so-called someone behind the scenes, and Otome and Shenshu also rubbed against Xiao. Don't underestimate these things. These are all insights honed by Shuomu during his own life and death. A sentence like this can often be equal to his own. I have been groping without thinking for a long time. Northeast, kilometers, the two teams. Should be patrol teams. Guanyu squatted in the mountain depression, a huge rock grew out of the sky above his head, blocking all the rainwater, and a dozen people squatted around him to hide from the rain and rest by the way, and they all looked at him with admiration at this moment. Scout ninjas are easily respected by others, especially in missions like going deep behind enemy lines to inquire about intelligence, infiltrate sabotage, and track assassinations. Ninjas with reconnaissance skills are very popular, because they can lead their companions to avoid many unnecessary battles, so as not to crash into the enemy's lair and die. The presence of scouting ninjas can not only improve the success of the mission, but also reduce the casualty rate. Therefore, when doing this kind of mission, scouting ninjas are the core of the team. They have 5 elite teams here, and the reconnaissance ninja is naturally more than Guanyu alone, but it is easy to compete with each other during the journey. Suppressed 2 patrol teams. There should be a valley to the northeast, where there is a road leading to the hidden sand camp, and there may be a supply station nearby. The young ninja held the map and pointed it. The map was captured from you ninja earlier, and it wasn't made precisely, but the terrain was generally correct. It's the supply station for Sand Ninja. The sound came from the rain. Uchiha Fugaku rushed under the high-hanging rocks, shaking off his raincoat. The exact number of sand ninjas is not clear. I walked around the periphery twice. There are 3 granaries and 2 material warehouses in total, and it seems that they should be full. They should be transferred to the frontline camp of sand ninjas soon. Captain, do you want to start? A Chinin couldn't help asking, with a strong fighting spirit on his face. Among the 5 teams participating in this operation, some were in a state of uneasiness like the 3 people watching the moon, and there were also militant radicals. The ninjas are an extremely large group, and the forest is big, so naturally there are all kinds of birds. Obsessed. There are not many lunatics who are good at fighting, but there are definitely not many. Guanyu, can you find out the detailed number of sand ninja? Uchiha Fugaku didn't agree immediately, but turned his head to look at Guanyu. As a qualified captain and future candidate for the head of the Uchiha clan, he restrained the arrogance of the Uchiha family very well, especially after realizing Guanyu's domineering scouting ability. The arrogance of the Uchiha family comes from their own strength, that when others have enough power to match them, they will naturally be valued by the other party, not to mention that the relationship between Guanyu and the Uchiha family is not bad. Well, there are a total of 6 teams within the range of my perception, and I can't tell whether there are jonin or not. Guanyu reported the number. 6 teams, 18 people? Uchiha Fugaku's eyes flashed. This number is within his tolerance range. The overall number is slightly larger than them by 2 people, but he is confident that his own strength can suppress Suzuki. Tolerate. Get ready for action, the supply station of the target Sand Ninja. If you have any questions, tell me quickly. Uchiha Fugaku glanced around and confirmed that everyone was fine before continuing. Remember, don't leave any survivors, and it's best not to leave too many traces, although this rain will help us cover up our whereabouts, but we can't keep them all. What kind of weird tricks does Sand Shinobi have? All in all, don't lose your life carelessly. Got it, Captain. The peaks on both sides are not high, but the mountains are rolling and undulating, but the whole mountain is quite majestic. There is not much vegetation on the mountain. It is not an earth mountain, but a stone mountain. The peaks of the rain country are all pure stone mountains. Because of the endless precipitation, the floating soil on the mountains will be washed away, and only stone mountains can stand it. Will not fail for thousands of years. Sand Ninja's supply station is built in the valley, and the winding road emerges from it, just passing by the supply station. 2 Sand Ninja patrol teams wandered around in the surrounding stone forest. The vegetation coverage rate of the Land of Rain is quite low, not much stronger than the Land of Wind. It is said that it is because of too much precipitation. Even the transplanted vegetation will be drowned within half a month, but because of the erosion of the rain, complex stone forests appeared instead, with huge rocks of different heights and sizes densely dense like a forest. There is a stone forest coming out of the valley, which is also the key target of patrolling. I have never hated rain as much as I do now. That is to say, every rain in the village is equivalent to a celebration. I always thought I liked rain very much, but this damn country of rain ruined my feelings. The 2 patrols were not far apart, and they talked loudly with each other, seeming to be very relaxed, if you don't look at the dart but extremely sharp kunai that is tightly held in your hands. The Sand Ninjas met each other's eyes and carefully explored the stone forest bit by bit. It's not that they found any clues, but that the stone forest is too complicated, and it's really a good place to ambush and sneak attack.
Both Konoha and Sand Shinobi were doing their utmost to wreak havoc on each other's rear territory. There would always be people visiting each other's supply stations like this every now and then, either leaving 2 corpses behind or letting a small the site was reduced to ashes. There are frequent wars and small battles, and there are groups of hyenas in the wilderness, just waiting to deal with the stumps and broken arms that could not be cleaned up. This is the current situation in the Kingdom of Rain. The 4 countries have long been smashed into a mess on this land, and hundreds of miles of land have been turned into flesh and blood mills, squeezing out fresh lives. Sand Ninja chatted endlessly, but their attention was tense, and they dared not relax at all. The raindrops fell heavily on the raised edges and corners of the rocks, and the fine water splashed. Suddenly, a silver-white lightning flashed into the eyes of the Sand Ninjas. Guan Yu sprinted out from the shadow cast by the rock, with a vigorous posture like a cheetah, and the short knife in his hand was his sharpest fangs, and the silver-white thunderlight was hazy, covering the tip of the knife so that he could not see clearly. White lightning strike. Shuo Mao's proud skills did not disgrace his reputation in Guan Yu's hands. The short-distance stabbing, the strengthening of the body, and the stimulation of the lightning chakra have pushed the sprint speed to the extreme. As for the high-intensity burden on the body, it is not a big deal. Aha! Sand Shinobu's throat rolled up and down, and with the inertia before dying, his vocal cords trembled and let out an out-of-tune roar. But the roar was too small, and even Guan Yu, who was stuck in front of him, couldn't hear what he said clearly. Sliding the warm liquid over her fingers, Kanya supported Sand Shinobu's body, pulled out the dagger, and gently put the body down on the ground. The 6 corpses were lying on the ground without a sound, one for each of Kanyu, Otome, Kamiya, and Hashio, and Uchiha Fugaku took care of them. No one was injured. Although the Sand Ninjas were very vigilant, but none of the few who took the shot was weak, and Fuya would not say that he was a Junin, and Guan Yu and the other 4 were also the best among Chunin, otherwise they would not have been singled out by Fuyu. The raid successfully killed 2 patrol teams with the lowest cost and the fastest speed without disturbing the Sand Ninjas left behind in the supply station. This is a very good record. But not many people showed joy. All 5 of their teams are masters. Even Otome and Noeki, who are superficially ninja, also have the strength of Chunin. The rest are all Chunin, plus an Uchiha Jonin at home. With such a strong strength, if they can't deal with the few ninjas of the Sand Ninja Patrol team, they can find a place to wipe their necks by themselves. The Chunin is not a Chinese cabbage, the Genin is the main combat force. A supply station like this is usually guarded by a mixed team of the Chunin and the lower ninja. This is a common practice. No matter which faction, they are all equipped with the same equipment. That's why I said that Konoha's action this time is for real. A mixed team of Jounin and Chunin, and a team of pure Chunin level masters, and 4 Jounin, definitely big deal. Watching the moon, intelligence. Throwing away Sand Shinobi's body, Fuya's hands were dripping with blood mixed with rain, his fierce eyes looked like a beast in the hunt, his scalp was numb. He walked to Guan Yu's side with big strides, and opened his mouth. Ask for information. Is there any change in the position of the Sand Ninja in the supply station? 4 teams left. Here. Guan Yu stretched out his hand and drew a rough sketch with bloody fingers on the concave part of the rock wall, marking the positions of the remaining 12 Sand Ninjas one by one, but he could only perceive the position of each of them. There is no way to spy on the internal structure of the building. Fortunately, there are 15 of them here. The reconnaissance ninja is not just one of them. The stone forest is not far from the supply station. At such a distance, the rest of the perception ninjas can also show their skills. It is impossible for one person to steal the limelight. This is a group fight. Combining the intelligence of several people, Fuya pondered for a few breaths, then made a decision and began to distribute tasks. Kamiya, you and I are going to deal with the 2 teams guarding the granary. Guan Yu, Xingwei, you 2 teams are going to clean up the team guarding the material warehouse. Kikuki, Koizumi, you are going to deal with the team in the Sand Ninja barracks. Supply depots, or transit stations, are responsible for storing grain and grass materials needed to protect frontline troops. These days, as long as you are a human, you have to eat. Whether you are a ninja or an ordinary person, if you have nothing to eat, you just have a piece of salted fish, so ninjas are very keen on destroying the enemy's rear for food and grass supplies. There is no better way to plan poison than to cut off food. There shouldn't be any Jonin here, right? Shenshu lay on the top of the rock, poking his head out to look at the material warehouse in front of him. The supply station is not big, and the 3 granaries are built in the shape of pin in the center, while the 2 material warehouses are on the left side of the granary, and the rest barracks are on the right side of the granary. The 2 teams of Guan Yu and Xingwei walked around to the left side of the supply station, which was far away from the main road, and the terrain was relatively complicated, but there were only a few scattered rocks standing on the field. I hope not. If there is a shinin, we will be in trouble. Guan Yu slid down against the rock lightly, and the seal in his hand was completed the moment his toes touched the ground. There was no half a second of stagnation. The soil under his feet seemed to turn into flowing water, engulfing the whole person at a uniform speed. There was no abnormal sound during the whole process, and the skillful stealth skills were amazing. No wonder he was able to put on a vest at a young age, and it really wasn't just relying on the talent of perception. Hashio Ichiro is just a young ninja who is nearly 20 years old. It is reasonable to say that he is in the golden age of progress. He became a Chunin at this age.
It's just that geniuses are of different grades. After seeing Uchiha Fugaku, who is younger than himself, he is already a majestic jonin. Although he is a little depressed, the other party is the famous Uchiha after all. Uchiha competes, unless he really can't see it, and is going to find a piece of land to wipe his neck. But when I saw the three Guanyu brothers, I really couldn't calm down. How could all the 12 or 13-year-old children be so against the sky? He took a deep breath in his heart, thinking to teach these little furry kids a profound lesson, but unfortunately, the anger in his heart gradually dissipated along the way, and the performance of the three of Guanyu was enough to stop those who were not convinced. The voice, the most respected by ninjas, is strength. Although the desire to find fault was extinguished, it was replaced by a sense of competition. Startail Cat bent its waist and started galloping on the ground. However, when it stepped over the muddy puddles on the way, it did not cause the slightest movement. The control of the chakra under its feet was incomparable. Sure enough, no one was easy to mess with if it was able to participate in this operation. Of Otome, Nikoki, and the other two followed Xingwei's footsteps towards the supply station. The Sand Ninja team guarding the material warehouse is 3 people, 2 exposed stakes and 1 hidden stake. The arrangement can be called strict, and the hidden position of the hidden stake is very tricky, but all this is meaningless to Guanyu. Under the eyes of Kagura, everything is invisible. Whether it's the hidden stakes that Sand Ninja is hiding, or the troops he's touching to prepare for a sneak attack, in his perception, they are all incandescent lights in the dark night, which are already extremely eye-catching, and there is no way to be more eye-catching. Seeing that Xingwei and the others who touched them were about to enter the sight of Sand Ninja, Guanyu took the opportunity to do it. In an instant, the short knife protruding from the ground stabbed fiercely into the heart of the Sand Ninja, and the mouth opened and closed. However, before the birth, the throat was choked by the slender fingers. With a light force, the Sand Shinobu's throat was completely destroyed. Without the observation of hidden stakes, Sand Shinobi, who was guarding the warehouse door on the bright side, was completely unaware of the fast approaching Hashio and the others. Why haven't the patrols come back? They've been out for a long time. Something is wrong. The 2 Sand Ninjas smelled something bad. Being in a time of war, it is not a bad thing to be more vigilant. Probably instinctively, the Sand Ninjas suddenly felt uneasy. The kunao and the ninja tool bag fell into the palm of their hands. They picked up the bamboo hat on the side and put it on their heads, ready to go out and have a look. You guys are too slow to react. Boom! Startail's voice came and mixed with the noise of the broken wall, and the skin of the fist turned iron black, heavy, strong, and looked extremely destructive. In fact, his fists do possess impressive destructive power. He is a physical ninja who is good at physical attacks and at the same time has the talent of earth escape, so he put a lot of effort into the hardening technique, pushing all physical techniques to a high level. Among this group, they can be regarded as little famous masters. Against the broken and scattered stones, Xingwei rushed into the warehouse with lightning speed, loosened his fist, and closed his 5 fingers together like knives. The iron black hand knife tore through the sultry, hot and dirty air in the warehouse, and cut through the sand with pure violence. The kunao swung by ninja pierced Sand Ninja's chest with a broken half of kunao. Enemy with a turn of the silver-white knife light, the throat of another Sand Ninja began to bleed, and the remaining half of the words rolled around in his mouth, and he couldn't spit it out. Although there's no need to hide it anymore, it's better not to yell. If you yell, it won't make us look incompetent. Seeing that the Sand Ninja was about to scream, Guanyu appeared again, and his appearance also symbolized that he and Xingwei had killed a Sand Ninja team, and Naoki, who came later, had a resentful expression on his face. They didn't even leave a mouthful of soup. From the moment they discovered this supply station, they followed along all the way, without a single chance to make a move. The tranquility in the supply station has been broken, and there is a lot of noise mixed with the sound of wind and rain. Not everyone can be as agile as Guanyu and the others. Guanyu solved 2 of them by himself. The process seems to be smooth, but it is not easy at all. Twice out of the knife, without a miss, 2 Dun sneaked close, and Thunder Dun attacked and killed at a high speed. He was clean and neat. He maintained by Fang's style throughout the whole process. He had already mastered it decently, so the control over the surrounding environment is better than that of Shuo Mao. It's not that Shiren is incompetent, but that they were unlucky enough to bump into Guanyu and meet a small white tooth. The seemingly simple 2 swords incorporate most of the skills taught by Shuo Mao. Although it is not laborious, it is very exhausting. Fire escape, Fangxian fire technique. Groups of small flames flew out, not attacking in one direction, but flying out along different tracks like the fruits of the impatience, landing on wooden boxes and shelves, destroying all the combustibles in the warehouse. Ignited, and the orange flames quickly connected together, and in just 2 or 3 seconds, the warehouse was engulfed in raging flames. Huo Dun's destructive power is still so powerful. A sound of exclamation spit out from Shenshu's mouth. His round face was glowing red under the light of the fire, and his yearning for the flame could be seen in his eyes. Guanyu, do you know, my grandfather once said that the fire escape technique is the king of destruction among the 5 escape techniques. There is no ninjutsu that can completely destroy matter like the fire escape technique. The wind escape technique cannot do it. Thunder escape technique can't do it either. Guanyu is a little confused. Isn't your grandpa the first Hokage? Why did you suddenly move such a big man out of the shrine? What kind of trouble is this hurting the spring and autumn? I didn't see that this kid still had such a youthful temperament. Well, I think that Komodo can stab people to death, and Tadeo can also hack people to death. Although the methods are different, but as long as you can get the desired result, there is no need to stick to the means. Difference. Guan Yu couldn't figure out what kind of medicine was sold in the rope tree gourd, so she said a few words carefully. Makes sense. No. I'm sorry, I'm a little distracted. Shenshu came back to his senses, his face turned even redder like a burning cloud, and he was so ashamed that he wished he could find a seam in the ground and get in immediately. Oh, no. Bang, bang. Two bursts exploded, and the spreading air wave was like a tornado passing through the border. Within the sensing range of Guan Yu, the two teams that attacked the Sand Ninja barracks had a total of 6 chakras. Two of them were extinguished in an instant, and the remaining 4 chakras Deo chakra also weakened a lot, like a candle in the wind, dying. The barracks had been blown away and turned into a white field. The broken bricks and tiles flew freely in the air, and everyone on Kanaha's side on the ground was injured, and retreated desperately. Not in the mood to tease Shenshu, his heart suddenly hung up. The blue veins on the back of Guan Yu's hands bulged like snakes, and the silvery white thunder swayed back and forth on the blade, and then he rushed out like a wolf. Something went wrong. The moment the barracks exploded, anyone with a quick mind knew that something had changed. Fortunately, they are not unprepared. They have made enough psychological preparations before they do it. No one is sure if there will be a big dragon hidden in this small supply station. It is impossible to encounter something that seems impossible. The characters, inadvertently happened, met. The probability of such a thing is only relatively small, not impossible. Not to mention that they are now on the territory occupied by Sand Ninja, so it is not too much to be more careful. So before doing it, I discussed how to deal with it if the Sand Ninja hit a master in the supply station. The policy is very simple, that is to rush up and fight together. It is so rough that there is no friend. However, this is something that can't be helped, not to mention that they have a mission. It is impossible to retreat casually, and this is the territory of the Sand Ninja. Unless they can quickly retreat back to Kanaha's occupied area, the result of retreating will be facing the endless pursuit of Sand Ninja. In order to avoid the worst situation, they must forcibly kill all Sand Ninjas they meet in order to hide their whereabouts to the greatest extent. Guan Yu, be careful, Shenshu shouted, and rushed up after Guan Yu. Come on, brothers, kill that turban guy. Hashio beckoned his two teammates to act together, aiming at the big man Shinobu who was attacking the teams of Kakuki and Koizumi. It is estimated to be about 1.9 meters tall, with dark skin, a large white turban on his head, and a circle of blue stubble on his face. Coupled with those fierce eyes, he looks like a lively gangster. Moreover, the strength shown by Sand Shinobi did not disappoint that fierce appearance. Kikuki and Koizumi, who were fighting alone, retreated steadily. Although it would not be said that you will die if you touch it, the terrifying cutting power of the Fengdan chakra is enough to make people dare not face it head on. If the destructive power of the fire escape technique is the highest among the 5 major escape techniques, then the cutting power of the wind escape technique is also unparalleled. Just looking at the corpses of the 2 Konoha ninjas lying on the ground, the original shape could not be seen, only a pile of dismembered limbs and arms soaked in a pool of blood. The scene was extremely bloody. Kikuki, Koizumi and the other 4 were not weak, but they were pressed and beaten by the opponent alone, because the 2 sides were too close, and the melee wind escape technique suppressed them, and the pair of katanas were too sharp. Tisk, Fang Dun is the most annoying. Smacking his lips viciously, Kanya trotted past Kikuki who kept backing and dodging, holding his short knife hard to meet Sand Shinobu's Kodaki. Shin, shim. The moment the blades touched, the cyan wind directly obliterated the white thunderlight, and the restraint between the attributes was brought to the extreme at this moment. Fortunately, the short knife can be regarded as a famous knife, and its quality is quite excellent. Half. The standard kunai used by the Sand Ninja that Guan Yu slaughtered before was directly cut open by him. It can be seen that an excellent ninja tool is not weak in terms of strength. Playing Thunder Tunnel, kid, it's your bad luck. Sand Shinobi grinned, as if he was laughing. A confrontation was enough to see many things. Sand Shinobu felt a little relieved when he was angry and depressed because of being attacked. Wind escape technique restrains thunder escape technique. However, the vast majority of Sand Ninjas can't taste the pleasure brought by attribute restraint throughout their lives. Instead, they are beaten up by Konoha with fire escape. The ninja village is completely out of reach. This is also one of the reasons for the development of Yunin's extremely high aggressiveness. There is no way, there are neighbors around, Iwanan needless to say, Leiketu. Generally Iwanan is beaten with his head down, and because of this later, Iwanan ambushed at all costs and killed the 3rd generation of Reikage, and the 2 sides have formed a relationship since then. The continuous sound of explosions swayed far away in the valley, and the dull and long echo lingered on every inch of the ground. Even the falling raindrops seemed to be trembling. The jackals lurking in the valley curled up desperately, hiding in the cave in fear. The jackals living in the country of rain have received lessons from ninjas time and time again, and paid the price of blood. Monkeys are not to be messed with. Hearing the familiar sound of explosion, he immediately ran back to his nest with his tail clamped. Ants are willing to spare their lives, let alone cunning things like wolves. The other side of the valley. A team of more than large carts was trekking hard, and the Sand Ninjas hurried on their way with constipated expressions.
The headscarves have extremely strong will and perseverance. This is beyond doubt. Every sand ninja is an excellent fighter honed in the scorching desert. However, when a large number of sand ninjas drove into the rain-soaked and moldy land, they tasted a harsher environment than the storm in the desert. Too many sand ninjas could not adapt to the overly humid environment. Air had to return to the village to recuperate. The sand ninjas who continue to stay strong do not mean that they have adapted to this land. More often, they rely on their tenacious spirit to support themselves, and their militant blood helps them overcome the discomfort caused by the environment. The convoy moved slowly to the entrance of the valley. Stop and rest. The bearded sand shinobi who led the team yelled, pulled his beard and stared at the valley in a daze, and quickly passed the order layer by layer. The huge team stopped immediately, and solidified the valley together with their boss. Did you hear? The bearded sand ninja asked. What? Hear what? Sand shinobu next to him looked at the boss nervously, pricking up his ears to listen hard. Unfortunately, apart from the irritable sound of rain, there were only a few unpleasant old raven calls occasionally. Glancing at the subordinate who was recently transferred to his side, the bearded man curled his lips, feeling depressed. It's really unlucky, not to mention such crap things as transporting supplies at the stall, and the subordinates are more useless than the other. I always feel that the superiors have kicked all the useless waste to him. It is impossible to treat him as a garbage recycling station. Can't bear it. With a few words of ruthlessness in my heart, I pulled off a few beards in resentment, but grinned in pain. The bull's eyes were wide open, and the thin and dense bloodshot eyes looked very oozing. Useless stuff, fuck off, go and find me the perception team, a bunch of waste who can't shit but wants to occupy the latrine. It's a shame for the ninja of the sand. The bearded man cursed. He glared at the subordinate who looked a little dazed. Hurry up and stand here pretending to be a wooden stake. Yes, let's go. No. I'll go right away. The little young man was startled, bit his tongue in fright, spread his legs and rushed out. The sand ninjas around looked awe-inspiring, holding their breath and concentrating, lest they be called by the boss and scolded. That would be really miserable. After a while, the 8 sand ninjas rushed over together. Each of them showed a generous expression, and the surrounding sand ninjas also cooperated with each other in sending blessings and sympathy, quietly watching the brave men sacrificial. Stand in a row in front of the bearded man, tall and short. Go to the front and investigate. I have a bad feeling that there may be something wrong with the supply station, the bearded man said solemnly. I probably didn't expect the meeting to be so gentle. There was no reprimand like a thunderstorm, and I was called to perceive that the ninjas froze in place, staring at each other like a group of dumb geese. What? Is there any problem if you haven't set off yet? Do not. The sudden tone of voice made them tremble. Let's go, just go. A group of people rushed into the valley in a hurry, but they did not lose their vigilance. 8 people spread out, climbed up the steep rock wall, echoed each other back and forth, and moved towards the supply station at the other end of the valley. Fire escape, the technique of dragon fire. The galloping crimson flame turned into a dragon shape, bearing its teeth and claws, but walking straight. The dripping rainwater was only burnt by the turbulent flame, and then turned into curling water vapor and rose to the sky. Where the fire dragon passed, nothing could stop it. Uchiha's fire escape technique is top-notch in the world, and it really doesn't mix a little bit of moisture. Otoha and Otome's fire escape technique is already considered sophisticated, but after seeing Fuya's simple sea-level fire escape technique, he just realized that there are people out there, and the power of the fire dragon is no worse than the so-called B-level ninjutsu. In terms of destructive power, it is already in the category of B-level ninjutsu. Accompanied by a short scream, the flames rose sharply, a mass of pitch-black coke smashed into the muddy water, and the human figure could barely be seen. Bastard, damn green skin, go to hell. Fuya succeeded, and solved the sand ninja in the granary, and ignited the 3 granaries with a big fire. The raging flame shot up into the sky, and the orange flames reflected in the gray eyes. Wanting to go crazy, I wish I could kill the Konoha ninjas in front of me. People die when they die. Sand shinobi is never afraid of death in battle, but what he fears is that the supplies in the supply station will be burned to nothing. This is a loss he cannot bear. The gray eyes were bloodshot, the corners of the eyes were cracked, and thin bloodlines flowed down the cheekbones. The corners of the eyes of the big man Shirenkai were cracked. He hated the little green skins of Konoha in front of him to the extreme that all the supplies stored in the supply station were destroyed, and his future was also over, and if the Konoha ninja in the granary came to support him, he would definitely die. As a sand ninja, he knows very well that the strength of the companions guarding the granary is stronger than himself, but since his companions are all killed in battle, what qualifications does he have to expect to survive? However, the left and right are just one dead, so if this is the case, simply pulling a few backs will not take advantage of this group of green skins in vain. The pair of knives turned suddenly, and there were ear-piercing whistling sounds, and the blue wind light on the blade swirled around, with a terrifying momentum. Wood grass. Guan Yu was the first to notice the strangeness. He used his perception ability to the extreme. At the same time, with the help of Otome, Nawaki, and Hashio, he was able to draw with this big man sand ninja. Before it arrives, the skin can already feel the tingling pain. The sand ninja is working hard, even if he can't perceive the change of his chakra like Guan Yu, but the change of appearance is conspicuous enough.
Coupled with Guanyu's warning in advance, Otome has already retreated cleverly, and Naoki's reaction was half a beat slower than that, but he didn't seem to be panicked. His palms, forearms, and neck were all exposed in some parts. The skin has all turned gray and white. Bending, arching back, and kneeling, Shenshu slid his left leg back half a step, and in the blink of an eye, he turned into an old pine tree with roots, a huge rock that does not stand the wind and rain. The wind blade hit the reef like a sea wave, and when it hit the rope tree, except for the effect of tearing clothes, that is, it left a wound that was not deep and not shallow. This kind of injury did not have much impact except for bringing him a certain amount of pain. The two families of Chien Shao and Whirlpool are both famous blood cattle. Shenshu was fine, and Guanyu was also safe and sound. He walked up against the two wind knives, leaving a few hideous wounds, but this did not shake him in any way. The wound did not shed a drop of blood, because Guanyu controlled the muscles in the wound at the moment of the injury, and the wound was slowly healing. Instead of caring about his own injury, he now only thinks about killing this damn chef or Baron's master. The distance that was not far away came in an instant. The silver-white knife light brought a long light and shadow. Guanyu burst out with all his strength at this moment. The muscles in his arm thickened a circle, the short knife pressed down the small sword of Sand Ninja, and then stabbed it with the force of thunder. Into the stomach of Sand Ninja. The short knife stirred in the Sand Ninja's stomach, and the chakra gushed out like a waterfall. A large amount of chakra instantly transformed into a destructive lightning, running wantonly in the Sand Ninja belly. A dazzling white light flashed, and the Sand Ninja, a hole the size of a sea bull, was blown out of his lower abdomen, and there were scorching burn marks all around. The familiar scorched smell permeated the air, and Sand Shinobi fell powerlessly on his back. Too procrastinating. Hyugaku Ghost suddenly appeared like a shadow, showing a good skill of instant body, standing beside Guanyu at this moment, glanced at the big hole in Sand Shinobi's stomach, and frowned. Ninjas pay great attention to efficiency in fighting. If they can be fatal with one blow, they will never make a second move. I just jumped up enough to get his neck. Guanyu sighed helplessly, and put the dagger back into the scabbard on her back. The thing is so helpless. The height is always a blemish. Even if he eats the human fruit, there is no way to evolve into a Sien immediately. The size will still grow little by little with the passage of time. Compared to the size of an adult, he still looks very short. Fuyu stopped talking, and the corners of his eyes twitched. He didn't expect such a simple reason, which made him speechless. Captain Fuyu, burn everything up. Shengilian walked over, and the supply station was completely engulfed in a sea of flames. The orange flames fluttered in the wind and rain, burning everything here. Kikuki and Koizumi are collecting the corpses, and the two people lost in this battle belong to their teams respectively. Let's rest for a while. Here are only appetizers at most, and our main course hasn't been served yet. Please cheer me up. Watching the two of Kikuki restraining the dead bodies, Fuyu's expression was solemn. This is the attack on a small supply station. Two subordinates were killed in battle. This task was much more difficult than expected. I really don't know if I can go back alive. He was thinking to himself, worrying about the difficult and dangerous future, but his face didn't show any expression. Anyway, he always had a fierce expression, and it was hard for others to tell right from wrong. And as the captain, he had to try his best to boost morale before continuing to act. Thinking of this, he suppressed the boredom in his heart and directed his subordinates to clean up the battlefield. Several houses and warehouses in the supply station were all engulfed in flames, and everyone sat or stood in the cave to cultivate their strength. With the means of ninjas, digging caves is nothing but a piece of cake, especially with Guanyu and Shenshu in the team who are masters of earth escapism. Although they successfully took away a supply station of Sand Ninja and burned all the supplies inside, they also paid a considerable price. Not to mention two people who died in the battle. The remaining few people were either wounded or somewhat injured. Tired. Although the ninja battle time is short, but the intensity is high, and not everyone has as strong endurance as Guanyu and Shenshu. Fuyu hurried on his way in a hurry, but he had to rest for a while to build up his strength. This is. Sand Shinobi stood against the wind and rain, clinging to the steep cliff, looking down at the supply station with billowing fireworks. His wide eyes were full of horror. Go down and have a look. Another Sand Ninja rushed down the cliff, not forgetting to call out to his companions, and the two rushed to the supply station together, quickly searched the surrounding area, while the rest waited around on the top of the mountain, searching for traces. But in 2 to 3 minutes, the 8 people gathered together again, just outside the supply station. The faces of the Sand Ninjas reflected by the orange firelight were bright red, but they couldn't hide the ugly look on their faces. No one was left alive, and all the corpses were disposed of. One of them opened his mouth and revealed the information he had found. Fuck, it's definitely Kanaha's damn green-skinned bastards. They're all kind-faced and dark-skinned bastards. No mistake, it's Kanaha's person. Look at this. One person was holding a blackened stone, pointing to a not shallow dent on it. It can be seen that it was chiseled by a sharp tool. Judging by the depth and size, it is undoubtedly the shuriken used by Kanaha ninja. The 8 Sand Ninjas are all perception ninjas. In other words, they are all experts in tracking and tracing. The traces that are indistinguishable in the eyes of ordinary people are as conspicuous as candlelight in the dark night in their eyes. What should I do? If you go after him now,
you should be able to catch up. The blood on the ground has not been completely diluted. This guy's skills are still a bit immature. He should be a newcomer to Konoha. Another person spoke, holding a ball of black-red soil in his hand, and his nose was sensitive enough to smell the faint blood. Chase or not? One of the leaders cursed angrily. It is really a bad time to encounter such a stupid thing. No matter how entangled they are, they can't delay it now. After a long time, even if they want to chase, there will be no clues. The rain has been falling, and it is easy to destroy the available traces. Chasing, of course we have to chase. San Shinobu, who was holding the black stone, took a deep breath, dropped the stone in his hand. His eyes were sharp. We can't let this group of Konoha's greenskins be too presumptuous, and Master Seong Saburo now, these guys will definitely not be spared lightly. If they are let go, when Master Seong Sanlang's hair falls, I am afraid it will still fall on us. Mentioning the name Seong Sanlang made everyone shudder. With such a bloodthirsty and aggressive boss, there is a high probability that he would not let Konoha Ninja escape. Catch it, I'll take someone there. The other person sighed, with a deep bitterness on his face. This job is not easy to do. We will definitely catch the tails of this group of guys, but I hope that the brothers can quickly support them. If the guys from Konoha dare to go deep into our territory, there must be sentient ninjas among them. If they come late, I'm afraid we won't be able to see each other again. Gone. Leaving aside the words, he ordered the 3 people around him to set off immediately, looking for the traces that had not yet been destroyed. The remaining 4 watched their backs disappear before turning around and reporting the news. Okiki Kumasaburo. Among the Sand Ninja, he is second only to Cho, and he is also the top master in the Sand Hidden Village. However, this fellow is notorious for his bad mouth, which often offends people, and his temper is extremely bloodthirsty. Get it on the battlefield to make cannon fodder in mud. Now that they can still escort supplies in the rear, it is because of the face of the Aoguan family. After all, they are a wealthy family in Cheyenne Village, so they have to save some face. Bearded San Shinobi has a burly body that lives up to the name Kumasaburo. He is as strong as a big black bear wandering around in the old forest when he is full, and he is used to causing trouble. Konoha's awful. The sale is here. After listening to the reports of the sentient ninjas who rushed back, Kumasaburo Okikiki showed a ferocious bloodthirsty smile on his face, and his family members couldn't help but feel the chills on their necks. You, all of you, come over and make a fortune with me, and kill a few awful from Konoha to vent your anger. Although Okikin Kumasaburo has a rough face and looks easy to fool, he is a scheming master, and his actions are not reckless. It can be seen from the fact that he stopped at the valley entrance and sent his men to explore the way. At this moment, he didn't know how many people Konoha had. To be on the safe side, he chose to bring a few more people to deploy, so as not to capsize in the gutter, embarrassing and losing his life. The Sand Ninjas who were named secretly complained it was really bad luck to keep up with a leader like Seong Sanlang. Their task was to escort supplies and confuse errands. If something went wrong, they couldn't afford it. Lord Seong Sanlang, we have received the order to deliver this batch of supplies to the frontline camp as soon as possible. We will report the news to the camp, and someone from above will naturally deal with it. There is no need to delay the business. A Sand Ninja said bravely. Wait for the superior to deal with. Seong Sanlang's ferocious eyes stared at him instantly, and the cold tone of the answer made San Shinobi shudder when he opened his mouth to distinguish. Sure enough, the storm came one after another the next moment. It's just nonsense. When did our Sand Ninjas become so timid? How long will it take to clean up a few Konoha ninjas? Let me ask you, how long will it take until the superiors send people to hunt them down? We are not as good as us with this bullshit skill. Do it directly. Your head is filled with brains, not tofu scum. Don't be like a fucking donkey. You only take 2 steps with a whip, and you can't even catch your breath without orders. The Sand Ninja who just opened his mouth was ashamed and indignant after some insults. Anyway, he is a special jounin. Even if he can't compare with the real jounin, he can still be regarded as one of the leaders of the team. It's rare to lose face like this. After Seong Sanlang finished cursing, he took several people who had just been named, and left quickly under the leadership of the sentient ninja who reported the letter. As for the affairs here, he simply and neatly handed over to the other 2 jounin. Naturally, it is impossible for such a large-scale team to have only 1 jounin, but the other 2 are much worse than Seong Sanlang in terms of background and qualifications. Urging the convoy to move on. Among the Jonin, except for those who are like the squad leader of the Jonin class, or such outstanding figures as Sakumo, the general cooperation and behavior are discussed, and it is not said that they can force each other. Therefore, Seong Sanlang's departure from the team did not have any impact, and it is already regarded as a routine for this man to go his own way. There were bursts of muffled thunder from the sky, the original drizzle gradually became heavier, and the pouring rain poured down, and the bead-like raindrops crackled and shattered on the ground. The momentum was exceptionally magnificent. It's raining heavily, it's going to be troublesome to travel now. Fuyu rested his hand on the rock wall at the entrance of the cave, stretched out his hand to feel the falling raindrops. It felt like being hit by a burst of beans. It was quite strong, and it hurt when it hit his hand. This kind of weather is obviously okay. There is no way, no matter how powerful a ninja is, they are still flesh and blood, and it is very difficult to travel in such a heavy rain. Seeing that he couldn't make it on his way,
he felt troubles arising in his heart, worrying that Sand Ninja found that the supply station was destroyed, and if he caught up then, it would be unkind. Boss, we can't walk in this horrible weather, and Sand Shinobi can't get on the road either, we might as well rest here in peace, Kamiya said with a smile on the side. It's not that easy. Sand Ninja is not easy to deal with. Seriously, our manpower is not enough for the other party's teeth. It's better to be careful. Fuya's face was stern, his expression was serious, and he didn't relax for a moment. After thinking about it, he pondered for a long time, his heart seemed to be boiling hot water, and he couldn't keep rolling. Things like the six senses are just rational judgments that now is not the time to stop here. The mountain is high and the road is slippery. The stone mountain is bare, smooth as a mirror polished by the rain, and it slips when you step on it. It was also thanks to Guan Yu and his party that they were able to withstand the heavy rain and walk in this steep and slippery mountain. Ordinary people couldn't stand at all, and they only had to fall and roll down the mountain, and they died directly. The road surface is wet and slippery, and the accumulated water on the mountain flows down the undulating hillside. The small part of the water flow is like a gurgling spring. A waterfall with a width of 5 or 6 meters falls from the cliff, which is extremely majestic. This kind of scenery cannot be seen in the Kingdom of Fire. While on the road, everyone couldn't help being attracted by the strange scenery of the Land of Rain. This is also a rare sight in the country of rain. Only in places with steep mountains, this short-lived waterfall can only be seen during the heavy rain season. When the heavy rain is over, there will only be some clear springs and streams left. Fuyu explained casually, showing a little. Take a look at your own knowledge. He has been on the front line of the Land of Rain for a long time, and he was promoted to Jonin because of his meritorious deeds in the Land of Rain. Since the day he became a Junin, he has never left the Land of Rain and stayed for a long time. After a long time, the understanding of the country of rain has deepened unconsciously. This bird's weather is really abominable, it's turning people into drowned chickens. This broken bamboo hat is so useless, it's just running out to make a fuss. Shengu complained in a low voice, with a look of displeasure on his face. He didn't know how to hide his displeasure, or he didn't want to hide it. Traveling under such circumstances is really a hard job. The clothes on the body are soaked, the road is slippery under the feet, the cold wind blows straight into the bones, and the rain curtain is heavy to block the line of sight. All kinds of hardships are endless. It's natural to be dissatisfied. But ninjas, since they are called such a name, most people have good endurance. Even if they are dissatisfied, they seldom express it, especially dissatisfaction with their superiors. A foolish and bold person like Kamiya is considered a rare animal. Fuya continued on his way without hesitation, as if he hadn't heard of Kamiya's murmurs and complaints. Team leader. A loud shout broke the weird atmosphere and attracted everyone's attention. Looking at Guan Yu, the fast-moving team stopped for the first time because Fuyu, who was at the front of the team, turned his head. Someone is chasing us. Wiping the rain off his face, Guan Yu said in a deep voice. Kagura's mind-eye cannot be used during the movement, and his perception range is much smaller, but it is slightly larger than the maximum perception range of the other perception ninjas. Really? How could the Sand Ninja catch up in this weather? Naoki showed a ghost-like expression, looked at Guan Yu who looked worried, and hurriedly said, Guan Yu, I don't doubt your information, I'm just a little surprised. Sand Shinobi is desperate enough. For people fell right behind us. The distance in a straight line is about 1 kilometer. Considering the rugged path here, the actual distance should be 2.5 kilometers. Guan Yu shook 2 fingers. As for the method of tracking us, I'm sorry I can't see through it for a while. In the ninja world, there are too many strange and weird secret techniques, which may have been passed down from the past, or may be a flash of inspiration from a genius, which has led to the emergence of various secret techniques, and because the major ninja villages the hostile relationship, the information isolation, it is difficult to tell what new tricks the other party has never seen. His grandma's really caught up. These sand ninjas react faster than dogs. Kamiya scratched his head, his short silver hair was sticking softly to his scalp, a little itchy, and smiled awkwardly at Fuyu. Just complained about rushing in the rain, now there is a group of chasing soldiers. The present report came really fast. Fuyu was not in the mood to pay attention to Kamiya. According to his thinking, it would be best not to show up with the chasing soldiers. Even if Kamiya or others complained all the way, it didn't matter. It was better to listen to people's nagging than to go all out with Sand Shinobi. However, things in the world are often unsatisfactory, and the chasing soldiers do not disappear according to his preferences, but they still catch up after all. Fortunately, Guan Yu has outstanding perception ability, which can be said to be the only one he has seen in his life, and he has mastered it a lot in advance to understand Sand Shinobi's movements. Leave him enough time to think. The most urgent question now is how to deal with the chasing soldiers of Sand Ninja. Is it war? Is to go? The two choices have their own difficulties, and it is difficult to make a decision for a while. The worried Fuyu frowned, and his expression became more and more fierce. What do you guys have in mind? Do you want to fight here, or hurry up and get rid of the chasing soldiers of the Sand Ninja? This time, Fuyu didn't act arbitrary, but asked everyone for their opinions, which surprised everyone. Captain, didn't you get dizzy from the rain? Shengu widened his eyes, blurted out, and realized something was wrong when the words came out, hurriedly waved his hands in the pity eyes of everyone, and explained, No, I didn't mean that, Captain, it's just that. This. He wanted to explain, but he didn't know how to explain, and his pretty face turned red in a hurry. Fuyu has never discussed with anyone along the way. He alone makes decisions on matters big and small. It is rare to ask for opinions like this. It is not surprising that Shengu is so unscrupulous. He is not the only one who is surprised, but the rest of the people. Self-control is obviously not bad. Fuyu ignored this guy Kamiya, but swept his eyes from the faces of Guanyu, Naoki, Otome, and Hashio one by one. Fight, such bad weather is chasing us, it's hard to get rid of it, it's better to prepare for a battle. Otome spoke, her voice was as cold as a cold spring, her black hair was scattered and covered her face, only a pair of abnormally bright almond eyes. We are behind Sand Ninja, if we leave our pursuers alone, we will probably fall into a tight siege. I think it is better to just fight this way. The pursuers come so fast, I think it is more likely than Sand Ninja's quick response that it was a certain team of Sand Ninjas that collided with each other by coincidence, and then they caught up. As long as we can annihilate the Sand Ninja team, Sand Ninja should not be able to catch up with us in a short time. Watching the moon? After listening to everyone's opinions, Fuya sullenly, non-committal, just called Guanyu's name. Bean-sized raindrops slanted on the edge of the bamboo hat, and the water splashed away. There were crystal drops of water hanging on the red hair on the sideburns. Guanyu heard the sound and opened his eyes, but he did not let go of the seal in his hand. There are 11 more people chasing after him from behind. Under the gaze of Kagura, everything within a 5-kilometer radius is invisible, and Sand Shinobi's actions cannot be concealed at all. 11 people? Together with the first 4, isn't it a total of 5 teams? Damn it, Sand Ninja is crazy, 5 teams, how can there be so many people? A supply station with more than a dozen people is already against the sky. Shengu couldn't hold the door open again, and screamed out, "Shut up and shut up, no one will think you are dumb." There was a cold coquettish voice, and the cold eyes were like 2 sharp swords. Kamiya smacked his tongue, not daring to confront the Otome. Good men don't fight with women, and this woman is of the same race as the captain, so she cannot be provoked. "Captain, do you want to fight?" Naoki looked at Fuyu, eager to try, full of fighting spirit. Fuyu closed his eyes and muttered in silence. The bamboo hat was hanging down to cover most of his face, so he couldn't see the expression clearly. Guanyu pursed her lips tightly, straightened her back and stood on the side like a rooted tree stump, not very interested in the choices she had to make now. His family knows his own family affairs, and he is very clear about weighing himself. His strength lies in fighting with others. As for the aspect of battle formation, his talents are really limited, and he is not interested in this aspect of things. Therefore, there are few suggestions along the way, but they just abide by their scouting duties. After all, I have to do it again, otherwise I will let the Sand Ninja hang on my back, but it will be like a light on my back, and the next task will not be easy to do. Fuyu opened his eyes, the blood-red eyes were murderous. After thinking for a long time, he made up his mind to attack Sand Shinobu. You bastard Konoha ninja, why are you running around in such a heavy rain, and even we have to suffer in this mountain. If you catch these bastards, they must look good. The Sand Ninjas struggled to track down under the torrential rain, and one of them could not stop for a moment, cursing non-stop, not only the ninjas of Konoha, but also the weather of the land of rain, cursing everything that could be cursed. "Okay, stop shouting." The target stopped, probably looking for a place to rest. "Be careful, don't be careless." The leader of the 4 got impatient, just in time for the target in front of him to stop moving, so he reprimanded him a few times. The group slowed down, concealed their breath, and moved towards the target. 1, 2.11, 12.14, you have so many people, what is Konoha planning to do? Match so many people together in one brain, no matter the year or the festival of the Sand Ninjas lay on the protruding boulders. Despite the heavy rain, their bodies were drenched, and they looked a little more miserable than drowned chickens, but the 4 of them ignored these small details, looking at the crooked figures in the grotto ahead. The mind is in a state of flux. According to their initial prediction, the spies sent by Konoha should be the ones who attacked the supply depot. Most of the 5th 5 who were dedicated to sabotage in the rear were a small team, or a combination of 2 teams. There were not many people, but it is very likely that they are all elites, otherwise they would not be able to beat the supply station. However, this team of almost 5 teams is really confusing. So many people acting together is not conducive to hiding their whereabouts. Konoha ninja is out of his mind. Damn, no wonder, there are so many people. Boss, I'm afraid we can only deliver food when we go up, so let's wait for backup. A Sand couldn't help but whispered. Nonsense, I'm not stupid, who would rush up to tease the tiger's beard at this time. I'm tired of work, hide it from me, if the reinforcements don't come, we won't move. The leader scolded angrily, and the Sand Ninjas curled up, trying to integrate themselves with the boulder below them as much as possible, praying in their hearts that reinforcements would come quickly. Prayer does not bring the gospel, but death. Just now they calmed down, the Sand Ninjas only felt a blur in front of their eyes. Who? The leader of Sand Shinobi turned his head with difficulty, his eyes only caught a strand of red hair flying past his eyes. It was a red color that was more beautiful than blood. The 4 sensory ninjas were not aware of being touched by the opponent, even though part of the reason was that they paid too much attention to the movement in the grotto in front of them, so that they ignored the movement around them. But it must be said that the attackers were powerful, and their stealth skills were absolutely top-notch. The pupils gradually dilated, and the sand ninjas were puzzled until their death. How did Kanaha's ninja do it? They kept a close eye on the grotto, but they couldn't hide any chakra fluctuations. Their eyes were wide open, as if they were asking how they did it. Beads of blood fell along the blade bit by bit, and the rain splashed down, cleaning the blood stains on the blade. Guan Yu inserted the gleaming short knife into the stone, and took out a scroll to collect the 4 corpses at his feet one by one. Up. Aren't these big turbans blind? Such a big living person can't see it under his eyes. Shengu looked at Guan Yu, who was busy collecting the corpses, and shrank his neck. This is a ruthless person, standing in the grotto without moving his feet. This battle fell into the eyes of everyone from the beginning to the end. Guan Yu has been attached to the side of the boulder from the beginning. It should be said that wherever people can hide nearby, there are shadow clones of Guan Yu hiding. Because of this wave of sand, the vanguard of shinobi. He dared to do this relying on the fruit of everyone, which suppressed his own chakra fluctuations to an extremely subtle level, and even slowed down his breathing and heartbeat to the extreme. The amount of physical strength, sure enough, succeeded before the sand ninjas could react. It's just right not to be idle. It's really boring to do it like just now. I almost rushed out without holding back. Fortunately, the captain is steady, otherwise something bad will happen. Shenshu muttered, eager to fight. Fighting at the supply station before did not have much effect. The limelight was taken up by Guan Yu and Xingwei. It is difficult to satisfy the passion in the chest after a fight. There are not many ninja masters who keep their own way. A good old man like Sakumo, who has a peaceful temperament, will turn into a killing god without turning his face when he goes to the battlefield. Kanahabia has no taboos in killing people. An unlucky child like Shenshu, who grew up in the war years, is most eager to prove himself through fighting on the battlefield. From this point, look at the 12 Xiaoqian who grew up in the peaceful era, and their mentality is completely different. Okay, Shenshu, this time it's you. There are just a few big turbans on the left and right, and I'm afraid that you will be soft when you kill people, so don't complain that these big turbans can't kill you. Guan Yu laughed. Well, the sand ninjas here are nothing. They are heading for the big camp where the sand ninjas are hoarding food and supplies, and they are determined to fight against the sand ninjas along the way. We'll talk about that kind of thing later, at least now my hands are itchy. Stop chatting, you two, the second wave of sand ninja is about to come. Fuyu moved directly to Guan Yu's side with a teleportation technique. Guan Yu, can you still use the moves you just made? Yes, it is possible, but a group of sand ninjas have already died, and the people behind are probably on guard, so it's not easy to start. Guan Yu hesitated. Let's try it. Move the battlefield forward. You don't have to be stuck here. The sand ninja may not be aware of it. Fuya said, even if the sand ninja notices it, it doesn't matter. The worst is just wasting some of your chakra. That's not a problem for you, is it? The scarlet eyes stared at Guan Yu closely. Under his 3-god jade insight, he could naturally see Guan Yu's chakra like a bottomless abyss, and he was amazed in his heart that there is no sensuality on the surface. It's not impossible. Let's do it. Although this decision is a bit random, there are no loopholes after careful consideration. Guan Yu shook his head and agreed. As Fuya said, the worst thing is to waste a little chakra, which is not a problem for him at all. Sealed in the hand, a shadow clone appeared one after another, and then rushed to the road where they came. The terrain here is already complicated, with strange rocks and steep cliffs along the way, and there are countless places to hide and sneak attack. Soon the clones so they each found a place, or squatted or stood up, and one of them lay directly in the stone nest. Fuya led everyone back in a calm manner. Since the battlefield has moved forward, these baits have to get closer. It's not quite right. The leading sand ninja slowed down, and all the sand ninjas behind him slowed down one after another, and their searching eyes fell on the 4 leading perception ninjas. Okikiki Kumasaburo raised his thick eyebrows, but he didn't make a sound. Master Xiong Saburo, Lost Field's chakra fluctuations disappeared, and it disappeared in an instant. The leading perception ninja said sadly, everyone present knew what the disappearance of chakra fluctuations meant. For a moment, interesting. Facing the eyes of his subordinates, Xiong Sanlang showed an excited smile, and rubbed his palms the size of cattail leaf fans, showing a somewhat impatient posture. It is not a very powerful master who can eliminate 4 perception ninjas in an instant, that is, with very unpredictable means. This transaction does not seem to be very boring. You stand back. With a big wave of his hand, he drove everyone behind him. Xiong Sanlang strode forward, where the colorless wind blades blew past, leaving twisted cracks on the blue-gray rocks, which were quickly covered by the flowing water fully stocked. Everyone immediately followed behind Xiong Sanlang. Xiong Sanlang may be a bit poisonous, but his strength is undoubtedly strong, and he opened the way in front, so his safety is greatly guaranteed. Moving forward step by step unswervingly, Xiong Sanlang's burly body was as unshakable as a mountain, and his ferocious aura continued to rise. Even his own family who followed behind were a little out of breath, slowed down and opened the distance. After walking for about 10 minutes, Xiong Sanlang suddenly stopped in front of a large raised stone pillar. The diameter of the stone pillar is estimated to be 5 or 6 meters, and it rises straight to the sky. I have seen a lot of stone pillars like this along the way. They are all landforms formed by wind and rain erosion, and there is nothing outstanding. The ninjas looked at Xiong Saburo in bewilderment, wondering if there was something special here, and secretly speculated. Get out. With 5 fingers together, like a huge machete, the bluish-white wind light entangled between the palms of Xiong Sanlang's fingers, and suddenly chopped out, falling straight on the stone pillar. The stone pillars with a height of more than 10 meters have stood here for many years, exposed to the sun, rain, wind and rain, and have been polished for years. However, unfortunately, they encountered a catastrophe today and met this humanoid beast in front of them. When the palm knife swung down, the stone pillar made a resounding roar, and most of the pillar fell obliquely. However, the sand ninjas didn't pay any attention to the falling stone pillars. Each of them tensed their faces, holding weapons in their hands, and were ready for battle. No one else just heard a discordant noise in the huge roar. It was like the sound made when a balloon was punctured. Although it was mixed with the roar of broken stone pillars, it was not very clear, but the sand ninjas were very familiar with it. Isn't it the same sound when the shadow clone is killed? It's so dangerous, such a method of hiding chakra fluctuations is unheard of. No wonder she and the others would fall here. If it weren't for Mr. Xiong Saburo, we might not be able to please him. Those who felt the deepest were a few perception ninjas. Only at the moment when the shadow clone hidden behind the stone pillar disappeared did they catch the slight chakra fluctuations. Fortunately, they felt deep heart palpitations afterwards. It is only one step away from stepping into the gate of hell, and life and death are really a matter of an instant. TCH, Shadow Avatar, a rogue's trick. The blue-white wind sweeps across the sky, the transparent raindrops are torn to pieces, and then wrapped away by the wind. Thousands of raindrops first shatter, and then melt together again, but in the blink of an eye, unexpectedly there is a huge difference. Small waves. All of a sudden, the wind was high and the waves were turbulent in midair. Okay, fierce man. Shengu was very talkative, no one else said anything. This guy started to scream, but he was also playing with the wind and waves churning in midair touched him deeply. He even felt a sense of frustration in his heart. He couldn't help but start to doubt himself. Is it possible to do this in this lifetime? Before the real fight, Shengu was depressed by the blow, and his shadow was cast over her pretty face. The rest of the people were also shocked. Some of them were as pale as paper, and the little complacency born of effortlessly strangling the first wave of sand ninja was thrown directly to Java country. Fuyu's throat rolled, he swallowed a mouthful of saliva, calmed down the agitation in his heart, and gathered all his energy to meet the enemy. Guan Yu's shadow avatar was useless, but the opponent made such a demonstration in midair, which was enough to show that the person who came was a stubble. Boom! The strong wind engulfed the water waves and fell heavily. Under the help of the strong wind, the heavy waterfall smashed into the mountains at a very high speed. Everyone in Konoha is not a rookie, each of them reacted very quickly, and before the wind and waves shot down, they cleverly tried their best to avoid it. A huge raised rock was crushed by the falling wind and waves, and a large pit appeared abruptly in the already treacherous terrain, and several not-so-thick stone pillars around were also broken by the spreading aftermath. Half of the stone pillar was thrown far away, which shows how powerful this move is. Hey, it's a good thing to run fast, otherwise, if you hit the real point, wouldn't even your bones be crushed? Facing the aftermath of the wind and waves, Shensha squatted on the boulder, pressed the bamboo hat on his head, and clicked his tongue when he saw the big hole filled by the waves. Crush bones, that's not bad. Without your hardening technique, you can't find all the corpses. Otome's eyebrows trembled, her delicate face was full of dignity. The rain is coming and the wind is all over the building. Smart people have smelled that unusual breath. One blow is so powerful, and the visitor must not underestimate it. A good background not only has resources that ordinary people can't match, but also can cultivate sharp eyesight, which means that you can be more sure of surviving on the battlefield. Hearing Otome's words, Nesuke also frowned tightly. He was just rough-tempered, not stupid. After being reminded by this, he became more vigilant. Convoy's bastards hide quickly one by one. If you are brave, come up and compete with your grandfather. Xiong Sanlang was full of energy, his voice was loud and clear, his words were like thunder, and they could be heard very clearly even 100 meters away. The burly figure like an iron tower also caught the eyes of everyone in Konoha. Just looking at it from a distance, everyone couldn't help but change their expressions. Xiong Sanlang held up a huge iron fan in both hands. He and Sand Ninja were both old people who fought. Those who played with the iron fan were all masters of wind escape, or geniuses with extremely high talent in wind escape. Xiong Sanlang has a big beard and a face full of vicissitudes. He is obviously not a young genius, which means that he is definitely the best among Jonin. Fuyu twitched his face, and in an instant he returned to his stern look, just frowning and watching the endless rain in the sky, ignoring the provocative words, and remained motionless. After waiting for a few breaths, everyone in Konoha ignored Xiong Saburo. Haha, they are all cowards, cunning Konohas. Since you dare not come up, Grandpa, I will come here. After waiting for a few breaths, Xiong Sanlang laughed loudly. His palms holding the iron fan were tightly locked, the veins on the back of his hands bulged like small snakes, and he was about to strike with all his strength. Shadow Clone Technique. Guan Yu has quietly reached the front of the team. A broken stone pillar was inserted obliquely on the side of the big pit. He stood on the broken section of the stone pillar, with his hands in seals, raised his head, and faced Xiong Sanlang from a distance. See. The avatars quietly appeared in the surroundings. There were hundreds of avatars, all with serious expressions in their eyebrows and eyes. There is no need to command, the shadow clones have already kept in mind the wishes of the deity when they are splitting and forming, and in the instant after appearing, hundreds of shadow clones rushed forward in unison, one after another. Vigorous figures jumped on the cliffs between them, straddling the deep trenches and ground fissures. They regard this complex terrain as nothing. Too done, too long spear. Hundreds of clones are neatly formed, and the error of front and back will not exceed half a second. This is the benefit of shadow clones. It is an exaggeration to say that they are one and the same, but the tacit understanding of this 110 bodies is not something that can be practiced by idlers. Huge and sharp rock guns shot up from the ground, and there were rumbling sounds one after another. Looking around, the dense forest of rock guns filled almost every possible place to stay. Today, Guan Yu also has a lot of hard goods in his hands. It is no longer the days of struggling with physical skills and sea-level ninjutsu. Shuo Mao taught him a lot of advanced ninjutsu. Yes, as long as he has spare time these days, he will spend time thinking about it, and today is his first appearance. What? Feeling the vibration coming from under his feet, Xiong Sanlang's pupils shrank. His eyes did not fall on the forest of rocks and guns that rose from the ground like a big wave, but looked at the scattered shadow clones. Red hair. Could it be worth it? I've had such bad luck for so long. This is really a change of luck, ha ha ha. Xiong Sanlang talked to himself nervously at first, then laughed wildly. His legs bent down slightly like springs, and then he jumped high, dancing the huge iron fan, like a big bird soaring into the air, easily avoiding the protruding rock gun. The loud laughter echoed in the rain, expressing Xiong Sanlang's long-term depression. Uzumaki family, that is a treasure. A few years ago, I heard that when Ninja took down Uzushio village and made Uzumaki country easy. The rich family of Sand Ninja once sighed that another ancient family disappeared, and cursed the water that nestled on the island with jealousy. Monkey, such a great benefit is only taken by these idiots who can only fight among themselves, and every time they think about it, they panic, wishing they could snatch this deal. If it weren't for the fact that the land of wind and the land of water are too far apart, and there is a land of fire in between, the Sand Ninjas would have rushed to the islands of the Waterland and started fighting with the Mist Ninjas. At that time, they really moved their minds and planned to organize a team of elite personnel to cross the country of fire and go to the country of water to snatch food from tigers' mouths. Xiong Sanlang was one of the planners at that time, and even concentrated on this matter for half a month in the library of the Oyu Guan family, studying the detailed information of the Weian village and the Uzumaki clan. But this matter was finally resolved in the third-generation Sand Cage, and Cho's intervention was of no avail, and they rushed all the way to fight for food with Kiri Ninja's group of perverts. For this reason, Xiong Sanlang sighed for a long time. However, things in the world are often so unpredictable. Once you couldn't ask for it, but now it appears in front of you from the sky. This incident makes your mouth almost crooked. As long as he can catch this little ghost of the Uzumaki clan, he will be able to make great achievements in a steady manner. The Sand Ninjas devoted themselves to the study of tailed beasts, but the one-tailed crane kept running away repeatedly, which made generations of Sand Ninjas troubled. Otherwise, they would not have focused on the Uzumaki clan, and they were really forced to do nothing. Since you've bumped into Grandpa's hand, don't leave. In mid-air, Xiong Sanlang let out a long cry, swung the iron fan in his hand, and slapped it hard. Stay here obediently. Wind escape, sickle weasel. Although it is only a C-level ninjutsu, in the hands of Xiong Sanlang, it is more imposing than ordinary B-level ninjutsu. The bluish-white, almost transparent wind knife dances wildly in the air, across the sky, and sweeps all obstacles in front of it. The rock gun was cut off as easily as a rotten log, leaving cracks 3 fingers wide on the gray-white rock wall. Back up, everyone back up. If you don't want to die, run away quickly. Unable to maintain his usual calmness, Fuya roared loudly and drove his subordinates to hide behind the rock wall. He also made seals in his hands, and moved away from the spot in an instant, hiding behind a large bluestone with a diameter of about 8 meters. This technique of escaping wind was too fierce, so fierce that Fuya didn't dare to accept it. As a member of the Uchiha clan, it goes without saying that he is born with the ability of fire escape. In addition to fire escape, he is also good at thunder escape. Just like his future second boy, he is also a dual-element thunder and fire escape. In addition, the outstanding illusion of Sharingan, the genius known as the Uchiha family, is not watered down at all. However, the embarrassing thing is that whether it is fire escape or thunder escape, they are both good at attacking and not good at defending. Although the fire escape technique is very restrained against the wind escape technique, he is not at all afraid to match the wind escape ninja in another place or time as long as it is not this place or this time. The rain in the land of rain does not stop all year round, but that's all there is to it. Usually, light rain has little effect on Uchiha's fire escape technique. However, today, it is raining like a torrential rain. There are big waves, like this. How can people play? The Sand Ninja bypassed the country of Sichuan and did not fight, but they got into the country of rain and put it right with Kana. They did not mean to take advantage of the right time and place to suppress the fire escape ninjas. In the past few wars, they were burnt to the ground by Kana as ninjas. It's really bad. The corpse is turned into a ball of black charcoal. Fuya tasted the bitterness of this powerlessness. The enemy almost got the help of the water escape ninja. The simple wind escape technique turned into a combined ninjutsu of Feng Shui as soon as he made a move. How can he fight this? both the fire escape technique and the thunder escape technique were severely defeated by the enemy, and the illusion technique had to be close to it to work, but in such a situation, it was as difficult as a step forward. The current situation is quite a bit impoverished. He had already begun to think about how to lead the team to get away from here, but the method was not something that could be found just by thinking about it. When Fuya was troubled, Guan Yu had already suffered a lot. The shadow clones were crushed by the wind knife one after another, and there was no resistance at all. The wind knife fell and twisted lightly, and the iron and stone were cut into a pile of pieces, let alone the shadow clones. If the shadow clone is broken, it will be broken. It is nothing to waste some chakra, but the main body was accidentally picked up by the wind knife, and the face was directly disfigured. Fortunately, the wound was not deep, and the blood started healed, but Guan Yu's mood was not to mention depressed. As the old saying goes, you don't slap someone in the face when you hit someone, and you don't expose your shortcomings when you expose someone. Killing people is nothing more than nodding their heads, and this guy greets his face when he comes up, without any rules, which makes Guan Yu very annoyed but helpless, who makes the opponent's fist bigger than all of them combined. The anger in my heart comes and goes quickly. Who is not as good as a person. Instead of feeling meaningless, it is better to think about how to run away. Since Xiong Sanlang showed his perverted strength, the anti-killing plan had already failed, and saving his life suddenly became the top priority. Especially when there were swaying figures behind Xiong Sanlang, Fuya began to cry in his heart. It was the first time he encountered such a bad situation, and he couldn't help but slipped into the abyss. Captain, I think, we add up to several hundred caddies, and I guess we will have to explain it here today. Kamiya clung to the steep rock wall, and when the wind died down, he poked his head out and took a look, and then saw the assembled sand ninjas, and immediately exploded. Shut up. Fuya gave Shengu a hard look, and when he heard this guy talking nonsense, he wouldn't fight. He was almost dying of worry now, thinking about it, and racking his brains. There was no good way to get out, but he still wanted to find him uncomfortable. I've never seen someone cursing himself like this. Kamiya shrank his neck in shock from Fuya's ferocious eyes, mumbling in his mouth. He couldn't hear what he said, but he could guess that it was not a good thing.